On the Grand Line, on an island that no ship would ever approach, a marine warship was now docked. The thick leaden clouds above were torn apart by a powerful shockwave, revealing a jagged rift. The depths of the island seemed to be struck by an earthquake, the entire island groaning in unbearable strain. A beautiful golden figure fled in panic, followed by a strong, cunning old man. Bastard Kapu. Stop chasing me. I won't join the Marines. Shoujo Yuji had cold sweat on her forehead, constantly dodging and fleeing, but the old man's fists were like homing stickers brushing past the back of her head as they fell. Each time a fist wind exploded close to her body, it carved a trench several meters deep into the ground. Damn it, I just transmigrated a month ago, haven't even figured out my skills yet, and an old man suddenly spawns at my doorstep. Still thinking about whether to take the sea adventure route. Kahaha. What are you talking about, kid? I can tell at first glance that you're a good fit for the Marines. Gwahahaha. Kapu laughed loudly, following behind Shoujo Yuji occasionally, using his love iron fist to ravage the pitiful island. Once you experience the righteous and good atmosphere of the Marines, you'll naturally want to join. Ha 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 ha. He raised his huge iron fist, leisurely shouting in the intervals of attacks, fist bone loving talent strike. A terrifying air wave whistled in Shoujo Yuji's body, suddenly lowered, almost blurring into afterimages. She barely dodged close to the fist wind, her golden hair pulled straight by the airflow. If she had been just 0.1 seconds slower, the cracked mountain beside her would have become her epitaph. You damned old man. She cursed. Was this old man really serious just now? Seeing Shoujo Yuji dodge the punch, Kapu's laughing eyes showed a hint of slight surprise. He had used a bit of real skill in that strike, but he didn't expect the girl to dodge it. At this time, Kapu had black hair, muscles harder than steel, in his prime, with peak understanding of hockey and strength. Could it be? This child's strength was beyond his imagination. He had only made a temporary stop while chasing Roger, but he never expected such a pleasant surprise. If he could bring this monstrous talent back to headquarters, that old man with the goatee wouldn't dare to say that Kapu only knew how to fight and contributed nothing to the Marines. Ha 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 ha. Kapu became more excited as he fought, throwing out ordinary attacks like they were free. Boom boom boom. Under his violent fists, this deserted island was riddled with countless holes and minutes. This old man was going too far. Shoujo Yuji suddenly stopped abruptly, veins bulging on her forehead. She gave up, dodging cursed energy churning inside her body, and facing Kapu's iron fist wrapped in air pressure, she swung a punch back. Boom. The explosive sound wave lifted a layer of the ground around them. Shoujo Yuji was sent flying by the unreasonable huge impact, like a cannonball embedded into the rock wall behind, with broken stones piled over her. And Kapu, under the recoil of her punch, only tilted his head slightly to the side. Are you okay, little girl? Kapu scratched his head and shouted toward the distant rubble pit. He had gotten a bit carried away just now, and hoped he hadn't ruined the good seedling. Oomph. From the rubble pile, a pair of dusty, slender hands pushed up suddenly. Shoujo Yuji gritted her teeth, using reverse curse technique to quickly heal her fractured left arm. Without even brushing off the rubble like a beast out of its cage, she charged again across the devastated land. Haha, not bad, not bad. Kapu became more satisfied, simply putting away his fighting intent and acting as a training partner. He didn't dodge her attacks, either blocking or countering. The girl's beast-like momentum was truly to his liking. That wildness, that tenacity, that reckless fighting style reminded him of his younger self. Good strength. Good momentum. Kapu laughed, casually dodging a punch and a following kick, giving pointers. But you only have brute force, all wild moves. That punch just now had scattered power. No matter. When we get back to Marine headquarters, I'll personally teach you the 6 powers of the Navy and hockey. Ha 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 ha. Shoujo Yuji punched angrily. The old man likes not dodging right. She'll show him something big later. She had been deliberately holding back her curse technique while punching. Thinking this, she delivered a fierce elbow strike, which Kapu dodged by tilting his head, and the half of the mountain slope behind him instantly turned to dust. Even though Kapu had stopped actively attacking, the sheer force of Shoujo Yuji's attacks and Kapu's blocks created a devastating visual effect, turning the deserted island into a mess. In the distance, on a reef by the coast, Kapu's adjutant Jade silently exhaled a puff of smoke, which slowly drifted in the wind. Kapu, the vice admiral, is still so reckless. But he didn't expect such a monster rookie to appear on this remote island. If left unchecked with this girl's strength, she would likely become a pirate of the worst generation on this ghost route. In his many years of experience, with a little training, a vice admiral position was basically stable. As for going higher, his eyesight couldn't tell. Good seedling. In all respects, he silently supported the vice admiral's decision. Found a cat on the roadside, it wants to come home with me. Strangely, Jade remembered this wild song he had heard somewhere and found it oddly fitting. Just then, the situation on the island changed drastically. Shoujo Yuji finally caught a tiny opening. After blocking her double punches, Kapu instinctively lowered his head. An opening. In that split second, Shoujo Yuji flipped her wrist, and her life-bound weapon, Huanglin, instantly sprang out into her hand, swinging a whip toward Kapu's head. Imaginary mass overlay. The lightning-fast strike was blocked by Ka Pu as if he had foreseen it, and when the Huang Lun struck his arm it made a sound like metal clashing. Dang! A sound like metal clashing exploded over the island. The ground beneath their feet instantly collapsed and cracked a huge shockwave, raising a cloud of dust. Ka Pu was like a stabilizing pillar. His body was hammered into the ground up to his knees. He turned his hand and grabbed the Huang Lun like an iron clamp. Shirjo Yuji tried to retrieve it, but found her Huang Lun stuck, as if in an air wall, unable to pull it back. He could even catch this. Was this observation hockey? Cheating. Too cheap. That strike was much heavier than I imagined, little girl. Are you a devil fruit user? Ka Pu jumped out and stood upright, somewhat surprised, clenching his fist. No, but you old man are really a monster. Facing this ultimate pest, Shirjo Yuji was numb. She stood there dumbfounded, her eyes filled with shock. She knew there was a gap, but she never expected the numbers in the One Piece world to be so shocking. That strike, just now if placed in Jujutsu Kaisen, would have been enough to instantly kill the four disasters. The old man's stats. Even if Sukuna came, he would have to learn the Gojo family's ultimate secret technique, blood escape, on the spot. What's wrong? Little girl finally stopped running. Ka Pu released the strange whip, looking with interest at the snake-like thing that hurriedly crawled back to the girl's side. Shirjo Yuji stroked the Huang Lun that climbed back onto her body, gradually calming down. Since she couldn't win, being angry wasn't her style. She looked at Ka Pu's black hair, roughly estimating the current timeline. Roger probably hasn't become the Pirate King, yet otherwise this guy would be squatting in the East Blue all day. So now should be the era of great chaos. She didn't know if the God Valley battle had happened yet. But it didn't matter, joining the Marines was acceptable. Following this old man, now at least her life was safe. When she encountered something unpleasant, she could either run away or reform. But for now, Shirjo Yuji wanted to satisfy her strongest curiosity. This involved one of the ultimate secrets of the One Piece world. Why have you been staring at me? Is there something on my face? Ka Pu felt a bit creeped out, rubbing the back of his head. Taking this opportunity, the Marine soldiers on the ship also ran over, panting. Hey Ka Pu. Shirjo Yuji suddenly brushed her hair back from her forehead. Sunlight pierced through the clouds torn by the battle, shining down on her heroic face, stained with blood and scratches, and her bronze gold eyes sparkled in the sun. Such a heroic and handsome figure made many Marines' eyes turn into hearts. This woman is damn beautiful. What is it, little girl? Have you thought it through? Ka Pu frowned slightly, rubbing his chin. He felt it was getting more and more hairy. Was it his imagination? He felt something bad was about to happen. I can join the Marines, but before that you have to answer one question. Oh, ask away. Shirjo Yuji looked straight at Ka Pu. Ka Pu, what type of woman do you like? Ka Pu's smile froze instantly on his face. Bo Jiada's cigarette dropped with a soft thud to the ground, and the surrounding Marine soldiers halted in unison, their gazes all converging on Vice Admiral Ka Pu. What kind of woman does this legendary hero of the seas truly favor? So curious, so curious, so curious. Even if I get beaten to death by the love fist afterward, it would be worth the price of admission. All eyes were fixed upon Ka Pu, the legendary Marine. At the same time, on an island tens of thousands of miles away. Call. Mo Air Gang C, who had been slouching over his desk worrying about the lack of big news lately, abruptly straightened up, his movement so violent that it overturned the desk piled high with tip-off papers. Papers flew through the air, yet they could not conceal the extreme shock in his eyes. Nah, Nanny, this aura. Mo Air Gang C stepped onto the desk, his bird head rotating incessantly as he explored, his gaze utterly ravenous. Boss, what's happening? A newspaper staff member beside him looked worriedly at his leader. Mo Air Gang C suddenly stopped spinning, his head locked onto a direction, precisely toward the Grand Line. No mistake. This spine-tingling sensation. I can smell the scent of top-tier entertainment news. He paused for a moment, staring at the direction he had indicated. Oh my, this direction, could it be? Casually taking a newspaper handed by an albatross, he said excitedly. Luo Jien no Ka Pu. Could these two be about to start their fight early again? Send a batch of albatrosses over there. I want absolute first-hand intelligence. Under Mo Air Gang C's command, flocks of albatrosses flew out from their hideout, charging into the clouds. After doing this, he adjusted his beret and took a deep breath. Boss, are you sure? The number of albatrosses has been a bit insufficient these days. An employee questioned with doubt. Yakama, sure. If I can't even make a decision like this, how can I be the president of this World Economic Journal? Mo Air Gang C's wings swung sharply, a few feathers falling off before he calmed down. What a pity. Although I'm very interested in that inexplicable news, there are more important matters to handle at the moment, Yahi. He laughed as he pulled out a second newspaper. Beehive Island, the pirates' treasure stolen. He caressed the newspaper as if it were gold, this paper that had been reported for over half a month. These days have been a bit too peaceful. This sea cannot allow such silence. That woman Xiachi right. If the intelligence brought back by the albatrosses is true. Mo Air Gang C's expression began to surge with excitement. Then it will be I, the News King, Mo Air Gang C, who will personally ignite an all-out war. The opportunity for our World Economic Journal to make a name for itself along with the startup funds is coming. Boss, how long will this investigation take? A nearby employee asked. 3 years, maybe 1 year, who cares? Explosive news like fine wine needs time to mature. Mo Air Gang, C flapped his wings and shouted. Lad set off. The airship head to God Valley. Dig up every truth that can be unearthed. Ka-ba-ba-ba. On another isolated island. Wah. What did you say? Kapu blinked, thinking he had misheard. I'm asking you. Joshujo Yuji planted her hands on her hips, her voice loud and crisp. What type of woman do you like? The entire island fell into boundless silence. The scene which moments ago had been earth-shattering with fists and blows was now so quiet that the distant sound of waves crashing against rocks could be heard. A seabird flew overhead, cried twice, and perhaps sensing the eerie atmosphere flapped its wings and sped away. Kapu maintained his pose of rubbing his chin, frozen for a full 3 seconds before throwing his head back in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Gahaha. You little brat, what kind of nonsense question is that? He laughed so hard he slapped his thighs, shaking the ground beneath him and causing dust to crumble. Hey Kapu, if you don't answer, I'm leaving. Joshujo Yuji's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Bojata silently bent down, picked up his cigarette, and relit it. Alright, this old man. Kapu scratched his head, looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, then off into the distant sea, and suddenly fell into a daze. This old man. Joshujo Yuji squinted, watching the nearly forming snot bubble at Kapu's nose, and recalled her days browsing the forum. In the world of the Pirate King, the plots she had read, the analyses she had seen, the forum posts she had scrolled through. One question had always puzzled everyone. Were these people who only liked to punch things all asexually reproducing? Monkey D. Kapu, the marine hero, the pinnacle of combat power, the father who raised both the Pirate King and the Revolutionary Army leader. Who was his wife? Who were Lu Fei's grandmother and mother? This was the ultimate puzzle that had driven countless One Piece fans crazy. Oda never drew it, SBS never answered it, and the homework book never replied. Today Joshujo Yuji would put an end to it all. With that thought, she picked up a handful of stones and threw them at Kapu's face. Don't fall asleep, you bastard. With a pop, the snot bubble burst, shattering both Kapu's drowsiness and the bubble. Nanny, is it morning? Kapu jolted awake, looked around, and when he saw Joshujo Yuji, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Kapu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of man. Joshujo Yuji laughed aloud, carrying a certain unique aura. My name is Joshujo Yuji. I like people with strong, handsome features, someone pathologically obsessed with a certain aspect, preferably with a dash of dry humor and long legs. As soon as Joshujo Yuji finished speaking, the Marines exchanged glances, finding no one fitting the description, and lowered their heads in disappointment. Your turn, Kapu. Kapu asked with a grimace. Can't we change the subject? I'm an old man, can't think of anything off the top of my head. Is the justice in your heart only this much? Joshujo Yuji patted her full chest and scolded. Nah, Nanny. What does this have to do with justice? Kapu involuntarily stepped back half a pace. A promising recruit for the Marines like me is right in front of you, and you want to escape. Kapu, is your resolve truly this low? Damn, old man, he had just beaten her so hard, and now he wanted to dodge the topic. How could she allow that? Kapu was stumped. What the little girl said seemed to make some sense. So troublesome. Usually falling asleep worked well against Jangwa. While Kapu was still pondering this question, Vice Admiral Kapu, a young, clueless Marine, suddenly raised his hand, eyes gleaming. I want to hear too. Shut up. This old man is thinking. Kapu swung a fist, the wind of the punch grazing the young man's scalp and shattering the boulder behind him. The Marine froze on the spot, his soul drifting out of his mouth. A few minutes later, Kapu took a light breath. You're really putting me on the spot. If I have to say it, this old man likes. First, describe the appearance. Joshujo Yuji suddenly interjected. She didn't want to hear any bullshit about strength or cheerful personality. Kid, you should have said that earlier. This old man likes women with a big head, big bust, and big, but who drink boisterously. Since he was saying it, not shouting it out boldly wouldn't be Monkey D. Kapu's style. Preferably the kind that won't be knocked down by my fists and can spar with me. Someone with a bold personality, not shy, who can laugh loudly and cry loudly. Someone decisive, not dragging things out, and preferably can go fight pirates with me. Kapu thought for a moment. Oh, and definitely not the kind who likes plotting and scheming or getting involved in power. This old man is done. Time to join the Marines, kid. Joshujo Yuji laughed heartily. Kapu, hold out your hand. Kapu, somewhat bewildered, extended his big hand, and Joshujo Yuji walked over and gave him a crisp high five. Slap. Yay, your taste in women is approved, Kapu. Of course, she kept half a sentence to herself. Isn't this just a gender-swapped Luogia? Marine babe Luogia-chan. Thinking of this, Joshujo Yuji curled the corner of her mouth in a mischievous grin. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud. Fistbones hurt. Weird little kid. Hurry up and pack your things. Once I've collected supplies, we'll set off. Roger, Roger. Joshujo Yuji waved her hand, walked to the front of the Marines, and gestured grandly. What about you Marines? Kapu has led the way. It's your turn to confess. What kind of women do you like? If you can't even loudly declare what kind of woman you like, that's true weakness. Provoked by Jyoshirgyo Yuji, a striking beauty with an imposing aura, and with Vice Admiral Kapu setting the example, these young Marines couldn't hold back any longer and shouted out loudly. I like women with big boobs. I like mature women. I like exotic dark-skinned dancers with long legs who don't wear panties. I like mermaid lolas. I like long-haired married women. I like the big sister type, tall big speaks slowly gentle and soft a bit spacey, but comforts me and hugs me when I'm sad. I like someone like Miss Jyoshirgyo. Jyoshirgyo Yuji stood with one hand on her hip looking at them with a gratified expression. As expected of Kapu's men. You've got a bright future, you lot. Miss Jyoshirgyo. At these words the crowd below cheered as if they had received some great recognition, inexplicably forming a harmonious group. But suddenly a discordant voice rang out. I like cuckolds. Ugh. Before the Marine brother who liked cuckolds could finish his sentence, Jyoshirgyo Yuji kicked him to the ground. Holy shit, cuckolds, holy shit, beat him. We've got a traitor among us. Who's the traitor? Guy among us. Some things are fine to talk about, but others are absolutely off limits. That guy who liked cuckolds was beaten to his knees holding his head, but even so he erupted with absolute willpower and shouted loudly. Miss Jyoshirgyo, you said it yourself. If you can't even say what woman you like, that's weakness. Even if you beat me to death today, I still like cuckolds. I'm out, Guy Lun, we're no longer brothers. The other Marines kicked faster and faster. Good, you've got guts. Jyoshirgyo wiped the sweat from her cheek and commanded. Everyone execute the punishment of tree crotch collision. Ooh. At these words the Marines shouted in unison, then grabbed that cuckold enthusiast, lifted him like a New Year's pig, spread his legs to 120 degrees, and charged like a battering ram toward a tree trunk neither too thick nor too thin, about the size of a bowl. Charge. That Marine, seeing the tree trunk approaching, wore an expression of facing death. But just before the impending collision, Jyoshirgyo Yuji raised her hand, stopping the assault. Miss Jyoshirgyo. The Marines looked at her one after another. Put him down. Guy Lun tumbled to the ground, and Jyoshirgyo Yuji walked over, bent down, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Guy Lun looked up to see only a pair of surging enormous evils, and those captivating bronze-gold eyes. Gulp. He couldn't help swallowing. Guy Lun, taste in women is free, but the premise of freedom is not harming others' interests. Jyoshirgyo Yuji's voice had a peculiar magnetism at that moment. I understand, Miss Jyoshirgyo. Guy Lun stared into Jyoshirgyo's eyes, feeling his mouth suddenly dry. It might be hard to change overnight, but perhaps a perspective could save you. Jyoshirgyo Yuji tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting his directly. Think carefully. What is the cuckold most eager to do? It's to humiliate another man. Women are merely tools for the cuckold to shame other men. So the essence of cuckoldry is homosexuality. This kind of rhetoric was far too ahead of its time for the world of pirates. Guy Lun was thunderstruck, feeling as if his brain had been struck by lightning 18 times in a row. He lowered his head in a daze. I like men. No, that's not right. I like women. No. He fell into painful self-doubt, shaking his head wildly. Don't struggle so much, Guy Lun. Jyoshirgyo Yuji's voice suddenly turned low. Guy Lun felt the hand on his shoulder tighten abruptly, a terrifying pressure that made it ache. He looked up and saw Jyoshirgyo Yuji tilting her head like a female ghost with disheveled hair, silently staring at him from the side eerily. Wah! He was startled, but the hand still firmly pressed his shoulders. If you really indulge your taste and destroy other people's families, becoming a malicious cuckold, or if you see a cuckold ruining someone's reputation and stand by idly. Jyoshirgyo Yuji's voice suddenly turned sharp and cold. I will make you personally experience a death 10,000 times more terrifying than the 18th level of hell. After saying this, the terrifying aura around Jyoshirgyo Yuji abruptly relaxed, instantly returning to her sunny, gallant demeanor, and she cheerfully turned and walked toward her original ruined dwelling. And Guy Lun, after being intimidated like this, a faint blush appeared on his face. He decided not to like cuckolds anymore. He would become Miss Jyoshirgyo's dog. Gulp. Jade swallowed softly, intimidated by Jyoshirgyo Yuji's aura, and stepped aside slightly to make way. This little girl is extraordinary. Then he watched as Jyoshirgyo Yuji disappeared from view in a few big leaps. Vice Admiral Kapu, are you just letting her run off like that? Jade asked. Don't worry, she'll be back. This island is only so big. If she doesn't come back, this old man will punch through the island. Kapu laughed heartily. You really do appreciate this new recruit. Jade also smiled, a rare sight. With such a lively character around, the voyage on the Great Sea should become more interesting. Thinking of this, he looked at the wrecks of several pirate ships on the shore which had already appeared before they arrived. Well. When it comes to packing, I don't seem to have much to bring. Yuki Tsukumo lay sprawled across the rough wooden planks of the treehouse, her back pressed against the sun-warmed grain. Slivers of golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the broad leaves, casting dappled patterns that flickered across her eyelids. She lazily squinted, one hand cushioning her head, while the other unconsciously twirled a strand of her cascading golden hair. The sea breeze, thick with salt and the scent of vegetation, crept through the gaps in the treehouse, gently swaying the hem of her black tank top. That half-day earlier had been pure chaos. If she hadn't spent the past month relentlessly training her reverse curse technique, that old man would have probably ripped her arm clean off. There's still time. I'll just close my eyes for a bit. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, Yuki Tsukumo's mind involuntarily replayed the past month of her castaway survival. I've been transported to another world. The first sensations were the dull ache of jagged rocks digging into her back and the cold, salty wetness of seawater seeping over her collar. Yuki Tsukumo snapped her eyes open. What greeted her wasn't the familiar gaming chair from countless late nights, but a sky so blue it was blinding and waves crashing against the rocks. She stared blankly at her own hand. It was slender, fair-skinned, with well-defined knuckles and nail beds tinged with a healthy pink. She couldn't help but reach up and pinch her own cheek. Her fingertips brushed against her face, the soft, springy texture transmitting through her skin. It was smooth, devoid of stubble, as sleek as a peeled egg. Holy crap, I've turned into a woman. The moment that thought surfaced, Yuki Tsukumo recalled the memories of her final night. A month ago, she had been an ordinary, ambitious young man grinding away at games and spouting trash talk in his sprawling 800-square-meter villa. She remembered the latest One Piece spoilers had just dropped. The forums were in an uproar, and she was cursing, "Oda, you hack, you've run out of ideas," while chugging soda, pulling an all-nighter until 4 a.m. It was like I just closed my eyes. And when I opened them again, I was lying on these rocks on this deserted island. Yuki Tsukumo let out a sigh. Late nights really do a number on you. Luckily, in her original life, she was just an ordinary person with no family, only a few tens of millions in property. Dying wouldn't have caused anyone any trouble. She glanced down at the tight black athletic tank top stretched across her torso and the pair of overly exaggerated assets below her line of sight. Oh damn, let me just check again. After a moment, Yuki Tsukumo wiped the sweat from her brow, walked over to the riverbank to take a look, and nodded in satisfaction. In the river's reflection, a woman with disheveled blonde hair cascading over her shoulders stared back. Her eyes slanted upwards with a nonchalant allure, her features breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, she was now a stunningly beautiful woman. But this face, could it be that person who shared her name? Yuki Tsukumo from Jujutsu Kaisen. Then this must be the world of One Piece, right? She looked around, seeing nothing but forest and water. A classic deserted island start. My technique and Garuda, I've brought them all with me. She had been worried she wouldn't be able to use cursed energy, but to her surprise, the moment she focused her mind, she felt a strange power flowing smoothly through her body. With a casual flick of her wrist, the centipede-like insect whip materialized in her hand out of thin air. Subarashi. Yuki Tsukumo nodded in approval. After some initial practice, she felt like a newbie suddenly handed a max-level account. All the skills were there, but she couldn't execute them smoothly. Normally, the smart move would be to stay on the island, train until she was proficient, and then venture out. But a sly smirk curled on Yuki Tsukumo's lips. That's the mindset of a coward. I'm sailing out right now. Yuki Tsukumo's wondrous pirate tale starts today. That afternoon. Land. I see land. I'm saved. Gurgle. Soaked to the bone and ravenous with hunger, Yuki Tsukumo crawled back onto the sandy beach of this island like a refugee. She collapsed onto the warm sand in a spread eagle, feeling the scorching sun. She had never felt so relieved to be sunbathing. Damn it. Was crossing the sea with just a wooden log too much to ask? Forget the grand start, forget being awesome. Time to train first and build a boat while I'm at it. I really underestimated this ocean back then. That afternoon, I nearly froze to death, really humbled me real quick. Coming back to the present, Yuki Tsukumo, still half asleep, couldn't help but chuckle. The silver bell-like laughter akin to a bird's song echoed within the tree hollow. And so for an entire month, she grinded for levels on this nameless island. Each day was spent either practicing her techniques or using Garuda like a lawnmower to clear the island of its giant creatures. But her physical body was still pretty fragile. Without her reverse curse technique, getting rammed by a boar the size of a building would break several of her bones. Thankfully, crossing worlds seemed to have unlocked some genetic limits. Eating the meat of sea kings daily, she could clearly feel her muscle fibers growing denser, her bones hardening, her physique steadily evolving towards that of a native pirate. As for turning into a woman, seriously, so what? Why would anyone come to this world to worry about that instead of throwing punches? If she had been transported to the Jujutsu world, she'd have hidden in the bushes and let that bastard Sukuna kill Gojo, and then she'd have let the King of Curses have it. She would have just lurked in the grass waiting for Sukuna to finish off Gojo, waiting for the King of Curses to gasp out those words. How impressive. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life. At that exact moment, she'd have struck, bursting forth with a surge of cursed energy, kicking up dust and laughing maniacally. Sukuna, I can't believe you actually pushed me this far. Yuki Tsukumo, the battle-worn Sukuna, snapped, his eyes open, shock plastered across all four of his faces. This crazy woman who appeared from nowhere radiated a danger that made his back crawl. The great king of curses is nothing but a mere female in my eyes. You arrogant madwoman. Sukuna broke out in a cold sweat, his cursed energy churning uncontrollably. This was hardly the ideal state to be in. Crazy. Haha, is that so? Maybe I am. Yuki Tsukumo laughed wildly, spreading her arms wide as her golden hair whipped in the wind. Since you want to use your 1,000-year curse to devour everything, then I shall use my very life to pave this path to your doom. So come. She suddenly lowered her stance, and the cursed energy around her began to collapse violently. Even the light seemed to be sucked in. I will forsake all the glory of my special grade Jujutsu sorcerer status, forsake my technique Star Rage that carries my being, forsake my prized reverse cursed technique and cursed energy manipulation precision, forsake my battle-hardened physical body and combat instincts, forsake this radiant body that has walked the world for over 2 decades, forsake all the experiences and knowledge gained from my travels abroad, forsake all the bonds and karma etched into the world of curses, forsake all memories and traces of my existence as Yuki Tsukumo, forsake my ultimate adherence to free will, forsake all the moments of brilliance and schemes I have shown you, forsake my soul's imprint and all proofs of existence, forsake the last shred of warmth and hope I held for this rotten jujutsu world, forsake my entire moral compass, forsake all my hopes and possibilities for the future, my existential concept, my causal connections, my temporal anchors. Upon enduring the release of Star Rage at its maximum criticality, absolute mass collapse for 15 seconds, my entire cursed energy circuit network will overload and burn out. My flesh and bones will be crushed by my own mass. Under supergravity amplification, every inch of my body will irreversibly collapse, and cave in my soul core will be torn apart by the mass singularity. All my cursed energy cores will be depleted and shattered. My regenerative cells will necrotize from within. My epidermis will be torn off by gravity. My blood will reverse flow and evaporate. My soul fragments will be ground to dust by the black hole. All my technique abilities will be permanently nullified after burning at their limit. My regenerative abilities will be permanently stripped. My sensory perception will be reduced to absolute zero. The pain receptors across my entire body will be amplified billions of times over by gravitational pressure, and my physical form and soul will be simultaneously pulverized. As soon as I open my eyes in the morning, I will be forced to see the phantoms of the billions of souls I have abandoned, ignored, and that you Sukuna have slaughtered converging upon me, impossible to dispel. When I sleep at night, I will be haunted by nightmares of my own collapse, and the wails of countless wronged spirits never finding rest. When I am awake, I will be eternally eroded by the boundless sin and despair of annihilation brought on by this fractured karma. My soul will be torn into billions of pieces, never to heal, never to dissipate, never to find peace, forever suffering the backlash of Star Rage at its limit and the agonizing rift of spatial collapse. I will be utterly rejected by the laws of the Jujutsu world, unable to touch any cursed energy, unable to breed any curse, unable to be perceived by any living being, unable to be remembered by any existence, my existence reduced to absolute zero, and all remnants of my soul's conviction completely dispersed. At the same time, I forsake my commercial value as the character Yuki Tsukumo in the real world, my IP derivative value, merchandise sales value, merchandise money-grabbing value, anime and manga popularity, global popularity rankings, character earning power, topicality, trending search traffic, fan creation value, character, voting rankings, fan base monetization value, copyright revenue, character commercial, endorsement value, work popularity boost, all off-screen influence, and all character benefits in the real world. Even if everything about me is to return to nothingness, I shall offer the greatest of praises. Target lock, absolute guaranteed hit on Sukuna alone. Ignoring all defenses, evasions, clones, revivals, concept rewrites, and causal level interception locks. Coverage spans all of Sukuna's existence, all timelines, all parallel selves, all soul dimensions, with no blind spots. All who know of you and all the author's memories of you shall also be affected by this strike. No prerequisites, zero cast time, instant release of Star Rage, black hole, singularity descent. Gravity compression, mass collapse, reality overwrite, efficiency maxed out, infinitely, no loss or lag, with power directly breaking through conventional physical limits in its eruption. Thoroughly erase you the source of all evil, any possibility of your existence in the past, present, future, and all causal anchors. Thinking time 0. 5 seconds. Sukuna felt the erasure coming from causality itself. The muscles on his half-destroyed face contorted in fury, his scarlet eyes bulging wide. I never thought you'd take it this far, Yuki Tsukumo. Sukuna began to initiate his own counter-sacrifice. No way, the great king of curses was not going to die like this. I will sacrifice my... Sukuna's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The counter-sacrifice failed. You've already been out-debited by me, Sukuna. Yuki Tsukumo watched Sukuna, a wicked smile playing on her lips. She then transformed into a black hole, savoring the spectacle of Sukuna's infuriated, desperate final moments. No, Sukuna must be defeated by me. And there was also Lu Ziyun charging over from the side, about to be burdened with eternal regret, a delightful bonus dessert. She turned to Ash without a trace of regret. Huh. Damn, that felt so good, so good. Can I actually get transported there for real and pull that off? Yuki Tsukumo laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, her voluptuous chest heaving with each chuckle and her long fair legs kicking aimlessly in the air. Wait. Laughing, Yuki Tsukumo suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her own arm. Can I use the debit system in the One Piece world? No time like the present. Yuki Tsukumo gathered cursed energy at her fingertip, and with a thought, I sacrifice my ability to breathe for the next 10 seconds in exchange for a 3-second boost to my healing capabilities. Rip. She lightly dragged her nail across her forearm, creating a thin cut. Before a single drop of blood could well up, the wound closed and healed at a visible rate, leaving not even a faint white scar behind. Seems like there was a slight enhancement. Debits shouldn't be used carelessly. Since it works, I'll keep it as a trump card. Then she turned over, finding a comfortable position in the treehouse. I really need to learn Haki. I'll train my defense along with it. Later on I'll use Black Hole Elbow on Emo. Thinking about the question she had asked Garp on the island today, she kicked her legs excitedly in the treehouse, a goofy grin spreading across her face. Just as she was about to close her eyes and officially start her afternoon nap, Bogart's calm voice drifted up from below the treehouse. Miss Tsukumo, Vice Admiral Garp asked me to inform you that the supplies are loaded. We set sail in half an hour. I got it. Yuki Tsukumo flipped down from the treehouse in one fluid agile motion. One hand slid into her jeans pocket, the other tidied her wind-tousled golden hair. Feeling the power and flexibility of this body, she took a deep breath of the salty air. The sea breeze, thick with the scent of brine, swept over her, making her clothes flutter. The Grand Line, the Marines, and all those colorful monsters out there. She gazed at the dog-headed marine battleship anchored in the distance, a confident smile curving at the corner of her lips. Since I'm already here, let this special-grade Jujutsu sorcerer stir up this ocean. Oh right, Lieutenant Bogart, is there any meat on the battleship? Yes. What would you like? Anything with seasoning will do. 3 more days passed. Though the ocean scenery repeated day after day and had grown somewhat tiresome, Jyoshirjo Yuji's days were far from dull. That day she sat on the deck fishing, then suddenly spun around. Shaved. Her figure vanished, instantly reappearing behind Kapu, who had intended to ambush her, and she swung a punch. Surrender, Kapu. Call me master, you brat. Kapu laughed, sidestepping her sneak attack, and just before she could shatter the ship, he struck her shoulder with an iron fist. Boom. The force of that punch was far more terrifying than imagined. Before Jyoshirjo Yuji could even roll on the deck to dissipate the impact, she was sent flying straight off the gunwale. She traced a golden parabola through the air and plunged into the seawater with a splash. The core of Shave lies in instantly applying explosive force to the legs beyond the body's limits, then moving at high speed using the recoil. You've already mastered this move pretty well, brat. Kapu stepped forward, flash stepping to the top of the mast, as if teleporting, gazing down at the sea with a smile. Grinning and rubbing her head, Jyoshirjo Yuji was just about to feel pleased when she heard, "Now start learning Moonstep. If you don't succeed, you'll keep swimming in the sea. You old geezer." Enraged at those words, she flung a water bullet upward. Kapu dodged it with a laugh, and the water splashed all over the nearby Bojiate's face. Kapu dodged left and right, occasionally knocking back the water bullets Jyoshirjo Yuji threw at him in bizarre ways with his fists, which were bigger than sandbags. In the end, it was Jyoshirjo Yuji and Bojiate who ended up drenched. Bojiate, all he had done was silently follow Vice Admiral Kapu as a mysterious sheathed blade wielder. Seeing that protest was futile, Jyoshirjo Yuji settled down and began to cultivate Moonstep. She stroked her chin. This energy operation mode of instant high burst bore a surprising resemblance to the principle of sorcerers instantly condensing cursed energy into their hands and feet. In other words, perhaps in this world, as her mastery over her body gradually increased, she might also master the freely controllable Black Flash. At that moment, the heavenly Emperor of the 9 and 90 would reign supreme over the world. With motivation, she became intensely focused. She swiftly channeled the cursed energy within her, and the muscle tension along Kapu's described direction, abruptly pouring it into the soles of her feet. Boom! A huge waterspout burst on the sea surface. Jyoshirjo Yuji leaped 5 meters into the air, then shot forward 3 meters, but on the third step, she lost control and fell back into the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Spitting out the salty seawater, Jyoshirjo Yuji reflected, if it were just cursed energy, she had almost succeeded. The problem was that her body hadn't kept up. She should now control it, reducing the distance of each leap, and then. On the deck, Kapu and Bojiate leaned side by side against the railing, watching the girl treading water in the sea while lost in thought. Even after hitting the sea, she's still so vigorous. So she really isn't a devil fruit user. That ability of hers. What a miraculous girl. Bojiate wiped his sword and sighed, looking at Kapu. Vice Admiral Kapu, this is the first time I've seen a rookie with such terrifying potential. In less than half a day, she's almost perfectly mastered Shave. With her ability and some practice in Haki, she might one day be no worse than Kuzan Sakaski and Borisolinuo. Haha, this old man's eye for talent has always been sharp. With that brat's personality, she might even awaken Conqueror's haki in the future. Kapu laughed, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. Suddenly a clear shout came from the sea. Moon step. Shirjo Yuji shouted, her legs suddenly exerting force, and she soared off the sea again. This time she successfully remained suspended in the air without sending up a splash. Old man Kapu, I succeeded. Shirjo Yuji's legs continuously kicked the air, standing still under the sun, her smile radiant. For a brat who gets cocky the moment she shows a bit of talent. Keep practicing so you don't screw up in battle. Kapu scolded with a laugh, but inwardly he was pleased. He was about to take out his treasured senbei and eat while watching, but his hand came up empty and he froze. What? Where is it? Where's my senbei? He frantically searched his uniform pockets. Then from above the girl's arrogant laughter rang out. Huh. Old geezer, your senbei has long been nimble-fingered by me, Shirjo Yuji. Laughing, Shirjo Yuji raised her hand high, holding the very collector's edition senbei. But soon her smile faltered, and she almost lost her moon step rhythm. Mister Kapu, why are you moving a crate of cannonballs over here? Clang. The heavy ammunition box slammed onto the deck. Kapu casually grabbed a huge solid steel ball weighted in his hand, looked up at the sky, and smiled. Don't worry, dear disciple. A rough diamond like you who can master shave and moon step in a single day needs special teaching methods. Learning one technique a day is a waste of your talent. I think while learning moon step you might as well pick up observation haki and armament haki at the same time. Next I'll attack you with these cannonballs. All you need to do is simply block or dodge them. Kapu showed a kind smile. Mister Kapu, actually my talent isn't as high as you think. Are you really willing to be so rough with a weak girl like me? Cold sweat trickling down, Shirjo Yuji tried to sweeten her voice, hoping to win Kapu over with her charm. Look, these senbei packs are still sealed. They can be eaten once we get ashore. Suddenly a huge wave struck, knocking Shirjo Yuji into the sea. Her hair and clothes, which had been somewhat dry, were soaked again, and the senbei bag broke. Round crackers scattered like flowers across the sea, attracting many small fish that instantly devoured them. The scene was momentarily silent. Listen carefully, moon step is. Kapu finished explaining the training method for moon step, then stopped holding the steel ball and assuming a stance. Mister Kapu, why did you suddenly start explaining? I already know this. Shirjo Yuji floated on the sea, her eyelids twitching as she sensed something ominous. Observation haki is. Master. Shirjo Yuji smelled an extremely bad aura of death. She paddled away while making a final desperate attempt. Can we make peace? I'm willing to compensate you with 10 packs of senbei. Really? 10 packs? Let's change the training method, okay? I can do laundry too. Her voice faded in the sea breeze. Because Kapu's right arm holding the steel ball bulged with muscles and veins like green snakes popped out, crawling up his thick forearm. Armament haki is. After finishing the last sentence, Kapu looked up at her, revealing a row of white teeth. Shirjo Yuji gave up, completely turned around, and swam desperately into the distance, her long legs churning rapidly beneath the surface. You violent old man. Abusing your power. You gorilla. Fist-bone meteor shower. Kapu grinned, and his arms swung out fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. Countless solid cannonballs were hurled by Kapu, raining down like a meteor shower onto the sea. Geysers of water erupted across the surface. Shirjo Yuji frantically stepped moon step, fleeing in a mess between the sea and the sky. But the iron balls carried immense force. Even a graze left red swollen bruises on her body. Damn, endure it. This beating can't be for nothing. She gritted her teeth, feeling every jolt of pain explode within her body. In the moment of impact, the agony sharpened her focus, and a primal instinct buried deep within her being began to awaken. No good, I keep instinctively opening my eyes. This isn't fit for a special grade. Yuki Tsukumo suddenly reached out, and with a sharp tear ripped apart the tattered black tank top, covering her upper body. The fabric tore asunder, revealing a broad expanse of snow-white waist and a firm, flat abdomen. She tore off a strip of cloth, and without a moment's hesitation bound it tightly over her eyes. Then with a light tap of her toe, she landed on a piece of driftwood bobbing on the sea's surface, desperately evading the hail of iron cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. These meteor-like cannonballs rained down upon her relentlessly. Had it not been for her special-grade physique, she would have been blown to pieces long ago. Damn it, that old geezer isn't holding back at all. With her eyes shut tight, she relied purely on her body's honed muscle memory, dodging blindly through the onslaught. After enduring another hour of this brutal barrage, Yuki Tsukumo suddenly began to anticipate the attacks. The frequency of impacts decreased. She was starting to grasp the underlying principle. Physical pain tempers one's resolve, and unknown danger sharpens the senses. Whoosh! Suddenly a heavy shell slammed into her face at immense speed, producing a dull, resounding thud. Yuki Tsukumo remained silent, her head bleeding. Using the momentum of the impact, she spun gracefully in the air to dissipate the force, weaving through the other cannonballs like a dancer. Impressive spirit. Facing a challenge, her first thought is to overcome it. This kid is truly endearing in every way except for her mouth. Garp couldn't help but admire her actions, and he subtly adjusted the angle of his next thrown cannonball, careful not to destroy the last remaining piece of driftwood. Moreover, with his keen discerning eyes, he could already tell that this little brat was beginning to dodge the shells preemptively, and her physical resilience seemed to have increased. As her master, he couldn't afford to fall behind. Why did you stop? Standing barefoot on the wooden spar, Yuki Tsukumo tilted her head slightly, curiously turning an ear towards the warship. Her long golden hair swayed gently in the evening breeze. Fistbone Pegasus Meteor Fist. With Garp's thunderous roar, the very air around them seemed to constrict. In Yuki Tsukumo's blurred perception, a barrage of projectiles, far denser, faster, and several times more ferocious than anything before, came crashing towards her like a dam breaking loose. Holy crap! Several hours passed this way, the sun beginning to dip below the horizon. The sky blazed with orange-red sunset clouds, setting the entire sea ablaze. Golden-red waves rolled endlessly, and even the wind carried the warmth of the dying sun. Yuki Tsukumo gasped for air, her body covered in bruises and bloodstains, yet her movements remained astonishingly swift, showing no signs of exhaustion, as if she possessed an inexhaustible well of energy. The driftwood beneath her feet had been shattered. She was now relying entirely on skywalk to stay afloat, and the seawater around her feet was stained red with her blood. Vice Admiral Garp, isn't this a bit too cruel? She only joined 3 days ago. His adjutant Bogart felt a pang of sympathy. Even the training in the so-called dark recesses of CP9 wasn't this brutally violent. Bogart, haven't you noticed? Most of that blood has already dried. This kid hasn't taken a hit in over 10 minutes. Garp chuckled. Masaka, you mean? Bogart's eyes widened. This little monster has nearly grasped the basics of both observation and armament hockey in just half a day. Garp flexed his wrists, his knuckles cracking. Well, it's about time to wrap this up and test today's training results. After Garp spoke, he waited 3 minutes. Then with renewed force, he hurled 5 iron cannonballs at Yuki Tsukumo, who stood on the water at 1 to 3 second intervals. This time the cannonballs broke the sound barrier. They streaked through the twilight sky, trailing white shockwaves, carrying several times the terrifying kinetic energy of any before hurtling straight for Yuki Tsukumo's face. Swoosh! The sound of tearing air pierced the evening's stillness. On the sea, the last rays of sunset bathed her golden hair. The cloth binding her eyes was thoroughly soaked with blood. Yuki Tsukumo stood silently on the water's surface barefoot. When no cannonballs were incoming, she remained perfectly still, like a statue in deep meditation. Suddenly, she turned her head precisely facing the direction from which the shells were coming. A smile curled beneath the cloth covering her eyes. With one arm held behind her back, Yuki Tsukumo swiftly raised the other in front of her. Upon her slender palm, a deep, lustrous black sheen had materialized. Clang! The first steel shell collided with her palm, producing a sharp metallic ring. The cannonball was deflected to the side, crashing into the sea and sending up a towering plume of water that drenched her completely. Not so painful anymore, you old geezer. A grin spread beneath the cloth on her face, her hand moving without pause. Clang! 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 The remaining 4 shells were flawlessly deflected as well. Then Yuki Tsukumo ripped off the blood-caked blindfold and laughed triumphantly. I did it. Well done. In just half a day, Yuki, you're amazing. Garp laughed heartily, both hands gripping the ship's railing. Can't let Zephyr see this, or that stick in the mud will try to steal my student. But don't get cocky, you still have a lot to learn. You old geezer, what you should be doing right now is praising me more. Yuki Tsukumo shot back with a laugh, but as the words left her mouth, a wave of exhaustion hit her. Her legs gave way and she tumbled headfirst into the sea with a splash. As if I would. Garp flash stepped onto the water, grabbed Yuki Tsukumo by the scruff of her neck, and hauled her back onto the Doghead warship. Still with us, kid? Get 2 medics over here. Garp looked down at the collapsed Yuki Tsukumo. A single hand shot up, forming a V sign. No doctors needed. Yuki Tsukumo slowly pushed herself up using the deck railing, closed her eyes, and activated her reverse curse technique. Warm, soothing, cursed energy flowed through her meridians. Bruises faded visibly and fractures and wounds knitted together at an astonishing speed. Moments later, aside from her tattered, blood-stained clothes and a throbbing headache, Yuki Tsukumo was completely revived. Whoa! Yuki, that trick of yours is even more efficient than the life return technique. Can it be taught? Garp, having discerned the nature of her ability, couldn't help but be impressed. So this was what she used to fight me on that island, huh? What a mysterious girl. Could she be some runaway princess from Wano? Oh, whatever. Once she's on this Doghead warship, she's Garp's soldier. Can't be taught. This is my unique secret art. No one else in this world could ever learn it. Yuki Tsukumo said with a faint smile. She leaned against the wall and dozed off for a moment, then opened her eyes and made a weak request. I need food, clean clothes, and hot water for a bath. Bogart immediately ordered the provisions to be prepared. The chef's cooking will take a while. There are some emergency rations you can eat right away. No way. I want proper delicious food with flavor. Then figure it out yourself, girl. I'm heading to my office to make a call. Garp waved his hand and walked away. You old geezer. Yuki Tsukumo made an internationally recognized gesture of disrespect at his back. What's that gesture supposed to mean? Feels like you're cursing me. Garp asked without even turning his head. I'm praising you. Don't believe you. Oh well, Gahaha. Garp pulled out another pack of rice crackers from who knows where and munched on them as he strolled towards his office. Give me some too, you old geezer. No way. You threw away my crackers. Yuki Tsukumo watched the eccentric old man disappear into the ship's corridor speechless. Then crossing her arms, she turned and headed towards the bath. Her clothes had been torn to shreds by cannonballs and seawater. The pant legs were ripped up to her thighs, and her top had several gaping slashes barely covering her modesty. She walked barefoot across the deck, her slender waist and long straight legs mostly exposed. Her sea-damp skin gleamed with a porcelain sheen under the sunset. Her wet golden hair clung to her shoulder blades, and a few strands at her temples were crusted with dried blood. Combined with the lingering exhaustion on her face and a hint of languid allure in her eyes, she exuded a uniquely chaotic post-battle beauty. The young sailors on deck stared transfixed, their hearts pounding like drums. She was a true heartbreaker. As Yuki Tsukumo reached the bathhouse door and raised her hand to peel off her sticky top. Oh! The sudden eruption of cheers and whistles made Yuki Tsukumo freeze. She belatedly looked down at her current state of dress, and her eye twitched. Her pale alluring curves, her slim waistline, and those long shapely legs were exposed without reservation to the setting sun and the gaze of the crowd. I see how it is. Although her mind was purely that of a young man. Well, whatever. I'll just wear this to the bath. She shot them a withering glare, and much to the disappointment of the young sailors, Yuki Tsukumo lowered her top and quickly walked into the bathhouse. Young sailors, I hope you don't use me as material for your nighttime fantasies. I'd have nightmares. The water splashed down. Hot water cascaded from the top of her head, washing away the bloodstains and the salty seawater from her body. Yuji tilted her face up, eyes closed, savoring the sensation of the hot water flowing over every inch of her skin, dispelling the chill from the seawater. The hot water traced her golden hair, cheeks, and collarbone, flowing over the freshly healed skin that still bore a faint blush. The water carried away the blood and salt, and the warmth enveloped her weary muscles. Her body, tense all day, finally relaxed completely. Huh. She tilted her face up, letting the water stream beat against her cheeks, and let out a long, deep breath. Yar. That old man really hits hard. But I'm a genius too. I figured it out in half a day. Ooh. She lowered her head with a smile, poking at her springy thigh with her fingertip. The spot where the iron ball had struck her that afternoon, though healed by the reverse curse technique, still retained a phantom pain, causing her to let out a soft hiss. No wonder Gojo Satoru can be the strongest. He can be sliced and diced all over, including his Mo1, and not utter a single sound. Those netizens, when they first heard this intel, they packed up and fled overnight, not a single one reliable. She muttered to herself as she reached for the back of her neck. The thick golden hair flattened by the water, she gathered it to one side, letting the stream slide down her spine. But this has nothing to do with me anymore. The people of this pirate world are exceptionally martial. When will I get to follow Garp to the God Valley elbow competition? As she washed, she wiped a hand across the mirror's fog and leaned in slightly for a closer look. The mirror reflected a face so young and exquisite it seemed almost unreal. Her bronze gold eyes appeared exceptionally clear in the mist, with a slight upward tilt at the corners. Even without any expression, they carried a hint of defiance and playfulness. Unable to resist, she reached out and pinched her own cheek. Tisk, I'm really good looking. Then her gaze involuntarily drifted downward. In the hazy steam, the pale, slender body with its supple curves was plainly reflected in the mirror. She lifted her hand to weigh the two heavy mounds on her chest, finding no other words but a feast for the eyes to describe them. Gara. From the corridor outside the bathroom came the heavy footsteps of marine soldiers moving boxes, accompanied by the gentle rocking of the ship with the waves. Let's hurry up and wash. I'm starving to death. Yuji rubbed the soap, producing a pile of foam. She formed a circle with her fingers, blew a few bubbles, and then carefully spread the soapy liquid over her body. Humming a tune as she rubbed over her chest, a subtle tingling sensation shot up her spine. Yuji couldn't help but shiver, the tips of her ears slightly burning. Hiss! What a strange feeling, let me try again. A few minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open, bringing with it a puff of misty steam. A slightly flushed Yuji walked out barefoot, rubbing her damp golden hair with a towel. She had changed into a loose white shirt and cropped pants issued by the Marines, with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her pale, sturdy forearms. Having just taken a hot bath, her skin glowed with a healthy pink. Though there was slight fatigue under her eyes, she looked fresh and energetic. Before the Marine soldiers who happened to be patrolling there could admire her for a moment, they saw Yuji turn into a gust of wind and instantly dash into the mess hall. You're finally out, Miss Yuji. Any later, and I would have had to reheat the dishes. The short plump chef Uncle Doly chuckled warmly looking at Jujutsu Yuji, as if she were his own precious granddaughter. Before the lid was even lifted, a rich aroma of oil and black pepper spice rushed straight to her taste buds. So fragrant, Uncle Doly. What did you make today? Jujutsu Yuji asked excitedly. Uncle Doly didn't reply but proudly lifted the lid. A large piece of charred sizzling bone-in sea king steak, a steaming bowl of vegetable soup, and a whole freshly baked loaf of bread accompanied by a small dish of sea salt butter. It was specially ordered by Lieutenant Bogard. He said you worked hard today and need to eat more to replenish your strength. Uncle Doly handed her a fork with a smile. Eat up, it won't be good cold. I made plenty to ensure you're full. Jujutsu Yuji's eyes lit up. She sat down at the table, forked a piece of steak, and stuffed it into her mouth. The meat was tender and juicy. The charred, crispy skin carried a hint of spicy black pepper bursting with meat juice in her mouth. This was real food. She had had enough of plain grilled meat during those days on the island. Jujutsu Yuji wolfed down her food, completely disregarding her image. In less than 2 minutes, one steak was reduced to a clean bone, and the soup was drained. She ate like a madwoman for 10 plates, then finally slowed down. I'm alive. She collapsed into the chair with satisfaction, rubbing her full belly. So delicious, Uncle. Can you make this every day from now on? As long as you're on the ship as much as you want. The chef chuckled. I really appreciate you, Uncle. Jujutsu Yuji grinned, then walked out with a piece of bread in her mouth. Just as she was lazily chewing bread and enjoying the sea breeze, she suddenly heard a series of click-clack sounds from the adjacent cabin. That was Garp's captain's quarters. The door was not fully closed and his hearty voice came from inside. So Jujutsu Yuji swallowed the rest of the bread in one go and pricked up her ears to listen openly. Gahaha. Sengoku, let me tell you about this new disciple I took on. Don't fucking say it again, you bastard. You've said it over 10 times. A furious roar came from the Den Den Mushi. If you really took a good disciple, get your ass back here and throw them to headquarters for proper training. Don't spend all your time chasing Roger. Oh, was he praising me? Jujutsu Yuji raised an eyebrow and crept to the crack of the door, poking half her head in. Inside, Garp was facing away from the door, holding a black Den Den Mushi in one hand, while the other habitually brought rice crackers to his mouth. That won't do. I'll go catch Roger, and I'll also train my disciple. Sengoku, any news on Roger? You idiot. I'm fucking. The Den Den Mushi transmitted Sengoku's impotent rage and the sound of a table shattering. The face of the Den Den Mushi had completely transformed into an enraged Sengoku, as if it would leap up and bite off Garp's nose the next second. Garp completely ignored Sengoku's greetings and continued speaking to himself. What? What did you say? That direction? Which island? No idea. I'll forget it. I understand. I'll change course now and go intercept him directly. With a click, Garp hung up the phone. Then he turned his head and saw the wet golden head in the crack of the door. Eavesdropping is not a good habit, brat. I call this open listening, old man. Jujutsu Yuji pushed the door open and strutted in, plopping down onto the chair opposite him. Old man, what you were just talking about, is that Gold? Roger, the legendary pirate. Oh, a savage from a deserted island, and you're quite well informed. Garp put down the bag of rice crackers, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but soon returned to his carefree smile. Yeah, that bastard. Headquarters received news that some albatross took a photo. Roger surfaced near Baldia Island. I set out this time just to catch him. Jujutsu Yuji's eyes instantly lit up like 2 spotlights. Count me in. I want to take on Roger too. Garp was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter that shook the room. If you're not strong enough, then I won't let you, a little girl, go on the field. Garp sat in his chair looking at Jujutsu Yuji. Don't worry, I'm really strong. Jujutsu Yuji patted her chest to assure him. Alright, then I'll take the old one, and you take the young ones. We'll catch the whole crew of Roger. Give me half a year, and I'll elbow fly that whole crew. Jujutsu Yuji laughed and extended her palm. Such big talk coming from a girl like you, yet it's actually quite convincing. Gaha. This time Garp understood. He laughed and raised his large fan-like hand, slapping it heavily. Slap. The 2 hands met with a crisp sound. By the way, old man, is Rock still alive? Jujutsu Yuji asked again. Of course, who could kill that guy? Garp replied indifferently, wondering where this little brat had heard all this. Seeing Jujutsu Yuji lost in thought, he suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, girl, how old are you? I don't remember, but probably around 16. Then Garp continued, his voice this time less rough with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. 16, a year younger than that brat dragon. Girl, would you consider being my daughter? Old man, I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my dad. Jujutsu Yuji stared at Garp in surprise, then received a love punch on the head. It hurts. She clutched her forehead in pain. What are you doing, old man? At least call me master. Bakayaru. Seeing that Garp was about to elbow her clever brain, Jujutsu Yuji quickly fled the captain's quarters. Watching the girl flee in panic, Garp couldn't help but smile, whether from anger or something else. Jujutsu Yuji's private bedroom, as the only female on this Lohan Doghead warship with unanimous approval, Jujutsu Yuji was given a room of her own. Not large, but a precious independent space. She closed the door, fell backward, and crashed onto the soft bed like a dead fish, hugging the pillow and rubbing against it vigorously. So tired, so tired, so tired. No, Yuji, pull yourself together. You are a proper time traveler. Now you should review what you learned today and plan how to ambush that old man next time. How to execute a perfect loan when encountering a powerful enemy next time. And then do great things, Like a proper time traveler, ponder how to change this world and then truly stir the great waves of this era. Soft breathing sounds came from under the pillow, even and steady. The bedroom was filled with a faint sound of breathing. Outside the window, the waves gently lapped against the ship's side. Moonlight slipped through the porthole, casting a silver band of light on the floor. On the bed, Yuji curled up into a small ball, already completely dead asleep. One morning a few days later, sunlight streamed through the thin clouds onto the deck. The sea was turbulent, splashing white foam as high as a man, and the entire dog-headed warship rose and fell gently amid the waves. At that moment, Yuki Tsukumo was performing squats on the deck, holding an iron block taller than herself and weighing at least a dozen tons. Each time she landed, the wooden planks beneath her feet groaned dully, the entire warship shuddering. The nearby sailors swallowed hard, forgetting to put down their rags and buckets. Even a genius like Miss Yuki works so hard. How can we afford to slack off? Someone took the lead, and a group of sailors silently set aside their chores, beginning to do push-ups and squats on the other side of the deck. The deck echoed with gasps and counting, livelier than regular drills. Yuki Tsukumo hopped forward a few more steps. 1, 2, 3. Sweat dripped from her chin onto the deck, her golden hair tousled by the sea breeze sticking to her cheeks and neck. She panted heavily, bending her knees to the extreme angle with each squat. She could feel her thigh muscles screaming and the ligaments in her shoulders burning like fire, yet this near-limit sensation brought a peculiar thrill. Yo, little Yuki, working so hard early in the morning, worthy of being my disciple, huh? Garp also got up, delighted to see Yuki Tsukumo. He grabbed a meat chop and jumped onto the iron block she was carrying. He glanced at the sailors following suit and sighed, since this girl came aboard the ship has become so lively. If all sailors were like this, the Navy's future would be bright. Damn it, old man, you messed up my rhythm. Yuki Tsukumo's forehead veins bulged, cursing at the iron block above her head. Although Garp wasn't heavy, the sudden added weight completely disrupted her hard-won balance. Sorry. Garp laughed insincerely, showing no intention of coming down. Yuki Tsukumo gritted her molars, too lazy to argue with that stubborn old man. How many sets have I done? Never mind, I don't remember. I'll switch to single leg hops to the bow and then stop. 1, 2, 1. She began to change rhythm. The moment her left foot stomped the deck, she felt the subtle feedback of wood fibers compressing. The morning sea breeze laden with moisture brushed her face. With every breath, she adapted to the shift between dynamic balance and explosive power. Every movement fought against the inertia of the iron block, the rocking of the ship, and the aching signals from deep within her muscles. Left foot step, right foot follow, engage the waist, lean forward. She muttered the techniques Garp taught her, feet stepping lightly. Though not yet leaping, the air began to crackle with subtle explosive sounds. Hey girl, don't hurt yourself. Garp's voice came from the iron block. That's rare coming from you, old man. Yuki Tsukumo curled her lips, then roared. Shave. Bang. The planks under her feet shattered with chips flying everywhere. With the dozen-ton iron block on her back and Garp gnawing a meat chop atop it, she transformed into a blur, instantly crossing dozens of meters to appear at the bow. Splash. A white fountain erupted on the sea. Yuki Tsukumo casually dropped the iron block onto the deck. The heavy metal struck the planks with a dull thud. Clang. She wiped her sweat, brushed her hair back, and looked up at the top of the iron block, ready to show off. Yo, old man, ain't I awesome? Yuki Tsukumo looked up at the top of the iron block and found it empty. Where is he? Never mind, forget it, keep training. After about half an hour, the sun had fully risen above the horizon, spreading a layer of broken gold across the sea. Yuki Tsukumo suddenly stopped, her brow slightly furrowed. Her golden hair rustled in the wind as she slowly turned her gaze to the southwest horizon. Was there something over there? A strong sense of presence. She rubbed her fingertips, finding the aura transmitted through the void intriguing. So this is a strong warrior's perception. As expected of me, the Heavenly Emperor Yuki. If the presence of ordinary ships was like ripples on the water, then that aura was like a swift underwater current, carrying distinct restlessness. Before she finished boasting, the lookout sailor on the mast shouted, Report. Vice Admiral Garp. 3 pirate ships spotted 5 nautical miles to the southwest. It's the flag of the Fire Dragon pirate crew. They're approaching at full speed. The deck instantly erupted. Sailors dropped their rags and buckets, rushing to cannons and powder magazines, the clatter of gun bolts filling the air. Bogard emerged from the cabin, a cigarette in his mouth, squinting at the growing ship's silhouettes in the distance. He waved at Yuki Tsukumo. Miss Yuki, where is Vice Admiral Garp? I don't know, he was here just now. No matter, I'll take care of the pirates. Yuki Tsukumo grinned, cracked her neck, and the phoenix will appeared on her. She turned her head, her gaze returning to the sea. 3 large ships flying crimson flame dragonhead flags were charging through the waves, their bows churning white foam like boiling water, clearly at full sail. On the deck of the lead ship stood a bald man covered in dark red dragon scale tattoos, wielding a giant axe taller than a man. From afar he bellowed, "Navy, if you know what's good, leave that warship. I'm going to take your crappy ship as a tribute to join rocks." "Idiot, what's the use of just the ship? A brainless fool with an IQ of 9. Yuki Tsukumo sneered, then turned to Bogard. "Mr. Bogard, do you have any info on these guys?" Bogard paused and spoke. "The Fire Dragon pirate crew captain Bolu, codename Red Lizard, a Zoan ancient type fire salamander fruit user. He has massacred several non-affiliated towns and even defeated a marine base commander. His bounty is 160 million berries. He's no weakling on this sea route. Girl, this is your first real fight. Want to wait for Vice Admiral Garp to back you up. A typical scum of the sea." Yuki Tsukumo brushed her stray hair back, a cruel smile curling her lips. "No need. Save me some breakfast." With that, Yuki Tsukumo lightly tipped her toes. A bang sounded and the planks under her feet shattered, sending wood chips flying. She transformed into a golden blur, shooting toward the bow. "Tsk tisk, such an impatient young lady. All hands prepare for battle. Turn the ship, attack the enemy pirates." Bogard began to exert himself. "Ooh, we can't let Miss Yuki fight alone. I will protect Miss Yuki." "Woof woof woof." Bogard shook his head with a smile. He wasn't too worried about Yuki Tsukumo's combat ability in a direct confrontation. But the battlefield was unpredictable, so it was better to keep an eye out. Suddenly a wet hand climbed up the railing. Startled, Bogard, without even drawing his sword, swung the scabbard. "Haha, I wasn't paying attention, drifted on the sea, and took a nap, Boga." Thud. The scabbard struck the head solidly, producing a dull sound. "Vice Admiral Garp." Bogard recognized the face and nearly jumped out of his skin. He hastily and clumsily pulled Garp, who had a big bump on his head, onto the ship. "Haha, Bogart, you've been practicing your hockey quite a bit." "I'm terribly sorry, Vice Admiral Garp." Garp waved his hand with the bump on his head, not minding, and instead asked about Yuki Tsukumo. "That girl has already gone to fight, hasn't she?" "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, would you like to?" Garp waved dismissively, tossing a rice cracker into his mouth. He looked at the 3 distant ships, showing no tension at all, instead flashing his trademark roguish grin. "Just this bunch. Gahaha, let the kid have some fun." At that moment, a golden flash glittered on the sea and a golden blur streaked across. Yuki Tsukumo's toes exploded several fountains on the sea surface, walking on the waves as if stepping on water. With a violent stance, she directly crossed thousands of meters, charging straight at the Fire Salamander's pirate ship. Meanwhile, the sea wind howled as the 3 pirate ships drew closer. 3 nautical miles left, prepare for boarding. The bald captain of the Fire Dragon pirates raised his massive axe, revealing a grin full of yellow teeth. A blazing torrent of flame mixed with black smoke shot forth like a pillar of fire, striking the sea and causing the water to sizzle. This was the power granted by the animal-type fire salamander fruit he had consumed. Not only could he breathe fire, but his body was covered in dark red scales of formidable defense, and he possessed immense heat resistance and regenerative abilities. Kill them all. Steal everything. Devour them. Yeah. Wow. Yage. The pirates brandished their swords and guns, their wild cries rising and falling. Several pirates clutched half-empty bottles of rum, spilling liquor everywhere as the ship swayed. Unbeknownst to them, a slender golden figure had silently landed on the bowsprit of the lead ship, raising her arms in cheer as well. Her white shirt fluttered in the sea breeze, her golden hair streaming wildly. "Wait, who the hell are you?" The pirate captain Red Lizard immediately sensed something amiss. There were no women alive on his ship. The young girl leaned on the mast, looking down at the pirates with a playful smirk. Red Lizard looked up and cursed at the girl on the bowsprit while his subordinates drew their weapons. "A woman. What a beautiful woman. Hee, we could sell her to those nobles for a fortune. No way, we have to enjoy such a rare beauty ourselves." Lewd gazes, vile words, and bloodthirsty blades surged toward her like a gale. The pirates crowded around like hyenas drawn to blood, their breath reeking of alcohol and filth, their eyes crawling over her. Hey, brothers, be gentle with a pretty woman." Bolu emerged from the crowd, his massive humanoid crocodile frame shoving several underlings aside. He recognized the Navy uniform she wore, but sneered dismissively. "Hey woman, leave the Navy and join me. I'm a big shot pirate with a bounty of 150 million. Captain's hogging it all." Yeah. Shut up, you bastards. She's mine." Fire Lizard cursed with a laugh, then turned to her. "Well, your answer, woman." She stood with her hands on her hips, one hand stroking her chin, then glanced at the sky, and finally looked at Fire Lizard. "You bald gecko, what are you blabbering about?" she asked in confusion. The atmosphere shifted instantly, all the pirates flinched and scrambled away from both her and their captain. They cleared a circular space on the crowded deck. "She's finished. How dare she say that? The captain hates being called gecko, lizard, salamander, reptile." Boom. Before the underling could finish listing the reptiles, the enraged Fire Lizard punched him into the deck, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "I'm a dragon. A fire dragon. Not some damn fire lizard or gecko." Fire Lizard was furious, flames erupting from his bald head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her. You're dead, bitch. I was going to take you as my wife, but now I just want to kill you. She tilted her head, utterly unfazed. She looked down at the stunned pirates on the bow, her tone mocking. Is a corpse talking? Argue, bitch. Fire Lizard roared, his body blazing with orange-red flames. A massive fireball gathered in his palm and shot toward her. Fire Dragon blazing cannon. Boom. The violent flames engulfed her, burning the deck to charcoal. Fire Lizard grinned, cruelly, laughing heartily. What an ungrateful woman, so beautiful, yet so foolish. The pirates started to cheer, but their shouts turned to screams. Captain, behind you. What a... Fire Lizard spun around to see a bone whip hurtling toward his face. Getting pretty heated, Trash Lizard. A clear female voice sounded from behind him. She had already appeared at his back, lashing out with the whip. The moment the whip struck the air, let out a muffled explosion. Just before the bone whip touched the scales on his chest, its mass suddenly multiplied 100-fold. Thud! His once proud scales shattered instantly, and he was sent flying, crashing through the cabin's wooden wall. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, mixed with organ fragments, before losing consciousness. Kill her, save the captain. Enraged, the remaining pirates charged at her with swords and knives. She moved through them joyfully, as fluid as a dragon swimming through the sea. The Azure Phoenix will spun in her hand, each whip crack accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and screams. She watched the splattered blood, the pirates groaning on the ground, the pungent smell of iron filling her nostrils. Was this slaughter? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing quickened. She threw another punch, shattering a pirate's sternum, warm blood splattering onto her hand. What a thrill, what joy! The cowardly emotion of fear never appeared. You're all too weak, too weak. She swung her long leg, the terrifying force sending the remaining pirates tumbling, smashing through the deck, railing, and rolling everywhere. She moved like a dragon through the field, pirates falling like reeds in her wake. Suddenly a scorching shadow loomed behind her, accompanied by an intense wave of heat. Without turning her head, she sidestepped Fire Lizard's sneak attack. Then she leaped high, dodging the follow-up tail swipe that snapped the bowsprit like a steel whip. The massive pirate ship was in peril, but Fire Lizard no longer cared. He only wanted to tear her apart. Roar! Die, die, die! Covered in blood, he crawled out of the cabin. Flames engulfed him as he lunged with beast-like legs, his sharp claws wreathed in blazing fire breath, and his tail whipped at her from both sides. Each strike carried the sound of splitting air, carving charred trenches into the deck. A 150 million bounty before depreciation. Feels stronger than that undercover Vice Admiral Drake later on. But these attacks aren't as threatening as the iron balls Garp threw that day. She parried easily with the Azure Phoenix while musing to herself. Arg, why won't you die, you bitch? The more frantic Fire Lizard became, the faster and more erratic his attacks. Growing bored, she multiplied the mass again and sent the giant lizard flying with a single whip strike. Watching the massive lizard rise again, she couldn't help but remark, indeed, getting back up is a local specialty in this world. That big lizard even knows armament hockey. He's got a thick health bar. So, she focused her mind, and with a motion of her hand the Azure Phoenix wheel straightened into a bone sword coated in jet black armament hockey. Hypothetical mass 100-fold stack. She pushed off the deck with explosive force, vanishing from her spot in an instant amidst a thunderous crack of displaced air. When she reappeared, Tsukumo Yuki stood precisely where the fire salamander had lunged moments before, her bone sword piercing clean through the monster's heart. Blood dripped down the bone blade in thin rivulets. The light in the fire salamander's eyes had faded, its fate uncertain. With a flick of her wrist, Tsukumo Yuki withdrew the phoenix ring. Warm blood spattered across her fair cheeks. The sea breeze swept through, stirring her golden hair. She casually flicked the blood droplets from the blade, a faint smile playing on her lips. You need to use high-class piercing damage. Her gaze then shifted to the pirates cowering in the rear. She strolled toward them, idly twirling the phoenix ring in her hand. Minutes later, when Bogard and his men boarded the ship, they were utterly stunned. They had caught the stench of blood from dozens of meters away, but the scene before them was far more brutal than they could have imagined. Every thug on the 3 pirate ships lay either collapsed in pools of blood or had lost some essential part and been tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Tsukumo Yuki sat on the railing, letting the wind play over her as her long legs dangled and swung. Her face was smeared with blood, whose owner unknown. Yo, mister. Bogard, you took your sweet time. I'm starving. She greeted them with a grin, stepping over the wreckage. With the sea breeze at her back, she jumped back onto the marine battleship's deck, dusted off her hands, grabbed a bowl of rice, and began to eat. Bogard swallowed hard. How much time had passed? He could swear it hadn't even been 10 minutes. His eyes fell upon the fire salamander slumped near the bowsprit with a gaping hole through its chest, and a chill ran down his spine. I told you this little brat was even more formidable than she looks. With that ruthless streak of hers, Sakazuki would definitely take a liking to her. Uh-huh. Garp walked over and clapped Bogard on the shoulder, chuckling. After all, he was a seasoned veteran who had seen it all. He even knew a foolish marine who never killed a single pirate. Same as always, send 2 squads over and lock those pirates up. Bring their captains aboard and shackle them. scavenge whatever supplies they have, and then we set sail again to chase down Roger. I'd. The Marines responded in unison, lowering several small boats to board the 3 battered vessels ready to bind prisoners and haul in the loot. Even these hardened sailors turned pale at the sight of the gruesome corpses. After all, it was usually Vice Admiral Garp who pulverized the pirates in advance, although they were not weak. They had long been relegated to something akin to a logistics unit. The entire battleship could very well be said to exist solely to serve Vice Admiral Garp. Garen's face turned ashen as he rummaged through the bodies. He found almost no survivors. Those still breathing were barely clinging to life. Ugh. Several of the new recruits promptly leaned over the side and vomited into the sea. How it had been too long since they'd faced life-or-death combat, folks. As a senior, he couldn't afford to lose face. Ugh. Ugh. Garen's brow twitched as he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Still alive, huh? This so-called fire salamander. With a hole that size ripped through its chest, and it's still kicking. These big-shot pirates really are terrifying. Of course, no matter how fearsome, none could ever beat Vice Admiral Garp. It was just such a hassle. They'd have to draw lots to pick someone to make sure this pirate didn't kick the bucket. Garen grumbled inwardly. Suddenly a pleasant and familiar voice rang out. Missed me? Tsukumo Yuki swung open the kitchen door, swallowed the last of her rice ball in one gulp, and leaped back onto the pirate ship, landing right beside Garen. Missed Tsukumo? Garen exclaimed. The Marines, including Garen, now looked at Tsukumo Yuki not just with admiration, but with the absolute respect reserved for a true powerhouse. Leave this to us. Please enjoy your meal in peace, Garen said. Garp and Bogard also folded their arms, curious to see what this girl was up to now. Tsukumo Yuki still had a mouthful of rice she hadn't finished chewing, making her look like a chipmunk. She waved her hand as she chewed. MFF, MFF. You. I. The sailors couldn't make out a word, so they simply enjoyed watching Miss Tsukumo eat. They still couldn't believe all these pirates had been taken down by her alone. Finally, Tsukumo Yuki swallowed the mouthful of rice. No worries, you all carry on. I'm just here to finish things up. Finish up, eh? Tsukumo Yuki smiled faintly without elaborating. She turned her head to look at the pirates writhing on the broken deck, some of them even playing dead. Under the puzzled gazes of Garen, Bogard, and the other Marines, the strange weapon shot out from Tsukumo Yuki's palm in an instant. The whip blade, like a metallic centipede, let out a sharp, piercing ring as it cut through the air. Then with a sudden violent swing of her arm downward. Shing! Crack, 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 crack. The phoenix ring transformed into a cold, ruthless blur in midair, like an impossibly long, razor-sharp scythe. It spanned dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, sweeping with surgical precision across the necks of every conscious pirate remaining on those battered ships. The dull, wet sound of flesh and bones separating drifted on the sea breeze. Heads tumbled like gourds rolling across the deck, with hollow thuds. Several massive geysers of blood erupted skyward, painting all 3 ships a deep, visceral crimson. Thud, thud, thud. A cascade of bodies hitting the deck sounded like a silent funeral. The entire dog-headed battleship fell into a deathly stillness. The sailors who had been watching the spectacle with rifles in hand now stood pale-faced, eyes wide with sheer disbelief. They stared at the beautiful woman who had been smiling and chatting with them moments before, now radiating an unconcealed, bloodthirsty, killing intent. Even Garp's grin froze on his face as he silently studied Tsukumo Yuki's back. With a flick of her wrist, the phoenix ring retracted like a living serpent, coiling back around her waist with a grating metallic rasp. She stood amid the vast pool of blood, casually brushing a strand of wind-tossed hair from her face, and said with a light smile, sorry. This is something I should have done earlier, but I was just too hungry. With that, she hummed a cheerful little tune, hopping and skipping over to the fire salamander, who was still clinging to life by the bowsprit, ready to deliver the final stroke. Kid, what exactly are you planning to do? Garp's voice had lost its usual playful tone, replaced by a heavy seriousness. Finishing the job. Tsukumo Yuki tilted her head in confusion and asked, after you beat a pirate, you have to kill them, right? Old man, what did you guys do with pirates before? Well, Garp found himself at a loss for words. It was Bogard who spoke up. Usually they're thrown into, impelled down to be locked away for life. The small fry just get their ships smashed and are left to fend for themselves. Huh. Tsukumo Yuki stared at the two of them in shock, her gaze akin to looking at a pair of idiots trying to hatch half-eaten eggs back under a hen. Garp and Bogard felt a pang of guilt under that stare and instinctively looked away. Even if they knew the world was a fairy tale on the surface with a grim underbelly. This was just too ridiculous, wasn't it? You two, this is the grand line. Tsukumo Yuki planted her hands on her hips, scolding them like a teacher reprimanding students. You capture them today and throw them in impel down. 10 or 20 years from now, if they manage to survive, they'll go right back to being pirates, and they'll go right back to killing innocent people. That policy is a joke. Garp and Bogard couldn't even lift their heads under her verbal assault. Tsukumo Yuki paused, her golden copper eyes filled with nothing but cold, unyielding, killing intent. Leaving them alive is just storing up future disasters. It's an insult to the civilians they've murdered. Since they dared to bare their fangs at me Tsukumo Yuki, they'd better be prepared to leave their lives here. She paused for a moment, then flashed a disarmingly bright smile. I don't know how you see it, old man, but I'm a very vindictive person. If they don't die, I won't be able to sleep at night. Garp asked again. And what about pirates whose deeds don't warrant death? You're thinking of Roger, aren't you? Those kinds. I think the world government's got shit for brains. Tsukumo Yuki dropped yet another bombshell. Amid the shocked stares of the other sailors except Garp, she continued. Those who don't rob civilians only target other pirates, and even help folks out. They shouldn't be labeled pirates at all. Who says going to sea automatically makes you a pirate? When the whole world thinks that way, those who just want to seek adventure are forced into the role. The world government is at least half responsible for the mess that follows. I'd rather call those types adventurers. But they still pose a threat to order, knowingly defying it. If I ever run into them, I'll just break their legs and toss them in jail. Garp stared at her for a full 3 seconds. After a long moment, he plopped back down onto the ammunition crate and ran a hand through his thick black hair. He had been wrong about one thing: this kid's bloodlust probably ran even deeper than Sakazuki's. Absolute lethal justice. No, it was more than that. Her philosophy was far more complex. All right, we'll do it your way, Yuki. Garp conceded. He simply disliked killing, but that didn't make him a saint. Besides, the idea of breaking Roger's legs didn't sound half bad. But that fire gecko over there stays alive. He's going to impel down. It's fire. Lizard. The fire salamander rasped weakly after receiving some emergency medical attention. Shut up. Thud. Garp's fist connected, and the fire salamander was knocked unconscious again. He continued, this is to ensure the devil fruit doesn't just reappear in the world for some ambitious fool to eat and wreak havoc again. I've already thought of that, old man. Just watch me work. Tsukumo Yuki walked toward the fire salamander, causing the medics there to scramble away in fright. They all felt that Tsukumo Yuki's smiling half-lidded eyes were far more terrifying than Vice Admiral Garp's iron fist. She casually picked up a blade, and with a swift motion chopped off the fire salamander's limbs. The fire salamander was jolted awake by the searing pain, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His severed limbs twitched on the deck as blood gushed from the stumps. Then his tongue and all his teeth were cleanly removed, and his jaw was shattered, leaving him only able to emit muffled gurgling sounds. Hum hum hum. Tsukumo Yuki hummed a tune as she worked, as if the pirate with a 1-5 belly bounty were nothing more than a gecko on a cutting board. The sight sent a collective shiver down the spines of every sailor on board, raising goosebumps all over. From this day forward, they'd rather anger Garp than provoke this terrifying woman. Tsukumo Yuki gently patted the fire salamander's wounds. While she wasn't particularly skilled at the external application of reversal technique, stopping the bleeding was well within her capabilities. A few faint glimmers of light passed over the stumps, and the spurting blood immediately congealed, forming a ring of dark brown scabs. Got a box. Something big enough to fit this hunk of meat, and some fruit. Got it. Garen happened to have found a large wooden chest while scavenging the loot. Without a second thought, he dumped out all the gold and jewels inside, handing the empty chest to Tsukumo Yuki. Garen, you're good at everything except having weird taste. Tsukumo Yuki praised him with a laugh. She grabbed a durian and shoved it into the fire salamander's still whimpering mouth, then stuffed him into the chest, packing the remaining space with all sorts of fruit. Tada! She proudly showed her masterpiece to Garp. See, this way we torment him, stop him from ever escaping, and maximize the chances of getting the devil fruit when he dies. If we still can't keep the devil fruit with the Marines this way, then it would have ended up back in the world anyway, and throwing him in impelled down would have been pointless. I suggest we implement this technique across the entire force. Garp stared silently at the chest, a veritable piece of human art. For a moment, he wondered if he was truly getting old, unable to keep up with the younger generation's way of thinking. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, let's just go with that for now. How on earth had such a good kid turned out like this? Maybe she'd been terribly wronged by pirates in the past, though she didn't really seem like it. A bloodthirsty genius. It was hard to say if that was a good thing or a bad thing. No, for the future of the Marines, Garp would have to find the time for a heart-to-heart talk. After the fire salamander incident, Sergio Yuji's status on the ship soared, though it was already quite high to begin with. Now, however, the other Marines looked at her with a hint of fear. Only Galen still clung to her, like a shadow occasionally trailing behind her. Today, Sergio Yuji's outfit was bikini bottom style. She wore a loose milk-white short-sleeved shirt, the hem casually tied in a knot revealing a slender, smooth waist. Below, she paired it with a pair of Patrick Star Beach shorts, the hem just barely hugging the top of her thighs, leaving her fair, tender legs exposed, swaying freely. Her flip-flops dangled from her feet, toes hooked, revealing pink rounded soles. What a beautiful day. With sunglasses perched on her head, a book in one hand, and a lounge chair tucked under the other arm, she hummed a little tune as she walked toward the bow. Her golden hair swayed gently with each step, and her collarbone traced a sharp line at the edge of her shirt collar. The seductive curves at her chest were nearly overflowing, and as she stood there she exuded a contradictory beauty, both languid and razor-sharp. This drew a few stolen glances from distant Marines who quickly lowered their heads pretending to be busy with other tasks. On the way she spotted a box with a bizarre crocodile head mask, the very box that held the fire salamander. Yo, good morning, Angelo. And then bye-bye, stinky lizard. She greeted it casually, then kicked the box aside, sending it crashing against the warehouse with a loud clang. This box containing a pirate worth 150 million berries was discarded like a piece of junk. Every time the Marines who knew what was inside passed by, they felt a chill run down their spines. Of course, Jujutsu Yuji didn't think much of it. At most, she marveled at how long fruits lasted in the pirate world. She walked to the bow, set down the lounge chair, and sat down lazily, crossing her long legs, the top one dangling in the air. After settling into a comfortable position, Jujutsu Yuji leisurely began to read. Devil Fruit Illustrated Handbook. She hadn't expected Old Man Garp's ship to have such a treasure, and she flipped through it with great interest. Occasionally as she turned a page, she would swing her toes, the flip-flop dangling precariously, revealing her heel and arch entirely, while her toes unconsciously curled against the edge of the sandal. A few young Marines at the bow stole a glance, their eyes flickering over her fair long legs before quickly looking down, pretending to scrub the deck, their ears turning red. Only Galen walked to the bow holding a glass of juice. Miss Jujutsu, would you like some juice? Oh, Galen, thank you. Jujutsu Yuji took the drink and took a sip. Just as she was about to lie back, she noticed Galen still standing there with a tray. What's this? At your service. I'll wait until you're done, Miss Jujutsu, then take the glass. Jujutsu Yuji was silent for 2 seconds, then closed the book, slid her sunglasses down a little, and looked at him seriously. Let me make this clear, Galen. We can be brothers, but you're not my type. With a strong sense of propriety, she decided to lay things out in the open. Having once been a man herself, Jujutsu Yuji understood the thoughts of young virgins all too well. Not giving them false hope was the best thing for them. No, Miss Jujutsu, you misunderstand. I have no such improper thoughts about you. Galen straightened his back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, really? Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Jujutsu Yuji waved her hand and leaned back into the lounge chair, thinking to herself that this kid was quite innocent. Then Galen, go do whatever you need to do. No need to stand here all day. I just want to be Miss Jujutsu's dog. Hearing this, Jujutsu Yuji's body jolted, and she nearly fell off the chair. She steadied herself and gave Galen a serious look, noticing his radiant expression. Wait, brother, how did you jump from being a fan of cuckolding to this? Isn't this a bit too perverted? And why aren't you blushing when you say that? Jujutsu Yuji had to admit that she might not understand the minds of young virgins as well as she thought. Galen. Yes. Get lost. Oh. Watching Galen literally roll away like a ball, panting with excitement as he silently departed. Jujutsu Yuji's eye twitched. She held her head and sighed softly, deciding to erase that memory and just focus on reading. Read. The sea breeze blew again, and the bow grew quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of pages turning. To be honest, the Devil Fruit Illustrated Handbook was quite interesting. Some fruits even came with little stories to explain them. She wondered which brilliant fellow had written it. Jujutsu Yuji had read through most of the book and felt a bit tired. She spread the book open on her knees, leaned back into the chair, and rested her head against the backrest. Her sunglasses blocked the sunlight, and the sea breeze blew the stray hairs from her forehead. The Marines instinctively avoided the bow, leaving a clean, quiet space for her. Are these rookies all afraid of me? But whatever, shrugs. A lion is always lonely. She herself quite enjoyed this peace and quiet. Under the gentle sea breeze, Jujutsu Yuji let her thoughts drift. She closed her eyes softly and began to ponder her abilities in the little theater of her mind. Topic: how to quickly improve strengths. Hockey and physical techniques couldn't be rushed. They were matters of time and patience. Unless she went to find Master Kai to take a few hits or obtain the buff of 200 times the effort of the hard-working king, it would be hard to make a qualitative leap in a short time. Thinking about the upcoming God Valley Elbow tournament, which could start any day, Jujutsu Yuji felt that her current strength was still insufficient. But maybe it was enough. At least she was better than that useless John who got one shot by Iran. No, Jujutsu, you can't be complacent. Always strive for progress. She unconsciously stroked the spiral wheel that had crawled onto her body. Perhaps she could try to develop extensions of her technique. That four-armed two-mouth chef had such a simple, straightforward ability, yet he developed the stove, an incredibly logical, damage-dealing divine technique. Her own technique should be able to do the same. Her technique. Written as Star Wrath, read as sex. Bah. Damn it, brain, why the hell are you so associative? Controlling one's own imaginary mass. So simple, so brutal. Damn it, how come this technique seems to have only the function of enhancing punches and creating black holes for self-destruction? Even simpler and cruder than Sukuna's. Oh wait, the spiral wheel is an extension of my own technique. I can directly stack mass onto the spiral wheel and throw it. I can turn the spiral wheel into a ball and throw it, causing massive damage. I can break the spiral wheel into pieces and throw them, causing massive damage. I can turn the spiral wheel into a sword and stab with it, causing massive damage. The little theater in her mind was silent for 5 seconds. Okay, what else can it do? Jio Shurjo Yuji, use your invincible brain and think. Use your associative power. 1 second later. 3 seconds later. 5 minutes later. Damn it. On the lounge chair, Jio Shurjo Yuji suddenly arched her back, clutching her head and twitching, startling the Marines practicing and cleaning in the distance. Couldn't think of anything, damn it. I should have chosen the art stream back then. My brain is trembling. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Calm. Is there negative mass? Yes, there's right. Otherwise, wouldn't I be missing something like technique reversal? No, broaden your thinking. Devil Fruit Illustrated Handbook. Even though I can only apply imaginary mass to myself, what if I ate a devil fruit? Could I then apply imaginary mass to anything I create myself? If I ate the flower fruit, wouldn't every hand of mine be able to land critical hits? Wow, that could work. That's an idea. Praise the brain of the great Jio Shurjo Yuji. Now let's think further, which fruit could maximize my strength. How about the Machi fruit? That fruit is practically divine. Whether I eat it myself or secretly give it to that old man Garp, it's ridiculously powerful. If I eat it myself, combined with the unlimited imaginary mass, when I face Emu, if I don't punch the shit out of him, I'll consider it a clean escape. As for old man Garp, don't even get me started. 100 times the infinite iron fist, one punch could probably punch straight through the red line. Tisk tsk. Dream on. Sadly, it won't work. This guy is from an original story. It's unknown whether he even exists now. If he does exist, according to the timeline after the God Valley tournament, there's still another 8 years before meeting him. And by then it's basically a 3-army siege. Hard to have any room to maneuver. Even if I kill him, leaving a bunch of fruits nearby is just gambling on probability. Too many constraints. Pass. How about the float fruit? This could work. Such a popular, powerful fruit. It'd be a huge loss not to go for it. But elbowing Shiki to death is a bit tricky. However, with that old man's physique, which can be pierced by a supreme-grade ship's wheel, a sliding tackle of mine might just be enough to kill this lion. You put it on the backup list. The Rumble fruit. Too far away. I don't know the location yet. Pass. The Azure Dragon and the Pawpaw fruit at God Valley. Not really my aesthetic. No, can't think like that, or I'll get scolded by Debate Jio Shurjo. Debate Jio Shurjo, how can you be so selfish? Besides, I'm with Garp. When we land on the island, Big Mom will have already been camping there, and even then one fruit got swallowed by a bear. Pass. No, still put it on the backup list. Maybe I'll run into it. Or perhaps after showing off my unmatched talent, I could ask the world government for one. Wait, stop this line of thought. Wasn't I thinking about how to increase combat power in the short term? Seems like I've gone off track. I can't find a suitable devil fruit in a short time anyway. This kind of thinking is just daydreaming. Shame. Jio Shurjo Yuji, you are such an unfocused person. Wah. Wrong. Stop insulting the great, kind, beautiful, strong, elegant, and generous Jio Shurjo Yuji. Fine, I forgive myself. Can't help it. Now let's continue thinking. Oh right, almost forgot. Domain expansion. Actually, during that month on the island, I realized something was wrong with this finished account of mine. I found 3 problems as soon as I landed, slurring. I can't do domain expansion. I can do the other 3 major techniques: Curtain of the Vault, Simple Domain, and Falling Blossom Emotion. Debate Jio Shurjo, useless, go sit with the deer. Both of you are just self-destruct fireworks. Damn, how could I say something so harsh? Jio Shurjo Yuji slapped herself in the face. It hurt too much, so she touched her smooth cheek instead. Yar. Putting that aside, my theoretically unlimited punches are limited by my physical strength. Otherwise, at the beginning of the original Jujutsu story, that punch would have already dismembered the brain. Thinking this way, it seems I just need to stack armament, haki, and physical strength. If I had a body like Garp's, or even Sengoku's or Zephyr's, who wouldn't I beat like a dog? No, I also need speed and Conqueror's haki. In this world, there are plenty of things that don't take physical damage at all. I'll think about how to open a domain later. Just as she was in the middle of a brainstorm, Jio Shurjo Yuji suddenly felt a large hand land on her head, rubbing it back and forth. What are you thinking about, girl, smiling so happily? Garp's rough voice followed his hand, still rubbing her head. Lying around doing nothing in broad daylight. Not like you, ha. What's up, old man? Do I look like a workaholic to you? Taking a little break for myself. A balance of work and rest helps improve strength, you know. Jio Shurjo Yuji opened her eyes in exasperation, slapped Garp's hand away, sat up cross-legged, and looked at him. Also, don't touch my noble head. Aha. A girl from a deserted island acting like a nobleman's daughter. Garp laughed heartily, then suddenly paused, as if a thought struck him. Jio Shurjo Yuji ignored this and asked again. So, old man, what's the matter? Garp raised his fist. Come spar with me. Let me see how much you've improved lately. Garp said, intending to use this as an excuse to check on the girl's mental state. Huh. Jio Shurjo Yuji pushed her sunglasses up to her forehead and glanced at Garp. I'm happy to, but old man, you're not just looking for an excuse to beat me up, are you? What are you talking about, you brat? Garp laughed and scolded, immediately delivering a love punch, which Jio Shurjo Yuji dodged with a quick sidestep. Then you go to the training room first, old man. I need to change clothes. I might be a little late. She grabbed the book in the lounge chair and ran her figure, disappearing around a corner in the corridor. The sea breeze blew across the bow, The handbook in her arms snapped shut, revealing a scrawled note on the flyleaf. Devil fruits taste worse than shit. Then Garp's big military boot stepped on it, grinding it under his heel. Garp looked down. What's this? The book that girl was reading. Huh, isn't this the one I used to prop up the table leg in my room? He bent down, picked up the book, and glanced at it. Devil Fruit Illustrated Handbook. Really, that girl said she was relaxing, but she's been rushing to improve her strength all along. The old man shook his head with a smile, casually stuffed the book into his pocket, and strode toward the training room with half a piece of sunbae still hanging from his mouth. First, let's get this straight, old man, you're not allowed to hit me on the head. Jishiju Yuji, back in her classic outfit, was stretching at the entrance of the dojo. She placed her right leg on the doorframe, leaning forward, her golden hair swaying gently with the movement. Gahaha. I'll try my best to control it, but it's not a habit to not hit the head. I knew it. Old man, you're just looking for an excuse to beat me up, aren't you? Jishiju Yuji showed a look of distrust. What are you saying? How about I let you have 3 moves? Kapu raised 3 fingers. Deal? You said it, old man. Without any hesitation, Jishiju Yuji accepted the proposal. She stood up and twisted her waist, her joints cracking softly. Any rules? None. I'll fight until you're satisfied, and I'll only use about 50 to 60% of my strength. Ho ho ho. Old man, be careful not to lose face. The first one to leave here loses. Gahaha. Suit yourself. The moment Jishiju Yuji stepped into the room and closed the door, her body suddenly burst into action. Whoosh! The metal floor vibrated violently under the heavy stomps. Jishiju Yuji's figure abruptly appeared in the center of the chamber, and the moment she landed, a web of fine cracks exploded beneath her feet. Boom! The next instant she lowered her body and appeared to the right of Kapu. Rising Dragon Fist. Kapu raised his elbow to block at a speed surpassing Jishiju Yuji's current limit. Boom! The shockwave from the collision of fist and arm shook the air. Kapu was sent flying, but his posture remained unchanged as he glided horizontally through the air. A slight tingling numbness spread from his arm. Sensing the qualitative leap in power compared to before, Kapu was slightly startled at first, then burst into laughter. Huh, not bad, not bad. Jishiju Yuji gave Kapu no time to land. She stomped her foot, using explosive force to launch herself toward Kapu in midair. Her right fist clenched, and a layer of black armament hockey thicker than before condensed on its surface. She threw a punch straight at Kapu's head. Unexpectedly, Kapu twisted his body in an impossible manner and spun around to punch back against Jishiju Yuji's incoming fist. Clang! Shockwaves exploded. Kapu landed, crushing a stone slab beneath his foot, and threw a backhand punch at Jishiju Yuji's face. Startled, Jishiju Yuji raised her arms to crossblock. Thud! With a dull impact, she was pushed backward by the force, her soles dragging 2 long streaks across the metal floor. She gritted her teeth to steady herself, and the armament hockey on her arms faded, revealing bruised skin. You damn old man, didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Gahaha. Sorry, I got carried away and forgot. Kapu rubbed his head, apologizing without sincerity. Forget it, let's continue, I still have 2 moves. Jishiju Yuji's temples bulged with veins, clearly irritated by Kapu's broken promise. She took a deep breath to suppress her agitation. 100-fold mass concentrated into her leg. With a stomp that cracked the ground, she instantly teleported behind Kapu. Twisting her waist, she spun around, her right leg wrapped in an incomplete coat of black armament hockey, delivering a high roundhouse kick aimed straight at Kapu's face. At the same time as she spun, the phoenix will shot out from her sleeve, turning into a silver whip shadow, accompanied by a metallic clattering sound lashing at Kapu's lower body. In the instant before the whip blade struck its target, the edge suddenly multiplied its mass by thousands of times. The smaller the area of force, the sharper the edge, so this was a 1,000-fold sharpness buff. The air was compressed into 2 sharp, low whistles. Die? You bastard. Kapu stood still, merely raising a hand slightly to protect his face, then bellowed. Iron body. Boom. The moment the leg whip collided with the iron fist, the entire training room shook violently. The metal floor could not bear the strain, it cracked violently with Kapu at the center, and cobweb-like fissures instantly spread to the walls. The next second, the entire floor sank, and Kapu was slammed into the ground up to his waist, the metal plates beneath his feet crumpled and torn like paper. PSSH. A long horizontal wound stretched from below his ribs to the edge of his waist. Blood instantly gushed out, dyeing half of his clothes red. That stings a bit, girl. He glanced down at the bloody cut on his side and smiled nonchalantly. Impressive. She had actually managed to break Kapu's skin. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. With each breath, the gruesome wound on his waist visibly contracted and healed. Muscles and skin grew and knitted together at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, only a faint red mark remained, and the bleeding stopped as if it had never been torn. On the other side, Jishiju Yuji was not having such an easy time. In the moment her kick landed, the full force strike with 100-fold mass was harshly blocked. The massive recoil traveled through her right leg back into her entire body like thousands of needles exploding simultaneously. The phoenix wheel's whip blade, which seemed alive, let out a discordant metallic shriek and nearly flew out of her hand. She was sent flying into the air by the terrifying rebound force, spinning several times. Her golden hair traced a wild arc in the air, her body like a pebble tossed by a giant wave. Metal shards flew in all directions like armor-piercing grenades clattering against the nearby walls. Jishiju Yuji struggled to adjust her center of gravity and landing posture, finally crashing down on one knee, shattering a section of the already cracked metal floor beneath her. She knelt on one knee, her right hand gripping the end of the phoenix, pulled tightly, knuckles white, while her other hand supported her on the ground. Intense pain instantly flooded her nerves. Jishiju Yuji let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The leg she had kicked was twisted at an odd angle, the shin bone completely broken. The broken bone pierced through muscle, skin, and clothes protruding outside her pant leg. Her shirt was soaked with sweat. She supported herself on the ground, knuckles white, and in an instant punched the protruding bone back into place. Reverse technique activated. A warm current surged from within her, enveloping the broken bones and torn muscles. Under the guidance of the cursed energy, the shattered bone fragments realigned, rejoined, and healed. A sharp tingling sensation came from the fracture site, and her right leg visibly regained its shape. The purple-red bruises on her skin also faded rapidly. In just a few seconds, Jishiju Yuji stood up again. She flexed her right ankle, stomped the ground, and gripped the phoenix wheel once more. The phoenix wheel also regained its vitality, quietly returning to her arm with a low hum. She looked up at Kapu, who had leaped out of the pit with no trace of fear in her eyes, but rather a blazing fighting spirit. "Had enough fun, kid?" Kapu asked with a smile. "Of course not." Jishiju Yuji grinned, showing a row of white teeth, her eyes brimming with battle intent. "This is only the beginning, isn't it? Old man, show me your full power." In the next instant she moved. No elaborate starting stance, just a simple straight punch thrust forward. But just as her fist was half a foot from Garp's face, her cursed energy suddenly stalled, then erupted in a completely irrational, twisted manner. Black flash. Boom. The very space seemed to tremble. Wrapped in pitch-black cursed energy, her fist struck Garp's crossed arms with a distorted spatial ripple. This blow far surpassed all previous attacks. The scrap metal beneath Garp's feet was flattened into discs, and he was forced back 3 full steps. Oh! Garp's eyes lit up sharply. His earlier nonchalance vanished, completely replaced by the seriousness of battle. He shook his slightly numb arm, feeling the bizarre, yet violent power, and his grin widened. "Interesting. What's that move called?" "Black flash, old man." Yuki seized the momentum, her cursed energy surging wildly within her whole body, glowing faintly black. The phoenix wheel flew out from her sleeve, circling around her, each metal blade imbued with immense mass. She shifted her stance and dashed forward like a blur. Fists, kicks, and whip blades. A triple assault, impenetrably tight. With the black flash's boost, her speed and power surged, every blow landing with flesh-tearing, space-distorting explosiveness. The phoenix wheel sometimes coalesced into a heavy hammer, sometimes scattered for surprise attacks, coordinating with her martial arts. The training room echoed with relentless booms. Yet Garp grew more exhilarated the longer he fought. "Gahaha, don't die on me, girl." Armament hockey hardening. His entire right arm turned pitch black and swollen. Garp twisted his waist and threw a punch, his iron fist roaring toward her face with a sonic boom. Boom. Black flash versus iron fist. The shockwave burst into a white ring, and the entire wall caved in. Before the fist's wind subsided, the second blow was already upon her face. A straightforward, unadorned punch made the air scream. Yuki crossed her arms to block, but she was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall as rubble rained down. Garp didn't stop. His iron fists hammered out in rapid succession, forming an iron curtain of shadows. Each punch cracked the floor and curled the metal sheets. The phoenix wheel wove a silver net in front of her. The whip blade clashed madly with the iron fist, sparks forming a ribbon of light. Yuki gritted her teeth and took the hits, her fractured bones mended by reverse cursed technique as soon as they broke, while the scrap metal beneath her feet sank layer by layer. Garp suddenly lowered his hips and dropped his shoulders, his black iron fist smashing down from above. "Take this." Fist bone impact. Yuki countered with her own fist. Black flash and fist bone impact exploded simultaneously. Boom. A white flash erupted at the center where the two fists collided. The entire floor instantly shattered and collapsed. The shockwave flung surrounding steel plates away, and dust billowed into the air. The two figures separated instantly. Yuki slid back dozens of meters, her saws gouging deep furrows in the scrap metal. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her arms trembled slightly, her haki gradually faded, and her chest heaved. But the fighting spirit in her eyes burned even brighter. Garp stood at the edge of the crater, breathing steadily and calmly, his haki slowly receding from his fists. He stared at the black, cursed energy lingering on Yuki's fist, lost in thought. Every time this girl unleashed that black fist, her strength seemed to increase a notch. Thinking this, Garp grinned, showing his white teeth. Interesting. He no longer held back. He stomped the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. Without any warning, his iron fist was already before her eyes. Yuki's pupils contracted sharply. She barely managed to tilt her head, the fist's wind grazing her ear, the blast stinging her eardrum. Before she could react, the second and third punches came in rapid succession, devious, yet domineering, sealing all her escape routes. She had no choice but to take the hits head-on. Yuki clenched her teeth, coordinating with the Phoenix wheel to engage in a frenzied exchange with Garp. Reverse curse technique roared within her, her arm bones cracking and mending again, the agony washing over her nerves like tides. Facing Yuki's storm-like counterattack, Garp swung and smashed his iron fists in every direction, each blow carrying the force of an avalanche. Thud. Clang. Boom. The sounds of metal shattering, shockwaves exploding and flesh hitting flesh interwove into a chaotic symphony. The training room was already unrecognizable, walls pockmarked, floors upturned in entire sections. Yuki's figure darted through the wind of fists, her golden hair soaked with sweat plastered to her cheeks and neck. She was knocked back time and again, yet she charged forward, each time reverse curse technique running at full capacity. Broken bones and torn muscles were repaired the moment they appeared, a nearly relentless, suicidal fighting style. But a gap was still a gap. The recovery state from the second black flash was about to run out. Her breathing began to falter. Her fists were no longer as precise and powerful as before, as some punches even missed hitting the wall and leaving deep dents. Yuki knew it clearly. Her fists hitting Garp left at most a red mark. But if Garp so much as grazed her, it meant broken bones and torn muscles. If not for the reverse curse technique running non-stop, she would have already collapsed. Garp at his peak was a monster who could chase Roger across the world and flatten 8 mountains with a single punch. His overwhelming superiority in offense, defense, and physique could not be erased by cursed energy bursts and infinite self-healing. But so what? Yuki was never one to back down from a challenge. She yanked the Phoenix wheel, the whip blade snapping taut like a spear, sweeping out with thousands of times its normal mass. Garp raised his hand to grab it, but the whip's tip scraped across his palm, dragging him back half a step from the immense force. That was the opening she needed. Yuki retreated swiftly, creating distance. Amid heavy panting, she felt the cursed energy surging to its peak. Within her felt the rising excitement and focus of battle, a scalding emotion touching the brink. More greedy, more thirsty for victory, no longer constrained by form, evolving into a freer shape. The afterglow of Black Flash was about to fade, and the burden of reverse curse technique neared its limit. She could barely stand, yet she grew even more exhilarated. She even transcended gravity, floating in midair. It was this state that changed Garp's expression. Those eyes, tempered in countless battlefields, narrowed sharply the moment the domain began to unfold. Observation Haki screamed in his mind. What was this girl planning to do? His battle instincts reacted faster than his brain. That instinct, honed through 1,000 life and death encounters, took over his body the instant he sensed the threat. Armament Haki erupted from his fist like a mountain flood, condensing into a pitch-black beam of light. Girl. And at that moment Yuki had completed her final preparation. Enough. Now. She raised her hands, interlacing her fingers to form the Wonshu Yusuza Divine Mantra Mountain Sea Seal. Domain expansion. Wom. An invisible ripple spread outward from her, and black, cursed energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly swallowing the entire training room. Space twisted and reconstructed. The metal walls and floors rapidly dissolved and faded, replaced by an endless sea of stars. Beneath her feet churned dark purple clouds, and in the distance massive celestial bodies slowly rotated. Within the domain, gravity began to run wild. Some areas were heavy as lead, others weightless as air. Countless fine black particles floated in space, the imaginary mass that had been stripped away. Yuki floated at the center of the domain, her golden hair drifting freely in zero gravity, her eyes glowing faintly gold. The newly formed, incomplete domain attacked everyone indiscriminately except for Yuki herself. But before she could fully control it, she sensed a huge threat. Hastily retracting the domain's effect, she looked at Garp. Old man, wait. All she heard was Garp covered in blood, and with his body caved and bellowing. Fist-bone galactic impact. Boom. The devastating force tore the domain apart from within. Crack. The illusion of the starry sky shattered like a mirror hit by a stone. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the massive celestial bodies. The dark purple clouds were shredded by the fist wind. The floating black particles scattered like smoke. The entire domain crumbled, shattered, and disintegrated like a paper castle before this punch. Yuki didn't even have time to react, and the punch wasn't even aimed at her. She was instantly slammed aside by the terrifying force of the fist's wind. But in that instant something changed. The domain did not dissipate directly. In the moment it was violently shattered by the galactic impact, the incomplete domain's internal rules were forcibly interrupted. Instinctively, a violent, uncontrollable stress reaction occurred. Curse technique reversal. The originally outward expanding starry sky illusion abruptly collapsed, condensing at the shattered center into an extremely tiny pitch black that reflected no light, as if it had swallowed all the brightness around it. The remaining fragments in the air were dragged by an irresistible force toward the black Metal shavings with chips, even light itself twisted and shifted as they approached it. Garp had just withdrawn his fist and was about to speak girl. Before the words left his mouth, he felt an utterly unreasonable gravitational pull seize him. The scrap metal beneath his feet was sucked toward the black dot. He himself stumbled forward half a step against his will, his soles scraping against the metal floor with a harsh screech. Oomph. Instinctively, he dropped his hips, planted his feet, and braced himself to resist the force. Crack. A sharper, more decisive cracking sound exploded in the room. The pitch-black singularity suddenly shattered, scattering into countless fine black lights. Then the originally inward collapsing attraction force instantly transformed into an outward bursting absolute repulsion, surging out through the breach created by the galactic impact. Garp had no time to react. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball hit by a space-based weapon wrapped in a violent gust of air. Boom. Garp crashed through the opposite wall of the training room, then through the wooden railing at the end of the corridor, sending splinters flying. Then he flew out over the ship's rail, arcing across the sky in a rough black trajectory, nearly turning into a shooting star toward the heavens. Fortunately, the angle was slightly off, and he finally landed on the sea surface. Boom. The calm sea was struck like by a meteor erupting into a 100-meter-tall wave that shot straight into the sky. A column of water soared upward, white foam splashing like rain under the moonlight. The entire warship shuddered from the giant wave, tilting sideways half a meter. The sailors on the mast almost fell off, and a chorus of shouts and clattering footsteps erupted on the deck. Meanwhile, the scene inside the training room was a gruesome mess. 2 huge holes gaped in the walls, with the sea breeze blowing straight through from one to the other. Most of the ceiling had been blown off, revealing the dazzling blue sky above. Entire sections of the metal floor were curled up, with cracks spreading densely to the corners. Scrap ironwood chips and curled steel plates littered the ground. The air smelled of burnt metal and blood. Yuki was blasted into the wall by the aftershock of the galactic impact, embedded in the broken metal bulkhead, forming a human-shaped crater half a meter deep. Her consciousness teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. She felt as if every bone in her body was broken. The burning sensation of cursed technique burnout spread from her core to her limbs, and blood flowed from her mouth, nose, and ears simultaneously. Just a scratch. The ceiling above her had been torn open irregularly by the galactic impact. Sunlight poured through the breach, falling on her bloodstained face. She squinted, looking at the sky beyond the hole. The sea breeze, carrying salty moisture, swept into the battered training room, stirring the strands of hair stuck together by blood. Huh. It's pretty stupid to beat yourself up this badly during training. Her lips curled into a smile, but the laughter pulled at her broken ribs, making her wince in pain. But old man, looks like I won this round. Her amber gold eyes reflected the irregular patch of sky, framed by the hole, shining like 2 sunlit amber stones. There she was, embedded in the wall, most of her bones shattered, blood pooling beneath her, yet she laughed like a child who had just won a fight. Are you okay? Yuki, what happened here? Medic. Quick. Call the medic. Bogart shouted toward the corridor, his voice tinged with unusual panic. Several sailors behind him scrambled back, their footsteps a chaotic mess in the broken corridor. Watching Bogart and a group of Marines rush in, Yuki slowly closed her eyes. So tired. Head hurts. Let me use the last bit of cursed energy to repair my internal organs first. It'll take a few minutes before the reverse curse technique can function normally again. She decided to savor this hard-won victory for a few minutes. Fake death. Scare them all. Nonsense. Bogart's voice reverberated through the medical bay. The nearby sailors had never seen their adjutant so furious. Each one hunched their necks and pretended to organize medical equipment. Do you have any idea how worried we were? The entire warship was on high alert. I thought Vice Admiral Garp and you had both been attacked. What? I know I was wrong. Jishiju Yuji buried her head in her knees, her voice muffled, as if emerging from cotton. She stealthily lifted her eyelids, glanced at Bogart's expression, then quickly lowered them again. At that moment, she truly couldn't move. The reverse curse technique was still on cooldown, and the broken bones and torn muscles made her nearly faint from pain. Indeed, it was critical. Her consciousness remained, but her body was in a semi-paralyzed state. Fine, this joke had indeed gone a bit too far. Bogart, seeing her meekly admit her mistake, had half his anger dissolved, but his face still remained taut. He crossed his arms, looked down at the bandaged girl curled up on the bed, and finally let out a sigh. Scolding aside, the examination proceeds as usual. Bogart pointed to the inspection table in the inner room of the medical bay, his tone brooking no argument. Get in. Really, it's not necessary. I'm not injured. Go. Oh. Jishiju Yuji obediently climbed down from the bed, dragging her long bandages, and walked into the examination room. Her silhouette looked somewhat aggrieved, with her golden hair peeking out from the gaps in the bandages, swaying behind her like a cluster of wheat ears scattered by the wind. Bogart watched her back as she entered the examination room, then let out a long breath. He leaned against the wall of the medical bay, fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette, but found none, and while searching he sank into contemplation. What a monster, to have fought Vice Admiral Garp to such an extent. Although he hadn't seen what happened inside the training room, the fatal warning from his observation haki at that moment, along with the chaos all around, was undeniable. The Navy had truly found a future admiral. Damn, where's the cigarette? He patted his empty pocket and sighed. Inside the medical bay, really nothing. Really nothing. The ship's doctor, an old man with graying hair, glanced at Jishiju Yuji's lively appearance. He doubtfully put down the half-man-tall syringe, causing Jishiju Yuji to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lie still. Okay, open your mouth. Oh. Stick out your tongue. Lee, open your eyes, move your arms, then come over for a pulse check. Blink, blink, huff, huff. Jishiju Yuji felt like a cat being toyed with, having no choice but to obediently cooperate with all the examinations. The final conclusion was the same as she had said, completely uninjured. But the old doctor looked at the not yet dried bloodstains on her clothes, then at her spirited expression. He was silent for a long while, then finally decided on conservative treatment. Hey, old doctor, what's this half roll of bandage for? This is a wondrous tool that will be used to heal you. Nanny. Half an hour later, she emerged from the medical bay with a brand new look. Her body was wrapped in bandages, her right arm was suspended in front of her chest, and even her left eye was half covered. The sea breeze blew and the loose ends of her bandages fluttered, making her look like a mummy that had just crawled out of some ancient ruin. Jishiju Yuji, indomitable form. She looked down at her own appearance and gave herself a code name with a smile. The sailors repairing the hull on the deck saw her like this and nearly dropped their hammers and planks. Miss Jishiju, you're out. Yo everyone, is there anything I can help with, eh? Jishiju Yuji waved her suspended hand with a smile. The sailors shook their heads in unison, the frequency as fast as wheat fields blown by the wind. No. Miss Jishiju, you should rest. Really, we have enough hands. Enough. Jishiju Yuji tilted her head, then looked toward another sailor carrying planks. He directly stepped back 3 paces, using his body to block the pile of scrap metal behind him that hadn't been cleaned up yet, with a firm expression. Fine. She gave up the idea of helping and turned to walk toward the other side of the ship's rail. There were no holes here, no clamor from the repair crew. Only the sea breeze blowing from the side, carrying the salty moisture and the warmth of the setting sun. She stood by the railing, her bandaged hands resting on the handrail, her gaze crossing the sea's surface into the distance. The sun was slowly sinking into the sea level. The sky was ablaze with fiery clouds shifting from orange-red to deep purple, dyeing the entire sea into molten gold. The waves were gentle and the warship rose and fell slowly with the current, like a colossal sea beast strolling in the twilight. There were still a few ripples on the sea that hadn't fully dissipated, and the water spouts had long vanished. But irregular circles of ripples remained on the surface, shimmering with broken golden light under the sunset. Further away, the line where sea and sky met had blurred, and the layers of fiery clouds melted into the seawater. The entire ocean resembled a massive branding iron, slowly cooling red, tinged with darkness, and darkness suffused with orange. Jishiju Yuji shook her head. The scenery was beautiful, but it grew tedious after a while. With nothing to do, she walked 3 laps around the deck. Her bandages fluttered in the wind, and every step she took, a sailor would sneak a glance at her, then quickly avert his gaze and continue working. I am truly a sinful woman. Well, it seems old man Garp won't be back for a while. I'll go back and mull over the battle just now. On the way back, she saw a few albatrosses gliding close to the sea surface, their wingtips occasionally touching the spray, then lifting again, flying toward a farther direction. Hey, give me a newspaper. Jishiju Yuji waved at the sky. The albatrosses turned and descended, dropping the newspaper, then raised their heads, revealing the money pouch on their chests. Here's 10 berries, thanks. Jishiju Yuji stuffed the money in and patted the albatross's head. She suddenly tore off a small piece of bandage and inscribed the words God Valley on it with cursed energy. Consider it a casual move, a stray chess piece. Oh, and take this to Morgan's. Caw-caw. The albatross crowed proudly, then spread its wings and soared high. The sunlight flashed across the feathers on its chest for a moment, illuminating a button-sized secret compartment beside the money pouch. A small den mushy for recording was quietly lying inside its lens on the shelf facing the bandaged girl on the deck, just as it took off. Jishiju Yuji was completely aware of this. Come on, if she didn't know her observation haki, and all that training would have been for nothing. She smiled and made a peace sign toward the direction of the lens. Yi. Silently watching the seagulls fly into the distance, Juju Yuki unfolded the newspaper, scanning the pages as she walked toward the bedroom. The accompanying image depicted a resplendent palace with 2 rows of formally dressed officials standing on the steps, and a corpulent man, wearing a golden crown, seated upon the throne at the center. The headline was worded with solemn dullness. Yet another non-member nation had voluntarily applied to join the world government, and in exchange its royal family would earn the right to attend the next reverie. The article devoted extensive space to listing the positive impacts this move would have on the local economy, employing the usual rhetoric of maintaining world stability, every punctuation mark dripping with the world government's characteristic rigidity. What a tedious political charade. She skimmed past it after a cursory glance, then paused with a flicker of genuine interest. The headline on this page was even larger than the front page, and its tone was far more vehement. Red Count Patrick Redfield, a legendary pirate who scorned alliances and made his name across the seas through sheer individual might alone. He had attacked a patrol fleet of the Navy's G7 branch 2 weeks prior. 3 warships were destroyed, and over 200 naval officers and men, including a commodore, had been killed in action. Marine headquarters had already responded. Fleet Admiral Kong, the current leader of the Marines, had personally led a pursuit force departing 3 days ago, with their current whereabouts kept strictly confidential. The end of the article featured a copy of the Red Count's wanted poster, a man with delicate androgynous features, long hair, cascading over his shoulders, and a faint elusive smile in the corners of his eyes. The lone read. Yuki murmured the name, one eyebrow arching slightly. So he's already a notorious pirate of the seas at this point. She flipped to the next page. Page 3. Gustave St. Mary's his 17th wife. The bride is only 9 years old. How old? 9 years old. Yuki's hands tightened on the newspaper, her face a mask of utter disbelief. The accompanying image was a wedding photograph, so opulent it bordered on grotesque. The elderly duke, his face etched with wrinkles, stood beside a bride who appeared 40 years his junior, her wedding gown festooned with pearls and gems posed like a porcelain doll. The article's prose was filled with lavish praise for this well-matched union. Ryup. Die, you wretched bastard. I hope you get struck by lightning. With a blank expression, she jabbed her fingertip through the old man's face in the photo, then turned the page. Page 4. Exclusive. Roger pirates suddenly change course. Trajectory nearly identical to Vice Admiral Garp's warship. A clash of 2 titans on the horizon. You've got to be kidding me, Morgans. One photo for a routine day, one for a battle. You're this bold with your layouts. Don't you fear for your life? Wait, how does this damn bird know? Even I didn't know? Oh right, of course. This bastard controls every albatross and seagull in the world. Well then it looks like Sengoku's intel from a few days ago was accurate. They're on the right course. The page featured 2 blurry long-distance photos, one showing the silhouette of the Oro Jackson, the other a side view of the dog-headed warship. The 2 photos were taken from different angles, but both were annotated with timestamps and coordinates. The article proclaimed, in an exaggerated tone, our reporter's relentless tracking reveals that GOLD, Roger's flagship, and the Marine hero Monkey D, Garp's warship are converging on strikingly similar courses. Should neither vessel alter its heading, a direct confrontation is highly likely in the coming days. Their last clash churned up several kilometers of ocean. What waves will this encounter unleash? Stay tuned for our exclusive coverage. He deliberately enlarged the D in the text. Is Morgans trying to stir something up for certain people? Could he possibly know something too? She had to admit this damn bird really knew how to write. She turned to page 5, and her footsteps abruptly halted. This page wasn't breaking news, it read more like a feature on a story still simmering. An incident from a month ago. Page 5. Theft on Beehive Island. The pirate's greatest treasure, the world's beauty, vanishes into thin air. A shocking major incident had occurred on Beehive Island in the New World. Within the territory of the Rocks pirates, Shingaku, the tavern proprietress, had mysteriously disappeared in the dead of night. The guard on duty, Marlin, was found dead at the scene, killed by a strike from behind. The perpetrator had left no trace whatsoever. In the aftermath, the entire Rocks crew had locked down the island, with top-tier powerhouses like Whitebeard and Big Mom personally leading searches across the surrounding seas, yet 2 grueling weeks yielded nothing. Rumors ran rampant. Some claimed it was the work of an internal traitor, others pointed fingers at the world government's covert operations, and still more whispered of shadowy forces entangled in the affair. As of this paper's publication, Shikaku's whereabouts remained a complete mystery. The Beehive Tavern had shut its doors for good, and the entire Rocks crew was in a state of fury, with reward amounts climbing ever higher. Yet no one could provide a single useful lead. A portrait of Shikiku was exclusive paid content, and is not included in this issue. Yuki swept her eyes over the entirety of the newspaper once more before folding it and tucking it back into her pocket. Finally, she had a complete picture of the timeline. She'd been so focused on training and sparring these past few days. From Shikiaku's abduction to the start of the God Valley incident, a full year would pass. That meant she had roughly 9 months left to cultivate. That should be enough. That little note of hers probably wouldn't amount to much anyway. Morgans likely already knew, just waiting for Ginny to quietly slip him a message. But it would probably startle him, wouldn't it? A random Marine appearing out of nowhere knowing something like that. She could spin him a little tale then, and secure this newsbird's connections for herself. Even if the note never got through, it didn't matter. It had just been a whim on her part. Full of confidence, Yuji returned to her bedroom and closed the door. Sizzle, sizzle. Layer by layer the bandages came off, piling up beside the bed into a small white mountain of cloth. Yuji flexed her newly freed arms, rotated her wrists, and confirmed that every joint was as nimble as before. Though the reverse curse technique had consumed a vast amount of her cursed energy, its restorative effects were as reliable as ever. She lifted her thigh, wiggled her foot, and saw that the broken bones had already healed. Only a few faint red marks remained on her skin, which would vanish completely in a few minutes. I told you I was fine. Jishiju Yuji withdrew her legs, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed her eyes. Her mind began replaying every detail of the battle just fought. The flow of cursed energy during the Black Flash burst the instantaneous fusion of will and technique at the moment of domain expansion. The stress mechanism of the reverse curse technique after being shattered by Garp's fist, and the entire process of the singularity that blew the old man away, from condensation to fragmentation. These were invaluable experiences she could never obtain even after 10,000 training sessions. To be honest, she hadn't even figured out the specific effects of her own domain before it was shattered. But this also reminded Jishiju Yuji that in the world of pirates there were a bunch of tanks along with spiritual enhancement methods like observation haki and conqueror's haki. A closed domain's guaranteed hit and kill could hardly cause instant death. And it was easily broken by those bastards who loved AoE attacks, leaving her with technique, burnout, and physical injuries, a net loss. Strike while the iron is hot. Before these insights faded from her mind, she had to learn the open domain. She took a deep breath and began constructing the domain, letting out a loud shout. Domain expansion. Instantly, a golden net-like cage enveloped her. Mishu Gaelong. She uttered the latter half of the name in confusion. Then it changed again. It became Falling Blossom Emotion, then a simple domain, then back to Mishu Gaelong. But it never formed a proper domain. Bang! Mishu Gaelong shattered, scattering into specks of starlight around her. Strange, why was this happening? She had used it instantly against the old man. Why had she lost her touch now? How could Jishiju Yuji possibly be someone like Lu Ziyun who couldn't even use a domain? She had even come up with a super cool name. Was it because her control over cursed energy had weakened? No, that couldn't be. Should she go get beaten up again? No, she couldn't be that kind of protagonist who breaks through in desperate situations. She had to play it safe, level up, slowly master the domain, and relish the pleasure of humiliating the weak. Fight to enjoy, humiliate the weak, save the civilians. Do all three at once. Only then could it be called well-rounded. It was her duty to bully this world with her own strength. If Fushiguro Megumi could do it, then she, the esteemed UD, should be able to learn it quickly. Besides, she had just successfully opened it. There was no reason she couldn't use it now. It couldn't be that the old man's punch had knocked her sense out of her, could it? Speaking of which, why was Gojo Satoru's domain called Unlimited Void? Oh right, his Six Eyes ability was to receive information. Unlimited Void must be an extension of the Six Eyes. Thinking this way, Gojo Satoru had a chance to develop a second domain. As far as the whole story went, only Gojo Satoru's domain covered just one of his abilities. Maybe the old man's open domain was based on infinity. Then when he opened his domain, everyone would become like that racing turtle. Cosplay as a real-life time-stop series. Kinda sinister. Let's try again. Jishiju Yuji now released her cursed energy, relying on barrier techniques to first construct a region entirely formed by her own cursed energy, using this room as the boundary. The first step went smoothly. Next, she integrated her technique into it. With a thought, Jishiju Yuji began to superimpose the effect of Star's Wrath onto the domain she was constructing. This step was far more delicate and difficult than the previous operations. Jishiju Yuji kept her eyes tightly shut, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It felt close. The inner walls and outer shell of the domain were becoming solid, and she would soon be able to freely apply imaginary mass to the objects enclosed within. Although there was no qualitative change, it didn't succeed either. Crack! A sound of breaking came from the room. The outer shell of this thing, whether it was a domain or not, shattered. Jishiju Yuji sat dazedly on the bed. Why? Where was the problem? No, this wasn't even a domain. It took over 10 seconds to construct, and if she opened it, her opponent would laugh to death. She couldn't help but recall the words from the original story. Project the inner landscape into reality, integrate cursed energy, and release it instantly. Unfiltered emotions, more greed, more freedom. How is this different from add a little salt? Emotions. Right now she wanted to blow up this world. If she followed this idea, her domain should be a massive black hole. Anything that entered would die. Wait, that seemed right. She had just desperately craved victory and wanted to grow strong. That was when she suddenly unleashed the domain. Now she just needed to recall that moment of emotion. She had fallen into the limitations of the academic school. She recalled the state she was in when fighting Garp. Emotions pushed to the limit, body on the verge of collapse, the afterglow of black flash burning in her veins. So what did she want? She closed her eyes. I want to crush everything that displeases me. That old bastard who married a 9-year-old bride. She wanted to whip him into pieces. Those nobles who treated people like dolls in wedding dresses. She wanted to turn them all into corpse puppets stuck in rice fields. Those pirates who brandished their swords to intimidate civilians. She had already killed a shipful, but it was far from enough. No, still not enough. It wasn't just about crushing the trash. She wanted more. She recalled the exhilaration of shattering the skull of a giant sea king with the phoenix wheel on a deserted island. She remembered the sensation of the fire lizard scales shattering, the hot blood splashing onto her hand when its chest was pierced. She remembered the searing pain of every bone broken and pulled back by the reverse curse technique during the Black Flash exchange with Garp, and the serious look in the old man's eyes. She remembered the juice that idiot pervert Galen handed her and the Sea King steak that Uncle Dory brought out. She remembered Bogart chewing her out in the infirmary, then gloomily looking for a cigarette. Yar yar. Even though she hadn't known them for long, she kind of liked this bunch. She wanted many things, and she wouldn't compromise on any of them. She wanted to crush the trash, tear apart the strong, protect those idiots who cooked for her and handed her juice. She wanted to live freely, to beat up whoever she wanted, to have no one control her. She wanted to leave her name on this sea, and many years later when people mentioned Jishiju Yuji, they would feel awe, fear, and envy. She wanted everything. Greed. The moment this word surfaced, she suddenly smiled. So what if I want to have everything? Jishiju Yuji took a deep breath, cursed energy slowly gathering in her dantian. She let all those messy, contradictory, and utterly greedy emotions surge up, no longer suppressing them with reason, no longer deconstructing them with analysis. Cursed energy began to flow out of her body spontaneously, and the air in the bedroom grew heavy. The pile of bandages beside the bed rustled under the invisible pressure, and the moonlight outside the porthole bent slightly as it passed through the window. Crack, 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 crack. In the water glass on the table, fine concentric ripples appeared on the surface, as if countless invisible fingertips were touching it simultaneously. Jishiju Yuji's eyes snapped open, a divine light bursting from her bronze-gold pupils in the dim cabin. This bedroom was too narrow to contain what she was about to release. Outside, in a flash, she appeared atop the highest mast of the dog-headed warship. Whoosh! The sea wind was fiercest here, billowing her shirt and sending her golden hair streaming wildly behind her. Above her head, the night sky remained unobstructed, while beneath her feet the entire warship gently rose and fell with the rhythm of the waves. A sudden, inexplicable heaviness permeated the air like the drop in barometric pressure before a storm. Goosebumps rose on everyone's skin. Some seasoned veterans instinctively grasped the weapons at their waists. What's going on? Enemy attack. Bogart, who had been dozing in the infirmary, snapped his eyes open. No, this feeling isn't Baki. No, it's not. This familiar sensation. He burst out of the infirmary, his hand already on his sword hilt. His observation Haki screamed in maddening alarm, but this warning was unlike any before in battle. Danger rushed toward him like a natural disaster. His gaze shot upward and locked onto the maiden standing beneath the moonlight. The moonlight visibly bent around her, as if transforming into a flowing silver gown. Bogart shouted, "So it is you, Jishiju Yuji. Don't get so worked up, Mr. Bogart." Ha ha. Jishiju Yuji seemed to see an endless sea of stars. This was the image that had been etched in her mind since the first night on the deserted island. Back then, after drifting back from the sea, she had sat alone on the shore from morning till night. She sat on a reef watching the stars, the sea breeze tangling her hair. With a gnawed bone dangling from her mouth, she raised her middle finger to the sky. Why did this thought suddenly come to her? But this feeling is really great. Jishiju Yuji grinned, spreading her arms to embrace it all. Cursed energy surged within her. Enough, this is the moment. Fingers interlocked, forming the Wenshu Yusuza Shinjo Shanhai-in. Domain expansion. The instant her fingers intertwined, cursed energy gushed out of her like a floodgate opened. The entire warship heard a deep, low hum. The gale suddenly ceased, and even the sound of waves slapping against the hull was drained away at that moment. Star punishment, heavy prison. Golden light exploded from beneath her feet. Light patterns surged as a golden tide, madly sweeping in all directions with her at the center. It rolled over the mast, and all the ropes on the mast snapped taut with a tearing sound. It rolled over the deck, and every plank vibrated with a dull echo as the light patterns swept across. It rolled over the gunwale, crossed the sea surface, and pressed a ring-shaped trench several meters deep into the water. The trench chased the edge of the light patterns, pushing outward madly. 500 meters. 1,000. 2,000. 5,000. The moment the light patterns stopped, the rules of the entire world were rewritten. The night sky above was torn open by an invisible hand. At the very center of the night sky, a huge, perfect, circular void suddenly opened, its edges burning with auroras like dark purple flames. Inside the void, the phantom images of thousands of stars lit up at the same instant. A massive dark red celestial body pressed against the center of the sky, slowly rotating, its surface storm cyclones clearly visible. Its ring fragments whirled through space, each trailing an icy blue tail. The gravitational field was utterly disrupted. The flocks of birds roosting on the sea were awakened simultaneously, and countless seabirds rocketed up from the reef tips. Caw, caw. The beating of wings merged into a continuous low roar like a giant pipe organ pressing all its keys at once over the entire sea area. The leading migratory birds struggled to climb, trying to find the edge of the air currents, but the chaotic gravitational field completely ruined their sense of direction. They flew around the golden beam in a huge chaotic vortex, a dark mass covering most of the sky above the light patterns. Flutter, flutter. The originally gentle waves suddenly froze. The next second, the entire sea began to bulge upward, the sea level visibly rising by tens of meters. 10,000 birds took flight. Seawater reversed its flow. The warship rose with the swelling sea, its hull groaning under the strain. Bogart and the other Marines had to cling to anything nearby to steady themselves, staring in shock at this apocalyptic scene. Suddenly hundreds of waterspouts shot up from the sea around the warship. Roar! Huge sea kings were forced out from the deep sea. They were the tyrants of this sea, their bodies hundreds of meters long, scales as hard as steel. Even marine battleships usually gave them a wide berth. But now these deep-sea leviathans leaped wildly out of the water like startled fish, their massive bodies twisting futilely in midair, emitting deafening cries. Starlight spilled onto their scales, refracting into eerie rainbows. They twisted, struggled, and roared in the air. The distortion of gravity had robbed them of their sense of direction. Gravitational forces tore at them from all directions, their bodies uncontrollably expanding and contracting, blood seeping from the gaps between scales, eyeballs trembling crazily in their sockets. Hundreds of giant beasts, each hundreds of meters long, writhed and howled in midair, their massive tails lashing the air, whipping up violent gusts. The circling flocks were forced higher, flapping desperately around the rising monsters, tumbling and shrieking in the air. The beating of millions of wings mixed with the roars of the Sea Kings, the entire sky trembling. Roar! The Sea Kings paid no heed to any other creature. Instinct drove them to charge with all their might toward the warship where Jishiju Yuji stood. Have you all come to congratulate me? Staring at those bloody warship-sized maws, Jishiju Yuji tilted her head with a smile and even performed an aristocratic bow with relish. This was the unguarded satisfaction surging from the depths of one's heart after confirming one's own power. The sight of so many Sea Kings leaping out of the water at once would normally be a spectacular disaster. But now they were merely the final note of tonight's symphony. Jishiju Yuji grinned, golden light spilling from between her fingers. The banquet. Cursed energy spread up her arms, the phoenix wheel on her forearm emitting a high-pitched hum. Starlight streamed in from outside, converging in her palm into a tiny rotating golden point. Begins. Then she gently clenched her fist. Crush. The bodies of dozens of Sea Kings froze at the same instant, and they began to collapse inward. Roar. Before they could even finish their cries, they burst like squeezed tomatoes, scarlet juice exploding from midair, spraying fresh blood. Splash. The blood droplets were stretched into thin red lines by the gravitational field, then illuminated by starlight into a dark red rain pelting onto the sea. Each drop of blood was locked in place by its own gravitational field, condensing into quiet dark red spheres. They trembled gently under the faint light of the starry sea like a row of lit lanterns. The circling birds went mad at this moment, millions of bird calls merging into a continuous shriek. They threaded between the spinning water columns and suspended blood spheres, flying around an altar that did not belong to this world, as if offering the most perfect sacrifice for her success. I will set the sea ablaze. Jishiju Yuji played with everything within her domain with immense delight. At that moment, she could create singularities at any point within the domain, arbitrarily impart imaginary mass, and control attraction and gravity. Above the heavens and below, only I am supreme. Under her mental manipulation, the sea within the entire domain began to rotate, except for the area around the dog-headed warship, and several water columns shot straight into the sky. The birds were forced higher by the water columns, but they never left the edge of the golden halo. They circled on that boundary round and round like migrating birds traveling around a storm's eye or moths drawn to a bonfire. Bogart watched this scene from the deck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He seemed to see a witch under the moonlight. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for Vice Admiral Garp's decision back then. If that girl Jishiju had not taken the righteous path, she would have been a world-class disaster. Boom. Suddenly, a huge impact sound came, and a large hole was punched in the rotating water wall. That is. Jishiju Yuji looked at the distant spray, her expression delighted. Old man, you finally swam back, she shouted loudly, not caring if anyone could hear, then shifted her thought. Brat, what's with this villainous look of yours? Did you do all this? Garp stood on a giant wave staring at the ring of Sea King corpses hanging like planets around him. Obviously I've gotten stronger. Jishiju Yuji laughed, one hand on her hip. She glanced at the moon again, showing a slightly surprised expression. It's so late. We'll talk tomorrow, old man. I'm going back to sleep. There's dinner left for you in the kitchen. Jishiju Yuji began redistributing gravity again. The spinning sea started to calm. Dozens of dark red spheres fell simultaneously, crashing into the sea surface. The blood slowly spread, forming a thin red veil on the sea, shimmering with golden phosphorescence, occasionally lifted into the air by the surging waves. After a moment, the wind and waves subsided, as if the calamity had just been a dream. Jishiju Yuji stood beneath the starry sea above the entire red-stained surface, casually tucking a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear. She hummed a tune unknown which melody, and with a light tap of her foot, she gracefully descended from the mast tip back to the deck. Behind her, the light patterns slowly retracted from the 5-kilometer edge toward the center. The phantom images of celestial bodies above vanished one by one into the dark purple sky. The hole in the clouds gradually closed, and moonlight spilled down again. Everything returned to normal, only the lingering scent of blood in the air and the slowly dissipating red veil on the sea, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. On the deck the sailors stood frozen, as if under a spell. Hammers, planks, and ropes had all fallen to the ground at some unknown point. Jishiju Yuji walked through them, her steps light. Suddenly she stopped her lower body and swiveled her upper body, startling everyone. Then she looked at them, laughed, and waved a hand. "Good night, everyone." She pushed open the cabin door and disappeared into the depths of the ship. The deck was silent for a long time. The sea breeze began to blow again, carrying a salty smell and a thick scent of rust. Boom. With a thunderous leap, Garp landed on the ship, and the others snapped out of their daze. "Gahaha. Old man's back. That girl's move sent me flying quite far." Garp stretched his shoulders a little, then looked at his adjutant. "So, Bogart, what's the situation?" "I don't know. I'm certain it's not a devil fruit, at least." "Oh, then it's that girl's strange ability at work. To be able to expand it so much. It feels no weaker than Newgate's range." Garp rubbed his chin in amazement, when suddenly Bogart grabbed his shoulder tightly. "What is it, Bogart?" "Vice Admiral Garp, you did say you would give Jishiju Yuji psychological counseling, right?" Bogart looked at Garp earnestly, feeling he had never been so serious. "Well, seems like something like that, but I think this girl doesn't need it." "No, it must be done," Bogart insisted. "Jishiju Yuji's power is too dangerous, too free. She is still young, her worldview not yet fully established. She needs your righteous Navy spirit to guide her onto the right path." Bogart rattled on for a long time, until Garp was about to faint from hunger. He pushed Bogart aside and headed for the mess hall. "Enough, I got it, I'm going to eat now. Vice Admiral Garp, remember to talk to her tomorrow." Got it. When Jishiju Yuji woke up, the window was already bright with noon sunshine. Sunlight slanted in through the porthole, drawing a glaring strip of light on the floor. She buried her face in the pillow, trying to sleep a little longer, but the incessant knocking at the door was more annoying than an Apple alarm clock. "Knock, knock, knock. Miss Jishiju, are you awake?" "Knock, knock, knock. Miss Jishiju." Jishiju Yuji wordlessly lifted her head from the pillow. Coming. She reluctantly got up, shuffled over in flip-flops, pulled the door open, and glanced sleepily at the visitor. Outside the door, Bogate stood with his back straight, one hand suspended in midair, clearly about to knock for the fourth time. Behind him followed Galen, holding a cup of steaming tea, now staring intently at the just-awakened Jishiju Yuji. "Dazed Jishiju, so cute. What's up, Mr. Bogate and Galen?" Jishiju Yuji rubbed her eyes, her voice still hoarse with sleep. "Knocking at my door so early. I stayed up late last night, huh? Thanks, Galen." She yawned widely, a tear forming at the corner of her eye, and took a gulp of the hot tea handed over by Galen, then glanced at the clock on the wall. 1201. Right, it was only noon, as she had planned to sleep for a whole day and night, so being woken up now was really annoying. "Well, Jishiju girl, I have to remind you that it's now noon, the day after you went to sleep." Bogate raised his wrist and glanced at it. 1202. "You've been asleep for almost 40 hours. Bogate looked at this just-awakened girl who seemed like a girl next door and felt a surge of emotion. It was really hard to connect the image before him with the demoness of the heavens from that night. Jishiju Yuji turned her head slightly in shock to look at Bogate. "Really, Hantoni? Hanto Disuka, if it weren't for the sound of your breathing from your room, we would have been ready to break down the door to rescue you." Galen, standing nearby, took over the conversation, a look of regret and relief on his face. "To be honest, if you hadn't answered the door today, we were going to break in." "Damn it." Galen punched the wall as if he had missed $1 million. "Dude, you really never change." Jishiju Yuji's eye twitched, but she hadn't expected to have slept that long. Meanwhile, the other sailors nearby looked at Jishiju Yuji as if she were a monster, and at Galen as if he were a pervert, quickening their steps. Clearly, the big stunt Jishiju Yuji had pulled off that night had left them with considerable psychological trauma. Blood Orb Lantern Sea King sacrifice, a 5-kilometer radius disaster domain. No wonder these young sailors were a bit afraid of her. As for Galen, he was fine. He just really had gone down the path of perversion and never looked back. By now, Galen had already been sent by Bogate to scrub the deck. So what's this all about? Watching Galen wield 2 mops like a whirlwind on the deck, Jishiju Yuji turned to Bogate and asked, "I don't know. Vice Admiral Kapu wants to see you." "The old man. He's not going to want to fight again, because I've made great progress, is he?" Jishiju Yuji complained. Bogate did not answer. He silently led the way, his military boots stepping on the metal floor of the corridor, each step steady and forceful. The two walked through the repaired corridor. The hole in the training room from 2 days ago hadn't been fully fixed, but the floor and ship walls had been repaired. Otherwise, this doghead warship would have sunk long ago. "Wow, the damage I caused with the old man hasn't been fixed yet. I'll go help out later." Jishiju Yuji tiptoed over a pile of wood, sea breeze creeping in through the gaps, and finally stopped at the cafeteria door. "Please go in. I'll guard the door." So mysterious. She pushed the door open, and as soon as she stepped half a foot inside, the door behind her was pulled shut by Bagate with a blank expression. Boom. The door slammed shut heavily, the gust of air from behind blowing her golden hair, which was loose on her shoulders, forward. What the heck? She reached out to brush her hair aside, about to complain further, when a rich aroma of meat suddenly filled her nostrils. The cafeteria was filled with the scent of long-simmered bone broth mingled with the charred fragrance of grilled meat fat and a hint of sweet sauce. The listless body of Jujutsu Yuji was suddenly seized by a primal urge surging from the depths of her stomach. That's right, she had slept for a full day and night without eating anything. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Had the kitchen's main dish been Sea King's for the past few days? Why were there so many leftovers and the meat was a bit shredded? She turned, grabbed a glass of milk and a Sea King minced meat sandwich, and holding it in her mouth, she walked to the dining table and plopped down. Numb. Chewing as she watched, she saw opposite her Kapu wrapped in bandages and wolfing down his food. Chew. Old man. Chew. What did you call me for anyway? Chew. Old man. There was no response, only the sound of a meat grinder. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Kapu was sprawled over the plate, clutching a bone-in steak in his left hand, holding a bowl of meatballs nearly overflowing in his right, and had at least 3 different kinds of food stuffed in his mouth. His cheeks bulged like a ball, occasionally punctuated by the crisp crunch of bones being broken. Forget it. That old geezer doesn't listen to anyone when he's eating. She shook her head, downed a cup of hot tea to wash down the bread in her mouth, then reached for the ribs and meatballs in front of her. She shook her head, swallowed the bread with a mouthful of milk. Still not full, she reached for the ribs and a plate of meatballs, but a blur flashed before her eyes. Whoosh. The ribs and 3 or 4 meatballs vanished. Huh. Was I still asleep? Jujutsu Yuji rubbed her eyes, then reached for the steak again. Whoosh. The steak vanished too. What? Jujutsu Yuji stood up abruptly. Old man, there's a ghost here. Frightened, she grabbed a table knife, her hair bristling. Meanwhile, on Kapu's side. Chew. This old man. Chew. Ghost. Kapu swallowed the food in his mouth, then picked up a familiar-looking rib and several more steaks, throwing them into his mouth. Chew. Chew. Ghost. With a rib dangling from his mouth, he gestured vaguely and laughed, pointing at Jujutsu Yuji. Swallow before you speak, you damn old man. And stop stealing my meat. Furious, Jujutsu Yuji punched Kapu and slapped away his reaching hand, then started inhaling her own food. Stingy little brat. I'm a wounded soldier. Kapu protested. Fury. Jujutsu Yuji's beautiful forehead sprouted numerous vein marks. She kept her head down, eating without speaking, but raised one hand and flipped Kapu the middle finger. Gahaha. This old man knew that gesture was an insult. Full and satisfied, Kapu leaned back in his chair, picking his teeth and laughing heartily. Stupid old man, not talking to you. Jujutsu Yuji emptied her mind, savoring the meal. Chew, chew, chew. Oh, the sauce the cook made today is really delicious. Chew. Chew. Slurp, slurp. The noodles are good too. A few minutes later, full and content, Jujutsu Yuji put down her chopsticks with satisfaction. She stretched her arms high above her head, pulling up the hem of her shirt, revealing a tiny bit of her slightly rounded belly. Jujutsu Yuji casually brushed her hair back, then looked down at the table's opposite side. Old man, why are you still here? You little brat. Kapu laughed and cursed, tossing aside the toothpick, then steered the conversation to the main topic. He had originally come to provide psychological counseling, but now he had something more interesting. What exactly happened the day before yesterday? Kapu asked. It's an extended application of my ability. Jujutsu Yuji rubbed her chin and made a hand seal gesture. Domain expansion, actively creating a domain under my control. She then extended a finger and placed it on the table. In Kapu's perception, a strange aura enveloped the entire tabletop. As Jujutsu Yuji gently lifted her hand, the table seemed to stick to her finger and floated up. Oh, sounds similar to a Logia-type devil fruit user. Kapu leaned in with interest, examining the floating table. Jujutsu Yuji withdrew her finger, and the table silently returned to its original position. Kapu looked at her and asked, Girl, I've been curious for a long time. Where do these bizarre abilities come from? Could it be that this child is a rare race with innate abilities like the Mink tribe or the Lilia tribe? Possibly. After all, the Grand Line is vast, and the world government hasn't fully explored it yet. This child and her tribe might have lived on an island that was suddenly attacked by pirates, leaving only her alive. Her childhood misfortune and growing up alone in the wilderness shaped her personality, naive, wild, yet containing brutality. Bogart is quite perceptive, he must have noticed this. No, this old man has to find a topic to talk about now. Secret, but I can tell you, old man, about my ability. Unaware that Kapu had already labeled her with a tragic background, Jujutsu Yuji was about to try something else. Technique declaration. In the world of Jujutsu, revealing the mechanism of your ability to an opponent amplifies the technique's effect. It's a rule of risk and reward. Expose the technique's mechanism in exchange for greater power. She had never tested whether this rule existed in the pirate world. Might as well use the old man as a guinea pig. I call this ability Star's Wrath. I can freely attach imaginary mass to myself. She sat upright, hands crossed on the table. Nanny, what's hometown mass? Damn it, this illiterate old fool. Jioshirjo Yuji closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and a vein mark appeared on her forehead again. In short, this is an explanation even a dog could understand. Oh, so the little brat can casually make her fists and that whip heavier, huh? Ahaha, why make it so complicated? What does that have to do with that domain thing you mentioned? More than that, I'm not affected by this weight. Kapu casually picked his ear. Got it. In short, you've become like a Logia, able to alter the terrain, right? This girl with that move the day before yesterday was probably only weaker than those few monster rookies in the Marines now. An ordinary vice admiral was no match for her. Kazan probably couldn't beat her either right now. If she trained her haki a bit more, those two brats Borsellino and Sakazuki would start feeling the pressure. He could already imagine Sengoku's face. Kapu started chuckling to himself. Old goat Sengoku's face. Gahaha. Jioshirjo Yuji stared at the old man, who had suddenly started laughing to himself, feeling a surge of inexplicable irritation. After the technique declaration, the flow of cursed energy within her body hadn't changed at all. Power amplification. 0. Not even the slightest fluctuation. She didn't know if it was because the old man hadn't understood a thing, or if this world simply didn't have that rule. No, even if it could be borrowed, it was definitely this damn old man's fault. Sigh. Well, I was too naive. She resignedly sighed. So, old man. She stood up, pushing her chair back. What exactly did you call me for? If it's nothing, I'm leaving. Disturbing a beautiful young lady's sleep is a serious crime. She turned and took 2 steps toward the door. Wait. Kapu's voice made Jioshirjo Yuji stop. She turned to look at him silently, her hand already on the door handle. Half her face was illuminated by the midday sun, the other half hidden in shadow. After Kapu spoke, there was a long pause. Old man, did you leave your vocal cords at home? Kapu paused, stroked the stubble on his chin, and finally spoke. Yuji. Do you have any living parents? The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Jioshirjo Yuji didn't speak. She turned around, leaned against the door, crossed her arms, and tilted her head, staring at Kapu for a few seconds. During those few seconds, her expression was very calm enough to be unnerving. Let me confirm first, old man. What exactly do you mean? Say it clearly. Say what you have to say. That phrasing just now is going to make me angry. I mean, girl, did you suffer some misfortune in your childhood? Do you have any family still alive? Kapu added. Jioshirjo Yuji suddenly grinned. Bang! The phoenix will shot out from her sleeve without warning, the whip blade tracing a silver arc in the air as Jioshirjo Yuji brought it down straight at Kapu. Kapu raised his right arm, instantly hardening it with armament haki. The whip blade slammed into his iron-like forearm, exploding into a visible ring of shockwaves. Clang! The dining table was jolted into the air. When it landed back on the floor, 2 of its legs cracked in half, sending splinters scattering everywhere. The floor beneath Kapu's feet cracked with a crackle, forming several spiderweb-like fissures. Her amber gold pupils glinted with dangerous light, and the veins on her temple were nearly bursting. She silently increased the pressure, and the cracks in the floor beneath Kapu widened. Stupid old man, you want to fight? Nanny. Kapu truly didn't know which word had ticked her off this time. Sigh, this job really wasn't suitable for a rough guy like him. No. Kapu shook his head and waved his hand quickly, using his other hand to gesture. This old man mainly wanted to ask Yuji, what's the reason behind your cruelty toward pirates? Kapu's tone was rarely serious, and he didn't pull back his arm. That kind of handling. Without some deep-seated hatred, you wouldn't be able to do it. Damn it, old man, you could have just asked directly. Take this whip. After a few more lashes, Jioshirjo Yuji leaned against the wall in exasperation. So in the end, the old man was still concerned about that incident. As a transmigrator, what deep-seated hatred could she possibly have? With a flick of her wrist, she retracted the phoenix wheel and shot Kapu a glare. Thank you for your concern, old man. I grew up an orphan, and I have no major grudge against pirates. I do it simply because, she pointed at her temple, her amber gold eyes fixed on Kapu. Because I can't stand the Marine's weakness, and because I am able. A brief silence settled over the dining room. Kapu was still processing Jioshirjo Yuji's words. Sunlight streamed in from the porthole, casting a bright beam of light between them, where tiny dust motes floated slowly. Suddenly the dining room door burst open. Vice Admiral Kapu. We've spotted the Roger pirate ship on the island ahead. Nanny. Kapu smashed the table with a bang, and Jioshirjo Yuji instantly straightened up, her eyes gleaming with interest. I apologize for the earlier topic. Now, get ready to watch, girl. Watch this old man break Roger's dog legs. Full speed ahead. This old man is going to catch Roger today. Kapu waved his fist the size of a sandbag excitedly. Don't underestimate me, old man. I want to get in on that too. And if you want to apologize, at least compensate me with a slice of cake. Jioshirjo Yuji had already turned and dashed out excitedly, her entire figure blurring past the cabin. The soldiers in the corridor only felt a gust of wind and by the time they reacted, all they saw was a wisp of golden hair disappearing around the corner. She burst onto the deck, the sea wind slapping her face, carrying the thick scent of brine and the forest aroma from the island ahead. She stood at the bow looking at the island that was now close. The massive Oro Jackson was docked at the island's edge, its huge pirate flag fluttering the skull marked with a distinct handlebar mustache. Shurjo Yuji took a deep breath, then using all her strength, shouted toward the island. Roger. Her voice, amplified by cursed energy, rolled across the sea like a thunderclap, startling a flock of seagulls from the forest at the island's edge, flapping wildly into the air. What type of woman do you like? Suddenly a gust of wind swept from beside her, accompanied by Kapu's hearty laughter. Gahaha. Don't ask, brat. The woman a pirate likes is definitely a pirate too. Roger has a woman he loves. Kapu leaped into the air, his dark silhouette against the sun, its edges rimmed with a golden halo of light. His fist instantly gathered power, the pressure of the punch, like an invisible giant hand pressing down on the sea surface, creating a hemispherical depression tens of meters in diameter. The seawater at the edge of the depression churned inward, white foam surging up along the curve. Kapu swung his fist with a laugh. Fistbone charge. The massive gale force launched the entire dog-headed warship into the air, hurtling toward the island at an unbelievable speed. Kapu landed standing beside Shurjo Yuji and laughing. Roger, this old man is here to break your dog legs. The clatter of typewriters and the croaking of din-din mushy blended into a cacophony of noise. Under the smoke-filled ceiling, rows of desks were piled high with photographs, manuscript paper, and half-drunk coffee cups. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Chief, the albatrosses can't fly in at all, and almost all our informants have been compromised. The world government has caught wind of it. They're very likely to suspect us. A young reporter with thick glasses trotted after the white figure ahead, thin on top, stout below. He waved a stack of rejected intelligence letters, each envelope stamped with a glaring refusal to negotiate. Another veteran editor put down the transponder snail receiver and rubbed his aching temples. Chief, this time, maybe we should consider letting it go. We've been investigating for over 2 months now, and we've basically made no progress. All we know is that the Marines and the world government are planning a major operation on this island. But what exactly, on what scale, and who's involved? We can't dig up a single word. The only certainty is that the celestial dragons are involved. But if we dig deeper into intelligence at that level, the world government will have us killed. Hearing this, Imour Gangxi finally turned his bird head. Is that what you all think? Under his gaze, the other reporters lowered their heads. It wasn't entirely their fault. They had tried for over 2 months with virtually no progress, only knowing that the Marines and the world government were planning a major operation on this island. During this time, to bribe insiders, funds had been flowing out like water. If they kept this up, they'd soon be unable to afford food. Chief, we. Bang. Imour Gangxi slammed his palm on the desk. Shut up. You guys without a shred of reporter's spirit. Did you join the newspaper just for filthy money? Huh. Chief, aren't you the one who loves money most? Imour Gangxi stood up and declared unabashedly, that's right, I love money. Huh. Then why, Chief? Under the astonished gazes of all the newspaper staff, Imour Gangxi walked over to a whiteboard covered in exposés. I may be a miser, but before that I am a reporter. A reporter lives for the news. I decide what to report. Chief. Inspired by this, the newspaper staff became energized, their drive and passion surging anew. The chief is right. Let's do it. Even if we have to eat pickled vegetables next month. Investigate. Fight the world government. The young reporters sprang up from their desks, some grabbed their jackets, and were about to rush out. The rest redialed transponder snails to contact their undercover sources. The entire editorial office erupted in a frenzy. All right, calm down. We do need to adjust our strategy. Imour Gangxi clapped his hands to suppress the excited crowd and sat back in his chair thinking. As someone who would become one of the 6 kings of the underworld, he was naturally no hot-headed fool. He gritted his teeth at the current progress, his bird eyes still stubborn. Then he gave orders. Stop sending out albatrosses. Continue trying to bribe insiders for first-hand information. Divert half of our attention back to this sea. Roger. Watching the staff return to work, Imour Gangxi stuffed a handful of candies into his bird beak, leaned back in his chair, and slowly spun around, emitting a crunching sound as he chewed. Crunch, crunch. He picked up a bottle of precious wine, bit off the cap, and gulped it down. Phew, he felt a bit more relaxed. Cheap candy paired with wine, a good way to unwind. He rested his bird head against the chair, pondering. No rush, he had already found a breakthrough. He just had to wait for the information from that prisoner in the cell to be delivered. Then all the secrets of Shinji Valley would be torn open by him. Just as he was deep in thought, a young woman in charge of layout came over. Chief, which headline should we put on the full front page this time? Imour Gangxi pondered for a moment. Whatever you decide. There's no news worth calling a headline lately. If any government is willing to write a check, give them the front page. Got it. Imour Gangxi waved his wings dismissively. Not a single big news story. The Rocks pirates hadn't stirred up any major commotion either. He liked to create big news through fabrication, but only if the event itself could spark passion. The recent happenings weren't even worth his effort to fabricate. Emperor Gangxi had founded the World Economic News not to serve as a propaganda tool for the idiot world government. Big news required patience, but as his staff had said, the recent income was indeed quite meager. Sigh. He exhaled a puff of foul air from his beak and resigned himself to flipping through today's newspapers looking for something to rehash. Suddenly, a dense flapping of wings sounded overhead. The seagulls from Garp's area had returned one after another. Ho ho. Are these the guys I sent to Garp? I hope they bring me something explosive. Come on, come back. Ouch. He was suddenly knocked over by a flock of wet albatrosses. After flying back to the newspaper office, the albatrosses lay trembling on the ground, as if they had encountered something utterly terrifying during this flight. Caw, caw. They kept calling to the staff, seemingly complaining about the horrific experience of the assignment. What's going on? These albatrosses I trained are all brave birds who would face any danger. But this also meant they had encountered something extraordinary on this trip. Emperor Gangxi quickly sat up and picked up the papers that had fallen from the air. Let me see, let me see. He read the preliminary information carefully and was a bit disappointed to learn that there had been no fight yet. Almost there. Judging by the progress, the next batch of seagulls will bring back good news. Emperor Gangxi could afford to wait a little while. He had a new explosive story, but it was still lacking something. Those two fought too often. It was their 8th match already. And besides, such things couldn't have scared his precious birds like this. Suddenly an albatross jumped onto the table, raised its head, and signaled Emperor Gangxi to take out something from its pouch. Curious, Emperor Gangxi extended his wing and pulled it out. Inside was a bandage. On the bandage, 3 characters seemed to be written. Emperor Gangxi slowly unfolded it. Shinji Valley, what? The moment he saw those 3 characters, Emperor Gangxi nearly startled himself into leaking a few drops of urine. The entire bird reeled backward, his pupils shrinking to 2 pinpricks of black feathers bristling from his neck outward. The candy in his mouth shattered with a crack, his solid wood armrest was gouged into 3 deep grooves, and the chair let out a sharp screech. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? He jerked his head up, practically roaring at the albatross. Another bird, its neck bearing a camera den mushy, flew over and spat out a photograph. The photo showed a blonde girl wrapped in bandages, grinning and flashing a peace sign at the camera. A girl. Why would she know these things? A spy for the cipher pulse, or perhaps some big shot's illegitimate daughter. Morgan's mind raced as several more albatrosses swooped in, spitting more photos at him. But what a beautiful girl. Even with one eye wrapped in bandages, her beauty is undeniable. The newspaper staff nearby, seeing their boss so animated, set down their work to gather around. A bespectacled girl let out an admiring sigh. A male reporter beside her spotted a detail. He tapped the corner of the photo where the edge of a ship's railing was visible, specifically the unique doghead carving. That uniform. Navy. Wait, a doghead warship. This is Garp's ship. The declaration stunned the entire newsroom. Everyone knew Garp's ship was always a monk's vessel. Where on earth had this stunning beauty come from? Get back to work. Are today's articles done yet? Anyone who fails will be assigned to write gossip columns. Boss, that's not fair. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Morgans irritably shooed his staff away, swept all the files off his desk, and retreated to his private office. There he picked up the photo and the small note once more. Staring at the girl in the photo, Morgans ran through every big name he knew, but none of them matched. Blonde hair. Could she be from Amazon Lily, one of Gloriosa's people? But reminded by his employee, he also noticed the Navy identity and the warship she belonged to. Who the hell is this woman? Could it be that the feeling of a big scoop was coming from her? His feathers bristled slightly. That familiar sensation, like an electric current racing up his spine to the back of his skull, returned. It was his pride and joy, his journalistic instinct. Every time a major story was about to break, his body reacted before his mind. Just then the writing on the strip of bandage in his hand began to fade away, as if soaked in water. Moments later, new characters slowly emerged, as if someone were writing across from him with a pen. King of news, what kind of woman do you fancy? Morgans froze for 2 seconds, then let out a sudden caw of laughter, the weight lifting from his chest. Huh. Interesting. An interesting one. He relaxed for now. It seemed this person was a friend, not a foe. Whoever they were looking to establish an intelligence exchange with him. This move was likely a show of strength. Who would have thought there was such an intriguing character within the Marines? Still king of news. Subarashia. Music to my ears. Mysterious woman, I'm Morgans, will eventually expose all your secrets to the world. He settled back into his chair, eagerly flipping through the remaining photos. Just the identity of this mysterious girl alone was enough to fill an entire front-page special. Suddenly he froze, his hand stopping mid-turn. What the hell? Are they shooting a movie? The cosmos. A starry sky. The angle of this photo was extremely peculiar. It was captured by an albatross from a great distance at an extreme upward tilt. The horizon was pushed to the very bottom edge, with most of the frame dominated by the night sky. The inky black canopy of heaven seemed to be torn apart, by an invisible hand revealing a galaxy of diamond-like stars churning within the clouds, as if about to plummet into the sea. Within the void, thousands upon thousands of star-like apparitions blazed simultaneously. A dark red giant star hung at the center of the sky, rotating slowly, its ring fragments trailing icy blue tails spinning silently through space. His interest was piqued immensely. So this was the bizarre place that had frightened his birds so badly. He immediately moved to the next photo, his bird-like brow furrowing. Why is it so blurry? He had purchased the highest quality din mushy after all. The image looked as if it had been soaked in water light patterns, and sea foam swirling together, their boundaries indistinguishable. All he could make out was a massive circular glow above the sea surface, its edges tinged with a dark purple halo. He quickly flipped to the next ones. Several more were just as bad. This one had an overexposed center edge as sharp as a blade, while the middle melted away like cream. The white light consumed all detail, leaving only the faint outlines of towering water spouts at the very edges. Don't tell me there isn't a single clear one. He spread all the photos across the table with a sweep. Nope, blurry. Damn it. Morgan slammed his palm on the desk. Either the lenses weren't clean or the focus was off. But not all was lost. He could tell that the starry expanse contained a terrifying calamity. His albatrosses were all in flight for their lives. He figured his old comrades who had served him for years were desperately flying away as they captured these shots. Damn it. Couldn't you have tried to stop and take a clear one? You lose your lives, but I lose my headline. Morgans lamented bitterly, yet he still examined each photo with desperate hope. However, as he progressed, his mood gradually improved. The photos became clearer, suggesting the catastrophe had ceased. Makes sense, otherwise his birds wouldn't have made it back. Could it be? A new natural disaster is about to be born in this world. Terrifying. It even managed to drag sea kings out of the ocean. Morgans muttered, flipping through the images, visibly shaken. As a native of the pirate world, he was utterly captivated by the scene, especially the radiant starry sky. As he reached the last two photos, his avian eyes suddenly bulged wide. Nanny, it's her. The feathers on his neck instantly stood on end. That familiar tingle of a massive scoop smacking him in the face shot straight up his spine. In this high-altitude aerial shot, the girl's golden hair drifted upwards in the disordered gravity field, as if held aloft by the sea of stars itself. She was giving a noble salute to the sky. Dark purple auroras blazed behind her. Rising mist of blood condensed into a thin veil, shrouding her silhouette like an elegant gown. Beside her, the colossal bodies of dozens of sea kings hung suspended in midair, as if squeezed by some unseen force. In the photo, static sprays of blood hung frozen in the air. Gulp. Morgan swallowed hard and quickly looked at the next one. This was likely the last shot taken by the albatross before it put distance between itself and the scene. The composition was far more complete than the previous ones. The sea kings are gone. No, wait. Those blood-red lanterns. They're their flesh and blood. Dozens of dark red orbs of blood hovered around her, arranged in a ring at her side. A thin layer of red silk spread across the sea surface as starlight pierced the bloody mist. The entire sea was dyed in a palette between dream and nightmare, a spectrum of reds. And the girl stood at the very center of the starry sea, directly above the vast blood-stained ocean, her arms spread wide to embrace it all. Above her head, auroras burned. Below her feet, seawater surged upwards. Hundreds of seabirds flung into the air by the currents wheeled and circled in the starry sky, behind her looking like scattered scraps of paper from a distance. The entire domain swirled around her, yet she stood in the eye of the storm like a newly awakened deity. Subarashii. What kind of power is this? How magnificent. How sinister. This woman will surely turn this sea upside down. Morgans was at a loss for words. Bloody, grand, dreamlike, beautiful, free. These adjectives exploded in his mind simultaneously. He flung open his office door, the panel slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. Everyone looked up at once. Boys, we've got work to do. Morgans tossed the photos into the air. Dozens of clear pictures fluttered and scattered in the golden light of the chandelier. A sea of stars, auroras, orbs of blood, colossal corpses, and a golden-haired girl with her arms wide open beneath the celestial dome. Each image stole the breath of everyone in the newsroom who saw it. Chief, is this the bandaged girl from before? Exactly. Morgans grabbed a photo and slapped it onto the whiteboard with a resounding thud. It was a picture of Tsukumo Yuki standing atop a ship's mast. Her pose under the starry sky was in stark contrast to the other photo of her bandaged and flashing a peace sign. Keep monitoring Garp and Roger. Once the war begins, I want the first-hand front page photo. Also change today's headline. His feather pointed at the girl in the photo. Right about her. He glanced once more at the bandaged girl laughing without restraint in the picture. Right about the girl on Vice Admiral Garp's ship, the legendary Marine. The Navy's legendary new star. Her alias shall be the Starry Sky Tyrant of the Navy. Find out everything about that blonde girl on Garp's warship. Name, age, origin. Don't miss a single detail. Bring me the finished headline for my personal review. No, I'll write it myself. Yes, Chief. The reporters chorused in unison, and the clatter of typewriters resumed with renewed intensity. Morgan's turn snatched up his quill and scrawled bold characters across the blank sheet before him. The ink was still wet, and every character in the headline seemed to burn. World Economic Journal, Extra. Headline, The Navy's Starry Sky Tyrant, the golden-haired witch on Garp's warship. Exclusive mysterious girl appears under naval hero Monkey D. Garp's command. Possessing terrifying combat power capable of manipulating weather phenomena, she summoned a stellar anomaly over the night sea. A secret ultimate weapon cultivated by the Navy. Or a superhuman combat force from an unknown faction. Our paper has the exclusive story. The truth is about to be revealed. Morgans tossed his quill onto the desk and spread his wings. Open the gates. The two heavy oak doors of the newsroom were pulled wide, and the salty sea breeze rushed into the editorial office. Countless albatrosses took flight from the rafters, windowsills, and tops of filing cabinets. The beating of their wings swelled into a low rumble, like a massive engine starting up. A black microphone den mushy was clutched in the beak of the largest albatross. It led the charge out the door, followed by hundreds of albatrosses streaming out like arrows from a bow. Clutching freshly printed extras, they soared into the clouds, scattering towards every corner of the Grand Line. Morgan stood at the threshold, his back to the newsroom, facing the door as the wind blasted in. Fly, my boys. Gather all the intelligence. Let the whole world know. The storm of this sea will never cease. Gahaha. The sea breeze caught a stray photo, tumbling it through the air. It whisked past him, swirling upwards into the sky. The photo showed the golden-haired girl, arms spread wide beneath the sea of stars, smiling at the entire ocean. A seagull plucked the photo from the air and took flight, joining the flock of albatrosses as they ascended. Caw-caw-caw. 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 Tens of thousands of albatrosses circled overhead, the beating of their wings coalescing into a low rumbling roar. Deep within the island, a bonfire blazed brightly on the sandy beach. Yo-ho-ho-ho, bink sake. The familiar tune of their celebratory feasts began to play. A colossal sea king rib roast turned over the fire, sizzling and dripping with fat. Each drop that hit the flames sent up a burst of orange-red sparks. Empty sake barrels were stacked into a small mountain, casually discarded on the sand, gently bobbing back and forth with the ebb and flow of the tide. The Oro Jackson was anchored in the shallow bay nearby. Its black pirate flag snapped fiercely in the sea breeze, the signature curled mustache on the skull fluttering with the wind. The crew of the Roger pirates sprawled around the campfire, deep in their revelry. Some leaned against the ship's railing, picking their teeth. Others lay on the sand, hats covering their faces as they dozed off. Ha ha ha, drink up. Most were rolling up their sleeves in drinking contests, with onlookers slapping their thighs and cheering them on. Spilled liquor soaked the ground, but no one cared. However, one topic had become unavoidable at recent banquets. Roger downed a cup of sake, slammed it heavily on the table, and stared directly at Rayleigh. Bam. What's the word, Rayleigh? Any news on Shaki? Rayleigh set down his cup, pushed a spread-out newspaper aside, furrowed his brow, and shook his head helplessly. The newspaper was open to page 5, where a follow-up report on the Hakanosa disappearance case occupied half the page. Nearly 2 months had passed, and the headline had changed from the shocking crime to the unsolved mystery. No, the agents we hired have found nothing. And on the rock side, there's no progress either. He frowned and took a gulp of sake, Shaki's sudden disappearance gnawing at his mind. That damn rocks. Roger, furious, slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it. Aren't his men supposed to be the strongest pirate crew in the New World? Damn it. A beauty like Shaki gets stolen right from under their noses, and they don't even know it. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He kicked a nearby empty barrel, sending it flying into the rocks, where it shattered into pieces. Useless. If I ever run into him, I'll cut him down in one swing. Gabon was also swinging his axe in fury. Count me in, Captain. I think Rox has lost his mind. If he can lose Shaki, can't he lose the head on his shoulders? I'll chop it off for him with my axe. Rayleigh sat silently nearby, the reflection of the fire in his eyes obscuring his thoughts. The banquet was filled with righteous fury, though everyone expressed sorrow and anger over Shaki's disappearance. But pirates' emotions were as free as their actions, never lingering on a single feeling for too long. After all, they were pirates who had set sail seeking adventure on the Grand Line. The vast world and the unknown that lay ahead were always more enticing than troubles behind. After a while, when the drinks had flowed and the topic of their next destination came up, the atmosphere of the party turned jovial. Captain, where are we heading next? Roger jumped down from a rock, strode to the campfire, grabbed half a sizzling rib, and took a huge bite. Meat juice dripped down his mustache, but he was oblivious, taking another large gulp of sake and waving the bone around as he spoke indistinctly. At this point, he knew nothing of Laugh-Tale. He was just a free adventurer. Ha ha ha. Where? On this sea I go wherever I please. Of course we sail for places we've never been. He casually pointed in a direction opposite to where they had come from. Let's head that way. I heard there's some kind of sky island in that direction. An island in the sky sounds fascinating, ha ha ha, he laughed heartily. That's as good as saying nothing. So typical of you, Roger. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a hint of a smile finally appearing at the corner of his mouth as he teased. What do you mean I said nothing? Roger tossed the bone aside and stood in the middle of the campfire. Freedom? Do you understand freedom? Rayleigh, you worry too much. Learn from Gabon. Haha, Captain, leave me out of your bickering. Gabon said, drinking his sake while polishing his supreme great axe. He suddenly changed the subject, looking in a certain direction. But if we're going somewhere, how about the northwest? Northwest? Rayleigh and Roger followed his gaze. That sea area is where that aura came from the other day, isn't it? At this, the laughter and chatter around the campfire unconsciously quieted down. Several crew members instinctively turned to look at the sea to the northwest. It was pitch black there now, nothing to see. But everyone present remembered that night a few days ago. That overwhelming, hair-raising presence. Some of the sharper-eyed members had even seen a dark shape appear in the sky, if not for the storm that had hit their location that day. Their Captain Roger might have recklessly led them all charging towards that place. It's not a bad idea. I'm quite interested in that aura. It didn't feel like a natural disaster, more like something man-made. Rayleigh agreed, offering his hypothesis. From what I sensed, it was like a growing monster. Not overwhelmingly powerful yet, but its sense of danger couldn't be ignored. Right? Gabon chuckled, stroking his chin. If it is man-made, how could we not go and see the one who caused such a stir with our own eyes? The two exchanged a glance and smiled, then turned to look at Roger. So, Captain, what do you say? Roger stroked his chin. I'm quite interested too, but heading there will likely bring us face to face with a troublesome guy. That Pescarp. He paused, then grinned, unstrapping his hip flask and taking a large swig. Though it's not like I'm afraid of him. Garp. Hearing the name, Gabon's expression turned sour, and certain parts of his body ached faintly. Has that bastard been chasing us for nearly 5 years now? You could say he and the captain have a cursed bond. Rayleigh chuckled, picking up a few-day-old newspaper from the sand, shaking off the grit, and unfolding it to read. Our correspondent reports. The flagship of the great pirate Joel D. Roger and the warship of marine hero Monkey D. Garp are currently on remarkably similar courses heading towards each other. If neither changes direction, a direct confrontation is highly likely in the coming days. Taha. Roger laughed even louder. Rayleigh, your imitation is hilarious, ha ha. Rayleigh looked towards the coast, which was calm and empty. Roger, that Garp might come flying in from the sky, yelling at any moment. Glug glug glug. Roger tilted his head back and downed half a flask in one go, the sake gurgling down his throat. The overflow dribbled from the corners of his mouth, ran down his neck, and soaked into his collar, leaving a dark stain on his captain's coat. He slammed the flask onto the sand, creating a small dent, and laughed uproariously. Ah ha ha ha. But what you said might actually come true, Rayleigh. Roger turned to face the bonfire, raising his cup high. Then let him come. Men, a toast to the coming battle. Ha! Captain, that's the worst toast reason ever. Gabon laughed, raising his cup. You just want an excuse to drink, Roger. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly, but raised his cup as well. The rest of the crew, laughing, raised their cups in unison. Roger looked at his lawless crew, his grin widening. Cheers. Cheers. Dozens of cups clashed together, producing a sharp, resonant clink. Boom. At that very instant of the toast, a deafening explosion erupted from the distant coast, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Looks like he's really here. That old bastard Garp. He sure knows how to pick a moment. Taha. Roger roared with laughter, tossing back the last dregs of his cup. Then he casually discarded the cup and drew his sword, ace, from his waist. Ching. The moment the blade left its sheath, the campfire seemed to dip under an unseen pressure, its flames flattening, before surging back up, casting a flowing golden red light along the sword's edge. His eyes blazed with pure excitement and battle lust as he raised his sword high. Battle stations. Before his voice even faded, 2 other weapons were drawn on either side of the fire. With a flick of his wrist, Rayleigh drew his sword, a cold gleam flashing. Gabon grabbed his massive axe, lowering his center of gravity, muscles tensing instantly. Roger's right and left hands, Rayleigh and Gabon, immediately entered a state of combat readiness, flanking him. Ha ha ha. Roger kicked aside an obstructing barrel and strode to the front of the beach. The barrel rolled into the sea with a splash, sending up a white spray. He stood alone at the water's edge, the waves lapping over his boot, soles the sea breeze, making his captain's coat billow fiercely. He looked up at the approaching giant wave, rested the blade on his shoulder, and a wild grin spread across his face. As usual, that bastard Garp is mine. Hey, Captain, he's the only one on that ship who can really fight right. How about letting me have a go this time? Gabon joked. No way. Roger refused without a second thought, laughing heartily. As his words faded, 2 distinct voices came blasting over the sea from the distance, one after another like cannonballs. Suru and Garp plummeted straight down from the sky. A clear female voice and a gruff roar intertwined, crashing down like thunder into the clearing. Roger, what kind of woman do you like? Roger, I've come to break your damn legs. On the beach, the crew of Luo Jie's pirate crew all looked up in unison, staring at the 2 black dots growing larger in the sky. 2 of them. Jabba rested his axe on his shoulder, a hint of surprise in his tone. This guy Kapu must be out of men, bringing a girl to fight. He turned to Lei Li with a grin, teasing. Oh, indeed. But that one is not weak. Jabba want to give it a try. Laylee adjusted his glasses intrigued. Haha, alright. Laylee, you go fight that boring marine who keeps drawing his sword. Jabba hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a dense tangible conqueror's haki like a tsunami sweep across the entire island. On the beach, several weaker young crew members' legs gave way, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed into the sand. Hey, Luo Jie is starting to mess around again. Jabba looked up at the sky with a smile. Ah ha ha ha. Luo Jie laughed so hard that his mustache trembled, tears almost streaming. The red cape draped over his shoulders flapped wildly backward in the wind of his haki. He straightened up abruptly, a bold grin on his face, then took a deep breath and unleashed his full haki, roaring at the two approaching figures. Kapu, when did you lose your mind? Bringing a girl to see me? Hey, girl on Kapu's ship. Was it you asking me what kind of woman I like? Beat me, and I'll tell you. Uh-huh. His roar, unconsciously amplified by his conqueror's haki, swept across the sea like a tangible shockwave. The sand on the beach trembled, the campfire flames suddenly shrank, and even the Aulawa Jiksen anchored in the shallow bay swayed in the sea. This is my precious disciple. Wait to answer that question in the prison of Tujinsheng, Luo Jie. Kapu laughed heartily, leaped forward with a big jump, his right arm coated with armament haki, turning it pitch black like mystic iron, with visible dark red lightning crackling around his fist. Fist bone meteor. Luo Jie moved at the same instant. He stomped his right foot forward, crushing the sand beneath his boot, and spun half a circle with the momentum. Ace traced a perfect arc in his hand, and the moment the blade split the air, pitch-black armament haki spread from the hilt upward, dyeing the entire sword into a flowing black blade. Huang Yuhan. Both grinned at the same time, revealing nearly identical mad smiles. The next instant, fist and blade collided. Boom! At the instant of impact, a visible shockwave exploded outward from the point of contact between fist and blade. The beach was torn up, sand mixed with gravel spraying in all directions. Among the top powerhouses of this sea, when Conqueror's haki clashes head-on with Conqueror's haki, without reservation, the world itself yields. At that moment of collision, the thick clouds in the sky were torn apart by an invisible force. The clouds were forced apart under the pressure of the two Conquerors' haki, the clouds on both sides of the rift churning violently, spreading to the horizon at a visible speed. So this is the old man's full power. So strong. Jiosher Jiu landed lightly, watching the battle between the two world-shaking powerhouses with excitement. The aftermath of that fist and blade clash had not yet dissipated, and the sea wind carrying sand and dust blew in their faces. She stood steadily in the air behind, and to the side of Ka-Pu, her golden hair flying wildly in the wind with no trace of being shaken by the shockwave on her face. The initial confrontation between Ka-Pu and Luo Jie ended. The enormous force was redirected into the sky and exploded. Both Ka-Pu and Luo Jie staggered back, then looked at each other and laughed heartily. Gahaha, did you skip breakfast, Luo Jie? Kapu's body lowered slightly, armament haki spreading to his shoulders, the dark red lightning around his fist crackling. Ahaha, your fists have gone soft, Kapu. Luo Jie also pointed his sword tip forward, the haki on the blade so dense it seemed ready to overflow. The two exchanged a smile, then vanished from their spots in the next instant, engaging in close-quarters combat. Boom, boom, boom. Iron fists against black blade, the clang of metal ringing as densely as rain pounding on iron, each impact sending out a ring of white shockwave. Ordinary people couldn't even get close. On the other side, Jiosher Jiu flipped her wrist, pulled out the phoenix wheel, and twirled it in a sword flourish. The metal rim reflected sunlight like a mirror, casting light on the approaching Bo Jiate. Jiosher Jiu turned with a smile, looking at Bo Jiate, who walked over, hand on his sword hilt. Yo, mister. Bo Jiate, you're here too. Is everything okay with the ships? Over at the ship, Guy Luan and the others can hold the fort. Of course, no one usually goes there. Guy Luan. Indeed, a person as formidable as him must be no weakling. Bo Jiate gripped his sword at his waist, eyeing the rest of Luo Jie's crew, but did not draw it, ready and waiting. Finally showing your true strength, mister. Bo Jiate. Jiosher Jiu said with a smile. Spare me, I can at most hold off one. Bo Jiate smiled wryly. Suddenly, two flying slashes came at them. Bo Jiate instantly drew his sword and cut them apart. The residual force turned into 4 stray air blades grazing past him, and Jiosher Jiu on both sides, burying into the sand. Cool. Jiosher Jiu gave a thumbs up. Hey Marines, weren't you supposed to capture us? Don't keep us waiting too long. Lei Li and Jabba emerged from the forest. Marine girl, come play with me. Jabba laughed and charged forward with large strides, swinging his axe straight at Jiosher Jiu. Jiosher Jiu instantly straightened the phoenix wheel into a sword and held it horizontally in front of her to block. Clang. Sparks flew, and she was pushed backward by the overwhelming force, her boots plowing 2 parallel deep furrows in the sand, sliding dozens of meters. Only Lei Li and Bo Jiate remained on the field, facing each other. Who is that girl? Facing Jabba's attack, you're not worried. Laylee asked with a smile, looking relaxed, not even in battle mode. She is the future of the Marines, how could she lose to a mere pirate? Bojate watched Laylee warily, assuming an aye-aye stance. Sword sheathed, right hand on the hilt, ready to strike. Do you think you can beat me, Marine? Laylee casually pointed his sword at Bojate. Though his tone was light, his movements showed no flaw. I can probably only hold you off. If it comes to a real fight, I'd surely die here. Bojate showed a rare hint of a smile. Well then, how do you? I know what you're thinking, Laylee. If Vice Admiral Kapu wins, you and Jabba will instantly go all out, using us as hostages to coerce Vice Admiral Kapu into letting you go. Luo Jia won't lose, but we are pirates after all. Laylee neither confirmed nor denied, tightening his grip on his rapier, moving the blade from his shoulder to point at the ground. Sunlight reflected off his glasses, hiding his eyes. So then, you who usually fights conservatively, why do you seem so eager to fight this time? Haha, you pirates wouldn't understand. Bojate's gaze swept toward the golden figure fighting Jabba in the distance. The shackles of balance will soon be broken. This vibrant vitality has stirred my blood after a long time. Is that so? I didn't expect such high praise. I'm getting more and more curious. After these words, the two fell silent for a moment. Bogart vanished in an instant, unleashing a lightning-fast draw cut aimed at Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh raised his sword to block, and the clash of metal rang out with a deafening roar. Clang! The sound of blades colliding echoed. If you want to see the future, you have to hold your ground first, Marine. Of course. Bogart gritted his teeth, pressing his wrist down to leverage the force, leaping back to gain distance. The moment he landed, he surged forward again. The two turned into blurry afterimages, their swords and blades weaving an impenetrable net of light on the sandy beach. Meanwhile, on Yuki and Jabba's side, without a single word, they were already locked in a battle so fierce they had forgotten the world. Both fighters employed a brutally direct style. With her domain expansion activated, Yuki enhanced her physical body with the insights of cursed energy, supplemented by rudimentary haki. This barely allowed her to keep up with Jabba's physical prowess. The imaginary mass granted by Star's wrath was enough to let her trade blows with the younger Jabba. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought from the beach deep into the forest, shattering countless ancient trees along the way. Broken trunks lay scattered across the ground, and gaping cracks torn by axe blades and air pressure scarred the earth. Garp sure picked a monster as a disciple. That bastard is lucky. I think the old man was blessed for 8 lifetimes to have met me. Huh. Ever thought of becoming a pirate? A free spirit like you doesn't belong in the Marines. Jabba laughed as he fought, leaping into the air and bringing both axes down in a vertical strike. No way. I need to bathe every day. Yuki dodged the attack, instantly compressing the phoenix wheel into a spring-like form and thrusting it forward. Hey, once a week is enough. Fresh water is precious on the sea, Marine girl. Jabba tilted his head slightly, the spike of the phoenix wheel grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody gash. Simultaneously, his left axe descended from above. Yuki straightened the phoenix wheel into a sword and held it horizontally above her head to block. The moment the axe blade struck the sword, the ground beneath her feet collapsed into a shallow crater 3 meters in diameter, sand and gravel surging outward. So, I refused. Alright, I was just asking. Jabba's right axe followed in a horizontal slash at her waist. Before the blade even reached the wind, pressure tore the hem of her shirt. Whoosh! Using the recoil from her left hand, she leaned back to the extreme. The axe blade whizzed past her nose, severing a few strands of her golden hair. Then she stomped down on the side-slashing axe, pinning it to the ground. Jabba showed no haste to pull it free. He kept Yuki pinned with his left axe, engaging in a contest of strength. The immense downward pressure fissured the earth beneath them. Huh. This is exhilarating. Marine girl, state your name. Jabba, leveraging his height, pressed down with one arm, keeping the phoenix will suppressed as he looked down at Yuki trapped in the crater. Yuki. She bent her legs, slightly gritting her teeth as she blocked. Sweat dripped from her brow, drenching the strands of hair at her temples. The opposing phoenix will suddenly softened into a whip, coiling around one of Jabba's axes and pulling it forward. She seized the moment to close in. Her bronze gold eyes met his sunglasses, locking gazes. Cursed energy and haki surged into the punch she was about to throw. Jabba, I'm a fan of yours in some ways. Tell me, what kind of woman do you like? Yuki grinned. The black luster of armament haki and the dark glow of cursed energy intertwined, dyeing her entire fist a shade between jet black and dark gold. And if it's a giantess, how would you make her bear children? Her eyes burned with excited curiosity. What is this woman saying? Jabba was stunned for a moment, causing his other axe to be a beat slow in its defense. In that instant of distraction, Yuki's fully charged fist slammed into his chest. Black flash. Black, cursed energy exploded, amplified by 100-fold mass stacking, sending Jabba flying. His body smashed through a stretch of forest before crashing into a massive boulder. Black, cursed energy burst from her fist, the very space seeming to tremble for a moment. Under the 100-fold mass stacking of Star's wrath, the force of this punch broke through the critical point of Jabba's armament haki defense, landing squarely in the center of his chest. A visible black shockwave carried Jabba backward from the crater, smashing through 100 giant trees along the way. Trunks exploded, splinters flying everywhere. Finally, he crashed into a massive rock. Spiderweb-like cracks spread frantically from the impact point across the entire surface. Impressive. You barely got hurt from that, huh? Yuki stood still, breathing slightly heavily, wiping the sweat from her cheek with the back of her hand. Her gaze pierced through the path Jabba's body had carved through the forest, landing on the nearly shattered boulder in the distance. A flash of realization struck her. Did you just burrow straight in? Splendid. As expected of the Abyss Explorer, the Secret Realm Pioneer, the Cave Watcher, the Excavation Vanguard, the Noble Knight, the White Wall Cavalier, the Helmsman of the Slime Sea. The only college graduate of the Pirate King, the truly strongest man in history. Amazing. This sudden turn of events startled everyone on the battlefield. Garp and Roger hadn't stopped their own fight, but both sensed everything that had just happened. Ha ha ha. Roger, my disciple, just defeated your crewmate. Garp's mood soared and his fists grew heavier by threefold. Jabba was just careless. Didn't you hear? Your disciple is a fan of Jabba, ha. Clearly Roger was no slouch at trash talk. He rested Ace's blade on his shoulder, lifted his chin, and deliberately enunciated every word. Fan. Ha ha ha. Garp's ruddy complexion visibly shifted toward a dark blue, veins bulging at his temples. That damn girl. I don't care. Your crewmate got knocked away by my girl, so you're actually weaker. Ha, you really dare to say that, Garp? Can't beat me, so you rely on the younger generation? Veins also popped on Roger's forehead. Beat you, huh? Garp spat disdainfully. TSK. Roger spat back. The two devolved into a shouting match, like schoolchildren, eventually both losing their tempers. Go to hell, Roger. You go to hell, Garp. They renewed their assault, iron fist and black blade colliding. This time, even the clouds in the sky let out a pained groan. Not far away, Rayleigh swept Bogart aside with his sword and turned to look at the gaping hole in the boulder deep in the forest. Fortunately, his observation Haki sensed that Jabba's aura hadn't weakened at all. In fact, it was even more excited than before. Hey Jabba, what are you doing? The pile of rubble exploded outward from within, blasted apart by a tremendous force. Jabba charged out, his coat torn in several places by the sharp edges of rocks, the fabric on his left shoulder hanging loose, revealing his sturdy, knotted muscles. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and a fist-sized bruise, already turning purple-red at the edges, was imprinted on the center of his chest. He paid it no mind, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, a grin spreading across his face, more fervent than ever before. My bad, I was half a beat too slow. With a mighty leap, he charged back towards Kiroheim, spinning the twin axes in his hands with blinding speed. I acknowledge you, Navy girl. No, Kiroheim. I never thought you'd go that far just to win a fight, Kiroheim. The axe handles flipped through his palms, the blades carving arcs of white light through the air, spinning faster and faster, until the two axes looked like twin silver, full moons in his grasp. The whirring left a lingering metallic hum in its wake. I was asking you seriously. Kiroheim retorted, annoyed. Haha, dodge this first. Maybe I'll actually answer you. He swung both arms forward with a fierce motion. 80-fold Phoenix, slash. Instantly, 80 slashes shot towards Kiroheim, simultaneously a cascade of silver-white arcs raining down upon her. The air was shredded into countless fragments, the sharp whistles of the blades layering into a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. But a moment before the slashes arrived, Kiroheim didn't block or parry. She began forming hand seals. Manjushri Akuzma, Divine Mantra, Domain Expansion. Instantly, a starry domain expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. Unlike Sukuna's, her open domain had a clearly visible boundary. A massive disk of starry sky materialized high above the island, a river of galaxy flowing around Kiroheim. The slashes that were about to strike her froze midair. Shrink. The outlines of the slashes rapidly contracted, condensing into 80 tiny points of light that silently dissolved into the sea of stars. Star punishment, heavy prison. Kiroheim clapped her hands, and in an instant those 80 points of light transformed into meteors crashing down towards Jabba. She then drifted into the air, her golden hair floating upwards in the disordered gravity field, the hem of her shirt fluttering gently in the zero-gravity state. She stood at the center of the starry sea, looking down upon the entire island. What is this? Jabba's furious blade gale shattered the 80 stars and continued unabated towards Kiroheim. But before it could get close, it began to shrink again, collapsing into a singular point of starlight. He stared in shock at Kiroheim in the sky and at the swirling starfield above his head. Just a little trick. Kiroheim chuckled, her voice drifting down from above. After all, I don't have a body as tough as yours, so I had to tinker with some little toys. Jabba, isn't it time you answered my question? Kiroheim looked down, her eyes smiling as she regarded Jabba, who swallowed hard. Haha, hell no. Alright, it was just a casual question anyway. She raised her hands slightly, and countless stars materialized around her. This feeling. Rayleigh was instantly at Jabba's side, his hand unconsciously tightening its grip on his rapier. His observation Haki screamed a frantic warning in his mind. The strongest armament haki he could muster enveloped his body instantly, a black hardening spreading from his neck to his fingertips. He looked up at the golden figure in the center of the starfield, a thin sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. That calamity from that day, it was her. This sudden spectacle made almost everyone on the island stop fighting. Roger looked up at the sky, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. Blood still dripped from his mouth, his body covered in fist marks left by Garp, his captain's coat, torn in several places by the iron fists, revealing bruised skin beneath. But he had completely forgotten all that, his gaze fixed solely on the golden figure at the heart of the starry sea. Garp, what is this? That girl did it right. A devil fruit. Roger's tone carried a rare note of pure astonishment. This is incredible, a feeling of being threatened by an all-around attack at any moment. Honestly, I don't know. It's something Yuki tinkered with herself. Garp said, crossing his arms with immense pride, showing off his prized SSS gold card, his grin stretching nearly ear to ear. He also had several cuts on him, but they only grazed the surface, never reaching deep. If this girl destroys the island and the ship, that would be a real problem. On the battlefield, Jabba and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, then vanished in a blur of light, charging towards Kuroheim in the sky. Huh. Kuroheim let out a sly smile. The next instant, the starry sky began to rotate. Apart from the Marines on the island, every pirate felt an indiscriminate pressure. This was even Kuroheim holding back, as she couldn't guarantee taking everyone out instantly. She didn't want to forge an irreconcilable enmity with the Roger pirates just yet. But the officers didn't get such gentle treatment, especially Jabba and Rayleigh. Ubiquitous singularities attacked them, immense gravity pulled at them, and stars fell from the sky. Everything became a weapon for Kuroheim. Singularities exploded around them, each detonation accompanied by a tremendous gravitational pull tearing at their bodies from different directions simultaneously. Phantasmal stars crashed down from above, each tiny one carrying the force of a falling asteroid. Boom, boom, boom. Rayleigh and Jabba fought desperately within the starry sea, both now drenched in blood. Thankfully, their supreme armament haki protected their internal organs. But the skin on their bodies kept splitting under the gnawing force of gravity. Blood beads oozed from the cracks, coagulating into small dark red spheres in the zero-gravity field, floating around them and weighing down their movements. This painful yet non-lethal assault relentlessly battered Rayleigh and Jabba like a tidal wave. They both sensed the girl definitely had more tricks up her sleeve, but she wasn't using them. She was just toying with them, dragging it out. Rage and frustration reached their peak. Though their health held out, they couldn't let this girl continue her reckless onslaught any longer. Rayleigh's rapier unleashed a colossal vertical slash, while Jabba's twin axes carved a horizontal crescent wave. As veterans, they could not be looked down upon by a newcomer. Blooming beyond the shore. One god-fierce axe. Enduring all the damage, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. Two slashes capable of destroying the island, aimed directly at the largest star at the center. Excellent. Kuroheim instantly summoned all her galaxies to converge around her. The primordial forms of two black holes vaguely appeared, their immense gravitational pulls from opposite directions tearing at the sword energy. The gravity was so intense it even lifted everything on the island into the air. Ancient towering trees were ripped from the ground. Massive debris filled the sky. Towering waves of seawater reversed their flow upwards. Those who weren't strong enough clung desperately to the ground, struggling not to be sucked into the sky. She can actually do this. Roger stood as steady as a mountain, rubbing his chin as he looked at Garp. Garp, if I begged you, could you give her to me? Don't even think about it, you bastard, Roger. Garp cursed. If not for the crucial aerial duel reaching its climax, he would have started another fight with Roger right then. The black holes Kuroheim created tore at everything relentlessly, and she struggled to maintain them. The two colossal slashes stalled between the two black holes, trembling violently, desperately, trying to cut forward. While it's thrilling to push the limits and validate the superiority of my abilities. Kuroheim's lips curled into a smirk. That's the mindset of a fool. But the next instant, under the expectant gaze of everyone, the black holes expanded to their limit. Then Kuroheim brought her hands together with a clap. Snap! The domain shattered with a bang, the golden boundary rapidly contracting inward and dissipating completely in that instant. Huh! Everyone watching was stunned. Seizing the moment, Kuroheim used the final surge of gravity from the domain's release, launching herself like a stone from a slingshot, instantly teleporting to the edge of the battlefield. SHHHH. The two slashes found nothing, and with no obstacles left, they sheared the tops off every mountain on the island in an instant. Before the rubble even hit the ground, Kuroheim had already turned and was sprinting towards the coast. Bye-bye, you two. Had a great time today. She had to run. If she got caught now while her technique was on burnout, she'd definitely be in for an inhumane beating. She kicked off the air with moonstep, each step exploding a ring of white vapor, behind her, her golden hair trailing in a straight line. Old man. Get me out of here. Rayleigh and Jabba were stunned for a second. Drenched in blood, armament haki still active, their sword and axes still held in their striking poses. Then they both snapped out of it, simultaneously hoisting their weapons and giving chase with murderous intent, their heads boiling with rage, blood spraying from their reopened wounds as their blood pressure skyrocketed. The rapier and twin axes cleaved through every obstacle in their path, sending broken tree trunks and rocks flying behind them. Aorg. They beat us half to death, and now they're trying to run. Seeing the two blood-soaked figures chasing her, Kurohime ran even faster, her laughter utterly insolent. You damn brat, stop right there. No way. She sprinted without looking back, desperately dodging the slashes aimed at her back, her laughter trailing a long note in the sea breeze. Damn it. The two, flushed with fury, accelerated again. Just as they were about to reach Kurohime, an iron fist descended from the sky, blasting them back. Garp's iron fist, wreathed in dark red lightning, smashed into the ground before them, blowing open a huge crater several meters wide. The shockwave forced both Rayleigh and Jabba back. Gahaha. Girl, well fought. Garp slung Kurohime onto his hip in one motion, swatting away Roger's slash from behind with a single backhand. In the distance, Bogard had already sailed the warship to a safe distance. Gale at the bow was waving a mop and shouting something, his voice carried away in fragments by the wind. Roger, I'll come arrest you next time, ha. With that, Garp made a mighty leap, carrying Kurohime towards the warship. Their figures traced an arc over the sea surface, landing steadily on the warship's deck. As they were mid-jump, countless albatrosses flew past simultaneously. Kurohime glanced at the flock of birds, watching them disappear over the horizon. It was said that on the night the celestial star fell, the very order of the vast ocean shifted silently under an unknown force. A wave of premature mating seasons and surging birth rates swept across every island. The North Sea, the South Sea, the Grand Line. Countless life paths that should have diverged now collided prematurely. The influence of that meteor shower indirectly altered the life trajectories of Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan, and many others. Their parents, having become attracted to younger partners, fell in love early and gave birth to them a decade sooner. Blood dripped through the gaps in the deck, falling into the sea, forming a dark red trickle along the ship's side. The wreckage of the pirate ship tilted slightly beneath his feet, the keel groaning lowly as if on the verge of snapping. The deck was littered with the bodies of pirates. Devil. This woman is a devil. A pirate, his chest torn open with only half a breath left, knelt on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes fixed on the nightmare of a woman slowly approaching him. Hum hum hum. The woman was even humming a tune. She had appeared on their ship without warning and started killing without a word. If he survived this, he would probably have nightmares every night for the rest of his life. That is, if he could survive. Tap tap tap. The sound of her footsteps grew closer. Each step felt like it was stepping on his nerves. Do we have a grudge with you? Why are you killing us? He roared, spitting out blood. Huh. Yuki Tsukumo stopped humming and looked down at the worm on the floor. Pirates are talking about the value of life now, she said, looking at the creature with pity. Have you lost all conviction? Do you even have any humanity left? Bastard, I'll kill you. The pirate desperately raised his gun, but Yuki Tsukumo had already walked past him. Shing. A flash of blade light like a guillotine severed the man's head and arms simultaneously. A column of blood erupted from the severed neck, deflected by the emanating cursed energy. Yuki Tsukumo retracted her phoenix wheel and looked at the naval manual encyclopedia in her hand. I didn't expect that in this timeline all three of them have already enlisted. The phoenix wheel, highly intelligent, swam over and wrapped around Yuki Tsukumo's waist, its head resting on her shoulder. Her fingers flipped through the naval manual, her tone carrying a hint of regret. She flipped the manual back a few pages where 3 photos were printed side by side in the list of newly promoted officers. The 3 faces were all young, each with a different expression. One stared blankly at the camera, one squinted, as if basking in the sun, and one looked full of fighting spirit. What a pity. I wanted to be their senior. Her blonde hair cascaded from the edge of the phoenix, while swaying gently with the ship's motion. With the naval manual in one hand, she casually slaughtered the pirates on the ship. Die! A roar exploded from behind her. A burly man, presumably the captain, raised a spiked club and swung it at her from behind in a rage, the weapon coated in armament hockey. Ah, you're so annoying. Why announce your sneak attack? Yuki Tsukumo sidestepped the blow, then raised her leg high and stomped the club to the ground. Crack! The deck splintered. She looked at the pirate, recalling the bounty poster in her mind. Skull Crusher Janita likes to smash people's heads like watermelons with that club. Especially, likes killing children. Janita desperately tried to pull his club free, but Yuki Tsukumo's foot was as immovable as a mountain. His face contorted with effort, his neck turning purple, but the club wouldn't budge. Haha, what do you Marines know? Do you have any idea how satisfying it is to crush a man's skull with your own hands? It's like a watermelon, so crisp it's at its peak, the sensation of chewing it and savoring the juice. I trained my body to be this strong for the sole purpose of using it. Yuki Tsukumo finally tore her gaze from the manual and tilted her head, looking at him with disgust. Strength. You're as disgusting as you are weak. A bounty of 125 million. You must have gotten it all from killing civilians, right? This hit a nerve. Janita's purple face flushed a deep liver color, his eyes bloodshot. You damn woman, there's a limit to disrespect. Janita, furious, released the club entirely. His left arm's muscles bulged, and he threw a full-powered punch coated in armament haki aimed directly at Yuki Tsukumo's face. The wind howled from the punch. The phoenix wheel at Yuki Tsukumo's waist instantly moved like a dragon. Its tail end extended, shifting from a whip form to a rigid bone spike, compressing the air with a sharp low shriek. Shhk. There was no resistance. The tail blade, like a hot knife, threw butter, tore through his armament haki and plunged directly into his fist. Aakak. Crack. 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 The bone spike pierced through Janita's palm, traveling up along the arm bone, a continuous series of snapping sounds as it shot towards his brain. It hurts so much. He desperately wanted to cut off his own hand, but Yuki Tsukumo gave him no chance. In an instant, she kicked out, shattering both of Janita's legs and dislocating his other arm. At the same time, the phoenix wheel's upward advance slowed, watching the bulge under his skin race towards his head. Janita felt a torment that flayed both his spirit and body. In his terrified eyes reflected a pair of cold, ancient gold pupils. Hello there, frozen watermelon. No. No. Kill me, please, just kill me. He begged frantically, the agony of his breaking bones and sinews torturing him relentlessly. Ah! Bang! The bone spike burst from the back of his skull, spraying a shower of bone fragments and dark red blood mixed with brain matter against the cabin wall, trickling down through the gaps in the planks. It fell precisely into the pool of dark blood at Yuki Tsukumo's feet, creating a faint ripple. Drip. Large beast Janita eliminated. My creed is debts must be repaid. Yuki Tsukumo retracted the phoenix wheel, the bone spike making a dull wet sound as it was pulled from the corpse. She looked at the shattered body, clapped her hands, and her tone suddenly became light. Well, actually no, but saying it like that sounds pretty cool. Work's done. The area around her was filled with the pirates' corpses piled haphazardly against the cabin walls. She swept the area once more with her observation haki, confirming no one else was alive. Then Yuki Tsukumo walked to a clean spot and used her cursed energy to wipe the blood off the phoenix wheel. Afterwards, she sat down cross-legged, plopping onto the chair the phoenix wheel had transformed into, and continued reading the Naval Manual Encyclopedia. Going back now would just mean getting dragged into training with the old man practicing haki-less punches. She'd allow herself a little sliver of leisure. Suddenly a section caught her eye. It was about various extreme climate disasters. It taught sailors how to escape and survive if they encountered such climates on the high seas. What drew Yuki Tsukumo's attention was a phenomenon classified under unnatural phenomena. In the year 1482 of the sea circle calendar, the world witnessed an unprecedented meteor shower. Everyone on the planet saw countless meteors streak across the sky. The world government and the Marines dispatched countless personnel, yet they found no trace of a single meteorite having landed. The matter was eventually dropped. But since then, subtle changes have occurred across the sea. According to reliable research, magnetic field fluctuations have become frequent while extreme climates have decreased. Creatures everywhere began to enter their mating seasons. The sudden surge in hormones led to a sudden increase in biodiversity. Sea kings broke past their previous size limits and grew even larger. This phenomenon even affected higher-order races like humans. People began falling in love earlier, expressing affection more openly, and being unabashedly captivated by certain figures' ages and temperaments. Meteor shower. All creatures' mating seasons advanced. Birth rates significantly increased. She closed the book, leaning her entire weight back into the chair formed by the phoenix wheel. Haha, I see, so that's how it is. The back of the chair tilted back to a dangerously acute angle, her long legs dangling and swinging over the edge. Could this be the reason this era has so many repressed heroes? I knew it. I was wondering how a grumpy old man like that could ever have kids. Suddenly a shout pierced through the ship's hull. Yuki, you done yet? Come see something great, Gahaha. Yuki Tsukumo jumped, nearly falling off the phoenix wheel. For a second, she thought the old man had heard her muttering insults. Coming, old man. Is lunch ready? Better than that, ha ha ha. Oh, now I'm really looking forward to it. She was just glad he hadn't heard her talking bad about him. Yuki Tsukumo tucked the manual into her robe, grabbed the phoenix wheel, and casually twirled it in a flourish. As the metal wool swept across the cabin wall, the entire pirate ship began to crack and split apart from the inside. These two are so loud. Bogard silently stood nearby, his sword in hand, looking at the battered pirate ship that was gushing blood. Looks like no survivors again. That's the third one this week. A brutal girl, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The events with Roger a few days ago had convinced Bogard that Yuki Tsukumo wasn't the type of hot-headed rookie who would recklessly charge at every pirate she saw. Adaptability was key to surviving long on this sea. Under the tutelage of Marine headquarters, she could definitely grow into an admiral who could stand on her own. Just as he was lost in thought, the pirate ship opposite suddenly shook violently, a series of sharp spinning, cutting sounds emanating from within. Bogard had just a moment to look confused. Boom! The entire pirate ship exploded instantly. Would splinters and shredded pirate remain scattered across the sea surface like a flower blooming, staining a vast area of the ocean red. Yuki Tsukumo like a sword maiden twirled and leaped through the air, landing back on the marine ship without a speck of dirt on her. Bogard watched the shredded flesh floating on the water, his eye twitching. Haha, still as brutal as ever, girl. Garp laughed, patting Yuki Tsukumo on the shoulder. Praising me won't make me happy. Yuki Tsukumo laughed and playfully punched Garp in the side. Hey, that's not really a compliment, is it? Bogard silently quipped about the two eccentric master and student. So old man, where's the surprise? Take a look, girl. You've become a big star now. Roger and his crew are probably fuming, haha. Garp handed over 2 newspapers. Extra, the Navy's Star Tyrant, the golden-haired witch on Garp's ship, exclusive reveal. Mysterious girl appears under the Navy hero's command. Disaster-class combat power summons celestial phenomena in the dead of night. Star Tyrant, huh? Not bad, you damn bird. You've got away with words. The entire article was just hyping her up. Yuki Tsukumo skimmed through it and moved on to the second paper. The image on the second one caught her eye. She was suspended in the center of a starry sea, her long golden hair floating weightlessly around her, encircled by a ring of dark red celestial bodies. She truly looked like a tyrant of the stars. Below her were the black silhouettes of Gaban and Rayleigh charging and weapons raised. From this angle, they looked like the challengers. At the edge of the frame, a white shockwave ring from the clash between Garp and Roger was visible. The timing of the shot was impeccable, the composition perfect. Even she had to admit she looked cool in this picture. But this headline. You flatter me, Morgans. Yuki Tsukumo flashed an unreadable smile. Top-tier power appears before God Valley. Girl single-handedly holds her own against Roger's 2 officers. Garp versus Roger, round 8. Another draw. New Navy star rises. The balance of the sea may be rewritten. You like your misleading headlines, you damn bird. But since you made me look this cool, I won't put your name in my little book. Yuki Tsukumo looked at the papers with great satisfaction. Perhaps it was the stunning appearance combined with such magnificent starry sky effects, as well as the bloody combat style. Most likely it also wrote on the topic of Jiaba and Lei. These various traits blended together, and the name of Jio Shurgyo Yuji resounded across the 4 seas overnight, spreading across the entire ocean. After all, in this oppressive era, a beautiful girl with such a peculiar style of behavior could hardly fail to attract attention. After discovering that the newspapers were selling well, Moer Gang turned into a printing press, frantically distributing them. In the factory, the printing presses roared day and night, spitting out stack after stack of headline extras, desperately shipping them to various islands and marine branches. Soon Marine headquarters also learned that they had produced such an extraordinary new recruit capable of clashing with the Luo Jia pirate group. After finishing his internal affairs, Zhang Guo read the news and was greatly shocked, the documents on his desk flying everywhere. What? Kapu said he accepted a powerful disciple, and he wasn't blowing smoke. How is that possible? This quiet-looking little girl. How could she be taught by him, Kapu? He held his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kapu must have used unorthodox methods to force that little girl to acknowledge him as her master. Vice Admiral, he holding a warm teacup, calmly watched the scene of self-struggle filling in a bunch of wild conjectures. Zhang Guo, as if his worldview had shattered, let out a helpless sigh. I say, Zhang Guo, don't be so sour. Haven't you seen the information Bo Jiate sent back? She tapped her finger on the illustration on the other side of the newspaper, a scene of corpses and broken hulls. This girl's brutal fighting style, isn't it just like something that rough guy Kapu would teach? But Xiaohe, think about it, that's Kapu. Can you imagine him teaching anyone? This question left he silent. Bam! The door to the Admiral's office was slammed open as ZFA burst in, slapping the newspaper on the desk. Zhang Guo, this promising talent must be taught by me. In Kapu's hands her talent will only be wasted. ZFA said excitedly. Don't shout at me. That bastard Kapu hasn't even returned yet. You can ask him yourself when he does. And pay for my door repair. Zhang Guo looked at his recently repaired door with pain. Couldn't any of them enter a room properly? Ahem. ZFA cleared his throat and turned his head away nonchalantly. I suddenly remembered there's something at the training camp. I'll be going now. With that, ZFA used Soru and vanished. Furious, Zhang Guo crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it. Stop, you bastard. Chi Quan, now a Marine Rear Admiral, had slaughtered 2 more pirate crews today. As he walked toward the lounge, he saw Bo Lu Sa Li Nua like a study room's earthbound spirit. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, every time I come back you're in this lounge. I doubt you've been properly carrying out your Marine duties. A Rear Admiral of your caliber shouldn't be wasted. Chi Quan snorted. Hi, I've always been diligent, Saka CG. You're covered in blood. You should go take a bath. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua waved his hand, ignoring Saka CG's taunts. They were from the same hometown and had enlisted together, making them old comrades. That guy was just like that. He was always very tolerant and magnanimous. After speaking, Huang Yuan looked at the new newspaper again, his eyes slightly widening behind his sunglasses. Shiquan said nothing more and turned to head to the bathhouse. Wait, Sakasi-ji. Huh. Sakasi-ji turned back frowning with slight impatience. Bo Lu Sali Nua tossed the newspaper over. Take a look at this. Sakasi-ji picked up the newspaper and glanced over it quickly. Seeing Jio Shirjo Yuji's combat performance and style of conduct, a rare smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. She dealt with 5 pirate crews in 1 month, killed on sight. Well done, pirates deserve to die. Though a bit exaggerated, it seems the Marines have finally gotten someone with backbone. How terrifying. The new recruits these days can actually fight that Luo Jie pirate group. Bo Lu Sali Nua still spoke in his unhurried tone, but this time the shock in his voice was not an act. Bo Lu Sali Nua. My. When this woman returns with Kapu, if she lives up to her reputation, I want to recruit her into my unit. Era, you rarely think so highly of a new recruit. You'll be competing with Vice Admiral Kapu, you know. Am I afraid of that? Kuzan was taken aback after reading the newspaper, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared blankly at the dented warship in front of him. Majika. That Vice Admiral Kapu actually took a disciple. She looks really strong, this girl. He recalled the time when he against all odds insisted on training with Vice Admiral Kapu. Era. Although I trained alongside, it seems I've never been acknowledged by Vice Admiral Kapu. Then am I considered his senior disciple or not? He irritably touched his curly hair, unable to figure it out. Oh, we'll keep training. So he tossed the newspaper aside and continued to punch the warship using only his physical strength without haki. Passion. Training. Harbor. The Doghead warship cut through the white waves, slowly docking at the military port of Ma Lin Fan Duo. Amid the sounds of ropes being thrown and gangplanks being secured, Kapu dumped all the messy aftermath, counting loot, filing reports and so on, onto the black-faced Bo Jiate behind him. He then carried Jio Shirjo Yuji on his shoulder and eagerly headed straight for the Fleet Admiral's office. Ha ha ha, Zhongguan back. His ear-splitting laughter drifted far on the sea breeze. Jio Shirjo Yuji, however, had a calm expression as she was carried on his shoulder. Oh well, it's not so bad once you get used to it. At least she didn't have to walk, which was quite relaxing. She lifted her eyes listlessly, her gaze casually sweeping to both sides. As so everyone looked this ugly when they were young. Marines passing by were all murmuring, "Is this that super rookie, this starry sky tyrant? Though she doesn't look like a tyrant, she's so beautiful. Yeah, that face is killing me." Not far away, a group of young officers, including Gue Jiju and Yin Shu, stood frozen, staring dazedly at the girl's figure being carried on Kapu's shoulder. Is this Vice Admiral Kapu's newly accepted disciple? The tough one who fought legendary pirates Lei Li and Jia Ba of the Luo Jie pirate group. In a daze they seemed to meet the girl's sweeping gaze. A light casual look, yet carrying an indescribable pressure. No way was that girl just looking at us. Love at first sight. Jia Ji, is that all you have in your head? I feel like she looked down on me. That girl at least knows observation haki. Tell us something we don't know. Of course the so-called eye contact was only for a moment. Kapu, moving at blinding speed, instantly disappeared from the plaza. In his office, Zhang was suddenly startled. This feeling. He hurriedly stood up, intending to open the door first, but he was already too late. The arrogant laughter had already reached his ears. No. The thick wall was instantly smashed into a large hole by Kapu's fist bricks, and rubble tumbling down. Kapu strode through the hole, a golden-haired girl with a blank expression still sitting steadily on his shoulder, laughing loudly. Gahaha, Zhongguan, back with my precious disciple. Garp. The young Sengoku was about to flare up in anger when he noticed Tsukumo Yuki standing quietly nearby watching the scene unfold. He took a deep breath to steady himself. No. He was destined to become the Fleet Admiral of the Marines one day. He had to maintain a proper image in front of the newcomer. With that thought, he calmed himself and observed Tsukumo Yuki. She was indeed a beautiful girl, just as the rumors claimed. Damn it, how did Garp manage to find her first? Ahem, you must be Tsukumo Yuki. Garp and Bogard have already briefed me on your situation. Impressive. The Marines need strong, fresh blood like you. Unable to endure the rambling, Garp abruptly cut in. With a single large stride, he crossed the room and slammed his palm onto the pile of freshly signed documents, sending several sheets flying off the edge of the desk. Hey Sengoku. Why are you spouting all this useless nonsense? Just give my disciple a rank already. At the very least, make her a rear admiral. A vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead. He couldn't take it anymore. You damn Garp. I've been putting up with you for far too long. He threw a punch which Garp caught with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, Sengoku, are you jealous that I've got such a fine disciple? Just give my disciple her rank. Go ask Fleet Admiral Kong for it. Don't ask me. Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know that Kong has already put you in charge of multiple departments? You rank-obsessed promotion fanatic. Well, I'll be damned. So you're not as dumb as you look, Garp. Now you understand the importance of a good position. I've always been smarter than you. Just give it to me already. How dare you say that? I'll give you a beating first for the sake of my poor office. Watching the two of them brawling with pure physical force without even using haki, Tsukumo Yuki thought to herself. How thrilling, how exciting. If the situation weren't so formal, she would have wanted to join in. Haha, they're quite noisy, aren't they? They don't act like adults at all. Suddenly a gentle and pleasant voice spoke near Tsukumo Yuki's ear. She turned to look and saw a wise and beautiful woman with green hair. The woman who could joke around with these two old men must be Tsuru. Though her face was now etched with a few wrinkles, it did nothing to diminish her beauty, and it even added a certain charm and grace. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsukumo Yuki ventured. Oh my, you know me. It seems Bogard has given you quite the introduction. Tsuru smiled affectionately and patted Tsukumo Yuki's shoulder. Tsukumo Yuki, how about I call you Little Yuki? And you can call me Sister Tsuru in private. Little Yuki, it must not have been easy coming all this way with Garp, right? Tsukumo Yuki stared at Tsuru, momentarily stunned. What was this feeling of maternal warmth? Sister Tsuru could totally be my. Tsukumo Yuki suppressed the urge to call her mom, and turned her gaze back to the manly brawl. I actually quite like this feeling. A passion that isn't worn away by time. It's really cool. Oh, is that so? Tsuru also smiled calmly as she watched the two men. Didn't she also cherish this kind of atmosphere? Little Yuki, would you like to come to the strategy department? You're trying to poach me on the sly, aren't you? Tsukumo Yuki teased with a laugh. Oh my, busted. Tsuru chuckled happily, not denying it. Even though it was their first meeting, she genuinely liked this girl's personality. So what's your answer, Little Yuki? No thanks. Compared to strategizing from the rear, I'd much rather be on the front lines of battle. Alright then. But now I believe you're Garp's disciple, Little Yuki. You have the same temperament as him. That's different. I'm much more level-headed than the old man. Haha, that's certainly true. There are very few people on this sea who are more reckless than he is. Meanwhile, the battle between the true men over there was also nearing its end. A vice admiral. Impossible. At most a rear admiral. Huh. My disciple can easily defeat pirates worth over 100 million berries and wiped out 5 pirate crews in a month. And you only offer a rear admiral. Sengoku, are you out of your mind? Bah? Do you think everyone in the Marines has a brain as dense as your muscles? There's a promotion process. At the very least, both Zephyr and I need to review it first. Upon hearing this, Garp halted his fist, taking a punch from Sengoku square to his face. Ah, so that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier, Sengoku? Gahaha. Garp laughed, his face bruised and swollen, then turned his gaze towards Tsuru. Hey Tsuru, don't you dare try to steal my disciple. Haha, don't worry. I've already been politely turned down. Meanwhile, Sengoku dusted himself off, wincing slightly as he touched the red welts on his body from the beating, trying his best to look composed as he spoke to Tsukumo Yuki. Ahem, Tsukumo Yuki. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What a good kid. Sengoku wept tears of joy internally. Compared to that reckless fool Garp beside him, this girl was an angel. We'll hold off on granting you a formal rank for now. If you pass the upcoming assessments and prove your qualifications, you'll be promoted again. He cleared his throat. Spend a day or two familiarizing yourself with Marine headquarters. Afterwards, Garp, Zephyr, and I will come to test you. Without a second thought, Tsukumo Yuki raised her hand in a cheerful V sign. Okay, I'll be off then. Sure, off you go. The moment Tsukumo Yuki left, Sengoku and Garp were at each other's throats again. Fix the wall, Garp. No way. As the two wrestled on the ground, Tsukumo Yuki's head suddenly popped back through the hole in the wall. Sengoku and Garp froze, instantly caught in rather awkward positions. Garp's fist was suspended midair, aimed at Sengoku's chest, while Sengoku's fist was poised just under Garp's chin. Mainly Sengoku was embarrassed, though Garp was still itching to continue the fight. Ha ha ha. Tsuru couldn't help but laugh. Is something the matter, Little Yuki? She asked. Sister Tsuru, I don't know my way around. Hearing this, Tsuru walked over to Sengoku's desk, pulled out a map of Marine headquarters from a drawer, and tossed it to Tsukumo Yuki. Can you read it? Want me to come with you? Tsuru smiled at Tsukumo Yuki. No need, thanks, Sister Tsuru. Grabbing the map, she dashed off in a flash. A while later, the weary Tsukumo-sensei finally got to eat. The Marine headquarters cafeteria was buffet style, open to everyone. She piled up a mountain of sea king meat, so high it completely hid her from view, eagerly ready to feast. The other Marines watched this rising star, captivated by her beauty. And with her status as Garp's disciple, many who wished to approach her hesitated. Suddenly a tray appeared before her. Ahara, mind if I sit here? Tsukumo Yuki looked up, but her view was blocked by the tower of meat. But that familiar verbal tick. She moved her plates aside to see who it was. Just as I thought, it's Yuki-san. Before her stood a tall young man with a head of fluffy curls, wearing a half-unbuttoned Marine shirt. His features already held a hint of his future lazy, carefree demeanor, yet still sharp with youthful vigor. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kazan. You could say, I was once mentored by Vice Admiral Garp. Yo, Kazan. Tsukumo Yuki waved, then pointed a finger at herself. Tsukumo Yuki. Old man Garp's mentioned you to me. Should I call you senior sister? Tsukumo Yuki chuckled. Now let's skip that. Just call me Kazan. Kazan scratched his curly hair. You're quite beautiful. Thanks. A moment of silence fell, broken only by the sounds of Tsukumo Yuki eating. At a loss for words, Kazan simply began to eat as well. Munch, munch, munch. In the time Kazan sat in silence, Tsukumo Yuki had already devoured half of her meal. This girl can really eat. Suddenly, Tsukumo Yuki looked up, meeting Kazan's gaze. What? Do I have food on my face? She slid her juice over to him, and Kazan looked at it, puzzled. Bro, hook me up with some ice. This juice isn't cold anymore. Looking at the offered cup, Kazan smiled. You're pretty amusing, you know that. With a flick of his hand, 5 ice balls materialized in the air and plopped into her cup. Logia types sure are convenient. Tsukumo Yuki eyed the perfect drink, swirled it silently for 5 seconds, then downed half of it in one go. Ice cold like premium liquor. It might be sudden, but I mean no harm. Kazan spoke up again, rising to his feet, eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he looked at Tsukumo Yuki. Tsukumo Yuki, let's have a match. I'm curious about that starlight ability of yours. Now full, she leaned back in her chair, planted her hands behind her, and stretched forward. Holding the stretch, she tilted her head at Kazan, a slow smile curling at the corner of her lips. Then a sly, confident grin spread across her face. Is that a challenge? Kazan grinned back, his youthful spirit ignited. I'd rather call it a duel. We won't know who's stronger until we fight. He pointed at Tsukumo Yuki. Maybe you're the challenger. Pretty bold words, Kazan. Kazan cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing with the thrill of the challenge. Let's go then. Let's fight right now. I know a perfect secluded spot for a duel. He had fantasized about this kind of sparring with his fellow trainees countless times. Let his iron fists measure the weight of his opponent. Tsukumo Yuki dumped her tray and looked back at Kazan, following behind her. Don't be so impatient, Kazan. I never imagined that such a hot-headed, passionate guy would turn into such a slacker in the future. This damned world really does corrupt people. Why? Are you scared? I just arrived today. I have to report for officer evaluation tomorrow. If I fight you now, I might end up getting demoted to a petty officer. The two walked out of the mess hall one after another. The noon sun poured straight down from above, bleaching the stone slabs of Ora's Plaza a blinding white. In the air drifted the occasional gunfire from the distant firing range and the saltiness carried by the sea breeze. Era, you have a point, Kazan laughed, patting his chest. The strong deserve special treatment. Don't worry, Tsukumo. I'm a headquarters vice admiral candidate. If you mess up, you can come work with me. Screw you, bastard. I'm so awesome, how could I mess up? She smiled faintly and threw a punch. Kazan naturally returned one. I'm just being nice. Both of them tacitly agreed not to use haki, relying purely on physical strength to clash fists. Bam! The moment their fists collided, a dull explosion rang out, and the shockwave sent their coattails flapping wildly. Era, such power. You really are Master Kapu's disciple. Kazan felt the immense power in the girl's fist, and grew even more excited, his fighting spirit almost overflowing. Hey Kazan, if you want to praise someone, first praise their own strength. Tsukumo Yuki retorted, then exerted more force. Both of them were pushed back 3 steps by the recoil. Her heels scraped 2 short squeaks against the stone floor of the mess hall. Kazan charged again in excitement, twisting his body to gather power, his right fist drawn back to his waist, ready to strike. Hi, never mind, I'm done. Tsukumo Yuki casually raised her hands. She kept that pose, looking at the curly-haired young man who had already overshot his charge, a smile at the corners of her mouth. Nanny. Kazan was stunned and abruptly tried to pull back his force, but inertia made him completely unable to stop, and he crashed straight into the pile of barrels behind him. Bastard, who does that? Kazan wordlessly brushed the shredded seaweed off his head and climbed out of the woodpile. Tsukumo Yuki walked over to the pile of debris, hands behind her back, looking down at Kazan sitting amidst the mess. I can't accept that. We agreed just now not to fight now. She wagged a finger. Kazan, the ability to control your power is the mindset of a true master. If you had enough control over your strength, would you have fallen just now? Although she was talking nonsense with a straight face, unexpectedly Kazan took it seriously and nodded. You have a point. My training is still insufficient. People in this pirate world are really simple and easy to fool. Tsukumo Yuki sighed inwardly. The two continued walking along the corridor beside Ora's Plaza. The shadows of the pillars cut neat dark stripes on the ground. The sea breeze carried the distant ship bells from the harbor in waves. Tsukumo Yuki walked ahead, her pace unhurried, her military boots making steady clacks on the stone pavement. Kazan followed a step behind, brushing dried seaweed scraps off his cuffs. Suddenly Tsukumo Yuki spoke again. Kazan, what is your reason for joining the Marines? Why ask that suddenly? Curiosity. Kazan answered without thinking, his expression full of conviction, the pure sincerity of youth. He must have repeated this answer to himself many times. Naturally, it's to uphold the justice in my heart. To become a man as cool as Vice Admiral Kapu. Not bad. Then what is your justice? Burning justice. I will use this burning heart of mine to punish evil and promote good, to uphold justice. As he spoke, his pupils reflected the Marine flag fluttering in the sea breeze in the center of the plaza. For him, the Marines were the best place to realize his aspirations. Tsukumo Yuki watched without speaking. But after Kazan finished, he turned to look at her. What about you, Tsukumo Yuki? Kazan withdrew his gaze from the flag and looked at Tsukumo Yuki. What is your reason for joining the Marines? What is your justice? And what is your dream? Me. Tsukumo Yuki felt a bit amused thinking about her reason for joining the Marines. She smiled, the curve of her lips tinged with a hint of helplessness and nostalgia. I was dragged into the Marines by old man Kapu. I was living peacefully on the island when suddenly he beat me up and then took me onto his warship. Joining the Marines was a complete accident. But I don't dislike this accident. She waved her hand helplessly. Vice Admiral Kapu's style is still so cool. Tsukumo Yuki shot him a sideways glance. This guy's fan filter is thick enough to stop bullets. She shook her head, not bothering to argue. As for my dream and justice, I don't know yet. Of course, if I see civilians, I'll save them. If I see villains, I'll kill them. If that can be called justice, then my justice is probably just that. What I want most now is to improve my strength. If I become invincible someday, I might just get the whim to save the world. She clasped her hands behind her head and looked up at the sky cut into strips by the pillars above. Is that so? That's pretty good too. As long as it's justice, I like your freedom. Kazan acknowledged. The two continued walking along the corridor. The clacks of military boots on stone mingled with the howl of the sea whined through the pillars. From the distant training ground came the uniformed shouts of recruits carried intermittently by the wind. Justice. Tsukumo Yuki mused on the word as she walked, then suddenly stopped. What an interesting word. Just beside her a marine flag hung from the top of a pillar. The fabric billowed in the sea breeze, appearing an almost reflective white in the sunlight. The two large characters for justice fluttered in and out of sight. She stopped right at the edge of the flag's shadow. The sunlight came through from the other side of the flag. Half of her face was hidden in the flag's shadow while the lower half was exposed to the sunlight. Why did you stop? Kazan, do you think the Marines under the rule of the world government are absolutely just? Her tone was calm. Suddenly a strong gust of wind surged into the corridor from the harbor. The flag was suddenly stretched taut the fabric, making a loud crackling sound in the wind. Tsukumo Yuki's golden hair was lifted from her shoulders by the wind, scattering wildly behind her head. Her entire figure fell into the shadow cast by the flag. Only her eyes continued to emit a bronze golden light. Of course, Kazan replied without hesitation, not knowing why Tsukumo Yuki suddenly asked this. But he keenly sensed something wrong in her words. Gulp. He swallowed. Jishiju Yuji spoke again. What if one day the Navy orders you to massacre civilians, hey? Her tone was still as calm as ever, a complete opposite to the liveliness she had shown just moments ago. Let me put it another way, if the world government for some vested interests orders the Marines to massacre civilians, would you still accept it? Impossible. The Marines would never do such a thing. He exclaimed excitedly, his voice suddenly rising, the sound of denial echoing through the corridor. All right, I know you can't accept it. What about the celestial dragons? Jishiju Yuji said with a faint smile. Those who stand above the world government. You should know their nature, right? If they start torturing and killing civilians, what would you do as a Marine whose duty is to protect your superiors? Kazan stood frozen in place. If it's wrong, I will definitely stop it. Isn't right and wrong just a piece of paper from the world government? They can cover up the truth. Would you even notice? Jishiju Yuji silently watched him, expecting Kazan to refute her. No, I will stop it. His voice grew softer, as if he were talking to himself, each word so light it seemed about to be blown away by the wind. Would you defy Marine orders, oppose the world government, and kill the celestial dragons? Kazan didn't know how to answer. He wanted to refute, but couldn't. This time he could easily imagine those scenes. Something in his heart cracked. He felt blood rushing to his head, his breathing became heavier, yet he started to gasp for air. Huff. Huff. Jishiju Yuji quietly watched the big boy who was about to shatter and couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Well, it seems you can't figure this out, Kazan. After all, even when you later become an admiral, you still won't get it. Speaking of which, what do these guys eat to grow so tall? She stepped out of the shadows, jumped up, and slapped Kazan on the head. Slap. A very heavy slap, causing Kazan to stagger sideways 3 times. That hurts. What are you doing? Kazan clutched his head in pain. Can't figure it out, Kazan. This is the conflict between individual and organization. Jishiju Yuji smiled and withdrew her hand, leaning against the pillar with the marine flag fluttering, her hands placed in front of her. You're stuck in a dead end. Not everything can be solved overnight. Kazan looked up at her. The things that had nearly crushed him moments ago still lingered in his chest, but that slap had made them less suffocating. He waited in silence for her to finish, his eyes filled with gloom, confusion, and a trace of anticipation he himself hadn't noticed. Just get stronger. Jishiju Yuji extended her right hand into a fist and lightly punched Kazan's arm. Since the organization has problems, climb to a high position and change it. If words don't work, use your fists to eliminate the opposition. Doubt and sorrow are meaningless, though that's not entirely true, since a good cry is good for your mental health. Kazan. She withdrew her fist, casually tucking the stray strands of hair blown by the sea breeze behind her ear, her profile gilded with a thin layer of gold by the sunlight. Isn't the reason we grow stronger simply to create a world that matches our ideals? Kazan stared wide-eyed at Jishiju Yuji, feeling that she was somehow so radiant at this moment. Jishiju Yuji's punch was extremely light, yet like a heavy cannonball it struck straight into his heart. He let out a long sigh. The breath had been stuck in his chest all along, stifling like something heavy and blunt pressing down on his windpipe. Now it finally escaped, carrying the lingering heat and bitterness in his chest, only to be swept away by the sea breeze. He looked down at his clenched fist, then slowly loosened it, then clenched it again. His knuckles had turned white from his own grip, but now blood flowed back and his fingertips tinged with a faint pink. Thanks, I understand. Without you I might have faced this situation someday, and then... What's that phrase? Go into a dead end. Go into a dead end. Yar, the Marines really need to catch up on their cultural education. Don't end up like that Jujutsu vocational high, where all they produce are troubled individuals. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Kazan indeed felt he needed to read more books. Nothing. Jishiju Yuji waved her hand and looked at Kazan. Do you have anything else to do today? I'll be training by punching warships later. Then you're free. Take me around Marine headquarters. I helped you solve such a big psychological problem. You can at least do this little favor, right? Jishiju Yuji looked at Kazan with a faint smile. Kazan brushed the dust off his clothes. Alright, I'll show you around. Oh. Jishiju Yuji cheered. Watching her lively now, Kazan felt a stark contrast with the cold Jishiju Yuji under the flag just moments ago. Jishiju Yuji, what kind of person are you really? It's easier having someone my age around. Vice Admiral, he is very gentle, but she always gives me this oppressive feeling of an elder. Jishiju Yuji sighed as she walked. That old lady is really impressive. She can keep both Vice Admiral Kapu and Admiral Zhangguo in check. The two left the corridor one after another, their footsteps gradually fading into the sporadic gunshots from the distant shooting range and the rhythm of waves crashing against the shore from the harbor. Behind the pillar, a figure emerged from the corner. Kapu was holding a dorayaki, the red bean paste oozing out from the bite and sticking to his fingers. He stood where the two had just been, watching the tall and short figures recede into the distance, his gaze unusually still for a moment. He had heard every word that girl had just said. This disciple I've taken is truly remarkable. He recalled Jishiju Yuji's words, smiling to reveal gleaming teeth. What Yuji wants is probably more than what that guy Zhangguo desires. He picked up the dorayaki, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite. Crunch. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and then muttered to himself in the empty corridor. You little brat, not telling your master these things. Are you afraid he can't handle it, or do you think it's useless to say it? Don't end up shattered to pieces. Since my disciple has aspirations, I as her master will have her back. In the distance, layers of light rippled across the sea, shattering and piecing back together the noonday sun. Kazan walked ahead, but as the sea breeze swept past, a question suddenly struck him. He pulled his hands from his pockets, his stride unbroken, and turned his head to glance at the golden-haired girl beside him, who was nearly 2 heads shorter. Yuki, moi. If evil comes, and we are not strong enough, what should we do? Yuki clasped her hands behind her back, her tone light. Just give it your all, Kazan. Remember this, we are not alone. Don't always think you have to fight the whole world by yourself. She paused, then tilted her head, casting a sly glance up at him from below. But with your overdeveloped sense of morality, I doubt you'd ever forgive yourself if that situation came to pass. Then, Kazan looked at her. Then what? Figure it out yourself. Maybe you can treat me to a drink and a meal, and I'll listen to you pour out your sorrows. You're truly cunning and wicked. You're the one who started this line of thought in me. Kazan shot her a speechless look and quickened his pace. Why are you walking so fast? Are you mad? Yuki jogged to catch up. No. Kazan reached the edge of the great harbor, resting his hands on the stone railing. He stopped, for this view was beautiful no matter how many times he saw it. The sprawling harbor, a forest of masts and rows of warships neatly moored at the docks. Caw, caw, caw. Seagulls darted between the masts, occasionally swooping down to skim the water's surface, startling up small rings of silver ripples. Further out, the horizon blurred into a pale blue mist. Clusters of low-hanging clouds cast drifting shadows that moved slowly across the swelling waves. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt and the faint smell of tung oil from the distant shipyard. Kazan took a deep breath, then let it out slowly, feeling his mood lighten. Even though I got tired of seeing it from the ship, the sea is beautiful all the time, isn't it? Yuki said, planting one foot on an iron bollard with a grin. Even in a storm. Kazan leaned against the railing, turning his head to tease her. Of course, that's a different kind of beauty. She spread the hand that was cupping her chin into an exploding gesture. The beauty of violence. I suddenly envy your mindset. I'll allow you to be my underling. Seize the opportunity, Kazan. This is your chance to serve the future ruler of the world. Yuki placed one hand on her chest and threw the other out dramatically. What nonsense is this? No way. Kazan wordlessly conjured a few ice eggs and hurled them at her, which she easily dodged. Aren't you supposed to be familiarizing yourself with the Marine headquarters? Let's go. Done sulking. I was always fine. Kazan pointed towards the harbor shore. This is the main harbor. Warships set sail from here. Oh, this is the shipyard. Our marine warships are built here. Vice admirals can even design their own ships based on preference. Interesting. Kazan led her around a corner, and the view opened up before them. A colossal white gate stood upon the sea, so towering that one had to crane their neck almost to the point of breaking it to see the top. The gate was flanked by towering walls that stretched along both sides of the bay, encircling the entire headquarters fortress within their embrace. That's the Gate of Justice Passage. It's usually closed, only opening when prisoners are transported from Eni's lobby. Impressive. The two strolled along the harbor, eventually looping back to Oris Plaza in front of the main building. This is Oris Plaza. The big bell in the center is the Ox Bell. It's used for major battle mobilizations. It's big. They passed a training ground where a group of new recruits were drilling. Kazan, new recruit training camp. Yuki, obviously. That purple-haired man is Zephyr, right? Yeah, he's a very strict instructor. I got hit by him plenty back in the day. But he's also quite cool. I really like that cheap beer he drinks. Kazan then pointed towards a cluster of tall buildings. You've probably been there with Vice Admiral Garp. The office's strategy rooms, meeting rooms, logistics department, they're all in there. He glanced at Yuki. She was still wearing the casual clothes from Garp's ship, a white shirt under a standard-issue Marine training jacket that was clearly a size too big. Speaking of which, you don't have your official Marine uniform yet. Come on, let's go get your very own code of justice. The two walked to the logistics department where Kazan navigated with practiced ease to an old man. Let me tell you, old man, Kizaru's craftsmanship is the best. The uniforms he makes by hand are so light it feels like you're wearing nothing at all. They're a completely different thing from the mass-produced ones from the textile factory. All the uniforms for officers above Vice Admiral are basically sewn by him personally. His name sounds very authoritative. Yuki nodded in approval. Kazan walked over and knocked on the table beside the sewing machine. The old man looked up, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, revealing a pair of murky yet sharp eyes. Flattering me the moment you walk in, ice boy. What do you want? Kizaru set his needle and thread down on the table, sizing up Kazan and the uniform-less golden-haired girl behind him. Yo, Uncle Kizaru, my friend here doesn't have a uniform yet. Friend. Kizaru pushed his glasses up, craning his neck to get a better look at the girl half hidden behind Kazan. His attitude suddenly warmed up, transforming him into a kindly old man. Oh, I know you. You're the Star Witch, aren't you? Haha, the Marine's super rookie. My granddaughter just loves your photos. She even has one hanging on her wall. Because of you, she's become proactive about her training, and she insists she's going to join the Marines one day. I'm truly honored. Yuki said, surprised. Don't worry, Star Girl, I'll make you the best uniform. Hey, Uncle Kizaru, why weren't you this enthusiastic when I came? Shut up. If my granddaughter liked you, I'd make you one too. Kizaru barked without looking back, then turned to face Yuki, his face morphing back into a benevolent smile. Stargirl, could we take a photo together later? I want to show my granddaughter. Being called that nickname is a bit embarrassing. Thank you, sure. We can take a few if you'd like. Yuki rubbed her hands together. Do you need my measurements? No need. My eyes are the measure. Kizaru took a step back, crossed his arms and squinted. His gaze swept over Yuki from head to toe, taking less than 2 seconds, and then his pupils contracted sharply. 96-61-94. Holy crap. Sir, you are truly a god among men. Yuki was taken aback. It was the legendary 3D eye. Then she watched as the old man tossed a piece of fine fabric into the air, and with a flurry of movements in mere moments. Yuki's uniform was finished. So fast. The changing room is over there. Go try it on. Yuki scooped up the clothes and ducked into the corner changing room, the curtain swishing shut behind her. From outside, she could faintly hear Kizaru boasting to Kazan, my skills haven't dulled in 20 years. And Kazan's perfunctory replies of, yeah, sure. When the curtain was pulled back, Kazan was leaning against the wall, idly flicking ice pellets at the ceiling, and Kizaru was bent over adjusting the bobbin of his sewing machine. They both looked up at the same time, and both went silent at the same time. The ice pellet clattered to the floor. Yuki stepped out of the changing room. The crisp white uniform shirt cinched at the waist, accentuating sharp shoulders and a slender waist. Her dark tie was neatly knotted, but she had left 2 buttons undone, lending an air of casual rebellion rather than rigid formality. Her black trousers made her legs look straight and long, and the coat of justice was draped carelessly over her shoulders, not worn properly, yet it somehow made her look even more dashing. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, a striking contrast against the snowy white uniform. It was a uniform of pure righteousness, yet she wore it with a defiant, untamed air. When she raised her eyes, she looked both fierce and radiant. How do I look? Kazan gave a thumbs up. Perfect. You could be the face of the Marines. After taking a few photos and signing an autograph, they left without spending a single cent. Man, I can't believe I'm this famous now. Yuki marveled, looking at her uniform. Your exploits have been raining down over Marine headquarters for days now. Nanny. As they were chatting, they happened to run into Sakazuki and Borsellino, who were also heading to the logistics department. Era, here comes a rather cold-hearted fellow. Good afternoon, Kazan. Borsellino's tone was as languid as ever, his gaze landing on Yuki. And this is the rumored monster rookie. Sounds terrifyingly strong. But both he and Kazan noticed that their companion had fallen silent. They turned to look. Sakazuki and Yuki were staring each other down. 2 intense auras collided, and it felt like the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Do they have a grudge? Kazan asked Borsellino with a look. No idea, doesn't make sense. Borsellino shook his head, subtly shuffling half a step away, pondering whether to retreat further or mediate. Suddenly Sakazuki spoke. Rookie, how do you deal with pirates? Yuki smiled, a cruel edge to it. For the most wicked, you break their spines, drain their blood, make them taste every sin they've committed, and then send them to hell. Sakazuki was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yuki, as if she were a treasure, his eyes filled with appreciation. Brutal. He extended his hand. Brutal. Yuki shook it. Slap. Their hands clasped, and in that moment their wavelengths inexplicably synced. Kazan and Borsellino were dumbfounded. They know each other? Kazan asked with his eyes again. I have no clue. Borsellino stared at his friend in shock. Sakazuki quickly released the handshake. I'll come watch your test tomorrow. I hope your strength lives up to your words. My name is Sakazuki. If you want to capture more pirates, you can join my unit after tomorrow. With that, he walked away, his back ramrod straight like a hardened soldier. Bastard, how dare he try to poach my people? Kazan muttered, annoyed. This guy had always rubbed him the wrong way. He paused, staring at Sakazuki's retreating back. Such an iron-willed man who treats orders as his life. How would he answer Yuki's question? Kajaku was alone on the training ground of the new recruit boot camp, doing her stretches, while Kazan stood nearby, acting as the hype man, casually chatting with her from time to time. You'll be fine, right? Kazan asked nonchalantly. His fluffy hair was slightly tousled by the morning sea breeze, but he clearly didn't mind, simply looking down at Kajaku as she stretched her legs. Kajaku, mid-stretch with her legs spread, flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I'm incredibly strong. On the elevated platform, Garp had already dragged Sengoku over to the spectator stands. Hey Garp, I'm a busy man. After this kind of test is over, just have Zephyr report to me. Sengoku's voice echoed down from the top tier of the stands, reverberating several times across the empty training ground. Just have Zephyr report to me after the test. I still have 3 transfer orders to sign, 2 budget requests to review, and a mountain of documents waiting for my approval. The entire Marines rests on my shoulders. Achoo. Far away in his office, Fleet Admiral Kong, who was in the middle of reviewing paperwork, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose in confusion. Strange, who's cursing me? No way, who knows if you'll acknowledge it later. I need you to see my disciple's prowess with your own eyes. Garp laughed, holding on to Sengoku tightly. When the hell have I ever not acknowledged something? Garp didn't care what he said. He shoved Sengoku into a seat and plopped himself down, crossing his legs. He pulled another unopened pack of rice crackers from his coat, and the sound of the wrapper tearing was crisp and clean in the morning breeze. Momonga, Enigmo, Strawberry, Yamakaji, Doberman, Gion, and a group of other outstanding prospective graduates were also watching from the sidelines of the training ground. Hee Gion-chan, what do you think of the new beauty over there? Gion's persistent suitor Gaji sidled up to her, as usual. I don't know, but Sister Tsuru really likes her. Judging by the way she's talking with Kazan, she seems like she'd be easy to get along with. Hee, I really like you too, Gion-chan. Marry me. Gaji's eyes lit up, and as if by magic he produced a bouquet of vibrant red roses from his coat, offering them to Gion. I refuse. Gion kicked Gaji away in disgust. He flew backwards, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, a trail of ecstatic nosebleeds sprinkling down from midair. His back slammed into the sandpit beside the track, kicking up a spray of sand. The bouquet tumbled through the air a few times before landing perfectly on his own face, petals scattering all over his head. I will continue to pursue Gion-chan. His voice came from the sandpit, still full of vigor. The other future vice admirals couldn't help but facepalm. Honestly, how many times has that guy Gaji failed now? Momonga sighed, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the cord wrapped around his sword's hilt. It's the 22nd, or maybe the 23rd time now. Enigmo counted on his fingers. Fortunately, he had extra hands, as a normal person might run out of fingers. He chuckled. Maybe he'll get rejected 100 times after 100 confessions. That would be a bit too pitiful, wouldn't it? Strawberry, who rarely did, opened his eyes halfway. He's certainly persistent, but he's really killing the mood. As they were teasing, Gaji, who had just been sent flying, came running back in a flash. He hadn't even wiped the blood from his nose, but his expression had shifted to shock as he pointed towards the rest area. Hey look, those 2 monsters Sakazuki and Borsellino are here too. What? Forget Borsellino, but even Sakazuki came. Doberman and Enigmo, the 2 who idolized Sakazuki, were the most shocked. Just how strong must this newbie be to attract even him? Sakazuki looked towards Kajaku, gave her a slight nod, and then went to sit in the rest area with Borsellino. Hey you brats, you're not even graduates yet, and you dare to slack off. Everyone get moving. 100 laps with weighted gear. Zephyr's booming voice exploded from a distance. Yes sir. All the Marines in the boot camp, including those future vice admirals, instinctively started running. Instructor Zephyr might be a gentle and kind person in private, but on this training ground, he was an absolutely iron-fisted drill sergeant. Even Borsellino's legs trembled slightly, and he nearly stood up out of reflex. He had been the one punished the most during his time. Haha, Borsellino. Want to join them for old time's sake? You've gotten far too lazy. Zephyr laughed, looking over at Borsellino. He was also surprised to see Sakazuki there. No can do, Zephyr-sensei. I'm a vice admiral at HQ now, you can't punish me anymore. Borsellino waved his hand, a rare look of awkwardness on his face. Haha, fine, you know best. Just make sure to train your body more often. Zephyr stopped looking at them and walked straight towards Kajaku. Kazan had wisely already gone to sit next to Borsellino. So you're Garp's disciple, Kajaku? Zephyr smiled and gave her a thorough once-over. Not bad. He could tell at a glance that this girl had an extremely thin layer of armament haki enveloping her entire body. It wasn't being deliberately activated, but had become second nature. It seemed that irresponsible Garp had actually taught her something real. Yes. Instructor Zephyr, quite a crowd came to see me today. Kajaku stood up straight and looked at Zephyr. She was inwardly impressed. Such a powerful physical presence. Just based on the sheer strength of his muscles and bones, he felt almost comparable to old man Garp. Haha, what's the matter? Getting stage fright. Zephyr laughed. Kajaku flashed a healthy, eight-toothed smile. Just worried I might be too strong and give them psychological trauma. Arrogant girl. Zephyr didn't deny it though. At her age, she had participated in battles against the Roger pirates and had slain multiple pirates with bounties over 100 million. This girl probably had the right to say that. Let me confirm something. The 6 powers haki. Garp taught you all of it, right? Kajaku raised her hand and her forearm was instantly coated in a layer of pitch-black armament haki, its sheen condensed and solid with no hint of weakness. Good. It seems Garp hasn't lost his mind completely. Remember, you must build a solid foundation. He rotated his wrists and a series of crisp cracking sounds came from his joints as he slowly coated both fists with armament haki. His muscles gleamed with a healthy bronze tone in the morning light, bearing no resemblance to the sea-stone prosthetic limb from Kajaku's memories. You're already at the level of a graduate. The Dariki reader can't measure your strength anymore. Come on, fight me with everything you've got. Real combat is the best way to test one's training. Zephyr smiled, raising one hand. I agree with that sentiment. Kajaku flicked her wrist, and the phoenix wool slid out from her sleeve, floating beside her, its metallic blade gleaming with a cold light. Say, Instructor Zephyr, I have a little pre-battle hobby. Would you indulge me? What is it? Speak up. What type of woman do you like? Zephyr's face behind his sunglasses was a picture of exasperated amusement. This girl was just like Garp, always goofing off. Pass the test, and I'll tell you, girl. Kajaku wasn't surprised in the slightest. People in this world were not straightforward at all. Except for the old man, no one ever answered her questions seriously. But that was fine. She had her ways. She smiled, twirling the phoenix wheel in her hand, her tone light. I figured as much. How about we add a little wager then? Instructor Zephyr, if I can knock off your sunglasses, I win. Deal. A faint warning signal tingled in Zephyr's observation haki, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out how a young girl could possibly touch his head in a direct confrontation, let alone shatter his glasses. Confident in his own absolute strength, he nodded in agreement. Deal. Up in the stands, Garp burst out laughing. Gahaha. Cunning girl. Zephyr's dune. How is that possible? Have you lost your mind? Zephyr is on par with you and me. That's a vital spot, the head. With Zephyr's observation haki and reaction speed, it wouldn't be easy even for him to land a hit. Sengoku said in disbelief. No matter how monstrous a newbie was, they couldn't possibly do such a thing. Sengoku, let's make a bet. I wager those few packs of premium rice crackers you have stashed in your cabinet. Garp slapped his shoulder, looking extremely confident. Bastard. How do you know where I hide my crackers? Sengoku eyed Garp suspiciously. His crackers did go missing a little bit from time to time. Could it be this bastard stealing them? And also, just what kind of ability did that girl Kajaku possess that made this guy so confident? Never mind that. Do you have the guts to take this bet, Sengoku? Or are you scared? Fine, it's a bet. As if I'd be scared of you. Sengoku irritably shook off his hand. In the end, he trusted in Zephyr's strength and moreover in his own strength, which was on the same level. After all, it was about the glasses, the head area. Gahaha. Garp was already rolling around on the stand, clutching his stomach, laughing so hard, he was pounding the floor. Shut up, you damn fool. Sengoku kicked him, his face dark, but his gaze was locked onto the field. He wanted to see just what this girl who had Garp so confident was really capable of. On the ground, Kajaku and Zephyr stood facing each other a mere 5 meters apart. When do we start, Instructor Zephyr? The muscles in Kajaku's face twitched slightly, but she managed to maintain her composed expression. Zephyr kicked a small pebble at his feet. The pebble tumbled through the air in a parabolic arc, pausing briefly at its highest point, and then began to descend. We'll start when that pebble hits the ground. How ceremonial. Kajaku watched the little spinning stone in the air, her whole body trembling. She had already sneakily slipped both hands into her sleeves and completed the hand signs. No, wait. I need to hold on. Don't laugh, hold it in. In 3, 5 seconds, no 2 seconds, I'll declare victory. Zephyr frowned as his observation haki brought him an extremely discomforting feedback. Those warnings pricked his nerves like fine needles, growing ever more intense. Yet he simply could not fathom how this girl could achieve such a feat. He repeatedly scanned the young woman across from him. She neither assumed a combat stance nor released any haki for defense. Her entire demeanor was exceedingly relaxed. Her 2 hands were tucked into her sleeves, her whole frame slack and loose. Wait, was she stifling a laugh? What was she planning? A sneak attack? Hidden weapons? None of these could possibly surpass his observation haki and reaction speed. Even Borsellino's lightspeed kick he could anticipate in advance. In that moment of contemplation, the spinning stone was about to land. Only 10 meters left. Descending, rotating, accelerating. Zifa's observation haki had been pushed to its limit, every muscle in his body tensed, ready to burst forth with maximum speed at any instant. He was determined to see what trick this girl was up to. Crack. The tip of the stone touched the ground, just emitting half a crisp sound. Domain expansion. An overwhelming, mysterious energy exploded outward from Kajaku Yuki. Zifa's pupils constricted, his expression drastically changed as the warning from his observation haki peaked. Danger surrounded him from all directions. No blind spots, no source, the entire space had become an enemy. Without a second thought, the muscles in his legs exploded instantly, sending his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, covering nearly 100 meters in a single step. Too slow. Muda muda muda. Kajaku Yuki laughed wildly as a colorful night sky unfurled around her in an instant. Light patterns swept furiously outward in all directions, a pitch-black backdrop, swallowing several miles in a moment. Stars lit up one after another on the dome, a brilliant, yet dead starry sky instantly enveloping several miles, even engulfing the crowd on the platform. Then 2 seconds. A mere 2 seconds. The starry sky shattered, abruptly dissolving into fine particles of light, like smashed glass, dissipating into the air. This sudden turn of events stunned the running crowd. The moment was too brief for them to be certain whether what they had just witnessed was an illusion. Everyone halted in their tracks. Hey, what was that? Did you see it? Wu Shu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the others nearby. It looked like a starry sky, a mysterious ability that appeared in the newspapers. Ji Yuan furrowed her brow, trying to analyze it, but that instant was too swift. She had only caught a fleeting afterimage, far too fast to react. Whoa, sunglasses. Instructor Zifa's sunglasses are about to break. Jia Ji suddenly pointed at the center of the field, shouting. All eyes instantly locked onto Zifa. Zifa stood on the sandy ground 100 meters away, frozen in place, replaying what had just happened. He had immediately raised his hand to shield his head the very first moment, yet now a fine crack was spreading from the upper right corner of his sunglasses. The crack spread like a spiderweb, racing across the entire lens. Crack. With a soft snap, the whole pair of sunglasses disintegrated into fine powder, trickling down from his fingers. The sunlight suddenly became harsh. Zifa narrowed his eyes slightly, catching a few remaining fragments in his palm. The ordinary trainees hadn't seen clearly, but he, who had been sensing with his observation haki at maximum power, had witnessed everything with crystal clarity. In that fleeting 2 second instant, a colossal starry sky had abruptly appeared, nearly enveloping the entire marine base. Simultaneously, danger came from all directions, stabbing into his entire body like needles under the perception of his observation haki. The next moment, the danger warnings materialized into reality. Countless forces of gravitation manifested without any warning around his body. No trajectory, no premonition, as if born out of thin air from the space itself. Within that 2 seconds, he instantly assumed a defensive posture, covering his head with both hands to protect the sunglasses. But the next instant, a gravitational force suddenly ignored his defenses and appeared right inside the sunglasses, that strange power shattering them on the spot. How did she do it? These attacks had no warning whatsoever, as if they materialized from nothing. This bizarre ability. Is this the girl's renowned reliance on the Great Sea? Zifa sighed, softly, his voice laced with undisguised admiration. What an extraordinary little monster. In the rest area, Kazan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki instantly shot to their feet. The lazy smile vanished from Borsellino's face, his gaze turned serious for the first time. Kazan frowned, ice crystals unconsciously forming at his fingertips. Could he have defended against that feeling just now? Sakazuki clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his crimson pupils filled with both gravity and excitement. The three of them were second only to the admirals in combat power, their observation haki far surpassing that of ordinary vice admirals, so naturally, they saw more clearly than others. That was not a devil fruit ability. It was highly likely a completely unfamiliar power system, one they had never encountered before. On the viewing platform, Sengoku was already dumbfounded. He was also a top-tier powerhouse with equally sharp eyesight. Gahaha. Sengoku, how about it? This disciple of mine didn't disappoint, did she? Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku adjusted his glasses for once, offering no retort. If her physical combat skills are also formidable, her future achievements might surpass those of Sakazuki and the others. Then you needn't worry even more. This girl gets so crazy she can even spar with me, Garp said with proud laughter. The battle had only lasted mere seconds, yet the stunned silence stretched for nearly a minute. Kajaku Yuki could no longer contain her laughter. She doubled over, clutching her stomach, shoulders shaking with mirth. Ha ha ha. Her clear laughter rang out like wind chimes drifting across the entire training ground. A slight numbness from the technique's recovery after a brief meltdown tingled at her fingertips. The 2 second ultra-fast expansion and contraction had barely burdened her. Only a momentary flicker in her cursed energy, quickly smoothed over by the reverse curse technique. When she had laughed enough, a faint flush still lingering on her cheeks, she took a playful notion and lifted the wide robe slightly, as if it were a skirt. Bending her knee, bowing forward, she performed a standard and graceful curtsy, her long hair sliding over her shoulder, concealing the excitement on her face. "My apologies, Instructor Zifa." She straightened up, stroking the phoenix wheel as it swam beside her. "I'm the type who performs even better when I know I'm certain to win." Kajaku Yuki grasped the phoenix wheel and flicked it to the side. It instantly transformed into a sharp sword. She tilted her head, looking at Zifa. "The exam is over. Let's continue fighting. I won't use that ability again. After all, even if you accepted the outcome just now, you'd still feel unsatisfied, wouldn't you?" "Ha ha ha." Zifa laughed uproariously. "Crazy girl, what a delightfully audacious crazy girl." He flexed his wrists, and black armament haki once again coated his fists, his fighting spirit blazing fiercely. "Kajaku Yuki, you are the first student in all my years of teaching to voluntarily impose restrictions on yourself. I lost just now completely and thoroughly. With that ability, you'd have no problem serving as a rear admiral at headquarters. Now, the second round of the assessment begins." The moment the words fell, both of them moved simultaneously. Kajaku Yuki charged forward with her sword, her feet kicking up a cloud of dust on the sandy ground. Zifa thrust his fists in front of him, charging toward her in long strides. In the instant before the iron fist and the sword blade collided, the air across the entire training ground tensed. The moment the iron fist clashed with the sword's edge, a deafening metallic roar erupted. Boom! A shockwave burst outward from the two of them, sending gravel and debris flying wildly across the sandy ground. "Haha, not bad strength, you wild girl." Zifa, blocking Kajaku's slash with one wrist, chuckled. His form suddenly twisted as he stepped forward. Kajaku's eyes widened, sensing danger. She instantly released her force, retracting her blade to strike again. But Zifa moved first, as if foreseeing her move, driving his elbow into the flat of the sword. Bang! Kajaku felt her hands go numb, her entire body shoved backward by the immense force, sliding 3 steps and carving 2 deep furrows in the sand with her heels. She twisted her wrist to dissipate the force, slashing the ground diagonally, which split open a crack. A glimmer of contemplation flashed through her eyes. "Let's test this again." Kajaku tapped the sand with her toes, lowering her center of gravity slightly, and vanished from the spot in an instant. Whoosh! Zifa glanced to the side, his smile unwavering, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "When Borsellino was young, he wasn't as fast as you." His observation haki instantly locked onto the sound of a piercing attack from his rear flank. He swung his right fist backward with a howling gale, smashing into empty air. Clang! The sword's edge met the iron fist, once more, sparks flying. Kajaku used the momentum to flip over her toes, lightly tapping Zifa's fist, and somersaulted directly behind him. Her long sword swept horizontally, aiming for his waist. Zifa didn't dodge or evade. He raised his left fist in a horizontal block. Iron body. His entire arm was coated in jet black armament haki, and the collision with the sword's edge produced a dull, heavy boom. Clang! Sparks scattered. Kajaku frowned, feeling as though she had struck a slab of meteoric iron, the impact making her wrist ache. Zifa then instantly reversed his grip on Kajaku's blade, channeling force through his wrist and hoisting her sword, and all clean off the ground. Suspended upside down, using the blade as a fulcrum, her long dark hair cascaded down, spilling over her shoulders and forehead. From her inverted perspective, she asked lightly, "Was that observation haki prediction just now, eh?" Zifa looked up, and before he could react, got a face full of the girl's longest strands of hair, poking him right in the eyes. But it was fine. He protected his eyes with armament haki and suppressed his instincts with sheer muscle control. Easily held firm. How could mere hair possibly defeat an eyeball tempered by 1,000 battles? Zifa casually flicked his head, shaking off the hair, and looked at Kajaku with a smile. "It's the insight of a battle-hardened veteran. If you want to learn, come train with me." I suppose that's not entirely out of the question." Kajaku, hanging upside down, a flicker of deliberation crossing her eyes. "After all, a master is a master and a teacher is a teacher. One must never cease learning after all." Though the old man would probably be angry to hear that. Sure enough, Garp in the stands was furious. He smashed a hand through the railing. "Hey, Zifa, you bastard, don't you dare try to steal my disciple." "Ha ha ha, Garp. I just want to nurture more futures for the Marines. I'm not stealing your student." Zifa laughed heartily at Garp. Meanwhile, Kajaku seized this opportunity to gather her strength, transforming her explosive power into a sustained flowing push. The blade instantly released into its whip form. Using the spinning momentum, she flipped back to the ground, letting out a light shout as the silver whip blade slashed horizontally. Like a draw cut, its cutting force fierce and unparalleled. Zifa was hurled dozens of meters away by the sheer force of her throw. He adjusted his posture mid-air with ease, landing steadily, his boots scuffing 2 short white marks on the sand. An interesting weapon. Who was its creator? Zifa brushed the dirt off his clothes, his gaze fixed on the whip blade with genuine curiosity. Someone who is no longer in this world. Kajaku held the whip blade, standing tall in a stalemate. Her expression remained calm, but inwardly, she was rapidly analyzing the battle. His pure physical strength isn't as monstrous as the old man's, but his techniques are more refined and seasoned. His haki flows with extreme smoothness, and his transitions between offense and defense are flawless. He's incredibly well-rounded. He knows everything, doesn't suddenly go for a killing blow or finish someone off with a single punch. An opponent like this, isn't he? A perfect whetstone. Her mind made up, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. I'll use this assessment to thoroughly probe my own limits, and have a good full-on battle. She flicked the whip blade, and its mass began to multiply, the tip cracking in the air with a sharp report. Girl, you have a power that can suddenly make your attacks heavier, don't you? Are you planning to hide it, or are you saving it to pull a fast one on an old man like me? Zifa had keenly noticed the abnormal force emanating from the whip, and he looked at Kajaku with a knowing smile. How could that be? I'm the most sincere person. Deceiving people, that's something Kajaku would never do. Kajaku flashed a grin full of eager anticipation. And now I shall demonstrate this sincerity. Instructor Zifa, my ability is to add imaginary mass to myself, but I myself am unaffected by this mass. This isn't the effect of a devil fruit, I haven't eaten one of those. She added the clarification. It doesn't weigh down my body, nor does it slow my speed or mobility. Running, dodging, charging. I remain at my original weight. Only in the instant of impact when my attacks collide does the added mass manifest. Simply put, I can move with the agility of an ordinary person while striking with the force of a planetary collision. As she finished speaking, she felt a strange feedback, and her technique began to operate with even greater power and ease. Crack. The whip blade resting lightly on the ground sank into the earth as if it were tofu. So this is the enhancement from revealing my technique. Sugoi, truly worthy of a marine instructor. Kajaku hereby dub you the marine doctor. Kujo Yuki's expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly, she was delighting in the sensation of the transformation. Girl, are you already using this ability right now? Zifa noticed the peculiar feedback in the weight of his strikes, and asked with a smile. Instructor Zifa, why don't you experience it yourself? Kujo Yuki shot him a challenging glare. You brat. Don't learn from that bastard Garp. You should learn to respect your elders. Zifa cursed with a laugh, then bent his knees slightly. The next second his figure exploded from the spot. Shave afterimage. With a series of high-speed directional changes, he transformed into several afterimages closing in from all directions. Kujo Yuki's pupils contracted. She unleashed her observation haki to its fullest, barely managing to block one punch. Smack. But in the next instant, another fist from a different direction slammed into her face. Too fast. Zifa's physical prowess and body conditioning far surpassed hers. Often she'd just managed to parry one blow only to be hit by the next. Thump, thump, thump. Each afterimage carried a real tangible pressure. It was impossible to tell which one was the real body. The heavy impacts relentlessly hammered her defenses, soon shaking her internal energy into a chaotic surge. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and bruises began to bloom across her body. Her form swayed, threatening to collapse. What's wrong? Can't hold on anymore. Zifa chuckled, slightly decreasing the frequency of his attacks. But in the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He halted his assault entirely and stood nearby watching. Before his eyes, Kujo Yuki had done something, and her bruises, torn flesh, and oozing blood were healing at a visible speed, mending with astonishing rapidity. Once fully repaired, the young woman raised her head, a wild, arrogant smile curving her lips. She beckoned him with a slight hook of her finger, her fighting spirit undiminished. Another ability I've never seen before, but it's definitely not life return. Zifa marveled inwardly, then charged forward once more. Even in combat, weaving in lessons for his students was an ingrained instinct for him. Come on, let me see just how tough you really are. He anticipated how Kujo Yuki would escape this predicament. The potential this student displayed far exceeded his initial estimates, and it was a joy to witness. But then an action that no one, not even Zifa, had anticipated occurred. Kujo Yuki had been holding a mouthful of blood in her mouth the entire fight, keeping it wrapped in cursed energy. Now she spat it out directly at the cluster of Zifa's afterimages. The blood spray burst in midair, splattering all over that area of Zifa's phantoms. Though Zifa's shock didn't stop him, his rapid advance involuntarily slowed for a half-beat. That fleeting moment was the opening she needed. Kujo Yuki's gaze sharpened, precisely locking onto the only true body with a continuous movement trajectory. The whip blade in her hand instantly danced into a dazzling expanse of silver light, creating an airtight defense and offense within a 3-foot radius. Zifa instantly snapped back to his senses and countered his expression, a mixture of amusement and gratification. This crazy girl, her fighting style, is even wilder than Garp's, like a ferocious beast. Utterly fascinating. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metallic clashes merged into a single sound, sparks exploding around her. With every collision, she felt the immense mountain-like force sending her chi and blood churning. Suddenly a fist broke through her blade's net, aiming straight for her face. Kujo Yuki jerked her head back. The punch's force grazed the tip of her nose, sending her hair flying backward. Using the momentum, she leaned back, kicked off the ground, and flipped backward. Simultaneously, she gathered cursed energy at the toes of her left foot, lashing out viciously at Zifa's chin. Zifa raised his arm to block. Her foot met his palm with a muffled, thunderous impact. The two landed 10 meters apart and stood facing each other, having separated. Kujo Yuki's hair was disheveled, her chest heaving slightly, her breath a bit ragged, yet her fighting spirit remained undaunted. Zifa wiped his face with his sleeve, feeling the slight numbness in his hand, and smiled. Not bad, truly not bad. You know how to be flexible, creating unexpected situations when you can't match speed, and breaking the deadlock. That ability of yours is also excellent, perfectly integrated with your fighting style. But to use it effectively, you need a powerful physique. Also in that situation just now, you could have just grabbed a handful of dirt or stones. Using your own blood, injured as you were, was far too reckless. And one more thing, observation haki isn't about spreading it as wide as possible. You can condense it around yourself for the best perception. Zifa lectured sternly. You truly teach at every opportunity. Kujo Yuki looked at Zifa with a faint smile, sighing in admiration. Such a kind man did not deserve such a fate. And also the old man's fall from grace, the series of disasters at O'Hara. All these tragedies, Kujo Yuki would change them. Haha, with talent like yours, any teacher would be compelled to offer a few tips. Zifa laughed, his eyes fixed on Kujo Yuki. He wondered if it was his imagination, but he felt the girl's aura had risen another level. An intangible pressure was silently rising. So, Instructor Zifa, would you like to experience my next move? Kujo Yuki cast aside all stray thoughts and spoke. Without waiting for his reply, she picked up the phoenix wheel, grabbed a broken piece of rebar from the ground with her other hand, and began to spin it like a fencer. A dance blooming in desperation and elegant posture, displaying an unapologetically lethal edge. With each revolution, several times the mass was added to the whip's body and blade edge. The rebar in her other hand helped her build momentum, causing her power to multiply exponentially. Whoosh! Gale force winds erupted across the field, sand and stones flying backward. She spun faster and faster, the fierce air currents she generated easily slicing apart, even drifting strands of hair. A terrifying spiral vortex formed, its chilling, killing intent bearing down directly on Zifa. Zifa slowly clenched his fists, the armament haki on his right arm becoming denser, shining with a deep black luster. You're a cunning girl, betting that I'll choose to take this head on, are you? I could easily disregard what I just said and attack you right now, girl. However, Zifa cursed with a laugh, yet made no move to dodge. Instead, he contracted his core, assuming a defensive stance. I am your teacher, after all. His voice pierced through the gale, reaching Kujo Yuki's ears. Kujo Yuki was momentarily stunned, then a smile touched her lips. She lightly coated the piece of rail track in her other hand with a layer of jet black armament haki. Take this, Instructor Zifa. In the next instant, she exerted her full force again, her movements shifting slightly, and the immense kinetic energy surged straight towards Zifa. Zifa looked at the dangerous spiral cyclone, a confident smile on his face. His muscles tensed further, and the intensity of his armament haki rose to yet another level. As you wish, my student, Kujo Yuki. Before the words died out, he pushed off the ground with explosive force. The sand beneath him collapsed with a roar, and his entire body shot forward like a black cannonball. No flashy techniques, just the simplest, most direct straight punch, yet it was so fast, it left afterimages driving straight into the oncoming storm. Black Arm Rock Crusher. At the moment of impact, Kujo Yuki deliberately adjusted her attack, offering the armament-coated rebar first to meet that ultimate punch. Crack! A piercing metallic snap exploded. Unsurprisingly, the tough rebar was no match for the absolute force. Its armament coating shattered layer by layer, snapping and flying apart. The rail track easily slipped from her grasp, as if she hadn't even been holding it. That was precisely the case. Kujo Yuki spun her body, a ferocious, excited grin spreading across her face. The next instant, the Phoenix wheel whip blade, now carrying its maximum accumulated mass and inertia, truly tore through the shackles of the air. With a piercing shriek, it lashed viciously towards Zifa's head. Screech! As the blade passed, the dispersed shockwave took the form of a phoenix, letting out a sharp cry. Zifa, who had kept his observation haki active, was not caught off guard. He had already adjusted his stance, twisting his waist and retracting his fist in an instant, meeting the descending Phoenix wheel with an elbow strike. Black Arm Dragon Collapsing Mountain. The released armament haki aura directly manifested into a black dragon. In that moment, Phoenix met elbow strike, Phoenix met black dragon. Boom! The two ultimate forces collided, and a devastating ring-shaped shockwave instantly swept across the entire field. The surrounding sand collapsed entirely, debris and dust soared into the air, and a thick cloud of smoke instantly blanketed the entire battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision of the fight. Only the two phantasmal figures remained, their existence signifying the battle was not over. The dragon's form was shattered and battered, yet its fierce might remained undiminished, its jaws clamped tightly onto the phoenix. But the phoenix's illusion after that initial clash seemed to lose its momentum. Its light dimmed as if it were about to be devoured by the black dragon. Everyone speculated that Kujo Yuki had lost that exchange. But just as the black dragon was about to crush everything, a violent, bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted. An intangible, formless conqueror's haki swept across all directions. The pitch-black dragon phantom let out a silent, agonized howl, and instantly shattered inch by inch, dissipating into nothingness. An overwhelming, domineering aura swept across the training ground. New recruits with weak resolve were utterly defenseless, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Gion and Momonga felt a sudden daze, a wave of dizziness washing over their minds. However, their powerful bodies allowed them to maintain their composure, preventing them from stumbling to the ground. In the resting and spectator areas, Kuzan, Borsellino, Sakazuki, Garp, and Sengoku all stood up in shock. Hey, is this for real? Who would have thought Yuki had this kind of potential? Kazan broke a sweat, suddenly recalling what Yuki had told him yesterday. It then dawned on him that it was only natural for someone like her to awaken Conqueror's haki. What a terrifying individual. That Yuki conceals an incredibly fearsome power, Borsellino remarked in awe. She is a natural-born nemesis of pirates. I look forward to seeing her unleash this technique when she hunts them down. Sakazuki said, his gaze full of admiration. Regardless of the outcome, he fully acknowledged her after today's battle. If he weren't unable to defeat Garp, he would have tried to recruit her by force. Garp. Sengoku looked at him in shock, only to find Garp's own eyes reflecting in equal astonishment. His gaze returned fixedly to the field. A breakthrough in the midst of battle, he mused quietly. The onlookers led by Enigma were already dumbfounded. Is this the true power of the rumored Star Tyrant? Momonga swallowed hard, his voice dry and trembling. This fighting style is truly as brutal as a tyrant's. He's actually able to hold his own against Instructor Zephyr to this extent. Did you all feel that presence just now? That was Conqueror's haki, wasn't it? Gion exclaimed, shocked. They all knew Instructor Zephyr didn't possess Conqueror's haki, so there was only one person who could have released it. Yuki. Gion uttered the name, her fingers tightening around her sword's hilt, her gaze sharp and piercing. She had once believed she was among the very top of her peers, but now she realized she was far from deserving the title of monster. Kazan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, is this the scene you witnessed back then? All their conversations were happening simultaneously. In a fleeting moment where countless thoughts intermingled, the thick dust slowly settled, revealing two upright figures standing opposite each other. Beneath Yuki's feet was a pool of fresh blood. Her clothes were torn, yet her body remained remarkably unscathed. Zephyr, in contrast, had a large, bloody gash across his arm. It was deep and vicious, the flesh gaping open as crimson blood dripped steadily down his forearm. But he paid it no mind, merely staring at his student before him. Good thing I didn't wear new clothes this time, or they would have been ruined for nothing. Yuki looked down, tugging at the corner of her tattered clothes with a sigh, then looked at Zephyr. Are we done? Instructor Zephyr, I assume the test is over. Zephyr nodded, flexing his muscles, and using life return to instantly stop the bleeding from the wound on his arm. You've passed. There's no need to continue the test. He stepped forward, facing everyone, his voice booming across the training ground. Yuki, new recruit assessment. Outstanding. Effective immediately, she is promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. The announcement caused an uproar in the spectator area. Rear Admiral? We'd only become lieutenants or chief petty officers upon graduation, right? What do you expect? Look at her strength. Truly enviable, these monsters. Ignoring the clamor from the field and stands, Zephyr glanced at the unconscious recruits before turning his attention back to Yuki. That was Conqueror's haki just now, wasn't it? I believe so, Yuki confirmed. What were you thinking at that moment? Zephyr pressed on. Yuki rubbed her chin thoughtfully before answering. I just didn't want to lose. Zephyr smiled. You are strong, and you have a sharp mind. Becoming a vice admiral is only a matter of time. An admiral position will depend on your own fortune, but I doubt you'll have any trouble there either. Feel free to come to me with any questions you have in the future. Yash, thank you very much. Yuki flashed a peace sign with a light smile. I'll be going now, Instructor Zephyr. Humming a little tune, she walked off the field, but Zephyr's voice called out from behind her. Girl, what is your justice? Yuki didn't stop walking or look back. She raised a hand over her head, flashing another bold and carefree V sign, her clear voice carried by the wind, frank and defiant. My justice is Yuki's justice. Nothing can bind Yuki. She walked further and further away, but her answer lingered in Zephyr's mind. Man, no wonder you awakened Conqueror's haki. Arrogance truly runs through your very bones, Zephyr chuckled. As he was about to go talk with Sengoku, and Garpa Den Mushi was suddenly tossed towards him. He caught it, instinctively looking back in confusion towards where it came from, and saw Yuki. What is this girl up to? Before he could even wonder, the Den Mushi crackled to life with Yuki's amused voice. Moshi, what is it, Yuki girl? Hey, Instructor Zephyr, isn't it time you told me what type of woman you like? So that wasn't a joke. Of course not. Well, this old man. Remember, you're a role model, Instructor Zephyr. A promise is a promise. I want the details on appearance first. Gotta have a nice chest, legs, and butt. Then personality, and if you have any special preferences, that's even better. Yuki's voice grew increasingly excited. Arg. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Zephyr's face flushed red as he roared, cutting her off. There was a second of silence on the other end, then a devilish voice came through. You're going to tell me, right? Zephyr ran a hand through his purple hair in annoyance, then looked around. Is anyone with you? No, it's just me, rest assured. Don't you dare tell a soul. Of course. Zephyr took a deep breath, feeling as if some spell had been cast on him, something influencing his thoughts. He lowered his head and quickly rattled off the answer Yuki wanted. Speaking of the woman I like, first of all, she can't be too short, at least up to my shoulder. Otherwise standing together would look like father and daughter, which is disgraceful. Like my late wife. Her hair must be a dark color, black or dark brown. Those flashy colors just look frivolous and unstable. Like my late wife. Her chest can't be too big or too small, just enough to fit in one hand is perfect. Too big is cumbersome and lacks aesthetics, too small just doesn't feel right. Like my late wife. Her legs should be longer, but firm and round. Not flabby but trained elastic, and should shape nicely in uniform pants. Like my late wife. Her personality should be gentle and cheerful, enjoying cooking, knitting, and giving massages. Like my late wife. Alright, that's all. Click. The den mushi was hung up abruptly, but Yuki showed no displeasure. On the contrary, she looked up with tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with emotion. Instructor Zephyr, so we are kindred spirits. At this moment her respect for Instructor Zephyr surged like an endless torrent. Of course Yuki would never fall for another man's wife. Absolutely never. On a side note, today Yuki found herself more appreciative of vibrant, youthful young women. The type who might like wearing slippers, a white dress, and smiles beautifully when happily chatting with someone. After all, today was a great victory. At a distant harbor bay, achoo. Garen, who was cleaning the dog-headed warship, suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking about me, eh? He rubbed his nose in confusion, then continued, dragging a crate containing the artwork known as Salamander with a rope surrounded by a cluster of fruit baskets. Ever since Miss Yuki completed that piece, no one dared to go near that crate, leaving only him willing to clean up around it. He studied the crate, recalling the expression Miss Yuki had back then, while tidying up the periodically replaced fruit baskets beside it. Apples, oranges, grapes. He suddenly paused, his fingers brushing against something. A strange texture. He reached in and pulled out a bizarre fruit, entirely red and covered in scales. Huh. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Could it be a? Then Tsukumo Yuki, you are officially a Rear Admiral of the Marines. Sengoku pushed a document bearing the Marine headquarters seal across the desk, his gaze fixed on the young woman before him. Tsukumo Yuki had already changed into the official Marine uniform made by Uncle Zizalong, looking completely transformed. The massive white coat of justice lay on the table in front of her. A Rear Admiral can have their own warship to hunt pirates on the seas. You can choose your own officers, or have headquarters assign them. Can I customize the warship's design? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Tsukumo Yuki raised her hand to ask. Yes, but for a Rear Admiral, any modifications beyond the standard must be paid for out of your own pocket. How much would that cost? Usually around 20 to 30 million berries. What a? Are Marine salaries that high? Tsukumo Yuki was stunned. A warship cost as much as a rookie like Monkey D. Luffy. Haha, no, but if you capture pirates you can keep a substantial portion of their assets. Sengoku laughed and shook his head, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. A Rear Admiral level mission should be assigned to you in a few days. With your strength you'll earn it quickly. He then handed the Code of Justice bearing the insignia of a Rear Admiral to Tsukumo Yuki, taking another careful look at this remarkable young woman. Free yet disciplined, arrogant yet polite. Her identity information was completely blank, as if she had appeared out of nowhere. A Marine who made one want to learn more. Too bad that thought would have to wait. Sengoku glanced silently at the door where Garp's ferocious face was already squeezing through the gap. Hurry up and finish. Sengoku watched Garp's silent performance, veins bulging on his forehead. He was still fuming at the thought of returning to his office to find the safe pried open and the month's supply of rice crackers inside completely gone. He hadn't said he would bet it all no. And even if he were to give them away, he would do it himself. Damn Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Your face seems a bit twitchy. Tsukumo Yuki tilted her head in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Sengoku maintained a stiff smile with squinted eyes, reached into the drawer, and took out a lollipop for Tsukumo Yuki. Want some candy? Sure, thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It's nothing. Just as Tsukumo Yuki took the candy, Sengoku's fingertips moved slightly, and a thin layer of shockwave instantly enveloped both of them. At the same time, he grabbed the heavy inkstone from his desk and smashed it fiercely at the head that had already poked through the door. Boom. Ugh. Thud. The sound was loud but entirely blocked by the shockwave. Sengoku's face relaxed into a look of satisfaction as he patted Tsukumo Yuki on the shoulder. Work hard, Tsukumo Yuki. I have high hopes for you. With the lollipop in her mouth, Tsukumo Yuki didn't speak, but raised her hand to form an OK sign. The candy rolled around in her mouth, on her pink tongue, the caramel flavor blending with the creamy milkiness. Sweet. By the way, did something just fall? Never mind, I don't care. She then enjoyed the treatment of having the coat's straps fastened by a Fleet Admiral herself. Sengoku's movements were deft, the white coat spread across her shoulders, the fabric bearing the word justice, draping down to her knees. Good, very spirited. You look like a righteous marine. Sengoku gave a compliment, and then stuffed another handful of candy into Tsukumo Yuki's pocket before she finally left the office, her pockets bulging. Feel free to drop by any time. Okay, are you my grandfather? Indeed, all old people in every world are the same, always wanting to give you candy. But isn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku still relatively young at this time? She pondered as she walked out, taking the lollipop out of her mouth. She waited for the outer layer moistened by her saliva to air dry naturally, then savored the slightly sticky texture. No crystalline drool strings here, sorry to disappoint my past life self, who played gal games. She shook her head with a smile, then looked at the two people waiting at the door. Yo, old man, Kazan, isn't my rear admiral coat cool? She put the lollipop back in her mouth and turned around, the white coat sweeping an arc as she pivoted, revealing the word justice to both of them. One must admit the fashion sense of everyone in One Piece wearing large coats is really impressive. Of course, if it were the sloppy look of a vest with a coat over the shoulders, that would be a disaster. Oh, it suits you very well, Kazan commented. Anything else? Tsukumo Yuki looked at him expectantly. Era. Well, Kazan scratched the back of his head, his gaze drifting to the ceiling as he recalled the dictionary he had been flipping through the night before. Very gallant, very beautiful, like a flower. Though the compliment is a bit cheesy, you actually used an idiom. Not bad, not bad. Era, I've been reading lately. Kazan smiled. Is that so? That's a good thing. Tsukumo Yuki smiled, faintly reaching into her pocket. Kazan, hold out your hand. What for? Kazan extended his hand curiously and saw Tsukumo Yuki place a piece of chocolate in his palm. A reward for your compliment and studiousness, she said with a smile. Okay, thanks. Kazan paused for a moment, took the chocolate, unwrapped it, and ate it. He paused slightly. Sugoyomai. It seems the premium candy from Fleet Admiral Sengoku tastes excellent. Behind the door, Sengoku, who had been stealthily hiding his presence, had a grin spreading across his face. What a good kid. He continued to crouch silently, knowing the real feast was yet to come. He had deliberately chosen the inkstone. He was savoring the spectacle of Garp's embarrassing appearance being witnessed by his own disciple. When the time was right, he would open the door and mercilessly mock him. I might just beat you to Vice Admiral, you know, Yuki Tsukumo said with a chuckle. That's unlikely, Kazan replied, chewing on a piece of chocolate. He swallowed it in one gulp before continuing. When does our match start? You and Instructor Zephyr put on quite a show today. Well, give me a few days to rest. Fighting every day gets tiring. Yuki Tsukumo leaned back against the windowsill, gazing at the brilliant sun outside. Her hands rested at her sides, and her legs swayed gently beneath her cloak. Besides, Kazan, how solid is your physique and your armament haki? The weak wouldn't even get a chance to strike against me. Is that mysterious domain of yours? Attacks coming from all directions are certainly tricky to handle, but in the end we'll only know by fighting. Kazan stepped forward, his fighting spirit ablaze. After watching Yuki's duel with Instructor Zephyr that afternoon, he was practically burning with anticipation. Besides, I've eaten the Logia-type ice fruit. Yuki, you probably can't fully imbue your entire massive domain with haki, can you? Facing me might put you under even more pressure than Zephyr did. Because I won't hold back and I won't get hit by that charging whip of yours. Still so arrogant, Yuki Tsukumo teased. Calling my words arrogant is the real arrogance, isn't it? Kazan retorted flatly. Is that so? I truly believe it, she said, tilting her head with a finger on her chin and a smile. Then let's try it right now. Kazan felt a surge of irritation at her words. Yuki Tsukumo waved a hand dismissively, a slight smirk on her face. Easy there, boy. Give me a few days to rest, and then I'll come find you. A few seconds of silence passed. Tisk, you're still as wicked as ever. Kazan sighed, then straightened up. Yuki, has anyone ever told you that your personality can be pretty terrible at times? Not at all. Alright, I'm usually down at the old shipyard. He leaned against the wall, deciding not to press the matter since she clearly wasn't in the mood to fight. He then extended a hand toward Yuki Tsukumo. Got a few more of those things from earlier. Since the fight was off, he could at least enjoy some candy, right? Here, try some of these others too. Yuki Tsukumo handed him a handful and took some for herself. They both unwrapped their sweets and popped them into their mouths. Crunch, munch, chew, rustle. These peanut butter crackers are pretty good. I prefer that muffin myself. And so the two inexplicably found themselves leaning against the wall, eating. One swinging their legs on the windowsill, the other peeling candy wrappers by the wall. With nothing else to do, who could resist enjoying some sweets on a lazy afternoon? The afternoon sunlight slanted in through the window, creating an atmosphere as relaxed as a school outing between fellow disciples. After eating for a while, a thought struck Kazan. Conqueror's haki. How did you awaken yours anyway? Awaken? Yuki Tsukumo patted her chest with one hand and raised the other with a grin. I'm a born king. How, that's the kind of thing only you could say without sounding embarrassed or like you're bragging. Kazan paused, then smiled, a hint of envy in his voice. Maybe only someone with your mindset can awaken Conqueror's haki. Perhaps once I figure some things out, I might be able to as well. Still hung up on that question I asked the other day. Well, that and some other stuff. Keep at it. Conqueror's Haki is the ultimate answer. I don't understand what you're saying, but shouldn't you be giving a friend some advice right now? You haven't told me anything, so what am I supposed to advise? Yuki Tsukumo took the candy out of her mouth again. Give me a bit of that cold air. Let's see if it sticks to my tongue. Damn it, what do you take my ability for? A rather convenient refrigerator. As the two chatted idly, a faint scraping sound suddenly drifted across the floor. Scrape. Scrape. Yuki Tsukumo and Kazan looked over and found Garp crouching by the wall. Whoa, old man, why didn't you say something? I thought you'd left. Yuki Tsukumo exclaimed. Yuki Kazan, don't mind me, Garp said, his voice eerily calm. Yuki Tsukumo's brow furrowed. Something was off. Very off. Normally he'd be like, Gahaha girl. Did Sengoku hold back your promotion or say anything weird to you? This situation. This old man was definitely up to something. So filled with suspicion, Yuki Tsukumo walked over. Old man, what are you crouching there for? She leaned her head down to look and suddenly gasped. Whoa, where'd that half-black face come from? There it was. Half of Garp's face was covered in a uniform layer of fine black powder, extending from forehead to chin, even darkening half his eyebrow. The other half of his face remained its normal color. The two halves together made him look like a split-open Oreo. Old man, what happened? Did you go elbow a giant squid, Sea King, or something? Hearing this, Kazan, who had witnessed the whole thing, was about to laugh and explain when he spotted Fleet Admiral Sengoku, hiding behind the door grinning like a madman. Things are going exactly as I planned. Keep going, keep going. Little Yuki, go. Continue humiliating him. Kazan wisely chose to stay silent, his instincts telling him an even better show was about to unfold. I was suddenly tanned on half my face by an extremely intense light. Oh really? It looks like ink to me, Yuki Tsukumo said, tilting her head. She leaned in closer, even taking a sniff. It was indeed the smell of ink mixed with a hint of burnt rice cracker. Never mind that. We need to go before Sengoku gets back. I can't let him see me like this. Garp's voice suddenly grew urgent. He pulled Yuki Tsukumo aside, positioning himself directly in front of the office door, making as if to leave. Slam. The office door burst open as Sengoku dramatically poked half his body out. What's this about not letting me see? But the moment he opened the door, he saw Garp turn around with a sinister grin on that half-black face. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. The spot where Garp had been crouching was now fully visible to him. The floor there was scratched with various black marks of differing lengths. That ink brick had been ground into a fine powder which Garp had evenly applied to his hands. The rest hadn't been wasted either, now rolled into a ball held in his palm. Hee hee. Sengoku. Garp's sinister laughter echoed. Wait, this bastard. Was he pretending this whole time? Impossible. He couldn't possibly have that kind of cunning. Sengoku was too shocked. In reality, all of Garp's actions had happened in an instant. Garp. Before he could react, Sengoku was slapped in the face by two large, ink-covered hands. He was sent flying backward, crashing onto his desk with two distinct black handprints stamped across his face. Gahaha. Take that, a gift from your friend Sengoku. Yuki Kazan, let's get out of here. With that, Garp didn't wait for his two students to react. He was already sprinting out the door. Yuki Tsukumo and Kazan exchanged a blank stare for 2 seconds. They glanced at the office interior where the Admiral Sengoku was about to rise, his face flushed crimson with rage save for the two black handprints. The black handprints and red face intermingled, resembling a modernist portrait. If Sengoku were female, would this count as a great black Buddha mother? Then those two black handprints should be on her chest. Heft. Bowing amidst the trembling of the gentle intellectual and abstinent older sister, achieving the hot-blooded idiot's lucky pervert event achievement from a gal game. Yuki Tsukumo inexplicably pondered this question. What defeats CG sensory substitution dairy cow fairy factory? Damn. Brain, I command you stop thinking. She shook her head, dispelling the dangerous thoughts, and looked at Kazan. Run. Let's run. Kazan nodded. The brief meeting concluded, and they two broke into a sprint. Garp. You bastard. Sengoku's roar carrying a shockwave swept forth, making the wall behind them vibrate. They ran faster like truant students encountering their homeroom teacher who had brought their parents along in pursuit. Vice Admiral Garp is truly impressive thinking of such a tactic, Kazan exclaimed while running. Kazan, you're beyond saving. They descended 2 flights of stairs and encountered Garp at the landing, laughing heartily with half his face black. Ha ha, Yuki Kazan, you're here. I fooled Sengoku today, ha. And he dares call himself a strategic genius. Garp laughed until tears streamed down his face. Yukiki, give me a few candies. Okay. Yuki Tsukumo tossed a handful of candies to Garp. He tore at them carelessly, not even bothering to remove the wrappers completely before shoving them into his mouth to chew. Crunch crunch. The sound of hard candy being crushed came from his mouth. Gahaha, Sengoku's candy sweet. You really have some cunning, all directed at Admiral Sengoku. Yuki Tsukumo recalled how she had spent a long time explaining her ability to this old man without him understanding. Yet now he could scheme against Sengoku so effortlessly, and she couldn't help but twitch her eyes. The three continued walking down the stairs, heading towards the entrance. Finally, Garp stopped laughing. Almost forgot, Yukiki, nice work. Zifa can't stop singing your praises. Kazan, you better be careful. This girl's punches are heavier than you think. Don't be sore if you lose. Have a bit more faith in me, Garp-san. Kazan's expression twitched. Haha, you two youngsters figure it out yourselves. While you're young you should fight until you can't be beaten. Garp laughed heartily. By the way, girl, come with me for a bit later. That kid Galen seems to have something to discuss with both of us. Galen? Yuki Tsukumo was a bit puzzled, but nodded. I understand. Speaking of which, old man, do you want to peel off your face? Cursed energy for reversed output materialized in Yuki Tsukumo's hand. I can heal your face back. Garp and Kazan couldn't help but shiver at her words. This? Better not. My face is thick, I'm afraid you can't heal it back. Garp touched his face. Don't worry, even a broken leg is fine. Forget it. Garp firmly waved his hand, rejecting the proposal. Yuki Tsukumo sighed regretfully, and Kazan took the chance to interject. Yuki, even if it can be repaired, wouldn't this cause mental issues, eh? What issues? I do this to myself all the time. Look at me now, my mental state is pretty good. Yuki Tsukumo spread her hands in rebuttal. Kazan was speechless. He wanted to say it wasn't that good, but decided to drop it. The three walked out, and found three people standing at the entrance. Borsalino, Gion, Sakazuki. The three of you together is quite a strange sight. Kazan looked at the trio curiously. Borsalino leaned against the wall, Gion stood with hands behind her back at the base of the steps, and Sakazuki stood at the far edge with arms crossed. Quite popular, aren't you? Both of them are here for Yuki Tsukumo. I'm just here to watch the show. Borsalino replied in his usual lazy, drawn-out tone. He suddenly tilted his head, his sunglasses sliding down towards Garp's face. My. Vice Admiral Garp, what happened to your face? Gion noticed too, but remained silent, merely widening her eyes slightly. Ha ha ha, this is the proof of a glorious battle. Garp laughed without a shred of shame. Truly a legendary marine. Although he sensed the truth was different, Borsalino played along. Yuki Tsukumo watched helplessly as the old man boasted. Sakazuki, however, didn't care about any of that, and walked straight up to Yuki Tsukumo. His shadow loomed over her, his gaze sharp as a blade beneath his cap. Yuki Tsukumo, congratulations on becoming a rear admiral. Do you remember what I said before? Want to join my ship and hunt pirates? Hey Sakazuki, are you trying to poach my people? Even for a junior, I won't allow it. Garp was displeased. Garp, I'm asking Yuki Tsukumo herself. Sakazuki remained cold and stern. Huh. Garp stared back at Sakazuki with annoyance, while Borsalino leaned against the wall wearing an amused expression. You've got guts, Sakazuki. Yuki Tsukumo thought for a moment and gave her answer. I have my own things to do, I won't join your ship. But if you have confirmed intel on pirates to eliminate, you can call me. Is that so? Understood. I kinda nodded. Have a candy. No. They have Sakura and matcha flavors. Watching Sakazuki silently accept the chocolate from Yuki Tsukumo, everyone was stunned. This was the notorious cold and fierce Sakazuki. The most shocked was Borsalino. Buddy, you're not usually like this. Yash, everyone gets one. These are fine goods from Admiral Sengoku's office. Yuki Tsukumo scattered them like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The candies traced several parabolas through the air, landing precisely in Borsalino's and Gion's hands. Gion looked down at the candy in her palm, frozen for a moment. Thank you. Thanks, Miss Yuki. Borsalino pinched the wrapper, drawing out his tone even longer. If any of you know any scientists, please keep an eye out for me. Yuki Tsukumo said, and everyone agreed. She had actually said this for Borsalino's benefit. Vegapunk wouldn't make a formal appearance for some time, and she had some things she wanted that genius doctor to do. Sakazuki left after getting the answer he wanted, and Borsalino, having no real reason to stay, also left. Gion, who remained, walked over and looked at Yuki Tsukumo. Yuki Tsukumo was sucking on a candy, her cheeks slightly puffed, enjoying the sweetness. I'll be direct. Your strong sister Tsuru likes you, and I want to be friends with you. No problem. I also want to challenge you. Then you'll have to get in line. In line? There's someone else waiting to challenge me. Beat him, and you can cut in. Yuki Tsukumo smiled and pointed at Kazan beside her. At that moment, Kazan had 10 candies in his mouth and was peeling an 11th, testing the limits of his mouth's capacity. Hearing this, his fingers paused, and he pointed at himself in confusion. Guh. Me. When Tsukuyami and Garp stepped into the cabin, Galen was already seated there, clutching a small box to his chest. A basket of fruit rested on the table before him. Galen, you sly dog, making an old man and Tsukuyami come all the way to see you. Garp's booming voice thundered in before he even crossed the threshold. The moment Galen caught sight of Tsukuyami and Garp entering, his eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet. Miss Tsukuyami. Vice Admiral Garp. What's all this, Galen? So secretive. Tsukuyami chuckled. Miss Tsukuyami, that method of yours from before, it worked. Galen's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Worked? What method of mine? Tsukuyami pulled up a stool and sat down, eyeing him curiously. Garp stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching Galen intently. Galen hastily pried open the box, revealing a fruit that was entirely crimson and covered in scales. The scales shimmered with a dark red glow under the cabin's lamp, resembling the hide of some slumbering reptile. A devil fruit. Tsukuyami fixed her gaze on the fruit. That's right. Miss Tsukuyomi, I found this devil fruit near the crate that held that gecko man. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I called both you and Vice Admiral Garp here. Galen continued sliding the box forward and adding a quieter remark. Strictly speaking, this counts as Miss Tsukuyomi's spoils of war, but his voice trailed off too soft for the other two to catch. Ho ho, see old man. I told you my method would work wonders. Tsukuyomi laughed, nudging Garp with her elbow. So it really can happen. In all his years, Garp had never heard of such a thing. So old man, next time you capture a pirate with a devil fruit power, you know what to do, right? Tsukuyomi grinned, forming a blade with her hand and making 4 swift chopping motions through the air toward Garp's limbs. Swish, 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 swish. That's too cruel, girl. Even if those pirates deserve death, this method is too brutal. Even Garp, a battle-hardened veteran, couldn't suppress a shudder at her suggestion. Yar yar, Garp, can't an old man like you keep up with a young girl like me? Tsukuyomi said with a faint smile, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. You brat, you know that's not what I meant. Garp rarely showed a stern face, but now he looked at Tsukuyomi with serious eyes. I know. But Tsukuyomi just waved a hand, and suddenly her tone shifted. After thinking it over, forget about rolling this out to the whole fleet. This kind of treasure is best enjoyed privately, just among ourselves. Tsukuyomi laughed, then picked up the strange fruit and turned it over in her hands, her fingertips tracing the patterns of the scales as she continued. After all, not to mention the Marines as a whole, there are far too many rotten bastards in the world government. It wouldn't surprise me if they ran human experiments in secret, killing ordinary people who'd eaten devil fruits. Girl, you. Sigh. Garp gave up. In the end, Tsukuyomi hadn't done anything wrong. As expected of Miss Tsukuyomi, you think far more thoroughly than I do. Galen praised, pulling out a sheet of paper. Galen, you have to look at a matter from every angle to judge its true worth. I've learned my lesson, Miss Tsukuyomi. I had even written an essay arguing for the benefits of this method to the Marines, planning to submit it. Hearing this, Tsukuyomi's interest was piqued. Let me see that essay. Here you go. Galen handed the paper to Tsukuyomi. She scanned a few lines, a look of surprise crossing her face. Not bad at all. Clear logic, solid arguments, and you even broke it down into 3 strategies: upper, middle, and lower. I never took you for a man of letters. Tsukuyomi said, somewhat taken aback. Speaking of which, Galen, what exactly are your duties aboard this ship? Usually I assist Mr. Bogart with his work, plotting courses, cleaning, helping in the galley, training recruits, joining combat, and writing after-action reports. Damn, you're a jack of all trades. Tsukuyomi remarked, then added with a playful tease. Any change in your recent ambitions? Ever consider coming aboard my ship as my adjutant? At that, Galen's expression shifted dramatically, but his answer left everyone baffled. I'm not worthy yet. Miss Tsukuyomi, I have fully realized my past mistakes. Edge. Tsukuyomi's hand holding her teacup froze midair. She had only asked casually, but Galen's reaction was like he was about to deliver some earth-shattering speech. After all, his performance had always been remarkably consistent. Being a mere dog is utterly pointless, because what a strong person truly needs is not a dog at all. I now understand everything I desire. Galen stood ramrod straight, his gaze burning with intensity, his entire being bathed in an almost devout radiance. Congratulations, you've attained enlightenment. Please forgive my impertinence, but could you identify what type of fruit this is? Oh, Galen, you're really talking strangely today. With a puzzled expression, she set down the report and turned her attention to the fruit. She studied it for a moment, then suddenly froze. Looking closer. Indeed, the appearance of this fruit didn't quite match any devil fruit she'd seen in the encyclopedia. What's wrong, Miss Tsukuyomi? Is there a problem? Galen noticed her expression shift and felt a knot tighten in his chest. This fruit isn't the Zoan-type salamander fruit. She held the fruit up to the lamp, and the scales revealed an extremely rare pattern under the light. And amidst those scales, a single reverse scale stood out abruptly. If I'm not mistaken, this is the ancient Zoan-type Charizard fruit. So that gecko actually ate the fire dragon fruit. Or was it the powerful obsession he held at the moment of death that summoned this devil fruit? But those questions could never be answered now, since that man had already rotted away. By now, he'd probably been carried by the fish of the sea to every corner of the world. She looked at Garp. Old man, this fruit belongs to me now, right? You do as you see fit. I have no use for such things. Garp waved a hand dismissively, but then added a word of caution. My advice, girl, is to choose carefully if you intend to eat it. You already possess that strange power of yours. It'd be a shame to burden yourself with a weakness to seawater for nothing. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, old man. Tsukuyomi stared at the fruit, lost in thought. Sell it for money, or give it to someone to eat. I'm heading off, girl. Talk to me before you decide to eat it. Garp, feeling there was nothing more to discuss, had already begun making his way toward the door. He still had Sunbae to finish and 3 packets of betting slips tucked in the secret compartment on the 3rd shelf of Sengoku's safe waiting for him to cash in. His hand was already on the doorknob. Bang! Galen suddenly shot to his feet, his chair toppling over with a heavy thud. His face flushed red, his lips trembling several times before he finally wore a look of resolute determination and revealed the true purpose for summoning Garp and Tsukuyomi that day. Rear Admiral Tsukuyami. He bowed deeply. Could you sell this devil fruit to me? Of course, no problem. Tsukuyami casually lifted her teacup and took a sip. She had already sensed that something was off about Galen today. She had a feeling she was about to hear something quite entertaining. Galen stared intently at Tsukuyami, yet their eyes never met. Miss Tsukuyami, you are immensely powerful, dazzling, and beautiful. I often feel like I'm looking at a goddess when I see you. Your aura never fails to captivate everyone around you, at every moment. In the future you will undoubtedly grow into a figure as great as Vice Admiral Garp. That's why I'm afraid. Afraid that one day I'll still be a nobody on a warship no longer even worthy of being your dog. But with this devil fruit I can skip the dog stage entirely and evolve straight into a mount. A dog is useless only fawning over everyone, but a mount is different. The more I play the dog, the more I realize how powerless and limited that role truly is. Galen boy, what on earth are you trying to say? Garp felt like he'd been struck by lightning, staring at Galen in utter shock. Was this still the same Galen? So I'm done being a dog. I want to be a mount. From now on, whether you're traveling or enjoying yourself, you can ride me. I'll be your personal mount. A future Empress of the Stars. Surely her mount will be remembered by the world as well. He took a deep breath as if opening a floodgate that had been sealed for far too long, and his words poured out like a raging torrent. So I beg of you, Miss Tsukuyami, this is the request of a lifetime from Galen. Please let my dream of evolving from human to dog and finally to mount set sail. With that, Galen immediately dropped to his knees and performed a Dajiza, his head slamming hard against the floor. Tsukuyami sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Garp stood frozen on the spot, almost turned to stone. Girl. Bang. Tsukuyami wiped the moisture from her lips, slammed her palm hard on the table, and shot to her feet. Her aura was so overwhelming that even the cabin door behind her burst open, a crack, the door panel slamming against the wall with a resounding echo. Garp flinched at the sudden commotion, the seasoned veteran shrinking like a raw recruit in that moment. Girl, don't be angry, I'll just... Galen. Tsukuyami's voice exploded through the cabin, carrying an absolutely pure, unadulterated admiration. Such purity. I admire you, Galen. I never imagined you could go this far. I have witnessed your ambition. I understand your aspiration. Raise your head. Look me in the eyes. Trembling, Galen lifted his head in disbelief. There stood Tsukuyami, bathed in the sunlight streaming through the door, radiant and resplendent. Especially those smiling eyes radiating a light that was uniquely hers at every moment. Just as he had imagined countless times before. Miss Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami extended the devil fruit in her hand toward him. Galen, do you dare to take on the role of adjutant and mount? Aya. Galen burst into loud, unrestrained sobs, tears streaming down his face. Garp stood there utterly dumbfounded, like a man struck with senility. His mind had completely shut down, his vacant gaze fixed on the swaying lamp overhead. No one knew what happened inside that doghead warship that day. But according to the navigation log of the legendary Marines adjutant, the blade-drawing Bojada compiled by later generations of archaeologists, people can learn that there were the following abnormal records that evening. Vice Admiral Kapu seems to be in a rare bad mood today. This evening, Vice Admiral Kapu, who never liked drinking, brought high-proof rum and rice crackers and went to Admiral Zhanggua's office. At the same time, everyone saw the flying dragon in the sky. I roughly know which miraculous marine was responsible for all this. The log ends abruptly here, but according to various researches, people learned that a dark red dragon silhouette soared up from Pier No. 3, its wings spreading to cover half the moon. That dragon silhouette circled 3 times above Marine headquarters, each wing beat stirring up a gale. On the dragon's back sat a person, golden hair wildly flying in the moonlight like a moonlit princess. The girl held a dragon horn with one hand and pointed with the other toward the boundless sea of stars above. Laughter rained down from hundreds of meters high, startling the seagulls on all the warships in the harbor. Guy Lewin, fly higher. I want to measure the size of this heaven and earth. The dragon let out a sky-shaking roar, its wings suddenly flapping, and charged straight up toward the moonlit sea of stars. According to the sentry outside the door, that day Vice Admiral Kapu and Admiral Zhanggua had a heated discussion about whether the recruit training camp and even all Marines needed psychological counseling. But that was only what the public knew. The real main topics included, but were not limited to, whether the recruit training camp and all Marines needed to add psychological counseling courses, and whether a person could simultaneously serve as both adjutant and mount. Also, Admiral Zhanggua asked Vice Admiral Kapu if he had lost his mind. Good news. Under the guidance of various rumors, Vice Admiral Kapu's prestige was raised another notch. But no one knew that after that day, Vice Admiral Kapu thought for a long time, looking at his own doghead warship. Is there something wrong with the feng shui of my warship? Looking at the huge doghead for a moment, he seemed to have the absurd illusion of a disciple betraying a son, rebelling, and a future grandson becoming a pirate. Damn it. Impossible, impossible. This world cannot become like this. Inside Marine headquarters, in a studio that no detector could find, was where Jishiju Yuji was located. At this moment, a mysterious reporter was conducting an interview. Jishiju Yuji, don't you think this matter is quite outrageous? Where is the outrage? Treating a person as a mount or something. Are you humiliating someone's dream? No. But don't you think it's shameful and cunning? Huh, where's the cunning? Where's the shame? I ask you, has this matter harmed anyone's interests? No. Is there any one of the two parties involved, me and Guy Luen, who is dissatisfied? The reporter opened his mouth, then closed it. I got a handsome mount, that's win one. Guy Luen got his dream, that's win two. I gave Guy Luen a devil fruit, and let him follow me, that's a favor. Guy Luen offered me his loyalty and handled logistics for me, that's gratitude. It seems. That's the case. Humph. Jishiju laughed out loud, spreading her arms. The stars in the darkness behind her instantly brightened, a degree slowly flowing along with her raised hand, as if she truly embraced an entire starry sky. So praise it. Good things need praise. There are already few contracts in this world that satisfy both parties. She withdrew her open hands, tilted her head, and walked step by step toward the reporter. Tap, 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 tap. The stars in the air flowed with her, as if the entire starry sky was pressing down on the reporter. What are you going to do? The reporter was forced back by this inexplicable aura, eventually retreating until he could go no further, leaning against the wall, trembling as he looked at her through the camera. Jishiju Yuji strolled over to him, bent down her long hair, falling along her cheeks, covering half an eye. Those dark gold pupils stared straight at him through the lens. The rude interview is over. Now please praise me. This is a room from which you cannot leave until you hear 99 praises. Quack. Boss, save me. Kajaka, what happened that day? Why were you riding a dragon, and I haven't seen Garp-san for days? Kazan, who happened to run into Kajaka, asked. He held a cup of coffee in his hand, clearly having just stepped out of the break room. Kajaka briefly described what had happened that day. So, it went like this. And that. Hiss. Kazan drew in a sharp breath. Nice. Can I ride that dragon? No. Stingy. Kazan grumbled, took a sip of his coffee, and didn't dwell on the topic. He noticed she was holding a brown paper envelope, its seal stamped with Fleet Admiral Sengoku's insignia, and then asked, looks like you just came from Sengoku-san's office. Got a mission. It's a mafia group suspected of allying with pirates near the front of the Grand Line, wreaking havoc in a small country, and involved in various smuggling operations. My task is to resolve all of it. How is the first mission for your solo voyage? It sounds quite challenging. Is that all the info? What about the pirate crew? The Rocks pirates have recently scattered across the sea, running wild. You better not run into them. I shouldn't. I don't think any of them have a base in the West Blue. They're all over by the Grand Line. Kajaka glanced at the mission report once more. Right, the pirate crew involved is just a small fry with an 80 million berry bounty. The real difficulty lies in the mafia that controls half the country. Still, since Kazan had said it, it was practically a jinx. She decided to treat this mission as one where she'd likely run into a member of the Rocks pirates. She casually folded the mission report and tucked it into the inner pocket of her coat. Huh. Kazan blinked. Is this some kind of political mission? How are you going to handle it? Is the following script: you go in to protect them, and then that country joins the world government? Kazan couldn't understand why a newcomer would be assigned such a complex task. I don't know. I'm just responsible for killing all these guys. The logistics stuff, let Garp and the others handle it. Era. Kill them all. Kazan's expression shifted slightly. Of course. What if there are people forced into it? He looked at Kajaku. Kajaka smiled lightly, though her voice carried a hint of chill. Then I'll ask before I strike. But honestly, I probably won't bother asking. Kazan, come assist me this time. Think of it as, to keep an eye on me so I don't go on a killing spree. Were you always this bloodthirsty? Of course not. Just messing with you, you idiot. You actually believe that? Ha. Kazan. His fingers tightened slightly around the coffee cup. His fist itched. He really wanted to punch this woman. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. He shot Kajaku a glare, turned, and with his long stride was already 2 steps away. Seeing that Kazan was really about to leave, Kajaku quickly turned serious. Actually, I have a bad feeling about this business trip, so I plan to drag you along as insurance. Not interested. What's it to me? Someone whose strength might not even surpass mine. Do you really need my help? Kazan didn't look back, casually waving his hand. Kazan, you're quite the grudge holder. Kajaka looked at this childish man before her. Sorry about teasing you just now. I'll treat you to a meal later. Isn't the mess hall free? I'll cook myself, and we'll invite the old man along. Kazan stopped in his tracks and turned his head. You can cook. Of course. How else do you think I survived on that deserted island? Kajaku turned and walked toward the abandoned shipyard. Come on, let's have that one-on-one duel you've been longing for. If you lose, you have to help me. And if I win? Kazan looked at Kajaku and asked. You can make a reasonable request too. How about it? Is there anything you want me to do? Era then. Kazan was about to say he wanted to ride the dragon, but then he suddenly recalled the cold bronze look in Kajaka's eyes when she said she'd kill them all. Then, Kajaku tilted her head, echoing. Kazan looked into her eyes and said in a low voice, Kajaku, you must promise me that your proud sense of justice won't ever turn you into someone who slaughters the innocent. Kajaku was momentarily taken aback, stopping in place to glance at him. After a brief silence, she averted her gaze, her tone returning to its usual lightness. That's a rather dull wish. I thought you'd say something like asking me to wear a maid outfit or a sailor uniform. Something more fitting for a young spirited boy. Era, now that you mention it, I do kind of regret it. Too late for that now, you idiot. Kajaku turned and strode forward, raising her hand behind her back and flipping him off with a middle finger. Kazan scratched his head. He thought he recalled Vice Admiral Garp mentioning that gesture. Was she calling him a dumbass? The decommissioned shipyard lay in the hills behind Marine headquarters, where several obsolete warships were half buried in waist-high wild grass. Their rusted keels tilted skyward like the decaying ribs of colossal beasts. Up close, that has a certain post-apocalyptic beauty. Kajaku stepped off a warped deck plank and hopped beside one of the derelict vessels, surveying this secret training ground. You've got good taste, Kajaku. I've always thought this place had a rugged charm. Kazan jumped down from another ship and stood beside her. Kajaku reached out and ran her hand along the thick steel plating of the bow. Her fingertips traced the overlapping layers of old fist imprints. The deepest dents still bore traces of dried moss along their edges. Did you make all these dents, Kazan? Well, not all of them. Vice Admiral Garp contributed his share. Want to give it a try? No hockey, just pure physical strength. Throw every ounce of force into each punch against the warship. It might hurt at first, but once you get used to it, it becomes addictive. Kazan walked to her side and patted a section of the hull that had been completely deformed by impacts. Of course. Kajaku turned to face the massive vessel, rolled her shoulders, and swung her arm with full force. All-life extermination fist. Huh. The moment her fist struck the steel, a deep, resonant boom echoed across the yard, startling several seabirds perched on the skeletal remains of a mast. The warship's bow caved in deeply, a clear fist imprint embedded at the center of the depression. Impressive. Kazan marveled at the massive dent, then his expression shifted. No, wait. If you're hitting with full force without hockey to protect yourself, you're going to hurt yourself. Sure enough, the hand Kajaku had punched with now showed twisted bones, blood seeping from her knuckles and dripping down her fingers. It's fine, don't you remember my ability? Kajaku smiled and waved her hand. A warm surge of reverse technique flowed through her, healing all injuries in an instant. Even the blood between her fingers evaporated into wisps of pale red mist under the heat of her cursed energy. Every first time should be all out. Otherwise the memory will be boring later. She walked past Kazan, toward the open ground, her combat boots striking a steady rhythm on the gravel. After all, it's just a bit of pain. People always hurt on the path to what they pursue. Era, sometimes I really can't figure you out. Does reading that much turn everyone into someone like you? Kazan said, then slowly turned, tossing his coat aside. No, I'm one of a kind. That's reassuring. Are there rules? A match needs a winner and a loser, you know. Kajaku said with a hand on her hip, grinning. Oh right, can't break tradition. Kazan, what type of woman do you like? What kind of tradition is that? Me. I'm the founder of this tradition, though I don't have any disciples yet. She laughed, pointing a finger at herself. Are you an idiot? Huh. Watching the flustered girl, a hint of a smile tugged at Kazan's lips. I'm a free spirit. I won't just hand my heart to anyone. As for women, if they're tall, have a big chest, long legs, and a pretty face, I'd like them. Kazan ended the previous topic and continued, come on, no holds barred combat. Only when you use everything you've got can it be called a real duel. You can save me if things go wrong, right? I'm not saving someone with such low standards. For the next few minutes, you're not my friend. Kajaku's face turned cold as she summoned her phoenix, while gripping it and swinging it to the side. A crescent-shaped slash shot from the blade, spanning the entire clearing and slicing cleanly into a derelict warship parked nearby. Crack. The rusted hull let out a low groan as a clean cut ran from the bow to midship. The massive front section slid along the smooth surface and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Boom. Rusted steel fragments mixed with dust billowed into the air. She said coldly, Kazan, I'm going to break your legs, heal them, and break them again. Kazan glanced sideways at the warship, sliced cleanly in two. Era, you're really that angry, huh? He downed the last of his coffee and casually set the cup on a nearby keel remnant. The clink of the cup against rusted iron rang out sharply in the empty shipyard. He rolled his shoulders, joints emitting faint cracks. Cold air began to seep from his feet, frost forming on the withered grass and spreading outward in a slow circle. But, in a fight, anger only distracts you. He raised his right hand palm up as frigid energy gathered into a swirling white mist. We'll see whose legs get broken first. Before the words faded, Kajaku had already moved. She kicked off the ground, shattering the warped deck plank beneath her, as wood splinters and rusted metal shards scattered from the force. She became a golden blur, charging straight at Kazan's face. Whoosh! The phoenix wheel expanded into whipblade form midair, its silver bone segments catching the sunlight in a blinding streak as it lashed toward Kazan's left leg with a sharp whistle. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The ground was instantly covered in ice as massive frozen blocks materialized, blocking the path of the Phoenix Wheel, only to be shattered on impact, offering no resistance. Smash! Ice shards flew everywhere, refracting a tiny rainbow in the sunlight. The whip ultimately tore through Kazan's armament-hardened ice shield, driving straight toward his leg. But he evaded with preemptive elementalization, the whip passing through a swirl of icy mist, drawing a faint trace of blood, and nothing more. Stop dodging, Kazan. Run straight into my Phoenix Wheel. Kajaka charged forward again with a cold glare. Then let's fight. Kazan fired up, conjured an ice blade in his hand, and swung it at Kajaku. Clang, 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 clang. The two figures darted back and forth among the shattered ship remnants. The holes corroded by time and salt spray in the old ships became natural cover. They fought from the open ground into the cargo hold, the hollow of the keel echoing with the hum of metal striking ice. Before long, the brief standoff came to a conclusion. Boom! A powerful whip strike from Kajaku shattered the ice blade on the spot, and simultaneously, she kicked toward Kazan's knee. Just break your leg already. Not a chance. Kazan countered with a whip kick of his own. Thud. His expression shifted dramatically as sharp pains surged through his armament hockey. So heavy. He was kicked flying out of the cabin without the slightest surprise. He adjusted his posture midair and landed firmly on his feet. The residual force of the impact sent him skidding backward violently, his trajectory carving two parallel lines of frost through the white rime on the blades of grass. TCH. Tsukumo Yuki clicked her tongue in annoyance. Your strength is getting out of hand, don't you think? And wipe that look of pity and disgust off your face. Kazan came to a halt dozens of meters away, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his chest heaving with labored breaths. He glanced down at his left leg, which he had dematerialized, and then at his right leg that had just clashed with hers. The fabric of his trousers was torn, revealing skin mottled with bruises. A shallow gash ran across his left leg. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, his leg might have been truly shattered. Her fighting style was vicious, brutal, like a wild beast. So this was what Instructor Zephyr felt during that duel. Very well, let me, another so-called monster rookie, weigh your measure. Tsukumo Yuki, you monster. He swung his arm back and 5 ice spears materialized in the air, each as thick as a forearm, their tips gleaming with a cold light, forming an arc at his side. ZRRKK. Simultaneously, a surge of frigid air was released, encircling Tsukumo Yuki within a massive ring of ice. The ice ring contracted continuously, tightening with each rotation. Frigid air rose from the icy tracks, forming a flowing white curtain between them. The temperature within the ring plummeted. The blades of grass froze, brittle, crunching like shattering glass underfoot. You seem to be getting fired up. Tsukumo Yuki let out a light chuckle, then lunged forward again, her toes barely touching the ground. But in the next instant, ice aged. Kazan slammed his hands onto the ground, and the contracting ice ring violently exploded outward. Ice crystals surged from all directions toward the center simultaneously. The ice crawled along the ground, snaking up to entangle her ankles and calves. The chill crept up her clothing, forming a thin layer of frost on her cuffs and collar. Tsukumo Yuki glanced down at the ice forming on her body, about to shatter it with a burst of haki, when she heard Kazan shout, "Ice Blade!" At that moment, the suspended ice spears shot forward simultaneously, sealing off every possible route of escape for Tsukumo Yuki. Tsukumo Yuki did not dodge or evade. She gripped the Phoenix Wheel with both hands, the whip blade instantly stiffening into a sword. Armament haki surged from her palm upward, dyeing the blade pitch black. Ching! With a single swing, she shattered all the incoming ice spears. Shards of ice exploded around her, and tiny crystals scattered onto her hair and shoulders. But her ankles were already locked in place by the fully formed ice. Kazan had used this opening to appear behind her. His left hand, coated in frost, reached out with 5 splayed fingers toward her shoulder. Got you. Tsukumo Yuki reacted instantly. The Phoenix Wheel shifted from sword form back to whip form, lashing out from her waist, and snapping backward, aimed directly at Kazan's wrist. Kazan's observation haki couldn't predict this strike, so he chose to take it head on. Perhaps Tsukumo was right. If he didn't fight this battle seriously, he'd never hear the end of it. Rip! The blade of the Phoenix Wheel pierced straight through Kazan's hand, and he grabbed it tightly, the extended bone blade drenched in his blood. Kazan held onto the protruding bone blade with all his might, preventing it from going deeper. He sealed the wound with a burst of frigid air, and the intense cold shot directly up the Phoenix, while racing towards Tsukumo Yuki. Victory! Kazan rejoiced inwardly. But in the next instant, the whip surged with power, shattering the ice crystals, and a tremendous force yanked him forward. Nanny! Why wasn't she frozen? What was enveloping Tsukumo Yuki? Before Kazan could process his shock, Tsukumo Yuki spun around abruptly. Prepare yourself, Kazan. Her slender fair hand, now crackling with black lightning, slammed heavily across his face. XP correction palm. Boom. BGUH. Kazan's face contorted as he was sent flying a dozen meters away by the slap. He tumbled several times before crashing onto the ship's deck, unable to even maintain his human form. Half of his body turned to ice and scattered across the ground. Kazan, at this stage you can't beat me. Tsukumo Yuki blew lightly on her fingertips, which were a bit numb from the cold, and smiled. If she couldn't beat the veterans in a brawl and couldn't beat her peers, either she might as well rename her technique from Star's Wrath to Star's Slave. After a few moments, Kazan finally regained his human form. The side of his face that had been struck was swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't want to admit it, but in terms of pure hand-to-hand combat, he was at an absolute disadvantage. That was a slap, just now, right? He looked at Tsukumo Yuki. It doesn't matter. Words are but an inconvenient tool, aren't they? Tsukumo Yuki replied, looking back at him with a smile. Why weren't you frozen just now? What was that membrane? Kazan voiced his confusion. That move had never failed him before. The power of science, Kazan. I told you to read more, but you never listened. Now you're fumbling in the dark when it matters most. Kajaku Yorihana extended a single finger with keen amusement, demonstrating for Kazan. Under Kazan's gaze, a sphere resembling a bubble formed on the tip of Kajaku Yorihana's finger. That energy. Is that the source of her power? Now I'll use the power I command to push away the air around me briefly, creating a vacuum insulation zone. As she spoke, the bubble flattened into a thin membranous film. It might not be able to fully block your cold that defies the laws of physics, but as a shield for a single instant, it's more than enough. Lecture over. As the words left her mouth, the bubble burst. Kajaku Yorihana pointed one finger at the stunned Kazan, another at the sky above, and leaned her torso back in a posture that defied human limits. Your next words will be, Era really. Is that so? Was all of this part of your plan, Kajaku Yorihana? Era, really? Is that so? Kazan paused for a moment after speaking, then looked at Kajaku Yorihana with a speechless expression. The second half of that sentence, I won't say it. Kazan, you really are no fun. Kajaku Yorihana shook her head in disappointment, then tossed the phoenix wheel aside. What are you doing? Well, I didn't break your legs, but I did slap you across the face. My anger is gone now, so this battle should end here. Kazan stood frozen, trying to process her words. First he was silent, then he frowned, and finally his pupils contracted sharply. The next moment the muscles in his body tensed from intense fury, twisting his face into a grimace. Are you saying that you could defeat me at any moment you wished? He roared at Kajaku Yorihana. Don't get so worked up, Kazan. Losing to me isn't shameful. In a one-on-one fight, my ability to dominate opponents of the same level is unmatched in this world. Kajaku Yorihana spread her hands out in front of her, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Feel free to refute that fact if you can. A seabird had landed on the remnants of the highest mast at some point, tilting its head as it looked down at the two figures desecrating the ancient ruins below. But in the next instant, the blood-red conqueror's haki exploded outward, its overwhelming pressure dominating the entire abandoned shipyard. Swish! With Kajaku Yorihana at the center, the dust on the ground was violently pushed outward in a ring, as if a silent detonating sun had been squeezed between heaven and earth. The rust on the remnants of the highest mast was shaken loose, falling in a flurry like a brown rain. From a half-sunken old ship nearby, the keel groaned with the sound of metal fatigue rivets popping out one after another and thudding into the dirt. The air itself was compressed from the center outward by that invisible will. Carrying fragments of ice-dried grass and rust powder, it formed a rapidly expanding pale gray ring through the ruins. The seabird didn't even have time to cry out. Its eyes flashed white, and its pupils instantly went vacant before that overwhelming will. Its entire body, as if its bones had been ripped out, toppled stiffly from the railing, feathers scattering in midair from the residual force of the conqueror's haki. Further away, the rats lurking deep within the shipyard, the petrels nesting under the eaves, and the wild cats curled up in the ditches. All creatures collapsed simultaneously, foaming at the mouth, without even a chance to struggle. Countless small fish floated to the surface, their white bellies turned up. Kazan's expression stiffened, and every hair on his body stood on end. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on every single pore. The cold air within him leaked out uncontrollably for a moment, and the blades of grass at his feet were instantly coated with a layer of frost. But that frost was incredibly fragile, cracking and splitting under the continuous pressure of the haki. Star. Tyrant. Just for an instant. The conqueror's haki ceased its release. The crimson ripple withdrew like a receding tide, and all the pressure, trembling and shrieking, stopped abruptly at the same moment. The stagnant air in the shipyard began to flow again. The wind crept in, chilling the thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. But apart from that, the shipyard was eerily silent. All the subtle rustling sounds that had served as ambience were gone. It gave one the illusion of tinnitus. Kajaku Yorihana remained where she stood, lowering her hands. She tilted her head and looked at Kazan. What's the matter? Not making a move. Have you already conceded defeat to me, eh? Kazan, if you surrender now, you'll avoid a beating. It's quite tiring for me to heal you afterwards. You can already unleash Conqueror's haki at will. Kazan looked at Kajaku Yorihana, the flame of victory still burning fiercely in his eyes. I wouldn't say it's completely at will yet. That's quite modest of you, isn't it? Kazan, however, suddenly became calm. The more formidable the enemy, the calmer he had to be. Getting close meant getting punched, staying far meant his attacks weren't strong enough, and he'd be mocked for it too. This was a real dilemma, and she still had a domain she hadn't used. What if he filled the entire abandoned shipyard with ice? No, that wasn't necessary. Use all his stamina to create ice first around Kajaku, then on the periphery. Push the ice inward by sheer overwhelming force to prevent that barrier of hers from blocking. Then using the absolute advantage of the terrain, secure the victory. He only needed a few seconds of actual contact, and the scales of victory would tip in his favor. But this method would consume a massive amount of his stamina, and she had plenty of ways to negate that advantage. It wasn't the first choice. Kajaku Urahana had two options, and his chance of victory lay between those two choices. 1. A violent breakthrough. 2. Expanding her domain. Someone as arrogant as her having said she wanted to completely finish me off, the only way would be to expand that mysterious domain, wouldn't it? Though I don't know the exact effects judging from that battle with Zifa-sensei, I'd probably be subjected to an unavoidable omnidirectional attack in an instant. But that's fine. I have an elemental body that can evade such attacks. However, if I get shattered, the time it takes to reform would be no different from losing. It seemed she needed a hand gesture to activate her domain. Maybe I could exploit that wind-up and secure a simple victory. Alright, that's the plan. All strategies decided. Gather a vast amount of cold air within my body, shaping it into the form of an ice blade. Don't make any aggressive moves. Then push my observation haki to its peak and walk over slowly. That woman will surely be curious and wait for me to reach her. A final gamble. Preemptively elementalize the inside of my body deliberately, let it be pierced through, and desperately hold on to her to prevent her escape. Sacrifice my lower body and instantly create a massive omnidirectional ice spike formation to secure a moment of contact. Every step in this plan holds a chance of victory. Whether I can seize it depends on me alone. Kazan's gaze sharpened, and he began to walk slowly towards Kajaku Urahana. Ho-ho, choosing not to flee, but to approach me instead. Kajaku Urahana laughed. I rarely give you a chance to catch your breath, like a fish dying on the shore suddenly getting a ladle of water, desperately recovering its strength. How can I defeat you without getting close? Kazan looked at Kajaku Urahana seriously. Is that so? Then come a little closer, my friend, whose mind is surely brewing some mischief. Kazan's footsteps halted abruptly, and the frost clinging to his body bristled in unison. He watched as Tsukumo Yuki wore a morbid smile, her hands already beginning to converge before her. Wrong. Everything was horribly wrong. That woman had never intended to continue their skirmish from the very start. His observation haki screamed in frantic alarm, like countless needles of ice stabbing into his nerve endings. On pure instinct, he kicked off the ground, his body blurring into a streak of ice blue light as he shot forward. Such a natural motion. Was she merely toying with him? How arrogant, Tsukumo Yuki. I will seize that arrogance and turn this around. Just as he thought it, Tsukumo Yuki's hands had already risen to her chest, fingertips about to touch. I won't let you finish that. Put your hands down, Tsukumo Yuki. In the midst of his roar, Kazan's right fist swelled dramatically mid-swing. Ice proliferated wildly from his knuckles, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a colossal ice spear 2 meters in diameter. The spear tip spun at a ferocious speed like a drill, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, while the surrounding moisture instantly crystallized into delicate frost. Ice Thorn Lance. He gambled on piercing her through before she could complete her hand seal. Yet Tsukumo Yuki didn't dodge at all. Or rather, there was no need to. Kazan's pupils contracted. He knew he couldn't stop her from completing the seal now. More bizarrely, Tsukumo Yuki's fingers interlaced, thumbs pressed together, middle fingers extended and touching, forming a seal entirely different from before. Immovable Tathagata, Vajra Samadhi seal, haha. Her laughter carried a mix of madness and composure. That laughter sent a chill deep into Kazan's bones. The tip of his ice spear was already pressing against her chest, and frost was beginning to form on her clothes. Just 1 inch. 1 inch more, and it would pierce her body. At this distance, for a powerhouse like Kazan, that was faster than a blink. But his observation haki screamed in despair. The one about to be defeated was him. He was running out of time. He reacted swiftly, almost at the exact instant Tsukumo Yuki finished her seal. He instantly withdrew, the cold energy surging through his body, preparing to prematurely detonate the ice blast stored within his chest. All this happened within a mere 0.1 seconds. The tip of the ice spear grazed the edge of Tsukumo Yuki's clothes. But it was still a step too slow. Domain expansion, hum. An endless darkness seeped from Tsukumo's interwoven fingers, devouring everything in its path, and instantly filling the entire world. Kazan felt a flicker before his eyes, and the next moment he was in a completely pitch-black space. His attack, which should have been a sure hit, struck nothing but air, and he crashed to the ground, his ice spear shattered by some unseen force. He scrambled to his feet in shock, only to find his observation haki completely useless. He couldn't see anything. The ground beneath his feet was gone, the surrounding ruins had vanished, even the chill in the air had disappeared. Every single sensory input told him the same story. He had arrived in a world utterly alien to him. He seemed to float in an infinite void, the only thing he could perceive being a slowly rotating black hole directly above him. Empty cicada shell. Tsukumo Yuki's voice echoed from all directions, yet also seemed to originate from the core of the black hole, making it impossible to discern its source or distance. This is a world unique to me, Kazan. In the darkness, Tsukumo Yuki's figure slowly emerged from the edge of the black hole. In this world of absolute blackness, the only light came from her eyes, which glowed with a faint golden light. The wounds on her body were healing at a visible rate. Blood flowed back into the cuts, and torn fabric stitched itself back together seamlessly. Unlike before, without the power to oppose an entire world, you cannot defeat me. Don't joke with me. How can one person possibly do something like this? Kazan roared in fury, unleashing all the cold energy he had stored within, holding nothing back. Ice Age. He poured all his remaining strength into this final absolute release of his frozen power. Countless ice spikes, walls, and blades erupted from every part of his body, growing outwards in a frenzy. He attempted to fill this void to combat the unknown domain with absolute freezing cold. SSSSS. And then the ice touched the black hole. It was like snowflakes falling into a scorching furnace or droplets of water merging into a bottomless abyss. The glacial mountain he had created with all his might, the cold air capable of freezing an entire sea, was utterly devoured and annihilated the moment it came into contact with the black hole. Kazan bellowed, desperately forcing out his remaining energy, and more ice surged from his body. Ice walls stacked upon ice walls, ice spears followed ice spears, a boundless sea of ice. He furiously poured all his power into the black hole, but it was utterly useless. Every attack, the instant it entered the black hole's gravitational pull, was swallowed whole, without even creating a ripple. Amidst the storm of attacks, Tsukumo Yuki's voice sounded again, tinged with amusement. How troublesome. Everything swallowed by the black hole cannot be restored. Watching all these attacks get obliterated, she shook her head helplessly. This was a tricky situation. If she wasn't careful, she might just kill him in one hit. Oh well, this technique was originally saved for the old man. Kazan, as his disciple, why don't you have a taste of it first on his behalf? She extended a single finger from within the black hole, and it abruptly shattered, scattering into countless fragments of black light. Technique reversal. Instantly, the pitch-black world transformed into an unbearable white. The complete reversal of light and dark was so abrupt it blinded Kazan for a moment. But he also felt it. His attacks were no longer being destroyed. Endless ice spikes shot straight towards Tsukumo Yuki. Maha extinction. Tsukumo Yuki smiled faintly, watching the ice spike that was about to pierce her, yet it couldn't get any closer. The gravitational pull that was collapsing inwards had in an instant transformed into a pure explosive repulsive force. Crack. For a moment, space itself seemed to stutter. In the next, Kazan and the vast ice sea he had created were shattered into crystalline fragments, then crushed together into a ball of ice. He felt his body being compressed from all directions simultaneously. Pain didn't even have time to register. His consciousness was filled with nothing but shattered white. Completely. No match. In the center of the abandoned shipyard, a pitch-black sphere shattered soundlessly like a cracked mirror, its fragments dissipating into the air. Kajaka stood there with effortless ease, her demeanor completely relaxed. Before her, a severed head rolled across the ground like a rubber ball. Beneath it, a heap of shattered remains crushed into crystalline shards scattered haphazardly across the floor. Kajaka gazed at the head, a sudden thought flickering through her mind. What a shame you don't know Yuri nor the Cockroach Emperor. If I played this joke, there'd be no one to get it. Though she said this, her actions betrayed no hint of regret. Too bad I forgot to bring my den mushy for pictures. She eagerly sculpted a colossal insect-shaped apple out of dirt, an abomination of unspeakable forms, then casually picked up a steel pipe to serve as its extended tentacle. What she failed to notice was that with every mound of earth she piled, Kazan's eyelids trembled a little more. Hum. She hummed a tune, then picked up Kazan's still unconscious head, ready to impale it. Suddenly, Kazan woke. Or rather, he finally mustered the strength to pry his eyes open. His stamina had been utterly drained in the earlier confrontation. But he had a reason to fight with every ounce of his being to open his eyes. Hold on, you're not planning to stick my head onto that thing, are you? His voice carried a distinct panic, a panic that hadn't surfaced even when he'd felt that suffocating despair moments ago. I mean, even the most vile and ruthless pirate wouldn't do something like this, right? Hey, I refuse. Kajaka, stop. A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated. This will definitely give me nightmares. As the words left his mouth, the pile of crystalline shards on the ground began to tremble violently. The fragments started from the feet, gradually gathering upward, desperately forming a body. Even before it was fully formed, the headless frame lunged forward, step by step, crawling toward Kajaku like a paralyzed patient. Don't say that, Kazan. This is a masterpiece of world-class art. Naturally, Kajaku did not stop. With a face full of delight, she used the refined armament Haki honed through brutal training to keep Kazan's head from dissolving into ice and slipping away. If you absolutely must scream, could you try saying I don't want to die? She lifted Kazan's head slightly. No, don't. Yamaro, don't press it down. Kazan's head thrashed wildly, his headless body sprinting desperately toward them. but it only managed 3 steps. Too late. I'm pressing it down. Right now. Huh. 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 Kajaku's raised hand descended, and Kazan watched helplessly as his own head was driven onto the steel spike. No. Kazan's eyes went dead. The running body halted, collapsing to its knees with a thud, kneeling before the insect apple creation. Its once flailing arms fell limp, dangling uselessly. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a glow over the scene, as if painting an iconic masterpiece. I didn't expect it to turn out this good. The despair in those eyes is quite fitting. Kajaku rested a hand on her chin, appraising her work. She suddenly turned her head. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal being struck echoed as Galen's dragon head emerged from behind the derelict ships at the entrance. Worth noting, since that day, he had completely abandoned his human form, claiming the half-beast form offered better immersion. Galen silently observed the scene before him. Boss, you and Vice Admiral Kazan really have a great bond. He'd even go along with your performance art. He stroked the scales on his chin. This feels like that moment when someone endures countless trials, finally about to see the dawn, only for the beloved companion who's been by their side all along to die, suddenly vanishing without a trace. Yet life and the journey must go on. The protagonist, filled with despair and grief, is forced to press forward. Then at the end of the exit, he spots a monster with mimicry abilities holding his friend's head, clumsily imitating the old companion's voice to lure him closer, endlessly repeating, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," and the despair erupting in the protagonist's eyes at that moment. When he finished, Kajaku stood frozen, staring at him blankly. Boss, did I get it wrong?" Galen scratched his head. "No, Galen. You're absolutely right. Also, from now on, all administrative work on the ship must go through you. I don't trust anyone else with it." "Awesome." Though he didn't fully understand why it seemed he'd earned the boss's trust. Galen leaped with joy, then turned to Kajaku, handing over the documents he'd brought. "Boss, I came to report that all supplies for our departure have been filed. I wanted to ask if there's anything you'd like to add." Kajaku took them, glancing over the pages briefly as Galen continued. "One more thing, boss. Headquarters has also issued a mission for Vice Admiral Kazan, and I was asked to pass it along." "Oh, then it seems the reward for the winner needs to change." Yar. "Well, fine. Sending out a Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral for one mission is still too costly," Kajaku remarked. "But with all these banners on me, I look like an old general about to head to war." "Boss, what banners? There's nothing on you." Galen was puzzled. "Doesn't matter." Kajaku waved it off, finishing her review of the documents. "No issues here. Where did we recruit the crew from?" "All seasoned sailors from headquarters. The moment I mentioned your name, boss, they all rushed over." "Is that so?" Kajaku gave it another thought. "Then apply for a bit more belly. It's rare to head out alone. Might come across something worth buying." "Got it, boss." Galen had just saluted when he heard a thud. It was Vice Admiral Kazan's body collapsing to the ground. Truly impressive, Vice Admiral Kazan. Effortlessly achieving what I never could. No wonder he's the boss's friend. Good thing I'm just a mount. Kajaku used her reversal technique to forcibly reattach the head, then looked at Galen. "Help me carry this guy to Old Man Garp's place. I'm going to buy some groceries later. Want to join for a meal?" "Got it, boss. I'll pass. I've been trying out feed lately." That's so like you." Night. Inside Garp's home. The lamplight was dim, and on the table lay meat cutlets from the cafeteria, fried squid strips, and several opened green bottles of liquor. "Gahaha. Kazan, to think you ended up like this, what a pitiful loss." Garp laughed heartily, clapping Kazan on the shoulder while taking a bite of the meat cutlet that 99 Yukiki had brought from the cafeteria. "That hurts, Garp-san. I'm half a wounded man here after all." Kazan was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his left arm in a sling, a piece of gauze on his right cheek. He took a sip of sherry, looking exasperated. "Gahaha, don't worry, the girl will fix you up once she's done in the kitchen." Garp waved his hand dismissively. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen, where 99 Yukiki was busy showcasing her skills. Smoke seeped out from the crack of the door, carrying an indescribable burnt smell mixed with the pungent aroma of spices fried to their limit. Flames from the stove would occasionally leap half a meter high, only to be smacked back down by her pan lid. Haha, who knew adding sugar would cause such a huge flame? The two outside the kitchen were stunned for a moment. The pile of food on the table was originally just a precaution bought earlier from the cafeteria, in case the big eaters got hungry. But now, watching the black smoke gradually seeping out of the kitchen, Garp and Kazan unanimously chose to speed up their eating. Chopsticks blurred into afterimages, the meat cutlets disappearing at a visible rate. 99 is truly formidable. I'm really failing as her senior disciple," Kazan said, holding a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other, tilting his head back for a gulp. The liquid trickled down the corner of his mouth, absorbed by the gauze. "Chew. I'm feeling a sense of failure in every way." Garp slammed his palm onto the table, making the dishes jump. "Kazan, this just means your training is insufficient. You must turn failure into motivation. Look at me, if I don't catch him once, I'll try twice. Sooner or later, I'll catch that bastard Roger." Hi. Kazan waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly asked, "Garpson 99 said she was forced by you to join the Marines." "Gahaha, that girl talks like that. She was the one begging me on the island to let her join the Marines. I reluctantly accepted her. Look how happy she is being a Marine now. This is all thanks to my fist of love. Gahaha. Garp slapped his thigh, laughing without a shred of shame. Whoosh! Suddenly a fruit knife flew through the crack of the kitchen door, embedding itself directly into the table. Clang! The blade vibrated on the table, emitting a sound. Garp and Kazan exchanged a silent look for 2 seconds. Garp-san, while I respect you, but... Forget about that. Anyway, we're all Marines now. Garp waved his hand. Your way of changing the subject is still as blunt as ever. Kazan remarked. Garp then asked, Kazan, tell me how you got beaten up today. It was a duel. Kazan said weakly, then finished his drink in one gulp and began his story. Anyway, we agreed to fight. 99 asked me what kind of woman I liked right at the start. Haha, that's so like her. What did you say? I just said something random. It's not like you can easily explain the type of woman you like on the spot. Gahaha, with such a half-hearted answer, Yukiki would definitely get furious. You know her well? She said she'd break my legs. Of course my legs aren't as fragile as a popsicle, so they didn't break. Kazan laughed, making exaggerated gestures with his hands, and Garp was amused by the lame joke. Gahaha. Popsicle Gahaha. They clinked their glasses, spilling some foam. Bam! Kazan, contrary to his usual self, drank a lot and continued his story. An extremely vivid battle story, and then... And so, the next moment, she slapped me, flying with one hand. Her strength is truly terrifying. Kazan pointed at his swollen cheek. So that's how you got the injury on your face, Kazan. That girl's strength is among the top ranks in the current Marines. Garp chuckled. Garp-san, you knew this would happen, didn't you? I didn't know a thing. You can only know the result of a duel after it's over. Garp reached out, clenched his fist, squished the fried squid strips into a ball, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. So cool. Kazan remarked, then continued. And then, well, how should I put it? It is what it is. Anyway, that's how it went. I realized I had no chance of winning in a normal fight, so I went all out with my ultimate move. The result was my defeat. Kazan elaborated on what he saw within that domain. The despair of that black hole sucking everything away, the powerlessness of attacks falling into the void without even an echo. Garp fell into thought. This description seemed like an extension of the ability she had shown during their sparring session. I didn't expect Yukiki to have such a trick up her sleeve. You were not wrong to lose, Kazan. The names of those 2 moves are so cool. Where did that girl learn such culture? The 2 continued eating and chatting idly. Era, maybe she's a princess from some kingdom. But with that personality of hers, it's unlikely. What princess is this, Violet? Well, after I was defeated, that thing shattered, and then... He stopped mid-sentence, his brow furrowing. Era, and then How come I don't remember? His expression suddenly turned serious. A wave of fear washed over him, like a student who had fooled himself all summer into believing his homework was done, only to find a blank notebook at the moment of submission on the first day of school. And then, why don't I remember what happened then? Fruit. Why is there fruit in my memory? His gaze fell upon the fruit knife still stuck in the table, its blade glinting and catching his eye. No, that's not right. Apple. What apple? I don't remember any apple. No. How did I even get to Vice Admiral Garp's house? Suddenly a fly landed on the tip of his nose. Bug. He clutched his head, his breathing becoming heavy, as if on the verge of recalling something truly terrifying. Ugh. Head. My head. He convulsed on the floor like a freshly caught salmon. Thump, thump, thump. The bandages came loose half a turn, and his gauze-wrapped arm flailed about, slapping the floor. Gahaha, getting this drunk from just this much. Kazan, you still have so much to work on, Gahaha. Garp laughed heartily at Kazan's floor performance, drinking even more merrily and eating even more. He even accidentally ate all the food he had bought. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch while Kazan was already asleep on the floor, half a squid strip Garp had thrown at him, still hanging from the corner of his mouth. After a while, Garp himself was about to fall asleep. The kitchen door was, bam, pushed open, and 99 Yukiki, wearing an apron, walked out carrying a large platter. Smoke and oil fumes billowed out behind her, and she had a smear of flour on her face. What's wrong with Kazan? Did he drink some bad booze? She nudged the human-shaped lump on the floor with her toe. Get up, you can't sleep here. How could that be? I've been drinking the whole time. He must just have a low tolerance. Gahaha. No wonder this guy only likes cheap green bottle liquor and fruit wine. 99 Yukiki exclaimed in realization, then set the dishes on the table and lifted the warming lid. Tada. A non-existent sound effect. Seafood medley mixed rice bowl. This is the result of my complete effort. Try it, old man. Garp looked at the surprisingly decent-looking seafood rice. Shrimp, squid rings, and scallop meat were piled high. The sauce was rich, and the grains of rice were plump. Although he was a bit full, he still picked up a spoon and took a bite out of curiosity. Of course he didn't eat the spoon. Watching Garp chew, 99 Yukiki asked expectantly. How is it? Garp savored the taste. Apart from a few spots being slightly burnt, it's surprisingly tasty overall. Yay, big success. A beautiful woman who can cook has already surpassed 99 of the beautiful women in the world. 99 Yukiki beamed with joy, preparing to take out the din mushi she had specially brought along to take a timed photo. Just as she set it up, Garp suddenly slammed the table. Slap. Damn it, girl. You made such a big fuss earlier, I thought you were trying to prank me. I'm already almost full, and then you bring out food that's actually edible. So you weren't pranking me. Then aren't you pranking me? You old coot, have you been drinking bad booze too? 99 Yukiki gave Garp a fist, raising a lump on his forehead. You guys weren't already full, were you? And no. How could that be? The mighty Garp found himself unable to meet his disciple's eyes. She looked coldly at Garp's already protruding belly and the mess all over the table. Eat it all. No one leaves until it's finished. Wake Kazan up and make him eat too. Just then the camera flashed. Click. The photo dropped out. In the photo, 99 Yukiki, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in one hand, was glaring coldly at Garp, who was hunched over a large bowl of rice, while simultaneously stuffing a handful of rice into Kazan's mouth with her other hand. Eat it, you two bastards. The next morning, the sea breeze was biting at the port and two warships were docked side by side. 99 Yukiki's ship had a fresh coat of paint with a crest she had drawn herself hanging from the stern. Kazan's ship, in comparison, was much more conventional, bearing only the standard marine paint. Kazan stood at the bow of his ship, a pained expression of a hangover on his face, one hand holding his temple, trying to let the sea breeze sober him up. Why is my head pounding so much? And this morning I woke up with a huge wad of seafood rice stuffed in my mouth and Vice Admiral Garp lying next to me with a belly like a giant basketball. He turned his head to look at 99 Yukiki, who was also standing at the bow of the neighboring warship. 99 Yukiki, do you have any idea what happened? I don't know. Maybe you passed out from a sugar crash, or maybe you just drank too much. 99 Yukiki said with a deadpan expression. I have no memory of it at all. That's strange. I can hold my liquor quite well. Kazan winced, feeling like his brain was actively resisting recalling the events of yesterday. Oh well, it probably wasn't anything important. Let's just not think about it. Seeing that they were both about ready, they announced their departures. The warships cast off their lines, their sails unfurled, and caught the wind, slowly pulling away from the dock. The two ships split off in different directions, the bow waves churning white foam in the morning light, like two lines extending separately. Kazan glanced back at the sea area of his own mission, then looked at the receding silhouette of 99 Yukiki's ship. His mission location wasn't far from there. Maybe he dropped by after finishing his work. He was quite curious how the tyrant would handle a mission involving a country. Achoo! 99 Yukiki suddenly sneezed. Boss caught a cold? Garen asked with concern, handing her a tissue. No, I just feel like someone is cursing me, and at the same time setting up flags for me. 99 Yukiki wiped her nose with the tissue, her eyes fixed on the coastline. Boss, what exactly is a flag? Masochist gathering. Pretending to be S to beat people. Everyone has mania. Hearts connected. Weaklings only deserve to be M. Indeed, I enjoyed the fight. I don't know haiku. Anyway, Saigawa. The sea breeze was calm, and the sun made the deck scorching hot. Tsukumo Yuki was now lying on the deck chair she had moved to the bow. Wearing sunglasses, she slumped into it, one leg resting on the armrest, and the other bare foot resting on the brass cap at the top of the railing. Hoo, the hem of her shirt fluttered in the wind. She pointed a finger at the sky and sang softly with a smile. Ai-ya-ya, dang 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 dang. After the dang-dangs, Tsukumo Yuki draped her hand over the back of the chair, gently, swaying her foot on the railing, the slipper hanging precariously from her toes. Alright, I only know these two lines. She laughed to herself, but before her words ended, a dull thud of wings flapping came from above, and a gust of hot wind poured down, nearly blowing away the documents on the table beside her. She raised her hand to press down the paper, pushed her sunglasses down a little, and looked up at the sky. Galen was circling close to the mast, his dark red dragon wings tracing a crimson arc in the air. He flew slowly, clearly waiting for his master to speak. Galen. The dragon wings paused in midair, and the dragon's head emerged from the edge of the clouds. Yes, boss. Come down and rest for a bit. All you're fanning out is hot air. Tsukumo Yuki waved her hand. Roger, boss. Galen folded his wings and dived, landing on the open deck at the bow of the deck, giving a slight tremor under his feet. He shook his tail, folded his wings flat against his back, and then crouched down. This position barely brought his eyes level with Tsukumo Yuki's on the deck chair, though his head was still more than half a head taller than the back of her chair. How long until we arrive? If we don't stop, about 2 more days. His voice came out of the dragon's mouth with a low resonance. Then, the food on the ship is sufficient. Today's lunch is fish and chips, dessert is crepes. I managed to persuade Uncle Dolly to come. Is it a state banquet, or what? Galen said, suddenly pulling out a claw, like a human pinching a soybean with a fingernail, holding a small notebook. The deck and the warehouse haven't been cleaned today. Just now when I patrolled down, there are 5 pirate ships clustered 10 nautical miles to the left. Tsukumo Yuki took off her sunglasses, looked at the palm-sized notebook carefully pinched in the dragon claw, then put her sunglasses back on. Did you see which pirate crew? Not really. Alright, I'll deal with them later. She smiled and made a chopping motion at her neck, the gesture light and casual. Nai, Izuti. Although Galen didn't know what that word meant, the boss always blurted out words ordinary people had never heard. He understood roughly. It probably meant kill them all. Tsukumo Yuki then turned her gaze back to the horizon, quietly enjoying the sea breeze, her slender fingers tapping on the deck chair, as if playing the piano. Galen also prepared to close his eyes and rest for a while. Suddenly, Galen. The boss's voice drifted over from beside him like a gentle breeze. What do you think of this mission? Galen opened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils refocusing. Very simple. With your abilities, boss, it's an easy solution. Naturally. But solving it easily doesn't mean it's simple. Boss, I don't understand. Normal. Some things were only given to me. Before we set off, a mysterious guy suddenly stuffed a piece of paper into my hand at the headquarters port. The content on it is very interesting. Tsukumo Yuki picked up the paper beside her and read with a faint smile. Cooperate with CP organization to kill pirates endangering national security, expel the gang, rescue the king, and help CP organization take over the industrial chain. She waved the paper in front of Galen. Black words on white paper, red stamp, complete procedures. This document has actual binding force. Galen, what do you think is the problem here? Galen was silent for a moment, then a low rumbling sound came from the dragon's throat, a habit he had developed recently when in dragon form. The industrial chain, the decision on the slave and black market industrial chain, is wrong. It feels more like a turf war, and it never mentions rescuing the slaves or the country's civilians. Even the main body of this mission is with CP. We are in a passive position procedurally. Those CP people won't care about the lives of civilians. Galen stopped mid-sentence, his dragon eyes staring straight at Tsukumo Yuki, pupils contracted to a thin line. Boss, if we really do this, what about the justice of our navy? Tsukumo Yuki chuckled, took off her sunglasses, and set them aside, stood up, hooked her supreme sandal with one foot, then stretched. Get used to it. Treat such orders as bullshit. We just need to know what to save, what to kill, and what to eliminate this time. But boss, if you do this, your rating will drop. Tsukumo Yuki walked up to him under his worried gaze and met his eyes. Those golden brown pupils reflected the dragon's shadow, as well as the sea and sky. Galen. Yes. Put aside your human dog mount theory. Do you want to live as a human or as an insignificant cog in the world? Definitely as a human. What's the point of living as an object? My wish when I was still human was to follow you, boss. Would you disobey military orders for the justice in your heart? When she asked this, the sea breeze stopped for a moment. Galen's heart missed a beat, his brow furrowed slightly. He thought for a long time. If they really do that, at least this time, I will stop CP from killing ordinary people and free the slaves, because I believe you would do the same, boss, and my heart feels the same way. He finished and froze. Because he saw, his boss was looking at him with eyes full of smile. Not the usual casual smile. The smile overflowing from the depths of her eyes was like sunlight crashing into the deep sea, shattering into pieces of gold, dispelling darkness and bringing warmth. This image vanished in an instant. Galen felt incredibly lucky that he hadn't blinked. Holy shit, Mom. No, boss. This feeling was like the joy of a child who still desperately craves recognition, finally speaking the answer his mother had been waiting for. Thank you to my real mother for giving birth to me. Galen will recall today's joy every day from now on. If only the Navy were all people like you, Kazan and the old man. Tsukumo Yuki smiled and shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of indescribable emotion. Sorry, other friends. You didn't appear only because I was too lazy to mention you. She then lightly jumped and landed on top of Galen's head. Boss, does your head shake mean you reject my answer? Galen asked worriedly. No, I quite admire it. Kujo Yuki smiled and gave her feedback. That's a relief. But boss, why did you ask this today? What kind of scenery do those eyes of yours truly behold? What should we do next? Will those damned CP dogs try to sabotage us? No, I must think for the boss. I can't let the world government hinder the boss's future. Suddenly, Kujo Yuki's voice descended from above as she was about to utter words that would shape Galen's destiny. Galen, are you guessing why I asked you this today? Boss, no need for such overthinking. I just want to say, Galen, what you mentioned about the Navy's justice. What should be done, I can only say that conflict is inevitable. But our personal justice and passion must never be extinguished. Persistently and absolutely place your own justice above that of the Navy. The moment he heard these words, Galen's draconic pupils trembled violently. His golden vertical slits contracted into thin lines, then suddenly dilated, oscillating in waves like a lake struck by a stone. The muscles beneath his scales tensed uncontrollably, his claws digging deep into the deck. He opened his mouth, but no sound escaped. Something scorching seemed lodged in his throat, burning his entire chest. If you cannot guarantee an institution's purity, then first preserve your own nobility. Afterwards go and gradually reshape this world. The Navy, and the world government as well, are the same. Kujo Yuki said cheerfully, slowly walking forward atop Galen's head. Each step she took was steady, her bare soles treading across the warm scales from his brow to the bridge of his nose. Galen unconsciously straightened himself higher and higher. The crouching dragon slowly rose, his spine lifting inch by inch like a mountain ascending. The girl seemed to walk along an ever-rising celestial staircase. The sea wind whipped her cloak and shirt, her golden hair streaming backward like flowing radiance under the sun. Of course, Galen, one must never be a daydreamer. Humanity is the sum of all social conditions. Without absolute power, such a path would be fraught with hardship. But so what? The girl leaped onto the dragon's snout. She spread her arms wide. Freely she embraced the sky and the sea that belonged to her. The wind slipped through her fingers, sunlight cascading through her hair. I'll shield you. Since you've chosen to follow me, then go all out, and I'll bear everything for you. Until I disappoint you, swing your blade unhesitatingly in accordance with my will. As she spoke, an intangible aura suddenly radiated outward, awe-inspiring all beings. She stood atop the dragon's head, behind her a vast clear sky and surging seas of clouds, as if wrapped in a light not of this world. Galen felt his very soul tremble. A violent throb erupted from the depths of his draconic heart, surging through his veins to every extremity. Every scale hummed, every bone resonated. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens. Roar? His dark crimson wings unfurled with a thunderous whoosh, blotting out the sun. His head reared high, unleashing a prolonged bellow toward the sky. The sound echoed across the entire sea, even blasting a hole through the clouds. Boss, Suddenly, bang! The kitchen door was flung open, and Uncle Dory strode out, spatula in hand. What's all that roaring about, Galen? You've scared my fish to death. And you, Yuki girl. He looked up at the dragon towering above the mast, and bellowed. Don't go releasing your aura casually. The kitchen boys have all fainted. Our lunch crepes nearly got eaten by the floor. Oh dear. We've been scolded. Kujo, Yuki laughed, patting her own head. Sorry, Uncle Dory, will be careful. After shouting, she hopped back onto Galen's head. Quick, take off, Galen. Uncle Dory is terrifying when he scolds. Galen snapped back to his senses. Yes. His immense wings unfurled instantly, and to avoid troubling everyone on the ship, his colossal form leapt gently from the bow, gliding just above the sea's surface. His talons nearly grazed the wave crests, carving 5 white trails of water across the ocean. Then, with a mighty beat of his wings, boom! The air was torn asunder. The dark crimson silhouette shot vertically into the sky, leaving a lingering trail of red afterimage on the sea. Haha, Galen, your flying skills are getting better and better. Kujo Yuki sat on the dragon's back, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, her white shirt pressed against her, outlining graceful curves. She laughed joyfully, her voice drifting down through the wind. But Galen, unlike his usual self, didn't reply immediately. Instead, he paused, then asked a question. Boss, are you planning to overthrow the world government? The thought has crossed my mind. I've always found them quite insufferable. Kujo Yuki laughed without a hint of evasion, the wind tossing her hair wildly, the word justice on her back bared to the world. But right now I have neither the manpower nor the strength. Such a grand ideal must stay in my heart for the time being. Wait until I've gathered everything. Perhaps then I'll bare my fangs at the world government. Of course, if I get framed for a mission failure, I might just go blow myself up on the red line right now. Galen surged upward with renewed force, soaring above the clouds. Above the clouds lay an endless blue sky and golden sunlight. Kujo Yuki stood up excitedly. Wow, so beautiful. Boss, whether you oppose the world government or not, I will follow your steps. Please don't just blow yourself up. Haha, don't worry. I cherish my life more than anyone. But Galen, we're out here to hunt pirates, you know. Flying this high, you can't see a thing. Galen froze. Oh, right. Sorry, boss, I just got caught up in the moment. Alright, let's fly lower now. Yes, boss. At the entrance to the Grand Line, 5 pirate ships cut through the waves in a V formation. The central vessel sat lowest in the water, its gunnels mere handspans above the surface, groaning dully with each swell. The other 4 ships flanked it in a diamond-patterned, sails full of wind bow spray, flashing white in the sun. Below deck, slaves huddled in the damp dim hold, shackled hand and foot, their bodies a map of scars and grime. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, rusted iron, and despair. Each person clutched their knees, heads bowed, like livestock awaiting the slaughter. But 3 children were different. 2 boys and a girl, all only a few years old. They crouched in the farthest corner of the hold, the girl clutching a shard of scrap metal, scraping furiously at the hull. Scrape. Scrape. The faint sound of metal on wood. Almost. The youngest boy gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, yet he clawed at the planks with bleeding fingers. We'll definitely escape. The girl said nothing, only scraped harder. Outside the hold, the captains of the 4 escort ships gathered around a table on the lead vessel, drinking. Finally made it to the Grand Line. A bald captain raised his cup, sloshing wine across the table without a care. Once we hand this cargo to that great one's men, we're in the crew. The ship carrying slaves and treasure was surrounded by the others, a prize in their formation. That great one is a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Stick with him, and we've finally made it big. Drink up. For cups clinked, liquid sloshing. Just then, Captain. The lookout's voice rang out from the crow's nest, laced with panic. Naval warships ahead. The 4 captains exchanged glances, then, Yaha. Ushishishishi. Hulalala. Gokakakaka. They burst into raucous laughter, a festive air filling the deck. The Navy? Who gives a damn? We've got 4 ships, 4 captains, all of us, nearly 100 million berry. 1 warship is nothing. Drink up. If the Navy comes, we'll just rob them too, ha. Just as they raised their cups, a tear split the clouds above. Roar! A crimson dragon shattered the cloud cover, diving from the zenith. Its wings blotted out half the sky, dark red scales burning in the sunlight. The dragon grew larger, closer. Everyone recoiled instinctively, just as they braced for the ship to be smashed to splinters. The dragon twisted midair. Its wings swept horizontally, skimming just above the ship's masts. Boom! A colossal downdraft crashed down from the wings. The sea was gouged into a deep trench, then erupted, hurling waves a dozen meters high. The 5 pirate ships were tossed like leaves in the surge, masts creaking, rigging snapping. Oh! What the hell? Pirates stumbled and screamed, clutching anything they could. As the waves settled and they scrambled to their feet. What in the world was that? A dragon. Was that a dragon? Things like that exist on the Grand Line. Don't panic. It's just a beast. He never finished. A girl of ethereal bearing descended from the sky, landing softly in the center of the deck. Her long golden hair flowed, and in her hand, she held a bizarre whip. She said nothing. Her amber gold eyes swept across the scene, passing over the 4 captains' faces, finally resting on the dining table. Hot pot for dinner tonight. I wonder if Uncle Dory knows how to mix sesame paste, she murmured. Hey woman, who are you? The captains demanded angrily, instinctively raising their weapons at her. Tsukumo Yuki merely glanced sideways at them, and a chill ran down their spines. It was a look that didn't regard them as human at all. Their levels were simply incomparable. In the next instant, Tsukumo Yuki vanished from their sight. Shing! A gust of wind swept past, and the world spun upside down. All their heads were severed, bouncing across the deck like balls. In the next breath, the whip blades of Karen-chan unfurled in the air, an impenetrable storm of edges wrapped in bloody gale, engulfing the entire ship. It churned the vessel and its crew into mincemeat. Splinters and blood mist mingled, blown into a pinkish cloud by the sea wind. The gale didn't stop. On the other ships, the crews stared in horror as a red haze rose from the flagship. A second later, the bloody wind swept over them, and they too were shredded into pulp. A ghost. Kakakaka. In under half a minute, the 4 massive pirate ships collapsed into the sea like Lego bricks splattered with red paint. Tsukumo Yuki spun and leapt onto the central ship, pirouetting like a ballerina, before casually retracting Karen-chan. She surveyed the scene. Bodies everywhere bearing fatal wounds, bones shattered. Garen, still in his half-dragon form, was choking a struggling pirate. When he saw Tsukumo Yuki, his cold eyes lit up with joy. Boss, you're fast. Garen, you done here? Just this one left. He squeezed, and the pirate's neck cracked with sickening pops. The flailing limbs went limp, drooping like a puppet with cut strings. Garen tossed the body aside, walked over to Tsukumo Yuki, and stood beside her, slightly hunched. He was tall, nearly 3 meters in his half-dragon form, while Tsukumo Yuki was only 181 centimeters. The hostages aren't hurt, are they? Tsukumo Yuki asked with a smile, hands behind her back. Don't worry, boss, I know my limits. Garen patted the scales on his chest. Boss, I notice my abilities are hard to use in combat when I focus on protection. Breathing fire and dragon charges easily hit friend and foe alike. Should I get a weapon or something? Garen, just work on extending your claws, wouldn't that work? Makes sense, boss. The sea breeze swept a briny tang across the deck, where blood still wet trickled through the plank's seams and dripped into the ocean below, churning up faint red foam. The two strolled casually toward the sealed door at the ship's center. It was a heavy iron hatch, rusted and mottled, secured with a fist-sized padlock. Kujo Yuki halted, her fingertip flicking lightly against the door's surface. A dull thud echoed back from the depths of the hold, carrying the musty staleness of a long-sealed space. Hey, you in there, step away from the door. I'm breaking it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She smiled, finished the countdown, clenched her right fist, and drove it forward. With a thunderous crash, the iron door shattered and toppled inward. Sunlight flooded in, startling the slaves who had not seen the sun for so long. The air was thick with the stench of rust, sweat, and fear. They had no idea what was happening outside, only that moments ago massive waves had rocked the ship, followed by the sounds of a battle. Who was this woman who had opened the door, and what did she want? Kujo Yuki stood at the entrance, the sunlight streaming from behind her, bathing her in a warm golden silhouette. She raised a hand and gave a casual wave. Yo, everyone, the pirates are dead. You're free. Before she even finished speaking, Garen was already moving swiftly, using his hooks to snap the chains and free the captives one by one. His draconic appearance startled more than a few, but both of them wore marine uniforms, an organization known across these seas. The panic receded like a tide, replaced by a surreal mix of disbelief and elation. Some reached out with trembling hands to touch the beam of sunlight streaming through the doorway. The moment their fingertips met its warmth, tears began to fall. It's fine if I scare you, but you must show absolute respect and reverence for my boss, the one who saved you. Garen spoke in a quiet yet unyielding tone while unlocking the chains. The slaves nodded hastily. Some were already choking back sobs of gratitude. Garen, hold down the fort here. I need to make a call. With that, Kujo Yuki took a den mushi and headed outside. Got it, boss. Garen replied without turning around, his hook swinging again to snap 3 more chains at once. Just then a timid child's voice piped up from a corner. Mr. Dinosaur, what are your and your boss's names? We want to repay you someday. How can we find you? Garen looked down to see a scrawny boy's skin and bones with messy hair and bruises on his face. But his eyes held a bright, determined glint. He was one of the children who had been trying to chisel through the hull with a piece of scrap metal. Garen paused his hook, freezing midair for a moment. Then he grinned, flashing a mouthful of sharp fangs that made the nearby slaves shrink back. My boss's name is Kujo Yuki. Crack. The chains snapped, clattering to the floor. Outside the hold, Kujo Yuki leaned against the ship's railing, kicking a pirate's corpse overboard. The body hit the water with a small splash, quickly swallowed by the waves. She picked up the den mushi and tapped its shell. Burbububu. Burbububu. The snail's eyes bulged, and soon its face shifted, transforming into a man's countenance. Lazy with a hint of lechery, a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose. Hello. Moshi Moshi. It's me, Vice Admiral Borsellino. A second of silence on the other, in the face, clearly taken aback. Kujo. Yuki. Vice Admiral. What's the matter? Vice Admiral Borsellino, I have something I'd like to discuss. Are you free right now? Not on a mission. No, I'm in the lounge. Go ahead. Good. I have a feeling I shouldn't have said that. Vice Admiral Borsellino, don't worry, this is a good thing. Kujo Yuki explained the situation. So you want me to come watch the ship until someone arrives to take over? Yes, exactly. Kokowa, I can't bear this Vice Admiral title anymore. Borsellino refused without a second thought. He had no interest in such errand work. Vice Admiral Borsellino, don't refuse just yet. Let me explain. Think about it. Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals have a minimum weekly sortie requirement. If you come now, I can write in my report that we faced overwhelming enemy forces, and I called you in for backup, and we took them down together. That way you get to complete a mission quota without lifting a finger. And who knows, I might even leave some of the treasure behind. The den mushi was silent for 3 seconds. Kujo Yuki watched the expression on its face shift from laziness to contemplation, then to conflict. Finally it settled on a subtle look that seemed to say, that actually makes sense. Then Borsellino's voice returned, his tone completely changed. Well, forget the formalities. I just want to help a rising star of the Marines. Send me the location. Yoshi. Kujo Yuki hung up, stuffed the den mushi into her pocket, and whistled as she walked back. Before she even reached the door, she heard Garen's booming voice from inside. Everyone repeat after me. Lord Kujo Yuki, invincible under heaven. Lord Kujo Yuki, invincible under heaven. Lord Kujo Yuki, unparalleled in beauty. Lord Kujo Yuki, unparalleled in beauty. Lord Kujo Yuki. Garen, what are you doing? Hearing her voice, Garen immediately hopped off an oil drum and trotted over. Boss, what do you think? Satisfied. I even wrote them a little pamphlet to sing your praises. Kujo Yuki covered her face. All right, enough. Get the treasure packed up. Borsellino will be here soon to take over. Roger that. About 15 minutes later. A blinding flash of light streaked across the sky without warning. No sound, no premonition. A pillar of golden light descended from the heavens, landing precisely on the deck. Light particles scattered and coalesced into a tall, lean man in a yellow suit and sunglasses. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a lazy posture, yet his brow was slightly furrowed. What a heavy stench of blood. New Marines these days are truly terrifying. His gaze, hidden behind the shades, swept over the large bloodstains on the deck, and the bits of flesh and bone fragments not yet cleaned from the railing, and the mangled wreckage floating in the sea, already picked clean by fish. His observation haki swept over the entire ship in an instant, then extended for several nautical miles around. A brutal battle had taken place here. No, not a battle, a one-sided massacre. Judging by the traces, the opponent had barely put up a fight against this newcomer. Kizaru clicked his tongue silently. No wonder Sakazuki held Kujo-chan in such high regard. They truly were kindred spirits. As he pondered, he saw Kujo Yuki emerge from the hold, followed by a large dragon-like man, carrying several bulging treasure sacks over his shoulder. Vice Admiral Borsellino, I'll leave these people to you. Kujo Yuki tossed a bag of gold coins his way. Hi, I thought you were joking about that last part. Kujo-chan, well, thanks. Call me again if you have more jobs like this. Will do. I have a bad feeling about this. Just kidding. Haha, I'll always believe in you, Vice Admiral. How frightening. Just as Kizaru finished speaking, a ship's horn blared from the distant sea. A marine battleship was cutting through the waves, flying Kujo Yuki's officer's flag from its mast. Kujo Yuki leaped across, landing gracefully on the other deck, and turned to wave. I'm off, bye-bye. Her justice coat billowed in the sea breeze, and the golden sunlight bathed her in a radiant glow. The battleship turned around, slowly shrinking to a white speck on the horizon. Kizaru watched it disappear, then looked down at the bag of gold in his arms. Then he glanced back at the hold full of slaves awaiting placement, and the mess all around. No place to sit and have tea. He adjusted his sunglasses and let out a sigh. Well, I suppose I'll just stand here for a while. Young people so full of energy. Boss, guess how much we got this time? Galen walked over from the cargo hold. His half-dragon form cast a large shadow on the deck, his tail wagging happily behind him. He walked up to Jushieju Yuji, who was leaning against the bulkhead, and bent slightly to hand her the list. Jushieju Yuji was leaning against the bulkhead with her arms crossed, her pupils unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Hearing this, her unfocused pupils refocused. A lot. Let me guess. She tilted her head, looking past Galen's arm, toward the cargo hold. The boxes were piled up like a small mountain, and through the gaps of a few loosely closed lids the gleam of gold could be seen. Jushieju Yuji stroked her chin and gave her guess. 300 million belly. Wrong guess, boss. Galen grinned, revealing 2 rows of jagged dragon teeth. 1,030 million belly. What that much? We're rich. The money for my Invincible Warship project is fully funded now. Before she could express more, Galen took out a small box. And this, boss? Among the pirates' treasure there were actually devil fruits. He opened the box, revealing 2 strangely shaped fruits inside. One of them was recognized by Jushieju Yuji as the animal-type drill mouse fruit. The other strange one was placed by the corner of the box like a 5-pointed star from a child's drawing. The fruit's skin was covered with fine swirling dark gold patterns converging from the tip of each corner toward the center, quietly nestled in the corner of the box. As soon as Jushieju Yuji looked at it, she felt a subtle pull, like an invisible thread extending from the fruit's core, gently tugging at her heart. What does this mean? This fruit, which doesn't appear in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, is inviting me to eat it. She reached out and picked it up. As she was examining it, she heard Galen's puzzled voice. Strange. Boss, I clearly only saw one just now. Heh, is that so? Jushieju Yuji revealed a playful expression. At times like this, the handsome, the beautiful, the wealthy would be puzzled. Isn't this the so-called miracle of the devil fruit, choosing its eater? Or perhaps this thing is just a strangely shaped, big yellow peach. She pressed her fingertip against one of the points and gave it a gentle spin. The fruit rotated steadily between her fingers, the 5 points blurring into a golden ring. Boss, are you going to eat this fruit? No, let's put it aside for now. Good things come to those who wait. I don't even know what ability this thing is taking it like that would be too reckless. Jushieju Yuji waved her hand and was about to put it down. But for some reason the warship happened to cross a surging wave at that moment, and the hull tilted slightly. The star-shaped fruit that had been spinning on her fingertips suddenly fell. My! She instinctively raised her knee to catch it, but the sole of her back foot stepped on a grape that had rolled on the floor. At the same time, a rope end that had rolled from somewhere tangled around her ankle. She showed a surprised expression, her center of gravity shifting, and she fell backward. Her long hair spread in the air, her golden pupils reflecting the ceiling as it seemed to fly backward. Her fall stirred up several hemp ropes piled by the bulkhead. The ropes scattered above the deck like a spiderweb disheveled by the wind. At the same time, Galen's tail and the ship's rocking instinctively whipped, but unfortunately struck the stack of unsecured empty barrels nearby. Clang, clang, clang. The top barrel rolled down, arced around, and slammed into the cargo box behind Jushieju. Bam! The moment the lid flew open, a cannonball rolled out and hit the wooden plank at her feet precisely. The tilted end of the plank bounced the falling star-shaped fruit upward. Ding! Jushieju Yuji sat down on the floor with the momentum, instinctively bracing herself with her arms behind her. Several hemp ropes suddenly and perfectly wrapped around her limbs. Her head tilted back slightly due to the feeling of weightlessness, and with unexpected surprise her lips parted uncontrollably. The star-shaped fruit tumbled twice in the air and flew with precise arc toward her open mouth. Just as it was about to fly in. Clang! The phoenix will shot out from her waist, its segments unfolding in an instant to wrap around it. Like a taut snake body, it tightly bound the fruit, stopping it midair. The fruit's skin was almost touching her lower lip. Any slower, and it would have gone in. The patterns on the skin were clearly visible, and she could even smell a faint scent like a mix of honey and rust. Huh. Jushieju Yuji panted slightly, her chest rising and falling under the rope's restraint. She was now sitting on the wooden planks, her legs slightly bent and spread apart. The hem of her shirt was pulled out from her waistband, revealing a small section of her waist. Several hemp ropes wrapped around her wrists and ankles, the ropes tightening and loosening around her body. The knots crisscrossed along the lines of her shoulder blades, accentuating her already perfect figure and making it even more alluring. Rip! She broke free from the hemp ropes and lunged with one hand, grabbing the fruit firmly. Really, you almost got me, you little bastard. I almost heard the nonsense about fruit and rope will definitely defeat Jushieju Yuji. She let out a laugh. The phoenix wheel merely circled once, and the remaining ropes all snapped. Jushieju Yuji stood up again and locked the fruit into the box. Still not satisfied, she grabbed several thick hemp ropes and bound the box layer upon layer, making it secure. Can you still dance? Keep entertaining me, you bastard fruit. She continued, reinforcing the protection with ropes, finally tying a double knot on the rope. Boss, what was that just now? Galen swallowed. Never mind that. Let's go out, Galen. I sense the scent of land. We're almost there. Yuji casually tossed the box into a corner and strode toward the cabin door. Galen glanced at the box, then silently stared at the broken ropes for a long time. Finally, he slapped himself and followed her out. Sure enough, the outline of an island could now be seen with the naked eye. In the center was a low mountain with a large cluster of buildings at its base. In the direction of the harbor, the dense outline of masts could be vaguely seen. Against the thin mist on the sea, the huge island looked like a giant beast crouching on the water. Ships became more numerous near the coast, fishing boats, merchant ships, and even some pirate ships flying skull flags. Boss, should we sneak in covertly? Galen asked. What are you talking about? Yuji smiled faintly, her hand on the ship's rail, the sea wind, making her long hair and cloak billow. Her golden pupils reflected the island with not a trace of fear in her eyes. An island nation that on paper I can plow through alone as your boss, what right does it have to make me sneak in? And what if the enemy is strong? Galen asked curiously. Then it's the same. I don't pity the weak nor fear the strong. This is my will of dominance. She straightened up and waved her hand grandly. First mate, bring the ship in. Roger that, Rear Admiral. The first mate immediately mobilized the Navy soldiers. Horns sounded, sails were adjusted, and the warship sailed straight toward the harbor. Move it, everyone. The lookout suddenly poked his head out from the mast. Rear Admiral. Many pirate ships spotted ahead. Is that so? Galen. Yes. List those with bounties. Understood. Donable's island, a realm ruled by the underworld. Here there is no law, only fists and belly. A chaotic melting pot where gunpowder, firearms, and contraband flourish without end. The harbor air is thick with the scent of sea salt, gunpowder, and cheap rum. Drunken sots beckoning courtesans and armed gang members to the streets at every turn. Some pirate ships even dare to dock openly at the port. Yet at this moment, a violent force of order shatters this grimy routine. Boom! Over a dozen pirate vessels were sunk in an instant. All the ships were cleaved in two at the very same moment. The cuts were smooth as a mirror mass, with their sails toppling slowly to both sides like a row of falling dominoes. The pirates aboard didn't even have time to scream before they were bisected along with their ships. Blood erupted from the severed edges, simultaneously staining the entire sea crimson. In but a brief moment, broken masts, burning sails, and mangled corpses covered the sea surface. The entire port fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was frozen in shock. A stevedore froze mid-step on the gangplank with his crate. A street vendor's skewer stopped halfway to his mouth. What the? How did the ships just snap, eh? Notify the executives. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Out on the water, panicked pirates leaped overboard, thrashing towards the shore like cockroaches fleeing a burning nest. A demon, that's a demon. Help. Somebody help. Don't push me. Let me get on first. The water was packed with bobbing heads. Blood and oil swirled together, spreading a filthy rainbow across the waves. The pirates paddled desperately, the sinking burning wrecks behind them, and the tantalizingly close shore ahead. We're saved. The panicked vendors on the shore only saw a flash of golden wind skim across the water's surface. The next instant, every pirate swimming in the sea burst into fragments. It was as if they had been sliced by countless invisible blades simultaneously, bodies severed mid-torso, heads spinning into the air, entrails splattering across the sea. Blood bloomed into clouds of red mist in the water. Dozens of people struggling just moments before were instantly reduced to floating chunks of flesh and gore, stunning everyone on the shore. What was that? What was that thing? A Kamitashi's demon wind. Huh. A lucky pirate gasping for air crawled his way onto the shore. He had been among the first to jump ship closest to the shore and had narrowly escaped that golden wind. Soaked to the bone, lips pale, he scrambled on all fours, his nails scraping harshly against the stone pavement. His terrified face was smeared with blood and mud. Help! Please help me. A Silver Glove, or Reef, executive, anyone. Save me, there's a crazed Navy woman. Before he could finish, a leather boot slammed down on his back, crushing him to the ground, his face grinding against the rough stone. The sudden immense pressure squeezed the breath from his lungs. Grit bit into his skin, stinging fiercely. A pleasant voice spoke from above. Omae, Silver Glove, Reef. Those names aren't in our intel. Kujo Yuki planted a foot on the pirate's back, her gaze sweeping across the bustling port and its various stalls. I guess it's good to get out and see the world, she mused. It just occurred to me, I've been here so long, but this is the first time I've seen a human town street food market. Boss, isn't this a bit too flashy? Garen stepped up beside her, his draconic slit pupils scanning the surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, people instinctively lowered their heads, afraid to meet his eyes. The commotion at the port had drawn a large crowd of onlookers in the distance. Haha, Garen, that look of yours is hardly inconspicuous. Kujo Yuki chuckled. Besides, haven't we found our lead? She prodded the groveling pirate with her phoenix wheel. Hey, you there? Explain what Silver Glove and Reef are. Like hell I will. You bitch, I'd never sell out the bosses. Gah. Before he could finish, the tip of the phoenix wheel pierced his shoulder blade, wedging precisely into the joint and twisting slightly. Crunch. Kujo Yuki meticulously avoided all major arteries, grinding the shoulder joint to pulp. Fragments of crushed bone mixed with blood oozed out. Arg. He trembled violently in agony, but Kujo Yuki kept him pinned firmly to the ground, not even allowing him to lift his face. With that little pain tolerance, why play the tough guy? Kujo Yuki tilted her head, looking down at him with cold curiosity. Her golden pupils held no trace of emotion, like she was observing a pitiful, disgusting insect. You don't honestly think your boss would come seeking revenge on you, do you? Well, looks like some of them are here. We can just ask them directly. She smiled, glancing towards the side. The port's former overseer under her gaze felt his scalp crawl and bolted without a shred of shame. You'd better talk, or I'll keep this up all day. She pressed down harder with her foot, and the pirate's spine emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Crack. The sensation of bones being forcibly twisted was 10 times worse than a clean break. It felt like someone was clamping your very soul and testicles with a demolition tool and slowly crushing them. NNGH. The pirate's face scraped raw against the pavement, blood smearing the stones. His face and neck were purple, eyes bulging, white foam spilling from his lips. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. Only a rasping wheeze from his throat like a dying chicken. Kujo Yuki eased the pressure slightly, letting him gasp for breath. Think carefully now. I want to hear something useful next, not curses. Kujo Yuki threatened with casual indifference. Otherwise I'll stomp your spine to dust, sever your tendons, and leave you alive. Just so you can truly appreciate the wonderful life of being a crippled waste in a pirate crew. I'll talk. The pirate collapsed to the ground, utterly broken. Drenched in sweat and blood, the wound on his shoulder blade still seeping crimson, he forced the words out through clenched teeth. The Silver Gloves. They're the biggest gang on this island. The boss is Alfonso Silver. Every business on the island has to go through them. The underworld is all his men. The pressure from Tsukumo Yuki's boot heel lessened, allowing him to catch his breath. What about the reef? He paused, his atoms, apple bobbing, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. The reef. The reef are. His voice trembled, as if speaking of something unspeakable. They showed up recently. No one knows where they came from. The Silver Gloves seem to know who they are, but never speak of them. All we know is, anyone who offends the reef disappears the next day. Everyone says they're dead, taken by demons. That's all I know. Please spare my life. Please. I don't know anything else. Tsukumo Yuki glanced over at Garen. Garen, their pirate crew has done enough to earn a spot in hell, right? Boss, rest assured I've checked. There isn't a single crew here that doesn't deserve hell. Garen closed the bounty ledger in his hand, his face cold as ice. The ledger was filled with red XS, each one marking a pirate crew that deserved death. Murder, arson, pillaging, human trafficking, wiping out villages. Their blood debts are countless. The worst one ransacked 3 entire fishing villages, not even sparing the children. No, you can't do this. The pirate screamed in despair. My captain will return from the island and slaughter you all. You won't escape. The Silver Gloves and the reef's masters won't let you get away with this. They'll keep you company, Tsukumo Yuki said indifferently. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. In his despair, he watched from the corner of his eye as Tsukumo Yuki raised the phoenix ring slightly. Suddenly a roar cut through the air. Cease your actions, Tsukumo Yuki. 8 figures stood on the dock, all in stark black suits, standing at attention. 2 of them wore masks that covered their faces entirely. One was a white smiling mask, its grin stretching ear to ear, eyes curved into crescent moons. The other was a black, crying mask, its mouth drooping downwards with a single black teardrop at the corner of its eye. Do you have any idea what you're doing, Tsukumo Yuki? A furious man in sunglasses stomped forward, jabbing a finger at her. Doing? Tsukumo Yuki tilted her head. Eliminating pirates. Got a problem with that? The man was livid. This isn't your assignment. These men fall under the world government's jurisdiction. You have no right to kill them, even if they're all irredeemable scum. What's it to you? Just follow orders obediently. Honestly, the way you wildcards operate is disgusting. You're finished, Tsukumo Yuki. Wait to be executed by the military tribunal. Oh, but with a face like yours, maybe a celestial dragon will fancy you and take you as a slave. Make sure you serve the master well then. Pleasure him properly, and maybe he'll throw you a scrap to eat. It'd be a much more comfortable life than being some damn marine. Now release the man at your feet immediately. Follow our commands and complete the mission, and we might just put in a good word for you later. He finished his tirade smug and self-satisfied. Garen's face went completely dark. He trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the man. Hey, what the hell are you looking at, you beast? Get your ass in gear and finish this mission. I'm feeling generous, so I'll let you live. Then you can go be a celestial dragon slave. The man continued his arrogant rant. Boss, I can't stand his insults to you any longer. Garen roared, stepping forward with such force that the ground shook. A faint rustling sound of scales could be heard, and an involuntary draconic pressure leaked from him, causing those nearby to recoil. But Tsukumo Yuki raised a hand to stop him. As he was about to speak, he felt the sheer, unadulterated ferocity radiating from Tsukumo Yuki. Startled, his dragon scales instinctively stood on end. Boss, if we're taking him out, let me do it. A small fry like this isn't worth your time. Don't worry, Garen. I know exactly what I'm doing. Boss. Relax, relax. Tsukumo Yuki waved her hand dismissively, a faint smile playing on her lips as she looked at the man. Your surname wouldn't happen to be Spanda, would it? The man in sunglasses was taken aback for a moment, then puffed up with even more arrogance. How'd you know? The name's Spandam woman. Got a crush on me. Ah, so that's how it is. Tsukumo Yuki's hand still holding that faint smile rose high into the air. That's right. Hihiya. What are you doing, you stupid woman? Offer your body to me, and maybe I'll consider making you my old. Shing. The pirate's head was severed clean off by Tsukumo Yuki. The skull tumbled across the stones, spinning twice before bumping against the toe of Spandam's leather shoe. Blood sprayed from the severed neck, splattering across Spandam's shoe and staining his pant legs. What a... My shoes. You dare defy orders. You bastard, I'll... Gaia. In an instant, Tsukumo Yuki was before him, her hand clamping down on his head. Crack. The immense force instantly shattered his knees, the sound of bones breaking echoing from beneath his trousers. He collapsed to the ground, his head forced down so hard he couldn't lift it, seemingly trying to bury it into his own neck. You're an accomplice of the pirates, aren't you? Tsukumo Yuki's gaze was icy cold. She gripped his head tightly, her fingernails digging into his flesh, drawing beads of blood, her strength immense enough to almost crush his skull. It hurts, it hurts. Spandam cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. You crazy woman, what are you doing? How dare you treat me like this? Go to hell, you idiot. Tsukumo Yuki released her grip and instantly slammed her foot into the noisy fool's face. His teeth shattered in unison. His entire body flew like a cannonball, crashing into the remaining 7 men standing there, slamming hard against the wall behind them. Boom! The wall cracked and crumbled under the sheer force. Spandam was embedded directly into it, his face caved in, nose broken, completely unconscious, with his eyes rolling back. The two masked figures exchanged a glance upon seeing this outcome and gave a slight nod. Probe complete. Marine support is extremely uncooperative but possesses formidable strength. Relations have deteriorated. How should we proceed? Attempt to exert pressure and increase our leverage. If unsuccessful, lower our stance. The mission is the top priority. Perhaps this power isn't a bad thing. Understood. Almost simultaneously, their hands moved to their waists. Clang. 2 streaks of cold light were drawn at the same time. The one with the smiling mask drew a slender rapier, its blade thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with an eerie blue light in the sun. The one with the crying mask pulled out a pair of short daggers, their blades pitch black, absorbing all light like solidified shadows. The remaining 6 men in black also raised their hands, their fingers resting on the gun handles at their waists. Tsukumo Yuki shattered a nearby boulder with a single whip crack, her expression cold and ferocious. What the fuck are you all staring at? The moment the words left her mouth, a blood-red conqueror's haki erupted from her being. A crimson sun exploded in the center of the harbor, sending dust swirling outwards in a ring. The invisible pressure materialized into a tangible shockwave, surging directly towards the 8 men in black. The 6 ordinary men in black paled instantly, their bodies feeling as if crushed under a mountain. Their knees buckled involuntarily, their fingers frozen on their gun grips, unable to draw. Cold sweat trickled down their faces. Only the 2 masked ones, Smile and Cry, remained standing. The stone slabs beneath their feet had begun to crack, their bodies sinking slightly under the pressure. The rapier and daggers were held horizontally before them, their blades emitting a faint hum, trembling under the weight of the conqueror's haki. Heavy, ragged breathing could be heard from beneath both masks. Tsukumo Yuki pointed her bone sword directly at them, the sea breeze blowing from behind her, fluttering the edges of her cloak. World government dogs, hey. Are you dead yet? Get the hell over here. I'll give you 5 seconds. Anyone who doesn't come will be deemed an obstacle to my mission, and I will show no mercy. 5. Kajaku Yukiki had just uttered a single number. Whoosh. The 2 masked CP agents had already teleported and slid to their knees before her, their weapons sheathed in an instant. CP-9 Special Operations Unit extends its sincerest apologies to Vice Admiral Kajaku Yukiki. The voice of the smiley mask came from behind the mask, devoid of all its previous arrogance. The delay in intelligence handover and the unclear definition of mission scope. We are truly sorry for the trouble this has caused you. As for Spandam's words and actions, they were his personal conduct and do not represent the stance of CP-9. We will report this incident from Vice Admiral Kajaku Yukiki's perspective and accept any disciplinary action from our superiors. During the remainder of this mission, CP-9 will fully cooperate with all Navy operations and will withhold no further intelligence. That is all. As he finished speaking, he lowered his head. The crying mask followed suit. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. The 6 black-suited agents behind them stumbled over only after they had finished. The 6 black-suited agents finally scrambled over from various corners, slipping in the puddles of blood with their leather shoes. They dropped to their knees as well. 2 of them winced in pain as their knees hit the gravel, but dared not make a sound. If I sense such idiotic probing again, you can all go die. Kajaku Yukiki casually picked the black-suited agent kneeling at the edge and kicked him square in the chest. The man flew backward and slammed into a mooring bollard on the dock. The wooden post let out a dull groan from the impact. He slid down and collapsed onto the ground, a clear boot print sunken half an inch into his chest. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he didn't even dare to cry out. "Thank you, Vice Admiral, for your mercy." Kajaku Yukiki held her blade, Huang Luan horizontally, its flat side tapping between the two masks. The cold glint of the blade swept from the smiley mask's grin to the crying mask's tear, casting alternating light and shadow across the painted faces. Rest assured that was definitely Spandam's personal behavior. The smiley and crying masks rose simultaneously, their movements crisp and without hesitation. "Enough." Kajaku Yukiki sheathed her blade. "I'm here on a mission to drive out pirates, reclaim this nation, and discuss the construction of the Navy branch. Bring me all the useful intelligence you've gathered." "Yes." The smiley mask's phrasing returned to its bureaucratic brevity, but his tone was far more deferential. "Regarding the actual situation on Donable's Island, there are additions to the mission briefing you received. First, the local criminal syndicate, the Silver Gloves, controls over 80% of the commercial establishments across the entire island. They are the true rulers of this nation. According to our investigation, if this country is to align with the world government, the ones who truly need to be negotiated with are the leaders of these syndicates. Their names and locations will be provided in a full list shortly. Second, the pirate faction known as the Hidden Reef is not an independent organization. They are suspected to be an intelligence smuggling network planted on this island by Ganji, one of the officers of the Rocks Pirates, also involved in the trade of smuggled weapons and contraband." As he spoke, the smiley mask took out a neatly folded map from his coat, unfolded it with both hands, and pointed out the marked locations for Kajaku Yukiki to see. "Ganji." Kajaku Yukiki took the sea chart and glanced at it. The map marked the precise location of the Hidden Reef's stronghold, the entrances to their underground facilities, and the exploitable terrain of the northern cliff. She said nothing, merely fixing her bronze-colored eyes on the smiley mask. He involuntarily lowered his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead beneath the mask. "Continue." "Yes." The smiley mask paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Our plan was to use the Silver Gloves' high-ranking members as a breakthrough point. First, bait the second-in-command with the promise of a world government franchise, creating a rift of trust between him and the current boss. Then use the Hidden Reef to eliminate the former, framing the Rocks Pirates for the deed, to spark a full-blown conflict between the syndicate and the pirates. Taking advantage of the chaos, we would infiltrate the underground facility on the northern cliff, destroy the weapon depot, and have an inside agent open the main gate. The Navy would then land from the eastern port to secure the commercial district, and finally, under the guise of restoring order, take over the island's governance." The smiley mask clasped his hands together and leaned forward slightly. "If everything proceeds according to plan, the entire island's handover can be completed within 50 days without large-scale bloodshed or irreversible damage to the island's commercial infrastructure. That was the original plan. But with Vice Admiral Kajaku Yukiki, here things might be simpler. We could directly use the elimination of the pirate crew as leverage to negotiate with the syndicate." "Is that everything?" "Yes. That is all the intelligence and plan CP-9 possesses. We have withheld nothing." Kajaku Yukiki smiled, her lips curling slightly, but there was no warmth in her eyes. "Huh. Are you taking me for a fool?" "Not at all, Vice Admiral. What about the Rocks Pirates officer you glossed over?" She took a step forward. The smiley mask instinctively shrank back half an inch. "I recall Ganji has the epithet smuggling pirate. This island could very well be his personal vault, couldn't it? Surely that's not missing from CP's intelligence. Compared to that, everything on this island is trivial, isn't it? With your strength, you could have eliminated these rabble directly. Why wait until now?" Her eyes bore straight into the smiley mask, who was so tense he felt like he might wet himself. "Tell me, are you bastards hoping to watch the Navy and them tear each other apart, then swoop in to reap the spoils when both sides are crippled? Once neither side can fight, you step in under the world government's banner, negotiate, legitimize the island's sovereignty, and then sink your hands deep into the smuggling trade. And perhaps at the very end you'd kill me and my entire crew to keep the whole affair under wraps. Sending the Navy here. Success means everyone wins, and failure still lets you flex your muscles to increase your bargaining power. That's the real purpose of this operation, isn't it?" Kajaku Yukiki stared icily at the smiley mask, who kept his head down, not daring to look up. Though he was taller than her at this moment, the figurative altitude belonged entirely to her. "We didn't." "Insolent fool." The smiley mask snapped his head up, only to see a fist rapidly growing in his vision. Kajaku Yukiki threw a single punch, sending the smiley mask to his knees. He clutched his abdomen as blood seeped from beneath his mask, dripping onto the stone floor. He braced himself on one knee, shoulders trembling slightly, but made no further excuses. "That feel? You used Iron Body just now, didn't you?" Kajaku Yukiki sneered. She knew all too well that the Rocks Pirates were a den of traitors. Wang Ji had sold out Shikaku for a fortune and the rights to Beehive Island. This Ganji was just as rotten, having betrayed two of his own crewmates at God Valley. One was a pirate preacher, the other a smuggling pirate. If Wang Ji, could cooperate with the world government, then this Ganji likely had ties to them as well. Otherwise who else would he sell his smuggled goods to? The crying mask hoisted the smiley mask onto his back. Since Vice Admiral Kajaku does not trust us, we shall take our leave. Wait, who said you could go? Kujo Yukiki's voice drifted from behind light, as air, yet it gripped the heart of the crying and laughing brothers like a vice. What more do you want? I despise you, but that doesn't mean I won't use you. Kujo Yukiki glanced around. In that brief moment the entire harbor had already been encircled by Alfonso Silver. She surveyed her surroundings. In merely a heartbeat the harbor was sealed off. Swarms of gang enforcers, a sea of black, poured out from every alleyway. There were at least 300 to 400 of them bristling with blades. Under the sunlight the steel reflected a cold, harsh glint. At the edges of the crowd more men kept streaming out from the alleys. At the head stood a silver-haired man in gold-rimmed spectacles clad in a silver-embroidered coat, his fingers laden with rings. He stood beside a black carriage looking down at them with an air of superiority. Alfonso Silver, the boss of the Silver Gloves. Hey you two Krylaf brothers, you know this Navy woman? Alfonso Silver asked in a low, gravelly voice. The Krylaf brothers. Getting chummy already. UCP agents sure are dedicated. Kujo Yukiki planted her hands on her hips, eyeing them with a smirk. A lackey beside Alfonso Silver leaned in close. Boss, looks like the Krylaf brothers have been taken hostage, the gang member speculated. Seems about right. Forget it, judging by their state, they're probably compromised too. We'll take them out together when we get the chance. Alfonso murmured to his trusted confidant, who nodded and stepped back. Adjusting his glasses, Alfonso then bellowed, Navy, why the hell are you causing trouble on my turf? This is the new world. My territory. These people are my customers. His voice boomed with the rough, arrogant edge of a crime lord. The gang enforcers on both sides of the harbor raised their blades in unison, a wave of gleaming steel. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Kujo Yukiki's eyes glinted red as she fixed her gaze on them. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her, shaking them to their core and nearly felling half of them on the spot. Alfonso's expression shifted. Small fry. All right, hold off on the noise. Let me make a call. Kujo Yukiki waved a dismissive hand, leaving the group hanging. The stunned crowd surprisingly stood there obediently waiting. Brew. Hey Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kujo Yukiki. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? The face on the Den Mushi morphed into Sengoku's frowning middle-aged visage. Ran into a bit of a snag. This place might be affiliated with the Rocks Pirates. The CP agents say it's the territory of that Gondai. Is that so? Sengoku's voice deepened. Then come back for now. This mission is on hold. Anything involving rocks is beyond your purview. No. Yukiki, what are you planning? I can't just come all this way for nothing. Kujo Yukiki chuckled. Fleet Admiral, I'm about to make a big move. I'd appreciate it if you could send some backup. And make it quick. I'm about to take this island, but holding it is another matter. Send Sakazuki Borsellino and Old Man Garp. After all, I have no idea how many Rocks crew members I'll be fighting, or if I can even win. Wait, what are you doing, girl? Hold on, slow down. Click. The Den Mushi went dead. Woman, are you done yet? Done, all done. Kujo Yukiki turned her gaze to Alfonso Silver. Just as expected of the pirate world. Even a mob boss likes leading his men into a fight. Let me ask, you guys only deal in the black market, right? That's just a quick money side gig. We're legitimate businessmen. Dock loading, mercenary work, hotels, entertainment, and intel trading. We do it all. Oh, so you're a semi-legit outfit. We're law-abiding merchants. Alfonso's gaze drifted past her to the debris and blood-streaked foam floating in the harbor. You killed all those people at the port. Yep, I'm a marine after all. Behind Alfonso, the assembled pirate captains were seething with rage. Ships destroyed, crews decimated. Hundreds of lives. And she dismissed it as casually as stepping on a few bugs and cabbages. You bastard. Don't hold me back. I'll kill her. A one-armed captain drew his blade and lunged, only to be stopped by Alfonso's outstretched arm. Alfonso, you. Shut it. I couldn't care less about your petty squabbles. Alfonso glanced at the wreckage of the pirate ships in the harbor. And then at the monstrous-looking figure who had been silently standing beside Kujo Yukiki all along. A crime lord's instinct told him this bunch was trouble. But he couldn't afford to lose face. Navy, the underworld, has its own code. I don't know why you're here, but you owe me compensation for the damage you've caused. One ship, 1 billion berry, and I'll stay out of this. One ship, 100 million. That's all you're getting. Fine. Deal. Alfonso agreed without hesitation. 100 million per ship. Less than expected, but not a total loss. Money wasn't the real issue. The key was to steer clear of this lunatic. But I don't feel like paying. Kujo Yukiki tilted her head, her tone disarmingly innocent. You're all on my list too. Not one of you is getting away. Us. Alfonso Silver narrowed his eyes, a cold glint reflecting off his gold-rimmed spectacles. He had assumed she was only after the pirates. Marines fighting pirates. What did that have to do with the mob? At worst, he'd pay a protection fee and stay neutral. But now this madwoman was saying they were targets too. Woman, you're playing with fire. Alfonso's hand rested on the pistol at his waist. The gangsters behind him stepped forward in unison, brandishing blades and guns. The atmosphere suddenly taut. Even if you are strong, can you take on the might of this entire island? Are the Marines allowed to act with impunity, always preaching justice? We are legitimate businessmen. Jishiju Yuji, however, did not respond to Alfonso Silver. She turned her gaze to Crying Face and Smiling Face, who had just regained consciousness. That's what the so-called gang boss said. She waved a hand. What do you think? I bet you arrogant lot are thinking, why is this beautiful lady so rash and reckless, completely ignoring the usual protocol? She only knows to brute force her way through, ignoring all the subtleties, striking, and then fleeing, shattering your schemes, leaving you to clean up the mess. And then you'll add, could the beautiful and powerful Rear Admiral possibly read minds? Crying Face was stunned. His expression froze beneath the mask. Damn, that was exactly what they had been thinking. For a moment, shock overtook them. Could this woman truly read minds? Before they could formulate a rebuttal, the captains at the docks could no longer hold back. Alfonso, why waste words with her? I'll go kill this woman now. Remember to compensate me for my ship. If you succeed, I'll give you 10 times that amount, but only to the one who claims her head. Alfonso Silver said coldly. Men charged together. Kill her. 2 or 3 dozen captains with their remaining crew totaling 200 to 300 men howled and surged forward. The gleam of blades, the crack of gunfire, and furious curses merged into a murky wave, crashing toward the solitary figure at the center of the harbor. The few remaining veteran pirate captains lingered near Alfonso, watching with shifting eyes. Crowds really are like ants sometimes. Jishiju Yuji mused. Forget that, Jishiju Yuji, we should run. Crying Face was on the verge of tears. What was this? They had only come to test the waters, and now their mission had failed, and their lives were at stake. Run. Why, oi? Jishiju Yuji smiled as she gazed at the pirates charging toward her. She clasped her hands before her chest. Fingers interlaced, thumbs touching index fingers, pointing skyward. She formed the Wenshu Wusuza, Divine Mountain, and Sea Seal. Domain expansion. A starry sky suddenly descended, a vast galaxy shrouding half the island. Day turned to night. The sky above the harbor vanished, replaced by a breathtakingly brilliant Milky Way. Countless invisible gravitational lines fell from the starry sky, like an impenetrable net covering every inch of space within the domain. Stellar Punishment, Heavy Prison. As Jishiju Yuji softly uttered the domain's name, a smile flickered across her face. Then, all the pirates charging at Jishiju Yuji were instantly seized by an invisible colossal hand. The sound of bones cracking rang out like popping beans. Flesh squeezed out from every pore. Eyes, tongues, organs. Every bodily tissue burst forth from every opening. They didn't even have time to change their expressions. Bang! Everyone exploded. In one instant, ferocious roars turned into indistinct lumps of flesh and blood. The surging wave of 200 to 300 men was ground into meat paste in a single breath. Time was so brief, they couldn't even let out a scream. The harbor floor instantly soaked with blood, dark red with a thick layer of mingled flesh, bone, and gore. The harbor fell into dead silence. Everyone left stood frozen in place. Their minds went blank. They could no longer comprehend what had happened, even ignoring the sudden starry sky. This was beyond the realm of battle, not even a massacre. In that instant, the same word echoed in their minds. Divine punishment. Meanwhile, Jishiju Yuji slowly rose into the air amid the shocked gazes of all. The justice cloak on her back fluttered without wind. Her golden hair billowed in the starlight, her bronze eyes reflecting the entire galaxy. She hovered at the center of the starry sky like a descending goddess. Beneath her feet lay the prostrate masses, behind her the vast cosmos. I am Jishiju Yuji. This island is now under my control. Within 3 days, cease all black market operations, release all slaves, and submit to Navy inspection. There is no room for negotiation. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without mercy. Jishiju Yuji raised her hands slightly as she finished speaking. The next moment, the rooftops of all the casinos and slave trading establishments within the city exploded in unison, revealing the panicked humans inside staring at the sudden starry sky. The slaves huddled behind iron bars instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, and through the cracks of their fingers they saw a sight they had never witnessed in their lives. So beautiful. A little slave girl broke free from her mother's embrace, jumping and leaping with excitement. Within the domain, all pirate ships and pirates shattered and died in an instant. Only 2 or 3 men from one pirate crew briefly withstood her attack. They knelt on the deck, drenched in blood, most of their bones broken, gritting their teeth, and using armament hockey to resist the omnipresent gravity. But they lasted only 3 seconds. On the 4th second, a massive gravitational force twisted violently. Their heads were seized by an invisible hand, followed by a cracking sound. Their brains were crushed, and with no hockey to protect them, they instantly became a twisted ball of flesh. A transparent figure attempted to rush toward Jishiju Yuji in the sky, but mid-air the indiscriminate gravitational force identified him. In an instant, he was bombarded by hundreds of singularities converging from different directions. Before he could even materialize, he was torn to shreds. A blurry mass of flesh emerged from the transparent form, then was squeezed and compressed until it became a fist-sized blood ball, which fell plop onto the cliff. In just that brief moment, the harbor waters had turned dark red, with over 800 people dead. Jishiju Yuji's gaze shifted back to the harbor. This is a warning. Instantly, Alfonso's silver frozen in place felt a strange force field descend around him. It was as if countless invisible needles pricked his skin. His breathing grew labored, his heart felt as if gripped by a hand beating slower and slower. The next moment, the guards and remaining pirates beside him exploded like crushed tomatoes. Only he survived. He stood in the center of the carnage, his hands trembling uncontrollably. A drop of blood splattered onto his gold-rimmed glasses, sliding down the lens, blurring his vision. He slowly raised his hand and wiped the bloodstain off the lens with his relatively clean sleeve. What use do I have that you spared my life? Is there a pirate from the Reef Pirates who is about 4 meters tall and can turn invisible? Yes, he is the captain of the Reef Pirates. He just died as well. Jishiju Yuji said flatly, her voice carrying a hint of icy amusement. Go and reorganize. Since you were the boss here, carry out my orders strictly with your men. She looked down at the friend beside her, who gazed at her with an expression of sheer admiration, standing like a small mountain. Gailun, let the entire nation see my command. Roar. Gailun raised his head and bellowed, transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky. His crimson dragon wings spread across the starry sea, blotting out half the sky. The wing membranes, pierced by starlight, appeared translucent amber. Dragon breath surged from the depths of his throat, drawing burning, dazzling trails across the sky. Cease all black market operations. Release all slaves. Submit to Navy inspection. Anyone who obstructs will be killed. Every word burned in the sky over Donboros, its strokes sharp as carved blades, illuminating the entire island like daylight. Every person on the island could feel that scorching heat. Amid the harbor ruins, smiling face wiped the blood from his mouth and exchanged a glance with crying face, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. What the hell? Where did this madwoman come from? Everything had spiraled completely out of control. They had miscalculated Jishiju Yuji's combat power and personality. The Navy actually sent such a lunatic. Damn it, were they trying to rebel? Within a single day, a starry sky descended upon the island of Donboros, 5 times its sweeping arc, covering nearly the entire island. The sea breeze scattered the stench of blood, and gravity dragged the wreckage into the ocean. Then the daylight returned, only to reveal that the rooftops of the next district had vanished. Haha, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. A trace of fatigue clung to Yuki Tsukumo's face as the searing agony of technique burnout crawled from her brain, down her spine and limbs, yet the excitement in her eyes remained unquenchable. When individual power transcends all organizations, absolute violence is the only way to purge the rot from this nation. I will eradicate every shred of its evil. The lingering hum of technique burnout still resonated in her bones as she clasped her hands together, once more preparing to unleash her domain. This is the last piece of this place. Domain expansion, star punishment abyss. The starry sky instantly engulfed this final haven of wickedness. She would make every soul on Donboros Island witness it with absolute clarity. The galaxy looming overhead, with its omnipresent threads of gravity, could effortlessly erase any sin. She would make every wrongdoer understand that bodies bursting like rotten tomatoes under the crushing weight of gravity were their only possible fate. She would let fear spread like a plague through the streets and alleys, seeping behind every bolted door and shuttered window. She would drive that terror into the very marrow of every tyrant who once lorded over this island. Of course, she would use her gravity to pull the corpses into the sea. Waste not, want not, keeping the streets clean. I'm just too kind for my own good. Yuki Tsukumo mused to herself. But the pirates and criminal syndicates on this island weren't about to let her have her way. Her gaze swept over the charging pirates, the flying knives, the cannonballs, and the motley assortment of ability users, her eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Well, there's always these types. A single fleeting glance was all it took. The gunmen hidden in the casino's basement, the charging swordsmen, the devil fruit users, and the casino boss preparing to flee through a secret tunnel. All were simultaneously crushed into oblivion. Every devil fruit user had their limbs snapped and was stuffed into crates from a roadside fruit stall. In that instant, blood sprayed from the streets like water from a showerhead, and Donboros welcomed its sunset beneath a fountain of crimson. The next moment, the flesh and blood flew toward the sea like a meteor shower beneath the starry sky. Yuki Tsukumo descended back to the ground, 4 half-human-sized crates floating beside her. The starry sky behind her slowly folded away, and the amber glow of dusk once more bathed the harbor. She caught the terrified look on the street vendor's face and casually tossed him a pouch of gold coins. Hey boss, that's compensation for the crates. Use the rest to make me some sandwiches to go. And no fruit sandwiches, of course, haha. Smiley and Crybaby had been dragged along the entire time by an invisible force and were only now finally released. Their shock had long since worn off. They were utterly numb. Today this woman had killed 5210 people, surpassing the lifetime kill count of nearly any single pirate in the world. Is this woman even human? Does she have any shred of humanity left? Smiley was starting to think being a dog for the world government wasn't so bad. Crybaby, however, seemed to have a screw loose in a different way. Yuki Tsukumo, no one will ever acknowledge what you're doing. You'll be feared, you'll be cursed. Not a single person will understand your twisted sense of justice. It's not just the world government, the rocks pirates, even the Marines. None of them will tolerate you. In the end, you'll stand completely alone. MMPH. Before he could finish, a baguette was violently shoved into his mouth. All right, you two muggleheads, come carry my food. Yuki Tsukumo dusted off her hands in disdain, then tossed a large bag of sandwiches at them. Drop them, and I'll kill you. The sun set over the western sea. The last sliver of twilight sank beneath the horizon, and the harbor's streetlights had yet to flicker on. The island fell silent, caught in the brief orange-hued transition between day and night. Only the wind remained, accompanied by the distant crash of waves against the rocks. The Boulder residents had already crept back onto the streets, trying to piece together what had just happened. Yuki Tsukumo sat atop a cargo crate at the harbor, swinging her legs, munching on a wrapped sandwich, and savoring the sea breeze and the beauty of the setting sun. Dinner after a long day of work is always the best. She took another bite, a blissful expression spreading across her face as her swinging feet traced a light-hearted arc in the air. Mmm. The filling was packed with king crab leg meat, pickled vegetables, thick-cut steak, and layers of cheese. Who would have guessed that a fruit stall owner's secret hobby was running a restaurant? She casually tossed a few breadcrumbs into the water, but the fish below wouldn't even give them a second look. Watching the school of fish floating belly up from overeating, she couldn't help but remark, after a great fire, the forest grows back even lusher. I suppose this nation's fishing industry is going to thrive after this. The bewildered duo standing nearby suppressed the urge to voice their complaints. Staking their CP9 pride and their very lives, they had to hold it together. Garen in his half-dragon form circled high above the island. His eyes and observation haki swept the area as he performed his final checks. Anyone who tried to exploit the ensuing chaos for their own gain was plucked out like a rat and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. He then flew over to Kajaku, who hopped onto him in a single bound. Let's go to this Black Boss's place. You two bitter tears, go fetch Alfonso and bring him to his own home. After issuing her orders, Kajaku rode the dragon away. Soon after, they entered Alfonso Silver's mansion, situated in the island's center. The building was constructed of marble and gold, its gardens filled with rare plants from the New World. Priceless oil paintings adorned the living room walls, and antique vases lined the hallways. All of it was loot Alfonso Silver had plundered over the years. She walked straight into the grandest office on the top floor, tossed her pristine white coat onto the floor, and sank into the leather sofa. Moments later, Alfonso Silver stumbled and falling to his knees before her with a thud. His suit was soaked with cold sweat, one lens of his gold-rimmed glasses was cracked, and his hair was plastered messily to his forehead. Who could have imagined that 24 hours ago he was the undisputed underworld emperor of this island? Now he knelt in his own office like a dog, not daring to lift his head. Kajaku snapped her fingers. Garen walked in, carrying a plate of freshly seared steak and a bottle of red wine. The mansion's chef, upon seeing Garen's dragon form, nearly died of fright on the spot. Now he was bustling in the kitchen at the fastest speed of his life. She leisurely sat up, eating the steak and sipping the wine as she watched Alfonso Silver, drenched in sweat, kneel before her. Red wine and steak. This scene really makes me want to film one of those movies about conversations between big shots. Kajaku brought a slice of steak to her lips, still gazing at the kneeling Alfonso. How are your preparations coming along? Thanks to your power, my lady, everything is on track. They all said killing so many people would cause chaos. But look, isn't it just fine? Everyone's back to doing what they were doing. She smiled faintly, glancing out the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Street vendors were setting up their stalls again, and a few children were playfully scuffling in the streets. See, with fewer people, everyone gets to eat more. That's because you also killed the ones causing trouble. You're absolutely right, my lady. I still prefer the way you were at first, all proud and defiant. Bring that back. I wouldn't dare. Alfonso Silver let out a dry laugh, more grating than a cry. Are you kidding? Even with 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act presumptuously before her now. Seeing that the man was thoroughly terrified, Kajaku said no more. In short, keep the peace. Let the citizens eat their meals and set up their stalls. Until the Marines arrive, you and your men will serve as police and maintain order. I have only one demand: stability. She propped her head on her hand, idly pointing her fork at Alfonso, as she spoke with an air of indifference. The disobedient ones should be dead by now, killed by my hand. As a crime boss, you should have at least that much capability, right? Yes. Alfonso Silver pressed his forehead heavily to the floor. I swear it on my head. Don't worry, that's already the plan. Kajaka set down her knife and picked up a napkin to dab her mouth. The napkin was of pure white linen, embroidered at the edges with the golden crest of the Silver Glove family. She tossed it carelessly beside her plate. The office fell silent for a moment, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. Outside night had fully fallen and tonight's starry sky was exceptionally bright. A day ago the sky above this island had been perpetually shrouded in the black smoke from the black market's waste incineration. Now it had all dissipated. The office was quiet for a while with only the clocks ticking. The sky outside had grown completely dark and tonight's stars shone with remarkable brilliance. A day prior the island's air had been thick with the smoke of burning garbage from the black market, but now it was all gone. Alfonso. Yes, my lady. Does this island have a vault underground? Alfonso Silver's body stiffened. His spine went rigid from tailbone to the nape of his neck, the muscles of his back under his suit tensing like iron plates. Yes. Lead the way. The vault was 3 levels underground. The heavy alloy doors slowly swung open under Alfonso Silver's operation. Ooh la la, Kajaka couldn't help but let out the exclamation of someone who knows old money. Coins were piled into mountains. Bundles upon bundles of 10,000 berry notes were stacked like bricks from the floor all the way to the ceiling a good 10 meters high. Beside them were open chests of gold coins and gems, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, casting intoxicating glints under the light. There were also antiques artworks, and even several renowned blades. Alfonso Silver knelt at the vault's entrance, his heart bleeding. This was the accumulated wealth of generations of his Silver Glove family. Not bad at all. Kajaka stepped inside, casually picking up a golden crown encrusted with jewels and placing it on her head. It was a bit heavy, so she adjusted the angle until it sat perfectly perched on her hair without slipping. She then slipped on several rings. A pigeon's blood ruby ring, a pure gold signet ring bearing the family crest, and a skull ring set with a black diamond, all worn on the same hand. With a flick of her fingers they sparkled and glittered. In her other hand, she held a golden scepter that was half again as tall as she was, a gem at its tip refracting a tiny rainbow in the lamplight. She turned around, the very image of a tyrant king. You underworld types all dressed up in your fine suits are always the richest. Kajaku remarked with a sigh. This is all yours now. Alfonso Silver gritted out. I'm taking all the berry. It's being confiscated. Kajaku pointed the scepter at the treasure hoard. 80% of the gems and gold artwork will go towards building up the island. Keep 20% for yourself to pay wages. Alfonso Silver breathed a sigh of relief. 20%. 20% was plenty. As long as he was alive, he could always earn more. By the way, do you know someone? Kajaku asked her back to him, her voice soft. Who? Silver Axe. The air in the vault instantly froze. Alfonso Silver's expression didn't change. Haven't you already asked about this? The ones who contacted them were from the reef pirates, the ones you already killed. The only big pirate who's ever had a hand in this island is that Gansho. I don't know these people. Are you sure? That familiar gravitational field descended instantly. Alfonso Silver felt his heart seized by an invisible hand. His breathing became difficult and his vision darkened. Why would you think that? He said painfully. It's nothing really. It just occurred to me. One of you is Silver Glove, the other Silver Axe. Quite similar in naming, don't you think? Kajaku turned her head, a hint of feigned confusion on her face, smiling slowly. The crown gleamed atop her head, and the rings on her fingers cast dazzling patterns of light. She stood at the very center of that mountain of gold with cash and jewels stacked to the ceiling behind her. Crown, scepter, jewelry from head to toe. Like a tyrant queen stepping out of a fairy tale, she trod over the coins and gems, lifting him into the air step by step. That beautiful smile would become the nightmare of Alfonso's remaining years. He remembered the people crushed into pulp earlier that day and the horrific fates of those devil fruit users who couldn't even find death. He didn't want to end up like that. I can read minds, you know. Honestly, I still have use for you right now, so I won't kill you. But I hate being lied to more than anything. If you lie to me, you die. Right now. Kajaka tightened her grip on his neck. Alfonso's face began to turn purple, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. His eyeballs started to bulge, the whites shot through with blood vessels. I truly don't know. The pressure vanished instantly. Alfonso Silver gasped for air, collapsing limply to the floor. Cold sweat drenched his entire body as if he'd just been pulled from water. He clutched his throat, coughing violently, each breath feeling like a blessing. I can give you a chance to live and let you have your own wealth again. After all, as a local, your administrative skills are passable. I'll be leaving this place soon. The Marines will protect it, and you won't have to constantly worry about me killing you. The condition is that you obey. You can't be a fence sitter. I'll come back to check on you from time to time. Kajaku used the tip of her scepter to gently lift his chin. The cold gold against his skin felt just like her icy golden eyes, making him tremble all over. Now tell me, how often does Gansho come here? Cough. Usually once or twice a month, but lately it feels like he hasn't been here for almost half a year. Heh, those two masked fellows said it was once every 3 months. Alfonso Silver knelt on the ground, gazing at the queen standing amidst a sea of gold and gems. A wildly absurd thought suddenly rose in his mind. This person clearly knows everything. Why is she afraid of nothing? Even the strongest have things they fear, worries about the future, lines they dare not cross. But she doesn't. She's like someone who appeared out of nowhere from a place that follows no rules, with no attachments in this world. This rootless freedom was more dangerous than any power he'd ever witnessed. At that thought, a chill ran down Alfonso Silver's spine. He felt like he was about to piss himself, but thankfully years of training had kept his lower body muscles remarkably strong. The morning sunlight spilled across the cobblestone streets, casting an almost surreal stillness over the island of Donburisu. 99 Yuki strolled along, leisurely, hands tucked into her pockets. The sea breeze, tinged with the sharp scent of brine, brushed through her golden hair. She narrowed her eyes, slightly surveying the island that had changed overnight. Any difference? Seems like everyone's woken up a bit, 99 Yuki mused aloud. On the streets, residents cautiously peered out from their doorways, their eyes still carrying the dazed remnants of their shock. People were still testing the waters of their suddenly altered lives. The sea of stars that had blanketed the sky the previous night and the blood-red hue that had vanished as quickly as it came felt like a nightmare, so vivid it was unsettling. Everyone remained in a haze, tentatively pushing open their doors, carefully setting up their stalls. They dared not laugh or speak too loudly, constantly on edge, listening for any sign of trouble, fearing that the violent slaughter might descend upon them again at any moment. It seemed the words of that goddess were true. The fearsome pirates and the men in black who had once terrorized them had vanished almost overnight. The ones who remained were treating them with such deference, as if they were their own beloved parents. If they so much as hesitated, these former oppressors would look utterly terrified, burst into tears with snot, and all kneel and kowtow, begging to be allowed to help. 99 Yuki had been so swift in her purge that it all felt like a dream to the islanders. The starry sky had unfolded 5 times and Donburisu had changed hands in an instant. In a nearby plaza, Garen in his half-dragon form loomed behind the high platform, his dark golden scales glinting in the sunlight. Behind him stood his bewildered crew, who had been dragged along without a clear idea of what was happening, only to be pushed onto the stage as a backdrop. They had spent the previous day resting on the ship, only to wake up and learn that the Rear Admiral had single-handedly conquered the entire island. Rear Admiral is a beast. Garen straightened the marine coat on his shoulders and strode onto the platform. The innate aura of authority that came with his half-dragon form gradually silenced the murmuring crowd below, drawing all eyes to him. He stood firm, his gaze sweeping across the assembled citizens, his voice steady and strong. Citizens of Donburisu Island. I am Garen, serving under Marine Rear Admiral 99 Yuki. I stand here today to speak to you on behalf of Rear Admiral 99. He paused, his tone turning grave. In the past, this island has endured immense suffering. Pirates ravaged, gangs ran rampant, and outlaws roamed free, while innocent people suffered. We the Marines have seen all of this. That is why Rear Admiral 99 has come. She has arrived, bearing the justice of the Marines with the determination to purge the darkness. In a single night, the pirate forces entrenched on this island have been completely eradicated, and the criminal organizations that plagued it for years have collapsed. Citizens of Donburisu Island. Garen's voice rose slightly, carrying an unmistakable note of reverence. In my years of service, I have witnessed countless powerful individuals. But one who through sheer individual might could liberate an entire island in a single night without harming a single innocent civilian. Such power, such compassion is beyond anything I have ever seen or heard of. She is the person I respect most in my entire life. To serve under her command is the greatest honor of my life. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming solemn once more. From this day forward, Donburisu Island is officially under the jurisdiction of the Marines. We will establish a Marine base here to maintain order and protect the people. We will eradicate all remnants of these forces and ensure the darkness never returns. We will make this island a place where people can live, work, and return home in peace once more. Garen stepped forward, his gaze resolute. I know many of you still have doubts. After all, the change has been so sudden, so swift, it's hard to believe. But I, Garen, stand here today and swear to you in the name of the Marines. As long as Rear Admiral 99 is on this island, no one will dare to bully you. As long as the Marines are on this island, justice will never be absent. The past is behind us. From today, everything will get better. He raised his hand in a crisp, formal salute. The rebirth of Donburisu Island begins today. The Marines stand with you all. Silence fell over the crowd for a few seconds. Everyone was processing, accepting. Then a few began to clap. Nearby, leaning against a pillar, 99 Yuki watched the scene unfold in silence. Garen's doing surprisingly well, huh? Though it feels like they didn't quite get it. Garen, noticing the lukewarm reception, furrowed his brow. Was it too formal? He spun around, transforming into his full dragon form, causing the crowd to stumble back in fright. I am Garen, serving under Marine Rear Admiral 99 Yuki. The one who delivered the message of the Celestial Fire text last night. Listen up. From today, this island is no longer under the rule of pirates and gangs. Lady 99 Yuki has saved you all. Garen slammed a dragon claw onto the stage, making the wooden planks groan. Pirates, gangs, damn spies. They're all nothing but paper tigers in front of Lady 99 Yuki. You just focus on living your lives in peace. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I, Garen, will be the first to snap their neck. Surprisingly, this roar was much more effective. Now that Lady 99 Yuki is here, Donbarasu, is at peace. Now that Lady 99 Yuki is here, we can look forward to good days. Mr. Dragon, will the goddess lady charge us protection fees? No, our protection is purely out of justice. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Mr. Dragon, will the goddess continue to bless us? The Marines will continue to protect you. Lady 99 Yuki will save you whenever you are in peril. Mr. Dragon, will the goddess like the roast meat I make? Of course, as long as it's delicious. Mr. Dragon, what about our port's shipping operations? They will be temporarily suspended and the Marines will fully compensate for any losses. You can register your claims now, and we will pay out as soon as we verify them. Mr. Dragon, does the goddess lady have a sweetheart? Huh. Once the floodgates opened, the people gradually realized that this group wasn't brutal at all. In fact, they were quite gentle and down-to-earth. When the first person received their compensation and stood on the platform clutching a small pouch of gold coins, weeping, several vendors who had been oppressed for years started crying as well. It started with a few, then grew louder and more widespread until all the citizens who had been bullied for so long finally felt a glimmer of security. These sobs finally coalesced into a thunderous wave of applause. Basking in the acclaim, Garen couldn't help but recall his conversation with his boss from the previous night. Garen, handle the security for tomorrow. Also work on the people's morale. Make them understand we're here to protect them. Yes, boss. Protection isn't just empty words. Distribute these gold coins first. Go through the ledgers one by one, compensate for any shortfalls, and also cover the damages from last night's battle. Understood. Garen, are you wondering why I'm in such a hurry to give out the money? Garen, remember this, the common folk have simple, innocent, and endearing needs. All they want is to live out their days in peace. How do we help them live well? Just give them money. It's a bit crude, isn't it? Lacks that lofty sense of justice. Save them with overwhelming force, lead them with sound principles, strengthen their morals with various ideals, and finally provide them with material wealth so they can live good lives. In my view, if you can fully achieve that last point, the other three become much easier. After all, even we have to pay for our own meals. Garen hadn't fully grasped it at the time, but now looking at these people weeping with gratitude, he thought he was beginning to understand. The boss's nickname really shouldn't be Tyrant. That's a complete misnomer. Anyone who knows even a little about her would surely call her a wise and benevolent ruler. 99 Yuki smiled as her gaze swept over the scene, then turned and walked away, inwardly marveling. The common folk's ability to adapt to change was far stronger than most imagined. Suddenly a child recognized her. It's that celestial sister from the sky. The entire street froze and all eyes turned to the young woman strolling by. A complex mix of emotions played across their faces. Lingering fear from the visions of the previous night intermingled with gratitude for being freed from oppression. The blood-red sky that had stretched across the heavens, the terrifying pressure that had descended from above, and the sight of pirates falling like harvested wheat were still etched into everyone's minds. Speeches were useful, but the transformation of the heart couldn't be achieved overnight. 99 Yuki smiled, gently walked over, pinched the child's cheek, and handed her a handful of candy. Good. Keep praising the celestial sister. Looking at this heartwarming sight, the people were reminded of the Dragon Man's speech. In the end, because 99 Yuki was simply too beautiful, that primal underlying logic kicked in. If someone is pretty enough, does anything else really matter? This beautiful woman was giving them money and protecting them. Why should they be afraid? They gradually pushed aside the gruesome images of the pirates' demise and began to cheer for 99 Yuki instead. Someone shouted the first cry, "Goddess!" Then a second, a third, the voices swelling until the entire street was boiling over. "Goddess! Goddess! Goddess!" 99 Yuki cheerfully waved her hand, chatted briefly with a few residents who came forward to thank her, and then leisurely turned and walked away. It's not like I'm happy about it or anything. Kajaku returned to the Alfonso estate, leaned back onto the sofa, and picked up the Den Mushi to make a call. At that moment, Sengoku was helping Marshal Kong in his office with paperwork when he suddenly received the call. "Hello. Yo, Admiral Sengoku, miss me." "Miss you?" "Kajaku, what exactly did you mean by what you said yesterday?" Sengoku asked angrily. Truly, she was a soldier trained by Garp. In the art of being infuriating, she was just like him, sometimes not listening to reason at all. "Haha, Sengoku, what's got you so angry?" Kong stopped writing and looked up with a smile. "It's that yellow-haired girl apprentice of Garp's. She's well-behaved enough here, but the moment she's out, she just runs wild. Haha, it's a good thing for young people to have drive. As an admiral, and the future marshal set to succeed me, you can't stifle that spirit." "I know, but..." Sengoku scratched his head, unsure how to explain. Just then Kajaku's voice came through the Den Mushi again. "I mean it literally, Admiral Sengoku. I've already taken control of Donner's Island. I'm just worried I can't hold it, so I'm waiting for you to send me reinforcements." "Taken it? You're not lying to me, are you?" Sengoku was stunned. "I remember you only got there yesterday. Your mission location, Donners. I recall the situation there being quite complex with numerous pirate crews and deeply entrenched criminal organizations. When I gave you that mission, I thought it was a simple pirate suppression. If I'd known it was that place, I wouldn't have assigned it to you." You should trust in my abilities. These things are nothing for me. You should start planning on how to establish the Marine base there. Oh, then I'll have to look at you in a new light, girl. Sengoku stroked his chin, still a bit worried. Just to be safe, let me ask, how did you deal with those gangsters? I conquered them with my overwhelming charisma. They're now voluntarily helping my men maintain order. Huh, charisma. Sengoku's mouth twitched. And the pirates? Were any civilians hurt? Absolutely not a single innocent civilian was harmed. The pirates. I chased them back into the sea. The moment I activated my domain, they were so scared they dove straight into the water. Oh well, I almost forgot you have that rather intimidating ability of yours. Sengoku's side paused for a few seconds, then his tone turned more serious. So Rear Admiral Kajaku, are you telling me you secured an island for a new marine base in less than a day? Yes, sir. It's absolutely true, I swear on military law, everything happened exactly as I said. Haha, you cheeky girl, don't go swearing oaths carelessly. Sengoku teased, but the Marines hadn't seen such a capable soldier in a long time. This girl's efficiency was perhaps even higher than Sakazuki's. I asked about you requesting reinforcements yesterday. Borsellino got a sudden assignment, so he couldn't come. Sakazuki is still busy up in the North Blue. So I've called that old loafer Garp over. He should be there in 3 or 4 days. The old man's coming. That's a huge help, Admiral Sengoku. Borsellino's special assignment. Could it be that Vegapunk is about to make an appearance? Haha, I never expected you to do so brilliantly on your first mission. At this rate, you might even become a vice admiral faster than Kazan did. Of course. Haha, you girl. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Sengoku put down the Den Den Mushi, let out a long breath, and remarked, this girl, apart from that reckless drive, is more reliable in every way than that fool Garp. That bastard really lucked out finding such a good apprentice. Haha, it's rare for a new recruit to get such high praise from all of you. Kong laughed too. I've heard that Sakazuki and Zephyr both hold this Rear Admiral Kajaku in high regard. Monster rookies keep appearing one after another. The future of the Marines looks bright. Indeed, the future is bright. The two exchanged smiles, each picking up their teacup ready to take a sip of hot tea to ease the fatigue of paperwork. Just then, brew brew brew. The urgent ringing of a Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded again. And what is it now, Kajaku? Sengoku put down his teacup, but as he moved to answer he realized it wasn't his Den Den Mushi. Oh, that one's mine. Kong set down his tea, picked up the jet black Den Den Mushi from the desk, and frowned slightly. A World Government Express line. What could possibly have those folks in such a hurry? He didn't rush to answer, instead looking over at Sengoku first. Want to listen in, Sengoku? Is that alright? I'd like to. Of course. You're the one set to succeed me. It's not a bad thing for you to be exposed to some of the darker aspects of things early on. I want you to form your own judgments, not be a mere appendage of the world government. Also, don't spread what you hear today, and don't make a sound. Yes, Marshal Kong. Sengoku snapped to attention, then grabbed his teacup, and took a huge gulp, holding the tea in his mouth with puffed-out cheeks to show he wouldn't say a word. Haha, you talk about Garp, but you're just as childish yourself. Kong shook his head with a smile, took another sip of tea to clear his throat, and finally answered the call. He was still marveling at the bright future of the Marines. The moment the Den Den Mushi connected, its face twisted into the visage of a furious old man with a handlebar mustache. Then a thunderous roar exploded. Kong, are you Marines trying to start a rebellion? The moment they heard the voice, both men spat out their tea in shock. Answer me. And what was that sound just now? Is there someone else in your office? Oh no, Saint Saturn. Kong sweated, quickly shooting a glare at Sengoku before replying. What do you mean by what you just said? What do I mean? Saint Saturn on the other end was seething with rage. A mere rear admiral that you casually dispatched dares to assault world government agents and defy direct orders. Knowing full well the world government had plans in motion, she went against the grain and shattered every one of them. Who's going to compensate for those losses, you Marines? Your funding comes from us. Impressive Marines. You've produced a ruthless character who can kill over 5,000 people in a single night. I think you have too much budget. Saint Saturn, I genuinely don't know which rear admiral did these things, and what plan of the world government required Marine cooperation. As the Marshal, why am I not aware of this? Kong feigned an apology, but his words were full of pointed questions. A rear admiral. Sengoku suddenly had a bad feeling. Know your place, Kong. Since when does the world government need to inform you of its actions? Are you daring to claim you didn't personally dispatch that woman to Donners? Perhaps you don't need to be Marshal anymore. Saint Saturn was clearly furious. In his view, this wasn't a huge issue in itself. The slave supply chain wasn't the only one. But the problem lay in how it was handled. According to those CP9 fools' reports, that reckless woman only managed her sneak attack while the pirate was away. The port would probably be retaken in a few days anyway. But the real issue was the process. They had slapped the faces of the 5 elders of the world government. How could such an act be tolerated? Sengoku's face turned green. Donners. Isn't that the mission Kajaku just called about? Didn't she say everything went perfectly? What's happening now? Defying orders. Assaulting officials. Mass murder. He frantically looked at Kong, shaking his head desperately. Kong steeled himself and asked. St. Saturn, we did indeed send a rear admiral there. But she just arrived a day ago. Are you saying she killed 5,000 people in one day and unified the island? So you really didn't know what your own soldier did? St. Saturn let out a cold laugh. You're getting senile, Kong. Go find out for yourself. You've got a thorn like this under your command, and you didn't even know. Have this person executed. Once the Marine base is built there, establish another world government branch. All port operations will be managed by that department. My apology, St. Saturn, but I cannot agree to anything you've just said. I need to ascertain the facts myself before I can give you a satisfactory answer. Fine. You and your Marines have grown too bold for your own good. Wait until our agents apprehend that insolent soldier, and you'll know what to do. Don't forget you're nothing but the watchdogs of the world government. Click. The call ended, plunging the office into dead silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, but it couldn't dispel the chill in the air. What the hell is going on, Sengoku? I don't know. I don't understand a thing that damn Saturn was talking about. Sengoku clenched his fist, his chest heaving violently. And Marshal Kong calling us Marines watchdogs is going too far. Those final words lingered in Sengoku's mind. His absolute justice, which stood above the world, could not tolerate such humiliation. Don't dwell on it. They're just like that. Kong sighed, rising to his feet. I need to find out if what was said on that call is true. They wouldn't make such accusations without basis. This can be verified easily. That girl she couldn't have. Sengoku blurted out, his tone urgent. But he stopped mid-sentence, suddenly recalling the mission report. He'd read the image of that young woman standing under a blood-red starry sky. She couldn't have done something like that, could she? Meanwhile, elsewhere. Bam! The door was suddenly flung open, and a Marine stumbled in. Rear Admiral. A group claiming to be CP0 has taken civilians hostage. They're demanding you meet them at the Donner's Grand Hotel. Kujaku was holding a teacup. Without even lifting her eyelids, she took a slow, deliberate sip. The steam curled upward. She set down the cup, a playful smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Using hostages, huh? These bastards will resort to any dirty trick, won't they? She stood up, draping her coat of justice over her shoulders, and laughed disdainfully. Let's go. Let's go meet them. The noonday sun over Donburl's island blazed like fire, bleaching the cobblestone streets white. Sea breeze swept in from the harbor, carrying unswept wood shavings along the roadsides. All the residents were going about their daily routines, with Garen still leading the Marines in construction work, everything in perfect order. Oh my, eh? Is this some kind of covert operation? Not bad, saves us the trouble of further pacification. Kujo Yukiki walked alone down Administration Street, her justice cloak billowing loudly in the wind behind her. After confirming that the accompanying Marines hadn't been replaced, she dismissed them. She gradually approached the entrance of the Grand Donburl's Hotel and closed her eyes, sensing the surrounding feedback from her observation hockey. 2 at the door, 6 in the lobby. Their presences weren't weak, but none were at a level requiring her serious attention. They sure know how to pick a spot, but given how stingy the world government is, I doubt they'll be buying me dinner. Kujo Yukiki opened her eyes with a smile and walked straight in. The Grand Donburl's Hotel, located at the intersection of Administration Street and the Harbor District, was once the most imposing building on the island. Beneath the lofty dome, crystal chandeliers swayed slightly, and red velvet curtains billowed in the sea breeze. Standing on the stone steps at the hotel entrance was a man in a long white coat, wearing a pure white mask. Behind him in the lobby, dozens of civilians were crouched against the wall, their hands bound behind their backs. Several agents in similar white coats were scattered around, fingers resting on their sword hilts. The little girl with twin tails was also among the crowd, her face buried in her mother's chest. Seeing Kujo Yukiki approach, she let out a muffled gasp of surprise, but was immediately escorted back into another room. Nice stance. Kujo Yukiki smiled faintly as she ascended the stone steps, her combat boots treading on the marble stairs, her cloak swaying gently behind her, as if she were a distinguished guest arriving for a meal. When did your personal morals ever match your fashion sense? I'm here, so what are you gentlemen planning to treat me to? The leader in the white coat spoke up. Rear Admiral Kujo Yukiki. I am with CP0. By direct order of the world government, we are here to place you under arrest. 3 charges: defying world government military orders, assaulting world government officials, and mass slaughter on Donburl's island. Please surrender your weapons and cooperate with the investigation. After he finished speaking, his right hand swung from behind his back, now holding a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Yeah. Kujo Yukiki let out a soft chuckle, then tilted her head back slightly, revealing her fair, slender neck and sharply defined collarbones. Smiling faintly, she extended both hands, palms upturned. Go ahead. But at that moment, no one in the hall dared to step forward. The CP0 agent holding the handcuffs stood frozen in place, unwilling to advance. This woman was clearly completely relaxed, shoulders loose, breathing steady, even her posture carried a hint of languor. So why did approaching her feel like walking towards certain death? Impossible. They had hostages. How could this Marine possibly dare to act? How rude. You call over a beautiful woman, don't treat her to a meal, and don't even arrest her properly. Kujo Yukiki lowered her hands and tilted her head, teasing the men in white suits. Your kink wouldn't happen to be a little denial play, would it? Enough jokes, Kujo Yukiki. A CP0 agent wearing a sunflower mask spoke calmly, though a trace of anger laced his voice. If you don't cooperate, we'll kill these civilians and spread the word, ruining your reputation. Everything you've done here will be rendered meaningless. Oh, then what exactly would you have me do to cooperate? Kujo Yukiki maintained her carefree expression, her gaze fixed on the sunflower mask. Don't you find it strange? If I'm taken by you, I'll be executed. And if I'm dead, everything I've done becomes meaningless. Her tone shifted, turning cold and dripping with murderous intent. So why shouldn't I just kill every last one of you right now? The words swept through the lobby like a chilling gust, causing every CP0 agent's breath to catch and their hands on their swords to break out in cold sweat. The metallic scent of blood in the air suddenly thickened. You're a Marine. Does your sense of justice permit this? Huh. How amusing. CP agents preaching about justice. Kujo Yukiki smiled at them. Just then, oh dear, this is quite the headache. Rear Admiral, I believe there's been a misunderstanding between us. A light, airy voice abruptly echoed from within one of the rooms. Kujo Yukiki turned her gaze towards the source. Space seemed to open like a door, and a tall, slender man in a white suit with round-framed glasses stepped out from the rift. He twirled a strangely shaped short blade in his hand, a standard smile fixed on his face. A door fruit user. Kujo Yukiki uttered the fruit's name with a hint of amusement in her voice. Come work for me. You'll live more like a human being than you ever would with the world government. If I hadn't already signed on, I might just take you up on that offer. The man in the white suit gave a slight bow, as if greeting a noble lady at a ball. Unfortunately, this world is full of regrets. Rear Admiral Kujo, a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Kapoor's Special Operations Commander of CP0. So then, Commander, who rushed in to save the day when things looked tense. What exactly is this misunderstanding? Kujo Yukiki stopped 3 steps away from Kapoor. She was nearly half a head shorter, but when she looked up at him, her aura pressed down like a mountain. Kapoor's smile froze imperceptibly for a moment. This feeling, he hadn't even experienced it in the presence of the 5 elders. The misunderstanding is that, Rear Admiral, you wouldn't actually die from this mission's failure. We're not here to make things difficult for you. Kapoor said softly. First, let me ask Rear Admiral Kujo Yukiki, would you be willing to leave the Marines and join the world government? If you agree, everything you've done on this island will be completely forgiven. With your abilities, the world government would grant you high rank and generous rewards. We might even become colleagues, and you could very well become the leader of us all. As your leader, would I be allowed to slap a celestial dragon in the face when I'm in a bad mood? You have quite the sense of humor. I heard nothing just now. Kapoor's smile remained perfectly fixed, but the corner of his eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He swiftly pivoted to the next topic. Then we'll have to ask you to come with us. However, given the nature of your case. His voice turned slightly cold. Please be clear on one thing, a wise person knows that some things, even if seen, must be treated as unseen. And what if I refuse? Then you'll discover that the justice cloak of Marine headquarters isn't as sturdy as you might think. Kapoor's smile returned. The 5 elders are already aware of this matter. Your superior fleet, Admiral Kong, is currently in Mary Geos explaining your actions, and Admiral Sengoku is also vouching for you. If you stand down now, hand over jurisdiction of this island and return with us to the Holy Land for investigation. Investigation? Perhaps dismissal, perhaps imprisonment, and impelled down. Kapoor spread his hands. But at least you'll stay alive. That's the core of the misunderstanding I mentioned. Given your faction's influence, they might have you out before you know it. Come with us now, I can report back, and you can face the proceedings from a position of strength. Fine. Release them, and I'll go with you. Kujo Yukiki smiled openly. Yara, I'm afraid that's not possible. Kapoor shook his head with feigned regret. Rear Admiral Kujo Yukiki possesses the terrifying power to slaughter 5 Zero pirates in a single night. Without some form of insurance, I wouldn't dare linger in your presence. I assure you, as long as you come with us quietly, no one will harm them. I don't have much faith in your promises. Then what do you propose? Kapoor frowned slightly. The hilt of his short blade had somehow found its way back into his palm, the tip tracing a tiny, deliberate circle in the air, a clear sign of his waning patience. I know you're powerful, Rear Admiral, but no matter how strong you are, you're still just one person. You can't fight the entire world government, you can't fight Marine headquarters, you can't fight. Shoo. Yuki Tsukumo raised a single finger, pressing it against her lips, gently cutting him off. The motion was casual, yet carried an undeniable authority. Kapoor's voice actually caught in his throat. Give me the blade. The hall fell silent for a moment, broken only by the faint creak of the crystal chandeliers swaying. Finally, Kapoor stared at her for 3 seconds, then reached over and drew a long katana from a nearby agent's waist. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it to her. The blade arced through the air in a silver streak, and Yuki Tsukumo caught it. She pressed her thumb against the tsuba, and with a crisp, resonant ring like a dragon's roar, the long sword slid free from the scabbard, its cold gleam reflecting off every CP0 agent's head. Several CP0 agents instantly tensed, their weapons half-drawn, the air thick with tension. Yet Yuki Tsukumo didn't even glance at them. I have a better proposal. She smiled, the tip of the blade slowly lowering, aiming directly at her own chest, right where her heart lay. Set them free right now, right before my eyes. Use your portal, and let me see them walk away. Before she finished speaking, as all CP0 agents' pupils contracted in shock, she thrust her wrist with sudden force. In an instant, she drove the blade straight through her own heart. 2. The long sword pierced clean through her chest, the gleaming tip emerging from her back, trailing a burst of steaming blood mist. Blood droplets dripped from the blade onto the marble floor. Blood seeped from her lips as she smiled, pulling the bloody blade out and looking at Kapoor. Cough. I have about 5 minutes before I go into shock. Do exactly as I say now. She raised the bloodstained blade, pointing it at all the CP0 agents, her face brimming with that mad, yet serene smile of absolute control. The blade was slick with her own blood, each drop falling onto the stone floor with a faint echo in the silent hall. Otherwise, within these 5 minutes, all of you will join me as my funeral offerings and descend into hell. She said, no more standing straight as blood pooled beneath her feet. Her golden hair, bathed in sunlight streaming from the dome, was limned with a pale gold like an angel from the scriptures. Kapoor stared at the still bleeding hole in her chest, and for the first time his smile cracked. I admit I misjudged you before, Rear Admiral Yuki Tsukumo. Your sense of justice is admirable. He spoke with a complex expression, then waved his hand, and a spatial portal opened behind him. Bring the hostages. Kapoor, this. Do as I say. Kapoor's voice was flat. Release them slowly. Release the last hostage in 4 minutes. The hostages were quickly brought forward. Seeing Yuki Tsukumo, a gaping hole through her chest drenched in blood, yet still standing tall, they all froze, instantly, muffled sobs escaping their gagged mouths. Some even wept openly. How could you do this? Lady Goddess saved our island. Before they could finish, the CP0 agents threw them through the spatial portal to a spot far away on the island. As the last 4 minutes ticked down, the little girl was brought out. Her mouth was taped shut, and when she saw the bleeding hole in Yuki Tsukumo's chest, she struggled wildly, tears and snot streaming down her face. The agent escorting her had to crouch down and hold her shoulders. Stop moving, you brat. Goddess sister, woo-woo. Yuki Tsukumo said nothing, only offered a smile with her pale face, and trembling slightly raised one hand to make a peace sign. The last hostage was released. The little girl watched in despair as the spatial portal shrank and vanished from the world. You really have a twisted taste. Saving the child for last. Aren't you going to arrest me? Yuki Tsukumo teased weakly. 100% insurance is my creed. Kapoor replied without emotion. I'll wait until you're completely incapacitated. Suit yourself. After saying that, Yuki Tsukumo closed her eyes, standing like a bleeding statue. But her swaying grew more pronounced, as if the statue were about to shatter. Surprising. This bloodthirsty creature is actually so beloved. The sunflower-masked agent remarked, finally relaxing his tense shoulders. They could clearly feel the oppressive aura receding rapidly. The woman's heartbeat was as faint as a candle in the wind. Still, to be safe, they waited obediently until she was completely unconscious before cuffing her. After all, she was a monster who had killed 5,000 pirates in one night. No one dared to take chances. 5 minutes later, Yuki Tsukumo slowly collapsed. She crashed into the pool of blood with a thud, staining half her face red. The long sword slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Cuff her. Take her away. Kapoor turned his back, his voice laced with a fatigue he didn't notice. Our mission is over. He walked to the window, shook out a cigarette, and put it between his lips. He flicked the lighter several times before it caught. He took a deep drag, the nicotine suppressing the nameless irritation in his chest. Today's scene had shaken him profoundly. Someone could actually uphold justice to such an extent. Someone could actually stab herself through the heart without flinching for a group of strangers. Truly enviable. As he leaned against the window frame, blowing smoke, the remaining CP0 agents gathered around. Staring at the figure lying in the blood, they cuffed her hands, wrapped extra rope around them, and chattered. What incredible vitality. She passed out 10 minutes after being stabbed through the heart. Yeah, lucky we had a backup plan, or she might have turned the tables on us. The Navy has a real, gutsy one. Too bad she had the wrong loyalty. Going against the world government only leads to death. She died with conviction. Even in her last moment, there was a smile on her face. Kapoor reacted to that remark, leaning against the window without turning around. Haha, after all, she protected so many useless civilians and carried out her will. Honestly, I admire her. Honestly, I admire her. Just then, the sunflower-masked CP0 agent noticed something odd. Come to think of it, why is she still making that strange hand gesture even when unconscious? Some kind of prayer ritual from her homeland. Yeah, weird. Never seen that gesture before. Her hands are actually pretty nice. Should we cut them off for the celestial dragons? Forget it, intact is better. Show some respect for this Rear Admiral, you bastards. As the others debated, that sentence suddenly struck Kapoor's mind like a thunderbolt. TSK. Hand gesture. His cigarette froze mid-draw, the hairs on the back of his neck bristling in an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger drenching him like ice water. It was the primal tremor of a living being facing deadly peril. Kill her now. He spun around, his voice cracking from extreme alert, almost a roar. Cut off her hands. Her head. All of it, now. Even as he spoke, his hand was already tearing open a spatial portal. The other end of the portal aimed directly at Yuki Tsukumo lying on the floor, and a blade slash shot through the gap. But it was too late. The wound on Yuki Tsukumo's chest had already healed, only the bloodstains on her shirt and cloak proving it had ever existed. Her laughing crimson gold eyes met Kapoor's through the spatial portal, reflecting his suddenly twisted face. Domain expansion. The moment the black sphere shattered, the top floor of the entire Dobrili's hotel seemed to be gouged out by an invisible colossal hand. Debris, steel bars, and fragments of the crystal chandelier hung frozen in midair for a single breath before plummeting downward with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the surging dust and smoke, 99 Yukiki emerged from the dissipating black light. Gripping her long blade in one hand, she stood on the sole remaining slab of marble floor at the very center of the void. Her cloak of justice draped from her shoulders, its hem swaying as if stirred by an unfelt wind. A jagged tear where a blade had pierced through marred the fabric over her abdomen. The blood around the tear had dried into a dark brown crust, but the skin beneath it remained smooth and unblemished. Directly before the void, Kapoor knelt amidst a field of shattered glass shards. His pristine white suit was soaked through with blood. A horizontal gash carved by a gravitational wave ran from his left shoulder to his right ribs, the wound so deep it exposed the bone. His legs were twisted at unnatural angles from the knees down, the pale splintered ends of bones jutting out through torn flesh. Only the tattered remnants of muscle fibers held him in his kneeling posture. He knelt in a pool of his own blood, his chest heaving violently. Each breath pulled at his fractured ribs, causing the muscles in his jaw to twitch involuntarily as frothy blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. 99, Yukiki walked towards him, her long blade held low. The tip lifted from the floor, carving a thin long scratch across the stone, and came to a halt 3 inches before his throat. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the ground, and chuckled as he bent over. Is this how you repay my respect? He strained to lift his head, meeting 99 Yukiki's gaze. His face was smeared with blood, yet he forced out a smile. It was uglier than a cry, but carried a hint of carefree boldness. You know, it's been a long time since I genuinely admired someone. 99, Yukiki looked down at him, her eyes devoid of any warmth. The sunlight streamed from behind her, casting her entire figure into a golden silhouette. But Kapoor could no longer see it clearly. Blood blurred his vision. He struggled to push his broken blade aside, using his right hand, which could still move slightly, to brace himself against the floor so he wouldn't collapse completely. Truly terrifying power. The world government choosing to make an enemy of you is likely a foolish act. Everyone's dead now. What's the next move? Are you going to lock me in that box too? And torment me slowly? Blood seeped from his mouth as he chuckled. The wheel of fortune turns. Ha ha. Cough. Cough. Before he could finish, his face suddenly turned pale. He doubled over and vomited violently, bringing up nothing but blood. 99 Yukiki looked down at his pathetic state from her vantage point. Do you still want to live? Kapoor was silent for a moment. Blood continued to seep from the wounds that reached the bone, pooling on the floor into a slowly expanding dark crimson puddle. Cough. If it can be without pain. Then yes, I do. Then the old Kapoor is dead. The moment the words fell, her hand had already clamped around his throat. Her fingers closed in. A torrent of cursed energy so dense it felt almost solid surged into his body like molten gold, flooding through her fingertips. Kapoor's eyes flew wide open, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. Gah! He could feel something brutally rewriting everything within him. His meridians, his bones, even the depths of his soul. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few strands brushing against the blood on the floor. Her golden eyes were cold, utterly devoid of emotion, and her voice seemed to emanate from the deepest abyss. Speak. I dedicate everything to 99 Yukiki. A pressure as vast and terrifying as the ocean bore down, forcing Kapoor's bones to groan under the strain. He could feel a foreign power like a net enveloping his entire existence. If I knew I'd suffer this much, I should have just agreed from the start. He cursed himself mockingly in his mind. With his throat constricted, the words were forced out from between his teeth, hoarse, yet clear. From this moment onward, everything I have, I dedicate to 99 Yukiki. I will never betray. Instantly, he felt a certain mark being engraved upon his very soul. It was as if a new bloodline had been forcibly installed within his veins, a new shell wrapped around his heart. He knew from this second on he would likely never be able to harbor a single rebellious thought against this woman before him again. The next second, the hand gripping his throat released. Kapoor collapsed limply to the floor, gasping for air. Then he froze. He instinctively raised his hand. It was perfectly intact. His fingers were dexterous, his skin smooth, not even a scar remained. He frantically felt his limbs. The broken bones that had just been piercing through his flesh were now completely healed, without even a trace of pain. Incredible. He stared at his own hands, letting out a genuine sigh of admiration. The binding is complete. You are fortunate. If that method hadn't worked, your end would have been to die, just like them. 99 Yuki withdrew her hand, retrieved the phoenix ring, and transformed it into a bone sword which she thrust into the ground. She placed both hands on the hilt. From now on you shall be called Lancelot. As you command. Kapoor. No, Lancelot accepted the new name without a moment's hesitation. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in deference. My lady, does this name have a meaning? Nope, I just thought it sounded cool. 99 Yuki said with a faint smile, the terrifying aura from moments ago dissipating instantly. Lancelot felt as though he could breathe easier. Very much your style, my lady. A corner of Lancelot's mouth twitched. It's a bit cheesy, but I will remember this name with gratitude. Oh, it's cheesy, is it? 99 Yuki waved her hand with a mischievous grin. Your protest is overruled. What I say goes now. As the words left her mouth, her vision suddenly went dark. She swayed slightly, reaching out a hand to steady herself against the nearby wall. Why does my head suddenly hurt so much? Is it because I've been using my domain and reverse curse technique too recklessly these past 2 days? I guess so. Yesterday I was racking up kills all day, didn't sleep all night, went treasure hunting, and taught Garen how to handle the cleanup. Before I knew it, day had broken again. I came out to see how Garen was doing, found it was fine, was about to head back to catch up on sleep, and then I ran into this whole mess. 99 Yuki, so you're a workaholic too. Yuwa, I'm getting moved to tears by my own dedication. I remember that Gojo Satoru guy keeps his nuclear-powered stamina going by burning his brain. Should I smash my own brain right now and use reverse cursed technique to refresh my state? Not forget it. As for the technique burnout, I'll just let it heal naturally. It'll only take an hour at most anyway. I think I'll just go and have a long, intimate reunion with my blanket. I'm going to sleep. Go find something to do whatever you need to do. She waved her hand, weakly leaning against the wall, her eyes barely able to stay open. Lancelot stood up. My lady 99, please don't sleep yet. His tone was unusually urgent for once, unlike the composed, unflappable demeanor he had during their negotiation. It was more like a new hire who had just discovered the company might be going bankrupt. What? Are you trying to exhaust your new boss to death to gain true freedom? 99, Yuki said with her eyes closed, her voice soft and languid, completely devoid of the tyrant's pressure from before. Sunlight streamed in through the hole on the side, falling upon her face and casting long shadows from her eyelashes. I wouldn't dare. If I may speak frankly, my lady 99, we should probably run. This mission's outcome has definitely made enemies of the world government for good. Going back to the Marines is a death sentence. I was lying to you earlier. Our orders were to capture you and take you back to the Holy Land for execution. I know. 99, Yuki replied, eyes still closed, her tone as flat as if she were discussing something trivial. Then, my lady. Don't worry, don't worry. She waved her hand. The world government has far too many troubles to deal with right now. They won't have time to come after me. Sensing that this conversation would drag on a bit longer, she snapped her fingers. The phoenix ring materialized from thin air, transforming into a reclining chair made of pure white bone. She slumped onto it, letting out a satisfied sigh of comfort as she settled in. As the head of CP0, you should be well aware of what I'm talking about, right? She lay on her side, propping her head up with one hand, and said with a faint smile, the grand feasts of the celestial dragons, and all that. Lancelot's pupils constricted sharply. Even when facing death moments ago, he had not lost his composure like this. But this single sentence drained all color from his face. My lord, why? This was beyond top secret. Fewer than 10 individuals within the entire world government and navy knew of this matter. How could the other party know? Why do you know such a thing? Tsukumo Yuki smiled faintly, as if galaxies swirled within her golden eyes. I am after all the goddess of the starry sky. All right, conversation over. Rest assured I won't die, and most likely you won't either. She rose from the phoenix wheel, striding outwards as her military boots crunched over shards of glass with a crisp sound. Lancelot, his expression awestruck, hurriedly followed behind. My lord, isn't your epithet the tyrant of the starry sky? Nonsense. How come your persona changed so quickly, kid? Where's that pretentious vibe from before? One must love what one does. Lancelot shrugged, a relieved smile spreading across his face. My life rests entirely in your hands, my lord. That feeling is oddly reassuring. There's no need to maintain that false tone anymore. You're quite something too. Tsukumo Yuki shot him a sidelong glance. Walking along, she suddenly halted, as if recalling something important, and turned back. Oh right, since you're on my ship this can't be left out. What? Lancelot, what type of woman do you like? Lancelot paused, stroking his chin as his gaze grew distant and yearning. Then, as if from nowhere, he produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, put them on, and the lenses reflected a flash of white light. Where did you get those glasses? Let me think. If I had to say, probably someone with long black hair, but with a slightly larger chest to create an incongruous beauty, and ideally petite. I love the vitality of a young girl. Seemingly cold, but only gentle with me, speaking in a soft, sweet voice, yet possessing an intellectual charm. Someone who loves playing with children and animals in her free time, enjoys beautiful scenery, and would bring me a steaming bowl of miso soup in the morning while wearing a naked apron. To be loved, embraced, secure, and belonged. To be seen, acknowledged, listened to, understood, and accepted. Skin contact, body heat, heartbeat, kisses, hugs, gentle slaps, choking, wiping tears, cupping the face, gaze. As he spoke, he crossed his arms, his face, showing an expression on the verge of tears from emotion, his whole body trembling slightly. Just thinking about it brings me supreme bliss. What a formidable pervert. Tsukumo Yuki sighed, pinching her brow. Why are all my subordinates like this? Then she thought of something else. If it's about breasts, which side do you prefer? The lower hemisphere, and incidentally, I personally love backless sweaters. Lancelot answered immediately. Not bad. Thank you. Lancelot gave a slight bow, his expression composed. I never thought you with your playboy look would like that type. That's a bit unfair. Lancelot gave a wry smile. I've spent my entire life working so far, I've never had time to find a girl I like. He was still speaking when Tsukumo Yuki suddenly stopped. She looked up at the ceiling. All the laziness, teasing, and nonchalance vanished from her face in an instant. That expression, in Lancelot's interpretation, was extreme brutality born from having her patience completely exhausted by repeated interruptions. Damn, they just won't let me rest. My lord, Lancelot sensed something wrong, his expression changing. How wide can your door open? About the size for 10 people to pass through at once. Damn, just one word. The next second, Tsukumo Yuki grabbed Lancelot by the scruff of his neck. Like tossing trash, she flung him out. Evacuate the people, save them. Lancelot crashed through the window, landing heavily on the street outside. He scrambled up, instantly witnessing a scene like the apocalypse. The entire island of Duobialisi trembled. A fist larger than a mountain was extending from the central peak of the island. Boom, boom, boom. Each rock-formed knuckle was as thick as a warship, with entire granite blocks embedded in the joints and dark red flames burning in the crevices. The fist's surface carried a devastating wind pressure, crashing down toward the location of the Grand Hotel. Where the wind pressure passed, roof tiles were torn off, street trees were uprooted, and the sea surface at the harbor was pressed into an ever-expanding depression. Panic reigned on Administrative Street. Galen had transformed into a giant dragon, his dark red wings covering half the street, using his wing membrane to shield a group of residents who couldn't escape in time. Navy soldiers ran frantically through the streets, shouting as they herded bewildered civilians toward safety. On the cliff face of the giant mountain, a twisted face roared. The rock-formed brow ridges furrowed into deep ravines, and the mouth, cracked open from basalt, spewed hot wind reeking of sulfur, the sound waves shattering all the glass in the surrounding buildings. Fragments turned into a rain of glittering blades under the sunlight, scattering over the streets. Daring to act wild on my turf. A thunderous voice boomed from within the mountain, piercing eardrums. Die, Navy! The stone fist with cataclysmic might crashed down toward the Grand Hotel. Boom. With a deafening roar, the top floor of the Grand Hotel was completely torn off. Amid the billowing dust, a figure shot upward. Tsukumo Yuki gripped the white bone whip formed from the phoenix wheel, her black trench coat snapping in the fierce wind. Her golden eyes blazed with icy murder. The whip spun in her hand, leaving afterimage after afterimage shrieking as it tore through the air, and she charged fearlessly toward the sky, darkening colossal stone fist. Kujo Yukiki's figure charged forward against the wind pressure. The bone-white whip formed from the phoenix will snapped taut in her grip, its length spinning like a drill twisted at impossible speed. The air at the whip's tip was torn apart with a piercing shriek, sending debris spiraling into the sky before being ground to dust by the rotation. She slammed head-on into the stone finger joint thicker than a warship. Spiral Starbreaker. The bone whip viciously struck the surface of the stone fist. With a deafening crack, the entire granite fist surface shattered under the spiral force, fragments blasting outward like cannonballs, crashing into the surrounding forests and streets, raising plumes of smoke in succession. The whip tore through, relentlessly grinding its way from the fist's surface inward, reducing the entire rock arm to a cloud of stone dust from within. Gray-white dust spread through the sunlight like an inverted snowfall. Hard, Kujo Yukiki noted inwardly, feeling the feedback from her attack. That entire fist is reinforced with a faint layer of armament hockey. Thank goodness I never slacked on my base stats. Who the hell is this? Some island fruit bastard. Gone, isn't he the bomb fruit? Wang Ji. Damn it, fighting at full strength leaves no time to repair my techniques. These minutes are brutal. Thoughts raced through her mind, but her body never paused. She leaped through the tunnel she had carved, her white coat whipping violently in the storm of debris. She became a blur, charging straight up the arm toward Wang Ji's torso. The rock walls on either side of the tunnel writhed, sprouting countless stone spikes from every direction. Their tips gleamed with the dark luster of armament hockey like the maw of a colossal beast closing shut. Don't think you can keep this up. A furious roar echoed from deep within the mountain, shaking the entire tunnel as debris rained down. She kicked off the rock wall, launching herself in the opposite direction, bursting from the arm's severed end and landing firmly in midair. The next second, the hockey-coated walls slammed together with a resounding boom, crushing the space she had just occupied into a vacuum, the air itself exploding from the pressure. You can't escape. The moment before Kujo Yukiki touched down, a forest of sharp stone spikes erupted beneath her feet. Simultaneously, the ground, the walls, even the sky above her launched attacks. The rock came alive, thrusting out from every conceivable angle. She coated her entire body in armament hockey, shattering the spikes with a kick that sent rubble flying half a meter high. The phoenix wheel in her hand spun into a blur, its whip forming an impenetrable barrier against the relentless onslaught. Kujo Yukiki realized with surprise that the environment had instantly formed an encirclement around her. Then with a dull thud, the stone walls closed and the sky vanished, and she was sealed inside a massive hollow stone egg. In the darkness, sight became nearly useless. Kujo Yukiki pushed her observation hockey to its limits for preemptive warnings while reinforcing her defenses with armament hockey. Her body shifted and twisted, weaving through the stone sea in postures that defied human flexibility, striking back at every opportunity. She moved like a dancer in some eerie, graceful ballet, snapping her whip to shatter a spike emerging from her lower back, only for an attack from another blind spot to come without pause. A relentless grinding clatter filled the space. Stone chips flew, the whip howled, and the only light in the darkness came from sparks struck by clashing armament hockey. A drop of sweat fell from Kujo Yukiki's face, tracing a path down her smooth jawline before disappearing into the rubble at her feet. A hint of fatigue crept onto her face, her breathing growing slightly ragged. Damn it. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Veins pulsed on her fair forehead, her golden eyes burning with irritation. To think she'd run into such a troublesome foe while in this terrible condition. The old man wouldn't be here for at least another day or two. Just perfect. Did she and the tryhard get different versions of this mission? Weren't the Rocks pirates supposed to be away for a long time? Was she just unlucky, or was there a traitor in their midst? That idiot, the evil king, never used this fruit half this well in the spin-off. Did Blackbeard raise a bunch of pigs? Isn't the island fruit supposed to let you just turn into a big dumb rock golem and play in the mud? What the hell is this? Or is this not even the island fruit? These disgusting things are like tentacle monsters seeping through every crack, endless, and their flexibility is off the charts. No, I have to fix my techniques first. As her mind raced, observation hockey screamed a massive warning. Kujo Yukiki's expression hardened. She swept her whip in a wide arc, clearing the area around her. Then in an instant she shot upward, smashing through the massive stone ceiling above and bursting free. The light outside was blinding, but the world around her was still cloaked in shadow. An immense pressure bore down from above, threatening to crush her. Whoa! She kicked the air with a soru, propelling herself 100 meters higher in a flash, reaching the sunlight. The instant the sun touched her skin, a stone fist massive as a mountain slammed down, grazing her coat. The sheer wind pressure blasted her back 100 meters, her white coat plastered against her, outlining her form. The stone prison she had been trapped in was pulverized into dust by that punch, the very ground beneath compacted by a dozen meters. If she had still been in there, she'd be dead or gravely wounded. Kujo Yukiki panted, steadying herself in the air with moonwalk, her chest heaving. A brief lull in the assault. She seized the precious moment to recover her stamina and repair the broken circuits within her body. Wiping the sweat and dust from her face, her golden eyes swept across the surroundings. The once vibrant, bustling streets were now nothing but ruins. Everyone's gone. I wonder if Galen Lancelot and that little girl are still alive. Those two should be fine. Sucks for the rest of them. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Kujo Yukiki hovered in midair, looking down at the island that was waking up below her. The mountains heaved, the earth breathed, and the streets twisted like wrinkles. The remnants of buildings that were just ruins were being absorbed and recombined, forming larger, more terrifying rock structures. And at the very center of the island, on the face of the colossal mountain, a pair of enormous eyes made of rock were slowly opening, magma churning within their depths. Her expression turned icy cold. She slowly clenched her fist, the long whip in her hand trembling with a low humming vibration. Just you wait, you nameless bastard. If I survive this, I'll find a way to kill you someday, no matter what it takes. The entire island of Donables trembled. Mountains writhed, the earth heaved, and the coastline twisted. Indeed, this level of power could only belong to a user of the island fruit. Her enemy was the entire island itself. Every peak surrounding her was a fist he could hurl at any moment, and every inch of the earth was a weapon at his command. At this level, I can handle it. Yuki was still calculating her strategy. Suddenly a jolt struck her mind like an electric shock. Her leg buckled, and she nearly plummeted from the sky before swiftly steadying herself. "Huh, woman, you're about to give out." The massive, grotesque rock face sneered, its features writhing and twisting across the stone surface, a nauseating sight. "You stupid bastard, once my technique is fixed, I'll beat the shit out of you within 3 minutes. Yuki didn't even spare him a glance, her golden eyes half-lidded, a vein pulsing faintly on her forehead. Almost there. Within a minute at most, her technique would emerge from its circuit breaker state. She gritted her teeth against the throbbing headache, pouring every ounce of focus into mending the shattered technique. Kong, kong, kong. But the battlefield never allowed such respite. The intermission was over, daring to invade my turf. Dot. A colossal stone hand larger and more massive than the last burst forth from the mountainside. Its 5 fingers spread wide, blotting out half the sky, the palm carrying a devastating wind pressure that covered an area the size of half a city block. Simultaneously, a forest of massive stone spikes erupted from the ground, surging upward at breakneck speed. A pincer attack from above and below, 2 fronts closing in. Damn, can't a girl get a moment's peace? Yuki cursed. Couldn't she just enjoy a few exchanges, and then move on to the customary mutual praise? This isn't how you fight in one piece. Why don't you spew some more trash talk, you bastard? She gritted her teeth and resumed her evasive maneuvers, but this time, she diverted a sliver of her consciousness inward. She decided to change her strategy, prioritize her own survival, while pouring everything into repairing the technique circuit breaker. She had already escaped the spike zone below, but the hand above dwarfed it entirely. Just as Yuki prepared to lunge backward, boom. Suddenly her vision went blank. A deafening ring filled her mind, and everything before her eyes vanished. Shit. The strain of forcibly diverting more mental energy to accelerate the technique's repair, compounded with the intense cognitive load of high-stakes combat, had caused her brain to suddenly overload. Drip drip. A trickle of warm crimson liquid escaped her nostrils, tracing past her lips and staining the collar of her white trench coat. And in that fleeting moment of hesitation, got you. Wang Ji's roar echoed from all directions as the colossal stone palm slammed down. Bang! Her figure was brutally driven into the ground by that blow, carving a bottomless crater into the street like a meteor strike. Debris, dust, twisted rebar, and shattered concrete blasted outward in the shockwave. The entire surface of Administrative Avenue collapsed in sections. Deep within the crater, Yuki lay amidst the rubble, drenched in blood. Her white trench coat was torn to shreds, revealing blood-stained pale skin beneath. Strands of disheveled hair obscured half her face. Blood dripped from her countless wounds, spreading into a large dark crimson stain on the broken stones. Huh, Navy girl, you can't beat me. The pirate's laughter resonated from every rock and every inch of soil across the entire island, rolling like thunder. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. I'll imprison you instead as the trophy of the pirate pope, Wang Ji. Jaya ha 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 ha. The rocks at the crater's edge began to writhe, and countless stone spikes sprouted from all directions like a colossal stone maw, closing in, intent on pinning her to the pit's depths forever. At the same time, a giant hand reached into the deep hole, preparing to pull Yuki out. Yuki lifted her head. Neither the blood nor the grime caking her face could diminish her beauty, nor those dark golden eyes. Those eyes met Wang Ji's gaze through the gaps between his colossal fingers. Within those golden irises there was not a trace of fear or dread, only that ever-present, nearly tangible brutality and contempt. What a detestable look. A hint of sinister gloom crept into Wang Ji's voice. But what use is it? The prouder the little bird, the more entertaining it is to break. Ha ha ha. The ugly face's laughter shook the heavens and the earth. Suddenly. And who do I see? It's you, you treacherous little rat. What did you say? Rage contorted the stone face. Don't you know the truth yourself? Huh. Yuki sneered, blood bubbling from her lips as her laughter grew louder. You despicable coward. Ha ha ha. A blood-red aura erupted from her being. Her laughter, laced with conqueror's haki, flung her contempt unapologetically at Wang Ji, who lurked deep within the island. Wang Ji was enraged, but a flicker of unease stirred deep within him. Could this woman possibly know something? Impossible. He dealt directly with the highest echelons of the world government. How could a mere Marine Vice Admiral possibly know? You woman, you're not cute in the slightest. Wang Ji feigned ignorance. He planned to capture her and torture the meaning out of her words. This was no joke. If it were exposed rocks, then those bastards would surely kill him. But the next moment he froze. A flash of light from the phoenix ring in Yuki's hand, and the bone whip transformed into a razor-sharp bone blade. She swung it in a reverse grip and split her own skull open. Her cranium flipped open like a sliced coconut, exposing her pink brain, which pulsed faintly amidst a mist of blood. Have you lost your mind? The sheer grotesqueness of the scene chilled even him, a seasoned, ruthless, and widely traveled pirate. Meanwhile, Yuki observed her own brain through the polished reflection of the phoenix ring. Haha, it's much easier when I can see it. Gojo Satoru's level of cursed energy manipulation was truly enviable. Good thing she had her own methods. She reached out and tapped her brain rapidly a few times. The moment her technique circuit breaker was restored, a wave of relief and exhilaration washed over her. She closed her skull like donning a hat, and in an instant reverse curse technique activated, restoring her head to perfect condition. Ah, that's better, so much better. I should have done this sooner. She rose, gripping the phoenix ring, and the sheer force of her standing up cleared everything around her. The blade wind from the phoenix ring even sliced clean through the massive arm's wrist, leaving a mirror-smooth cut. The colossal stone hand crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of lime dust. Her smile was wild, her golden eyes blazing with fervent light. Still unwashed, the blood and grime only added to her maniacal, domineering aura. I must commend you for holding your own against an unwhelmy. Come on, round two. But Wang Ji, shaken to his core, halted his assault. The face on the colossal mountain twisted in disbelief. Is this for real, eh? How can anyone survive having their head split open? Are you even human, you bitch? He was astounded and keenly felt the surge in her power. No way. Even the monsters in his own crew couldn't pull off something like this. And it was clear she wasn't a Logia-type fruit user. I'm the real deal, you know. I'm hopping right here, aren't I? You idiot. Your defeat was sealed the moment you failed to pulp me within those 10 minutes. Yuki pointed arrogantly at her own brain. Defeat? Don't make me laugh, you wretch. You're just a bit better at recovery than before. Wang Ji exclaimed, his scheming heart unexpectedly stirred by this marine rekindling a long-dormant battle lust. He was the great pirate Wang Ji, a man destined to surpass rocks and rule this sea. Whether for pride or for the truth, he would obliterate this woman here today. The pirate Pope declared war anew. The real battle starts now. And he finally uttered the name he had always known but never spoken aloud. Yuki. Yuki floated into the air, her mind now consumed with absolute exhilaration and bloodlust. She spread her arms wide in wild arrogance. Is that so? Is it a... Maybe it's exactly that. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from her being. The rock spikes growing around the crater's edge halted abruptly under this overwhelming pressure. They shattered inch by inch, and before the debris could even fall, they were crushed into finer dust by the conqueror's haki saturating the air. Far off on the coastline, the civilians and marine soldiers who had been evacuated through the gate collapsed one after another, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back. Roar! Even Galen, who had transformed into a giant dragon to shield the residents, couldn't help but shudder, his scales standing on end as a suppressed growl rumbled from his throat. This feeling. The boss has lost it. He trembled, turning his massive draconic head toward the distance, his draconic pupils filled with awe and excitement. This is Conqueror's haki. Lancelot had just shoved a crying little girl into a hastily constructed shelter when he turned and felt that suffocating pressure. His gold-rimmed glasses nearly slipped off his nose. This aura. Is it truly emanating from that lady? A torrent of blood-red Conqueror's haki swept across the entire island, crushing the air into thick, viscous stillness. Even the wind itself came to a dead halt. High above, the clouds were violently torn asunder by an unseen force, leaving gaping wounds across the sky. Fine dust and sand hung suspended in the air, locked in place by the overbearing aura, motionless. On the ground, Lancelot stood frozen beside the temporary shelter. Gulp! His fingers clenched the shelter's protective railing, his atoms apple bobbing violently as he swallowed hard. Utter shock filled his eyes. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his pupils contracted sharply, reflecting the slender figure in the distance, shrouded in a golden-black torrent of haki. This was absurd. The intelligence report stated that she had only awakened her Conqueror's haki after just joining the Marines. Yet the sheer quality of this pressure surpassed anyone he had ever witnessed in his entire career. Even the fleet admiral who commanded the Marines. His aura paled in comparison to this vast, starry, and domineering presence. It felt like being an ant gazed upon by an entire chaotic galaxy. It was like a tiny shrimp at the bottom of an impossibly deep ocean suddenly looking up to see a planet-sized meteor tearing through the heavens, shattering the sea of clouds, and plummeting straight towards the surface. A sensation of sheer, overwhelming awe. Hey, you, the one trying to compete for my spot. A deep, resonant, draconic voice rumbled beside him as Galen flew up next to Lancelot. His massive dragon pupils narrowed, a supremely human-like expression of pride and smugness plastered on his reptilian face as he looked down upon the stunned Lancelot. Are you amazed by the boss's aura? Yes, mister. Galen, I recall Lady 99 only awakened her Conqueror's haki less than a month ago, right? It's just Conqueror's haki. Galen spread his vast wings, brushing aside the floating debris, his tone brimming with certainty and pride. The boss once said, why bother training Conqueror's haki at all? If one's own innate willpower cannot be wielded at will, what a joke that would be. How could such a person ever be called a king? Lancelot adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, which were threatening to slip off his nose, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. You mean to say she has absolute confidence in defeating the Rocks pirates? The boss will definitely win. Get on. Galen beat his wings, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. His claws slammed into the ruins, making the ground tremble slightly. What are you doing? Going to support her? Lancelot asked, puzzled. Galen shook his head, his draconic eyes locked on the distant, thundering battlefield. I have absolute faith in the boss. If we go, we'll only hold her back. But, Galen continued, I've seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before. This is likely the power of the island fruit. Even if the boss levels the entire island, that guy might still slip away. So let's go find him. Once we do, use your door ability to teleport him right in front of the boss. Let the boss cut him down in one strike. And maybe we can also rescue any other civilians scattered on the island. Right, you're not a bad thinker after all. Leave everything here to Uncle Dory. Galen snorted fiercely, the hot air blasting from his nostrils, flipping over the sand and pebbles on the ground. The air was thick with a mix of sulfur and ozone. Consider yourself lucky. If your ability weren't so useful, I wouldn't let you stand on my back. Only the boss gets to ride me, Galen declared fiercely. Lancelot burst into laughter, then stepped onto the dragon's back. His leather shoes clicked crisply against the scales. Ha ha ha, you really are the most amusing fellow. Now I understand why the boss always complains that all her subordinates are weirdos and freaks. He adjusted his glasses, facing the fierce wind from the distant battlefield, his spirit soaring. Let's go, Mr. Weirdo Dragon. As subordinates, we can't afford to lose face. You know, this is the first time I've actually enjoyed working. What? Did the boss call me a freak? Galen's tone was excited. Yes, a freak. We're both freaks. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You really are here to compete for my spot. With a mighty beat of his wings, a hurricane of wind and stone exploded outward. Galen, carrying Lancelot, burst through the smoke and dust, speeding towards the island's depths. The ground rushed by beneath them, the wind howling in their ears like a sharp whistle. Lancelot stood on the dragon's back, his coat flapping wildly in the wind as he held his glasses and looked down. The entire island's outline was warping and twisting under the pressure of the conqueror's haki, like a block of butter melting in the sun. Meanwhile, on the coast of Daedalus Island, waves crashed against the rocks, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the salt of the sea. Two figures radiating an intimidating chaotic ferocity quietly set foot on the shore. One was clad in golden armor, its engravings sharp and fierce, reflecting a cold, piercing light under the sun. The other was built like a mountain, muscles bulging and knotted, his bare torso covered in scars from years of battle. He casually carried a massive pitch-black battle axe several meters long, its blade gleaming with a chilling, murderous aura. Ganzue glanced at the dragon soaring across the sky, then at the island's cataclysmic, ruined battlefield, and couldn't help but pause. Is Wang Ji actually going all out? He felt the pure extreme conqueror's haki that seemed to engulf heaven and earth, a flicker of obvious astonishment passing through his eyes. This aura. A woman I've never seen. Where did this monster come from? At this intensity, did the Marines send a hidden admiral? Silver Axe also felt the nearly overwhelming conqueror's haki. He took a step forward, his axe resting on his shoulder, and the reef beneath his foot was crushed to powder, which scattered in the wind created by his own haki. Oomph. A low guttural laugh escaped his throat. Impressive conqueror's haki. Seems like the Marines have someone with some backbone besides that fist-crazy fool, he said coldly, seemingly unimpressed. Ganzue suddenly spoke, a cunning smile spreading across his face. How about we just wait for Wang Ji and that woman to wear each other out, and then split the island between us? This island has no shortage of treasure. Having to share the profits with that bastard every time really pains me. Just as the two were conspiring, the sea surged violently. A hulking figure no less imposing than Silver Axe burst through the waves and strode onto the shore. Kaido swam up from the sea, his long black hair dripping wet, his tall and fierce frame radiating a primal savage aura. He craned his neck, staring intently at the transformed sky and land within the island, his eyes filled with extreme excitement and shock. That woman. She's strong. The very heavens and earth on the island were changing color, mountains crumbling, war raging, and all living things trembling. The entire island had turned into a living hell. This was the chaotic, violent, unending battlefield he had always yearned for. Originally, Kaido had only been drawn by Whitebeard's powerful devil fruit ability, hoping to get lucky and find a good devil fruit and maybe gain some reputation. But now that beautiful yet domineering figure in the sky had completely ignited his fighting spirit and fervor. Kaido's breathing grew heavy and rapid, his blood boiling wildly as he gripped his heavy spiked club. It was so damn exciting, tears welled up in his eyes. He turned to face Ganzue, his voice urgent and fervent. Hey, let's go join that fight too. Go if you want. A true pirate makes his move at the very end. Ganzue looked at the hot-blooded youth with disdain. Ha, coward. I'm going, Kaido yelled, hefting his club and kicking off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. Boom. He ignored all obstacles, charging straight ahead towards the densest source of Conqueror's haki. That hothead. If Rocks didn't think he was tough, I wouldn't even bother bringing him along, Ganzue grumbled, looking at Silver Axe for a response. You'd be willing to share the money with me? Silver Axe asked in a low voice, casually punching a massive boulder flying from the island's center into dust. My main business here is smuggling. You don't like managing things right. Let's make a one-hand deal. The island goes to me, the money goes to you. Consider it a commission. Silver Axe listened, then took his great axe off his shoulder. Sounds good. I want all the treasure vaults on the island. 80% max. Deal. Ganzue's smile turned cold, the light on his golden armor suddenly condensing, becoming sharp as a blade. To ensure absolute secrecy, we'll need to kill that Marine too. Rocks would never approve of open infighting. Silver Axe suddenly glanced at Ganzue, a strange, unreadable smile appearing on his usually stern face. Naturally. With those two whispers, the two men, their hearts full of murderous intent, walked side by side. They advanced steadily towards the center of Dabless Island, a place of utter chaos and blazing warfare. The island groaned under the pressure of the conqueror's haki. Wang Ji, facing the overwhelming will of 99 Yuki, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, a mix of shock and fury twisting his features. "Don't mess with me, you brat. Who do you think you are, rocks?" He struck first, slamming his colossal stone palms onto the ground, fingers digging deep into the bedrock. 10,000 island serpents bite. Instantly, over 100 stone pillars thicker than houses morphed into colossal serpents, their cavernous maws lunging towards the deep pit where 99 Yuki stood. Simultaneously, Kaido leaped from the forest, soaring into the air with his kanabo raised high, ready to smash down. Yet no one paid him any attention. "Rocks!" 99 Yuki scoffed disdainfully at the catastrophic sky-covering serpent heads. "Who wants to be him? Don't insult me. He's a notable figure, but he will eventually be surpassed by me. Remember this, no one is worthy of me becoming. The heavens and earth may lack perfection, but I, 99 Yuki, am the exception." She pointed a single finger towards the sky, aimed at the serpentine mass above. At her fingertip, a small trembling white sphere began to form. Her blood-red conqueror's haki converged frantically into that white orb under her will. The air was torn apart by visible dark crimson vortexes, the entire sky seeming to rip apart at the point of her finger. Maximum output art reversal Maha annihilation. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth quaked. All attacks, including the 100 serpents, were instantly obliterated and scattered by the overwhelming, unreasonable repulsive force. At the center of Dambaresu Island, the towering mountain that Wang Ji had transformed into was directly pierced through, creating a hole that spanned heaven and earth. Boom! A colossal cavity several kilometers in diameter was blasted through the very heart of the mountain. The edges of the rock were superheated into glassy black obsidian. The next instant, the residual shockwave tore apart and destroyed the entire mountain range. Gwa! Kaido was sent flying by the immense force, turning into a shooting star that vanished beyond the horizon. That repulsive force instantly scattered the white clouds for 1,000 li in every direction. Dambaresu, an island high in the center and low at the edges, was suddenly shaved flat, its central mountain transformed into a vast plain. Ayowa! Wang Ji let out a heart-wrenching scream. The destruction of his island-form body dealt a significant portion of the damage back to his true self. His true body began to ooze blood from every pore, the muscles beneath his armor twitching uncontrollably. The entire island trembled violently, mountainsides collapsing in massive landslides, rocks cascading down like waterfalls. Dark crimson magma erupted from the fractured mountain bellies, solidifying in mid-air into countless volcanic bombs that rained down, crackling and hissing as they struck the sea. Gon Shui and In Fu stood firm at the island's edge, bracing against the hurricane-force winds generated by the power. Was that Kaido who got sent flying? Whoa, this power is no joke. It feels on par with that monster Whitebeard. Gon Shui was stunned, the hairs under his armor standing on end. Perhaps he needed to reevaluate this plan. They might end up sinking the island at this rate. A strong one worthy of the kill. In Fu was silent for a long moment before finally uttering this. The two accelerated their pace, rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Galen and Lancelot, still shaken, were clinging to a small hill on the opposite edge of the island. They had nearly been blasted into the sea by that shockwave. Galen's dragon scales rustled loudly in the wind. Lancelot had just moments ago been plastered against Galen's dragon horn like a flag in a gale. Damn! If I'd known the Lord was this strong, I wouldn't have tried to show off earlier. I would have brought the Lord straight to chop off those 5 old bastards' heads. Lancelot clung tightly to Galen's scales, fearing he'd be blown away, when suddenly Galen rolled over, dumping him onto the ground. Hey, what's the big idea? Is this workplace harassment? Stop complaining. Can you sense a powerful presence coming from underground? Galen pressed himself close to the ground. His enhanced senses as a dragon told him there was a formidable being beneath the earth. He could smell the blood scent from below, thick and almost tangible, moving rapidly in a certain direction. Could it be that Pirate Lord wounded him so badly his aura is leaking? Lancelot quickly focused his senses as well. Seems like it. It's too quiet over here. Let's head straight to the center. Right. Galen spread his wings and launched into the air, Lancelot leaping onto his back in one fluid motion. The crimson dragon tore across the sky, racing towards the island's core. At the edge of the now plain, 99, Yuki slowly retracted her finger, letting out a slight weary breath, and taunted, "What's the matter? Too afraid to show yourself and fight me now? Where did all that earlier bravado go? I recall the rumors said you were a master of armament haki. You monster." Wang Ji had lost his nerve. Despite 99 Yuki's taunts, he refused to reveal himself, resorting once again to launching frantic attacks with the island. But it was futile. The attacks of a man who has admitted defeat in his heart are weak and powerless. 99 Yuki easily neutralized every attack. The loss of the central mountain had significantly reduced his offensive options. She traversed the crumbling terrain as if it were flat ground. "So this is all you've got? How disappointing. 99 Yuki sneered. Wait until I drag you out and tear you apart. I'll show you the true meaning of a fate worse than death. Wang Ji's attacks suddenly began to slow down considerably. Are you trying to run, you pathetic pirate leader? You won't get away. 99 Yuki's eyes glowed crimson. A pirate ultimately must set sail. He couldn't hide on this island forever. Moreover, the critical moment was fast approaching. Wang Ji had plotted for a long time for this, and he had a mountain of affairs to attend to. He wouldn't wait much longer. As 99 Yuki was locked in battle, she spotted Galen flying overhead and planned to leap onto him to wait in the sky for the enemy to show himself. Suddenly she saw Lancelot give her a wait gesture, so she paused. Since when did those two get so chummy? Nevertheless, she jumped, her powerful legs propelling her onto the dragon's back. Galen, keep your eyes on the sea. If any ship tries to leave, sink it immediately. Roar! Galen bellowed in response. Lancelot then spoke up. My lord, Mr. Dragon here isn't much for talking, so allow me to explain our plan. Mr. Dragon can smell the blood scent from underground. We plan to dive bomb and break through the earth once we pinpoint his location. Then using my ability we'll teleport the injured Wang Ji into the air for you, my lord, to finish off. 99 Yuki looked down at the decoy protrusions, meant to confuse their perception. What a thrilling combination attack. Then let your lord help with the final targeting. My minions, enhance your perception to the maximum. As she spoke, she leaped down again, her fists coated in armament haki and crackling with conqueror's haki. This isn't plagiarism, you know. I did train with the old man for a while, ha ha ha. Before she even landed, she threw a mighty punch. Fistbone galaxy impact. Boom. A colossal shockwave blasted straight into the earth. The surface erupted and trembled violently. Ugga. Galen and Lancelot, airborne above, finally pinpointed Wang Ji's exact location. Found you. Galen dove, his powerful form tearing through the ground, in an instant burrowing deep into the earth. There he discovered a massive underground cavern, and inside was Wang Ji, clearly dazed from the impact. They moved with incredible speed. The moment they laid eyes on him, Lancelot opened his spatial gate. One end opened high in the sky, while the other end right in front of them flashed straight through Wang Ji. In the next instant, Wang Ji appeared high in the sky out of thin air. Before he could even grasp what had happened, his face still etched with bewilderment and shock. Kajaku had already transformed into a blur of motion, launching herself from the ground. The bone sword formed from her phoenix will tore through the air with a sharp whistle aimed straight for his face. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound of slicing air came from behind her. Whoosh! It was too fast, and it had somehow masked itself from her observation haki. She only sensed it when it was nearly at point-blank range. A black mass the size of a fingertip struck silently like a venomous snake, exploding abruptly behind her. Boom! Kajaku's figure was violently hurled away by the shockwave, crashing into a nearby derelict building like a kite with its string cut. She then blasted through that building, and then a second and a third. Bloodied and battered, she adjusted her stance, landing heavily on the street and carving a long trench into the ground. Bang! 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 Debris with splinters and fractured rebar rained down from her flight path. Half her body was nearly blown to pieces, with charred burns spreading from her shoulder down to her waist. She looked toward the direction of the attack. Heavenly Serpent Crimson Cannon. A deep voice echoed from a crumbling shack which was instantly blown apart. A figure clad in full metal armor with a burly build, thick limbs, and an extraordinarily long beard stepped out. Beside him stood a hulking brute with bulging muscles wielding a massive axe. Surprised I didn't take you out in one shot, especially since I've been charging that up. Gansui was somewhat astonished. Well, your attack was rather feeble. Kajaku smirked, her face half burned. Her smile was unsettlingly eerie. One half of her face remained flawless, strikingly beautiful. The other half was charred and necrotic, grotesque and horrifying. The stark contrast made her look like a demon clawing her way out of hell. Before her words even faded, her reverse curse technique activated. Blackened scabs peeled away from her skin, fresh flesh crept from the wound edges toward the center, bones realigned and muscle fibers rewove themselves. Every wound vanished completely. The backstabbing smuggler Ganjue, and the one behind you, who should be the boastful lion-binding King Silver Axe, right? And that pathetic cult leader I almost killed just now. This island sure is lively, with a good chunk of the Rock's pirates showing up. She chuckled, pointing her bone sword at them. I'm stronger than Golden Lion, you bastard. Silver Axe snapped as if triggered by some keyword. He flew into a rage instantly, his cold eyes turning bloodshot, muscles bulging further, and pure black armament haki erupting from his body. The haki was so dense it seemed almost tangible, forming a thick armor over his skin. He lunged forward with his giant axe in a single stride, cracking the ground beneath his feet. You're asking for death. To his surprise, Kajaku intercepted the blow with the bone sword formed from her phoenix wheel. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. A shockwave erupted, and the ground around them spiderwebbed with cracks. Debris levitated momentarily before shattering into dust. The opponent stood utterly unmoved. Kajaku held her sword with one hand planted firmly in place without shifting a step. Her long hair whipped backward in the blast, her eyes gleaming with pure mockery. A guy who got knocked around by Pineapple Head's old man dares to run his mouth in front of me. Kajaku taunted, layering her haki further, weaving both armament and Conqueror's haki around her blade. Silver Axe reeled in shock. His palm went numb, his tiger's mouth stung fiercely, the ground beneath him crumbled, and he was shoved backward, skidding uncontrollably. Seeing that Silver Axe wasn't as formidable as he appeared, Ganjue's eyes darted cunningly, a new scheme brewing. Heavenly Serpent. He raised his hand, a black mass beginning to coalesce at his fingertip. Kajaku immediately leaped back. In a flash, she reappeared dozens of meters away. With his support gone, Silver Axe was flung backward by the recoil, crashing back beside Gansui. Being that sharp isn't good for you. He scratched his head, casually flicking the black mass away. It stuck on his Silver Axe. A spatial gate opened beside her, and Lancelot stepped out, longsword in hand, taking a protective stance on her left. Simultaneously, the crimson dragon Galen burst forth from the earth. He surged out of the massive hole, wings unfurling to blot out the sky, landing behind her. The colossal dragon head glared at the enemy's draconic breath, churning in his throat, hot white vapor, snorting from his maw. At that moment, Wang Ji also plummeted from the sky. He crashed down like a discarded rag, slamming behind Gansui and leaving a man-shaped crater in the ground. His armor was in tatters, drenched in blood, with bits of internal organs clinging to the corner of his mouth. Ganjue, you bastard. Were you trying to blow me up too? He struggled to his feet, his voice hoarse. Oh, so you're not dead yet? Gansui said dismissively. You son of a... Gansui raised a hand to hold back the fuming Wang Ji, his eyes never leaving Kajaku. It's not good to fight amongst ourselves in front of an enemy. Can't you feel it? That pure explosive killing intent. Ganjue, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe all turned their gazes toward Kajaku, along with Galen and Lancelot at her side. 3 against 3, standing opposed. The sea breeze swept through the smoke between the two groups. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. Marine, even if you're strong, do you honestly believe you can take on all 3 of us great pirates? Even now, Gansui remained confident of victory. His Heavenly Serpent Crimson Cannon could break her defenses. Silver Axe's strength was enough to hold the front line, and although Wang Ji was injured, his island avatar was still active, providing endless support. Leave now and I promise not to hunt you down. Gansui sneered. It's 3 against 1, and your 2 companions can't handle a fight of this caliber. With that, the 3 released their killing intent simultaneously. 3 distinct auras shot into the sky. Ganjue's chilling malevolence, Silver Axe's savage ferocity, and Wang Ji's insatiable greed merged into a single oppressive force, clashing head-on with Kajaku's Conqueror's haki. In the sky, red and black clouds collided and churned. For a moment, they seemed to gain the upper hand. Perhaps that bastard was right. Kajaku's mind raced with calculations. With at least 3 opponents, she couldn't deploy her closed barrier domain expansion. And their combined firepower was enough to damage her open barrier domain, disrupting her ability to maintain it. That Wang Ji, despite his wounds, still radiated immense life force. She doubted she could instantly eliminate even one of them. Perhaps the wiser move was to retreat for now and wait for the old man and Kazan to arrive. But a smile curled on Kajaku's lips. That was the mindset of a coward. The 3 of you think you're fit to spare me. Her Conqueror's haki erupted once more, reaching the heavens and earth. Kajaku's fighting spirit blazed without limit, her aura peaking at its zenith. In an instant, it devoured the combined pressure of Ganjue, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. Ganjue's pupils contracted sharply. This pressure was even stronger than before. He felt as though invisible blades were slicing his skin, tiny beads of blood seeping from his pores. Every cell in his body was being put to the test. Had his will been any less resolute, he would have been knocked unconscious on the spot. The Conqueror's haki swept up rocky debris, and the sea for 100 li was forced down 5 meters. Kajaku interlaced her fingers, a manic gleam in her eyes. Manjusri Yususama, Divine Mountain Seal. She was going to slaughter all 3 of them on this island, leaving them bloodied and broken. Domain expansion. Boom. Golden light patterns exploded from between the intertwined fingers of 99 Yuki, raging outward in all directions with her as the epicenter. In an instant, the flattened disk at the center of Donobra's island was enveloped in a halo of interwoven crimson and starlight. The blue sky above was torn open, revealing the breathtaking, dazzling Milky Way behind it. A dark red giant star hung at the center of the celestial dome, its ring fragments trailing icy blue tails silently rotating in the void. The gravitational field was thrown into complete disarray, rubble floated suspended, and the entire island groaned under the oppressive might of the starry sea. The domain's expansion took but a blink of an eye. Just as Ganjue, Yin Fu, and Wang Ji were still stunned. SSSSS. The capillaries on the surface of their skin instantly burst, blood exploding from their pores. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were drenched in blood. Yin Fu's sunglasses shattered instantly, his muscular frame turning into a bloody mess. What the hell is this? Ganjue gritted his teeth, his metal armor groaning under the strain. He desperately channeled his armament haki, forming a black protective layer over his body, barely managing to withstand the omnipresent assault. Aya! Wang Ji, the most severely injured, couldn't avoid the saturation attack, even with his armament hockey coating. He fell to his knees attempting to burrow into the island. But the next moment he was sent flying by a massive repulsive force along with the ground beneath him. Roar! Gale took to the air, with Lancelot attacking Wang Ji, leaving the ground battle to the remaining three. After banishing Wang Ji, 99 Yuki suddenly tilted her head, looking forward. Die Marine! Yin Fu roared, the muscles in his arms bulging to their limit as his giant axe swept horizontally. Swish! A colossal slash dozens of meters high tore through the air, screaming towards her. 99 Yuki didn't dodge or evade, didn't even blink. When the slash was still 10 meters away, its trajectory was suddenly pulled by an invisible gravitational force. The slash's path curved bizarrely like iron filings attracted to a magnet, grazing past her body and slicing into the ground to the side. Rumble! A bottomless chasm was carved into the earth at 99 Yuki's feet, stretching for thousands of meters. At the same time, a black projectile flying towards the side of her head was intercepted mid-air by gravity and detonated instantly. Boom! The massive shockwave dissipated into a gentle breeze that rustled her long hair. Just how much booger do you have, you disgusting bastard? She sneered, her voice dripping with undisguised contempt. This is dead skin rubbed off my body. Ganjue, his face twisted in fury, charged at 99 Yuki with his spear. Even more disgusting. You pest. 99 Yuki maintained her hand seal, pressing her fingers down slightly. 100-fold gravity pressed down. The air screeched under the pressure, and the ground sank half a meter instantly. Ganjue and Yin Fu both sank simultaneously, their knees nearly buckling. The rock beneath their feet fractured in a spiderweb pattern, collapsing downwards. I'll peel your skins off. You witch. Yin Fu roared, his muscles swelling as pitch-black armament hockey coiled around his body like a physical entity. He forcibly stood upright against the 100-fold gravity, the ground beneath him shattering in a spiderweb pattern and collapsing. Thud, thud, thud. Raising his giant axe with Ganjue wielding his massive spear, the two charged at 99 Yuki, as if wading through a swamp. You two have thick skins, huh? 99 Yuki hovered directly beneath the dark red star, her hair flowing wildly in the gravity field. She looked down at Yin Fu, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. But that's about it. She snapped her fingers. Crack. The air to their front and sides instantly twisted. The air to their front and sides warped instantly, light bending into grotesque arcs. A large singularity, several meters in diameter, materialized out of thin air. The singularity was pitch black, ringed by a halo of distorted light, like a single open eye. Gravity reversed direction in an instant, and the two bodies were dragged forward uncontrollably. The giant axe in Yin Fu's hand was warped by the gravitational pull, and even his armament hockey began to crack under the singularity's tearing force. Ganjue reacted swiftly, attempting to circle around to evade the singularity's reach. But 99 Yuki specifically focused her attention on him. Under the concentrated attack, his blood trailing with his movement painted an irregular, bizarre circle on the ground, leaving a bloody footprint with every step. Finally, he spat out a massive mouthful of blood, his charge forced to a halt, and he was pushed back. I am Yin Fu. The ignored Yin Fu bellowed, his hockey exploding to its peak. A column of pure black energy shot into the sky, forcefully stabilizing his form within the singularity's gravitational field. He raised his giant axe, the knotted muscles of his arms bulging with veins ready to bring it down upon the singularity. 99 Yuki waved her hand in a horizontal slap. Wham! A wall of overwhelming gravity slammed into Yin Fu, sending him flying. The axe never had a chance to fall. He was already rocketing backward, shattering everything in his path. Simultaneously, a black pellet that had just flown to 99 Yuki's front was pushed by gravity, precisely striking the retreating Yin Fu's chest. Boom! The explosion's shockwave blasted Yin Fu away. He tumbled across the ground like a rag doll, carving a long furrow into the earth. Ugh! Ganjue, you bastard! He coughed, blood cursing. 99 Yuki gave him no respite. She raised her hand, fingers spread wide. Microsingularities appeared at 6 positions around Yin Fu, front, back, left, right, above, and below. 6 gravitational forces pulled from 6 directions simultaneously. Yin Fu's body was instantly stretched into a grotesque shape, his bones groaning with cracking sounds. Wah! Yin Fu let out a pained roar, his armament hockey boiling to its absolute limit. The pure black aura even manifested as tangible flames. He struggled desperately against the 6 forces, slamming his axe into the ground to anchor himself and rising once more. Muscles tore one by one, blood seeping from every crevice of his skin. Let's take one down. 99 Yuki made a smashing gesture. The dark red star above Yin Fu suddenly pulsed with light. A beam of dark red light descended from the heavens, carrying terrifying mass and gravity, smashing down onto Yin Fu. Adam's hammer. Boom! The pillar of light struck the ground, instantly collapsing into a massive crater hundreds of meters deep. Dust and smoke shot skyward, blotting out half the heavens. After that attack, 99 Yuki felt a wave of exhaustion, her breathing growing heavy again. Cursed energy is running low. I need to deactivate the domain and catch my breath. Once I build up the next wave, I'll take them all out at once. She panted heavily, keeping her guard up as Ganjue assessed the result. But when the dust cleared, all that remained inside was a severed pair of legs nearly pulverized into pulp. Where is he? There's no way he could have escaped. But Ganjue suddenly smiled. Haha. 99 Yuki instantly reacted, slamming her gravity down, pinning Ganjue firmly to the ground. The immense gravitational force pressed down, causing his armor and bones to tremble in unison. Armor plates caved in one by one, groaning under the strain. 99 Yuki frowned slightly. Hey booger picker, where did that shameless big guy go? Something's wrong. Why isn't he resisting? Suddenly she looked up. Gale was diving down from the sky. He held a bloody severed arm in his mouth, and Wang Ji was nowhere to be seen. Boss. Wang Ji escaped by severing his own arm. Gale's voice was filled with urgency and shame. 99 Yuki's eyes widened. Just as Gale shouted, Ganjue, pinned to the ground, revealed a sinister smile. Who said I only play with boogers? Everything on the ground suddenly came alive. All the blood-soaked matter instantly surged towards 99 Yuki. Even if crushed to powder, body tissue still exists. It was too fast. It all happened in an instant. The speed surpassed the opening of the spatial gate beside them. My lady, run. Ganjue's face twisted in a vicious grin as he struggled to lift his head, pointing at the ground. The skin on his bulging, vein-covered arms was visibly withering at an alarming rate. My blood is a bomb too. Crack. Boom, 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 boom. It was an almost point-blank explosion. 99 Yuki could feel the searing heat rushing towards her face. She reacted with incredible speed, conjuring dozens of microsingularities in front of her, forming a defensive wall with her gravitational field. Bang! But the shockwave still penetrated, slamming into her like a heavy hammer. She was sent flying, tumbling across the ground several times before she could barely regain her footing. The explosion subsided. The starry sky suspended above was now riddled with dense cracks like fractured glass, teetering on the brink of collapse. But she managed to hold it together. 99 Yuki was now almost completely charred. Her clothes were blasted to tatters, her exposed skin covered in burn marks, the foul stench of burnt flesh permeating the air. On the other side of the spatial gate, Lancelot, even with just a sliver of an opening, was hit by the massive explosion's aftermath. He vomited blood, suffered extensive burns across his body, and collapsed back through the gate with a scream. Haha, is my attack still weak? Ganjue taunted. Go on, heal yourself again, Marine. But the very next instant, the battered 99 Yuki teleported right in front of his face. A punch swung out. Fuck you. A punch carrying 100-fold mass connected with his head. His helmet shattered, his nose broke, and Ganjue's eyes nearly rolled back from the impact. I told you, your attacks don't hurt at all. 99 Yuki taunted with her scorched face. She chose not to use her reverse curse technique, instead clasping her hands together in a new seal. If you're still alive after 30 seconds, I'll find another way to kill you. Ganjue shuddered violently, his pupils contracting as his fleeting consciousness snapped back. His observation haki and primal instinct screamed that she was about to go all out. Die, 99 Yuki. He hurled over a dozen black bombs in an instant. Don't you dare touch my boss. Gale swooped down rapidly, his massive dragon wings fully extended like a thick wall, shielding 99 Yuki behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs slammed into him, one after another, exploding. Many of his dragon scales were blasted off, blood seeping from the gaps between the remaining scales. But perhaps because he was a fire dragon, his resistance to explosions and high temperatures was unexpectedly high. The damage was far less lethal than expected. All of you attack. She's wounded. Finish her off. Ganjue roared urgently. The scream was squeezed out of his shattered throat, the flesh on half his face still sloughing off, revealing the stark white of his cheekbone and teeth. He didn't need to say it. Everyone present sensed that if 99 Yuki unleashed that attack again, they would all die. In an instant, the ground bulged. A colossal stone drill erupted from beneath the earth, several meters in diameter, its surface wrapped in thick armament haki, its tip, as sharp as a blade, aimed directly at 99 Yuki. Shimigama drill. With Wang Ji's furious roar, the stone drill spun forward with world-destroying momentum, carving a deep trench in the ground as it passed. Silver Axe burst from the earth in an instant, both his legs completely shattered. Using only his hands to prop himself up, dragging his broken legs, he lunged forward like a dying beast. Silver Dragon. He let out a bellow, pouring every last ounce of strength in his body into the axe. Armament haki coiled around the axe blade. The slash tore through the air, manifesting as a silver dragon dozens of meters long, surging toward 99 Yuki with a terrifying sky-rending might. Ganjue himself tore off a clump of blood-soaked hair and hurled it out. The hair rapidly expanded and morphed mid-air, transforming into a blood-red giant serpent dozens of meters long. Its ferocious head bared fangs, and putrid Gale lunged at 99 Yuki. Blood Serpent King Cannon. But the next moment with Garen at the center, a saturation strike 10 times more intense than before began indiscriminately attacking everything within the domain. Everything was shredded by countless tiny gravitational singularities. The already flattened mountain range sank another dozen meters. The attacks of Wang Ji's silver axe and Ganjue instantly clashed with the domain. A violent explosion erupted. The stone drill disintegrated under the tearing of countless singularities, scattering into rubble. The silver dragon slash was warped and devoured by gravity, its power largely stripped away like a snake caught by its throat. The blood-red giant serpent let out a piercing shriek as its body was torn apart by countless singularities, dissolving into a rain of blood. But a significant portion of the attacks still landed on Garen, who spat out blood. The two destructive forces collided violently at the very center of Donburi Island, erupting with a light more blinding than the sun. Apart from Wang Ji, the other two could no longer be called blood-soaked men. There was hardly a patch of intact skin left on their bodies. They were all desperately trying to attack now. But their one and only chance to strike had only managed to deal a single blow. They could no longer withstand the domain's damage and continue their assault. Everyone was pinned to the ground using armament hockey to endure the omnidirectional singularity attacks. Silver Axe was the most severely injured, and without any means of movement, he could only rely on armament hockey to tough it out. Wang Ji abandoned his attack and desperately fled, trying to escape the domain, but the omnidirectional attacks found him. Only Ganjue could within these 30 seconds continuously detonate the flesh torn from his body to attack 99 Yuki, who was sheltered under Garen's wings. Each explosion was more violent than the last, signifying that Ganjue was losing more flesh and blood. Continuous attacks, continuous explosions. 30 seconds later the attack ceased. The moment the domain dissipated, Garen fell stiffly backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. His wings were almost completely destroyed, his internal organs shattered, and dragon blood spilled everywhere. 99, Yuki walked out gasping for breath, her wounds slowly healing. Her burn wounds had intensified once more, she had lost sight in one eye, and the arm she had used to block was completely destroyed. Her cursed energy was nearly exhausted, and she had forcibly dispelled the domain just before its breaking point. Sunlight once again bathed this land, shining upon her. She clutched her severed arm, with her remaining left hand, blood seeping continuously between her fingers. Her breathing was as heavy as a bellows, each inhale sending a tearing pain through her chest. She looked ahead. I've won. Silver Axe was dead. He hadn't withstood the onslaught, having lost too many internal organs and too much flesh. Wang Ji was barely clinging to life. His devil fruit advantage had allowed him to endure a dozen seconds longer, but with old and new wounds combined, he now lay in a crater completely unconscious, with only a faint rise and fall in his chest. Only Ganjue remained conscious. All the flesh on his head was gone, and he stood like a bloody skeleton, propping himself up with a spear. But that was it. He no longer had the strength to make any move. Don't kill me. I'll pay you. I can be a spy for the Rocks Pirates. Don't kill me. Ganjue's voice was as hoarse as two stones grinding together. His vocal cords were already burnt out. I'll pay you. I can be a spy for Rocks. I am deeply sinful. I do appreciate this frank will to survive. 99 Yuki transformed the phoenix wheel into a javelin, gripping it with one hand, aiming at his head. And usually people like you make the most interesting faces right before they die. Bastard. Ganjue felt that unchanging killing intent. 99 Yuki. Don't yell so loud I can hear you. 99 Yuki mustered all her strength and hurled the phoenix wheel. Whoosh. The phoenix wheel transformed into a streak of black light, its speed too fast for the naked eye to track. The air was torn with a piercing shriek as the spear's tip flew straight for Ganjue's head. He watched helplessly as the spear was about to pierce his skull, but there wasn't an inch of muscle left in his body that could move. No. He let out a desperate final scream. Suddenly a great wind swept across the heavens and the earth. A gale shaped like a lion's head dove down from the sky, and precisely struck the side of the bone spear, knocking it to the ground. The bone spear bounced twice on the rubble before stopping at Ganjue's feet. Gahaha. So this brat is the one who took down that bastard Silver Axe. A boisterous laugh descended from the sky, making the entire island hum with its force. The laughter pierced through the clouds, echoing across the entire battlefield. Everyone looked up. A man draped in a golden coat hovered in midair. His long golden hair whipped wildly in the wind, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and a famed blade in each hand. At the same time, Kaido descended from the sky once more. Kaha. You guys aren't as strong as the rumors say, are you seniors? He finished laughing without even looking at them, his eyes fixed directly on 99 Yuki. Woman, can you still fight? You little brat who got knocked away from the very start, I'll fucking. Ganjue was almost brought back to life by that remark, but ultimately his vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Am I Sukuna, or something, with everyone coming one after another to have a go at me? Is there seriously something wrong with the feng shui on this damn island? 99 Yuki felt like she was about to burn herself into a relic. With one hand clutching her still unhealed stump, she stared up with her one good eye at the golden flying pirate in the sky. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, wielding the two famed blades Odo and Kagurashi, flew in the air, looking over the battlefield with interest. Golden Lion. My epithet is Pirate Admiral Gahaha, but Golden Lion has a nice ring to it. It suits me well. What, you a fan of mine? Marine girl, to have gotten this far you must be pretty strong, right? Join the Rocks, no join MY crew, and I'll spare your life, and make you a top executive. Gahaha. Shiki roared with laughter. This time, even Kaido approved of the proposal, as he had always respected the strong. And what if I refuse? 99. Yuki gripped the phoenix, while looking up at the sky. Shiki's smile vanished like he was looking at a treasure about to be shattered. A pity. Then you can only die. He flicked his hand, and air, seawater, earth, and stone formed 5 massive lion heads glaring hungrily at 99 Yuki. So, Shiki's voice descended from the sky, carrying the arrogant smile of an ultimatum. I'll pretend I didn't just hear that. Get on my ship and you won't have to die. I ref. Before the refusal could fully leave her lips, the slash was already upon her. Yukizuki crossed her phoenix wheel to block the sharp clang of metal vibrating through her hands, her arm bones groaning in protest. Her remaining cursed energy was like sand in an hourglass, each clash draining her already depleted reserves. You weren't thinking of refusing me, were you? Shiki sneered, a cigar clamped between his teeth. He paused, squinting at Yukizuki's face. Wait a minute. I've seen that face of yours before. You're that Navy woman who gave those 2 idiots on the Roger Pirates a real beating, aren't you? His hand formed a grasping gesture, reaching out towards her. Then I want you even more. Gahaha. His maniacal laughter tore through the sky. Roar. 2 air lions merged into one colossal lion head, charging head-on with a deafening roar. A stone lion smashed down from the left, its maw opening wide to devour her. Water and mud lions flanked from the right, sealing off all avenues of escape. A final lion, a composite of debris and rebar, hovered beside Shiki. You're going on my kill list now. Die. Yukizuki snarled, veins bulging on her forehead. She channeled the last of her cursed energy into the phoenix wheel, its imaginary mass multiplying 100-fold. A bone whip unfurled in her hand, a single lash shattering the head of the air lion. Bang! The air burst outward, sending debris flying. Using the recoil, she twisted aside from the stone lion's lunge, tapped her toe on its snout, and vaulted into the air. She began to spin, the immense force generating a gale that shredded the mud and stone lions. Roar! As her spin halted mid-air, the water lion lunged from below, its jaws gaping to swallow her whole. Without looking back, she whipped the phoenix well backward, cleaving the water lion's jaw apart. Seawater splashed across the ruins, carving muddy channels into the ground. She landed on one knee, gasping for air. Her chest heaved violently, each breath searing with pain. Her left hand clenched the whip handle of the phoenix while using it to keep herself from collapsing. Her cursed energy was depleted, the last vestiges poured entirely into the wheel's mass. Huh. She lifted her head, panting. 3 of the 5 lion heads were shattered, leaving only the debris lion beside Shiki and the half-destroyed water lion. But it was meaningless. As long as matter wasn't annihilated, Shiki could recreate the same attacks in an instant. The other 3 colossal lion heads were already regenerating. The golden lion remained aloof, toying with her like a cat with a mouse, praising her while applying pressure. He hovered mid-air, cigar in mouth, looking down at Yukizuki. His expression was excited, ash falling from his cigar. Gahaha, what a remarkable woman. Join me, your talent shouldn't be wasted in the Marines. Kill her if she refuses, huh? You're a real Yandere at heart, Golden Lion. I refuse. Yukizuki lifted her head, blood and grime covering half her face, but her eyes burned with a terrifying intensity. She took a deep breath, and the phoenix wheel in her hand suddenly contracted, folding into a hollow sphere. She pushed off the ground, shattering it beneath her feet, and shot forward as a golden blur piercing straight through the water lion's skull. Squelch! The water lion burst apart. Icy seawater instantly flooded the sphere's hollow core, and for a moment, she almost felt a sense of relief. Yukizuki burst out of the water, using the back of the final earth lion as a springboard to accelerate. She became a golden lightning bolt, skimming the ground, hurtling straight towards Shiki in the sky. Huh, still trying to resist me. Shiki's expression soured, but out of a strong man's pride, he didn't move. He watched the golden blur from above, waiting for her to reach him, planning to slash her back to the ground and take her away. But at the last moment, Yukizuki hurled the phoenix, then surged forward again. She twisted her body violently mid-air, her face contorted with effort, and slammed her right foot into the base of the sphere. Boom! The kick carried her full power. The metal sphere shot towards Shiki's face 3 times faster than before, shrieking as it tore through the air. NGH. Shiki's pupils contracted. He crossed his twin swords to block. The immense force traveled down the blades and into his arms, sending him skidding backward dozens of meters through the air. A visible white shockwave trailed behind him as he plowed through the dusty air. His hands stung from the impact, and he couldn't help but think of that bastard Garp. That unreasonable brute strength was exactly the same. But it was fine. As long as it was only this much, he could still handle it. What truly made his face contort was the next instant. What? Seawater. The moment his swords caught the metal sphere, it suddenly deconstructed. The phoenix wheel reverted to its whip form, and the seawater sealed within the sphere, propelled by immense inertia, splashed all over Shiki. The cold liquid seeped through his collar. Shiki's body froze instantly. Devil fruit users are reviled by the sea. The moment the seawater touched his skin, all strength seemed to drain from his very bones. The power of the float fruit instantly destabilized, and his levitating body lost its support. Like the scattered lion head fragments around him, he plummeted towards the ground like a piece of garbage. An opening. Yukizuki snatched the phoenix wheel as it rebounded through the air, channeling her cursed energy into it once more. The whip stiffened into a sword. She shot towards the falling Shiki, trailing a golden arc. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Just as she closed the distance, a roar of pure rage erupted. Even with his powers neutralized by the seawater, Shiki was still the legendary pirate who had dominated the Rocks era. He twisted his body in midair, his twin blades weaving a dense net of steel, unleashing dozens of devastating slashes. Clang, 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 clang. Yukizuki was hit head-on by the barrage. The phoenix wheel couldn't block them all. Damn it, I can't dodge. Her body was sent flying backwards like a kite, with a cut string slamming heavily into the ground, creating a crater several meters wide in an explosion of rock and dust. Deep bone-deep wounds burst open on her face, arms, and torso, blood instantly soaking her white uniform. The seawater was flung off, and his power returned. Shiki steadied himself, re-levitating, wiped the seawater from his face with the back of his hand, and bared a vicious grin. Gahaha, you almost got me there. But you won't get another chance. I'm going to break your limbs and take you with me. Yukizuki rose from the crater. A bloody gash ran from her brow to her jaw on her left cheek, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. The burn wounds from before had almost completely healed, but that was thanks to the last of her reverse curse technique. Now, to maintain the mass augmentation, she couldn't even spare the energy to heal these cuts. Her trembling hand gripped the phoenix wheel, and she smiled, a look made all the more ferocious by the blood and scars. Sorry, Shiki, you're not my type. There's no way I'm going with you. Gahaha, that's not for you to decide. Shiki raised his hand again, and the earth around them began to tremble. At that moment, Kaido suddenly leaped into the fray, wielding his spiked club. Hey Shiki, let me defeat this woman. Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward, club in hand. Kaido wasn't here to be a background character. Oh, by the way, those two are about to die. Huh. Shiki shot Kaido an angry glare, then glanced at the nearly lifeless forms of Ganzue and Wang Ji in the distance, clicking his tongue in annoyance. TCH, do whatever you want. If you can't beat her, then die. Audra. Kaido was already too excited to hear anything, his eyes fixed only on the blood-soaked woman standing amidst the ruins. Shiki averted his gaze, looking at the walking dead around him. They were crewmates after all. Though their deaths would please him, it was better for these bastards to die back on Hakanosu. At the very least, he needed to get their treasure locations out of them first. With a flick of his finger, the earth beneath Ganzue and Wang Ji rose, carrying them behind Shiki. He glanced at the already dead silver axe, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and promptly buried the body on the spot. It was an eyesore. Fuha! Big stick smash. Kaido's legs powered him forward, leaving a crater in the ground. He descended like a small mountain from the sky, his spiked club raised high, ready to strike. You're terrible at naming your attacks. Yukizuki sidestepped the blow. The club smashed into the spot she'd just vacated, collapsing the ground into a massive meteor-like crater. Using the momentum of her dodge, she spun the phoenix, will stiffening into a bone sword, and slashed horizontally at Kaido's side. Clang! Kaido hastily raised his club to block. The immense impact sent him sliding back 7 or 8 meters, his feet carving deep furrows in the dirt. He was stunned. It's that bad. Yeah, it's terrible. Big stick smash. Even a little kid could come up with something better, right? Yukizuki feigned a look of disgust. What? This man who lived only for battle counted naming his attacks among his few hobbies in life. And today an enemy had denied it to his face. Shock and disappointment were written all over Kaido's face. For a moment, he even forgot to press the attack. Huff! Huff! Yukizuki panted, her fingers trembling around her sword. She seemed to be responding to Kaido, but in reality her mind was racing, desperately calculating her next move. Even if he was an idiot, he wasn't going to give her much time to catch her breath. She assessed her condition, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. A moment ago she had intended to send Kaido flying, but she hadn't realized her strength had deteriorated to such a degree. My state is truly terrible. That sneak attack was my last burst of power. I wonder how many more times I can grit my teeth and push beyond my limits. To save Garen, should I use Lancelot to escape this place? No, the Marines on the warship and the residents on this island won't make it out. This time I really have to hold out until the old man and the others arrive. I wonder how this Golden Lion views his comrades. If I take Kaido hostage, could I negotiate with him? Huh, probably not. I'll just take down as many as I can. At least it won't be a wasted trip. Kaido snapped back to reality in that moment, realizing the battle was still ongoing. He tensed his muscles again, gripped his spiked club, and fixed his gaze on Tsukumo Yuki. Haha, after I defeat you, who would dare say I can't name my attacks? Even if you kill me, your attack's name is still crap. Moreover, you won't kill me. I'm the one who'll kill you. Tsukumo Yuki raised her swords, assuming a ready stance. She looked at Kaido, her murderous intent coalescing once more. Then let's fight. Get over here, Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido grinned with excitement and charged forward with his club. Kaha. Damn woman, I just realized I don't even know your name yet. How irritating. Tsukumo Yuki focused completely, then suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance with a low stance. She thrust her sword upward, aiming directly for his throat. Unexpectedly, Kaido reacted, shifting his head at the last instant and taking the hit on his face. A line of blood traced from his jaw up across his brow, carving a deep, bone-deep gash over his skull. Hep. In the next instant, he flashed a demonic grin and swung his club down with immense force. Crack. Tsukumo Yuki kicked out, using the momentum to propel herself backward. Kaido rested the club on his shoulder, blood streaming down his cheek and into his mouth, yet his smile only widened. Hey, what's your name? Isn't it common sense to state your own name before asking someone else's? Tsukumo Yuki yelled, pointing her sword at him in anger. Since when was that common sense? Kaido roared back. They charged at each other once more, engaging in a fierce exchange. Tsukumo Yuki changed tactics, abandoning brute force for precise strikes aimed at his vital points. Unfortunately, Kaido was too tough, his physical prowess unmatched across the seas. Tsukumo Yuki found herself locked in the fight. Finally, she spotted another opening. She swung her phoenix blade upward, forcing Kaido's club aside, and drove her other fist straight into his face. Boom. Kaido's cheek caved in, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth. For the first time, his massive frame stumbled backward. But he quickly planted his foot, halting his retreat. Yura! He stomped the ground, launching himself back like a spring, whipping a roundhouse kick towards Tsukumo Yuki's side. Exhausted, Tsukumo Yuki failed to dodge. The kick connected, sending her flying and tumbling across the ground. The blow landed squarely on her waist. She felt her spine groan under the strain. Damn it. She scrambled to her feet without hesitation and charged Kaido again. He swung his club down once more. Come on. This time, inexplicably, Tsukumo Yuki took the hit to her head, blood streaming down her face. In that moment, she viciously stabbed her bone sword through Kaido's hand, wrenching the club from his grasp, and discarded her phoenix blade. Both weapons landed on the ground nearby, carving deep craters. Then she clenched her fists and charged straight at Kaido. You! Kaido was stunned for a second, but then, ignoring the pain in his hand, his face lit up with wild excitement. This woman. She wants to fight him with fists. Perfect. Come. Kaido was no coward. They exchanged blow for blow, 100 punches in an instant, neither attempting to dodge, each determined to beat the other into submission. Bam! Tsukumo Yuki smashed her fist into Kaido's eye socket. He grunted in pain, but retaliated with a punch of his own to her face. Ow! Blood sprayed from Tsukumo Yuki's nose. A flicker of pain crossed her face, but the next second she was grinning savagely and throwing her next punch. Both fighters leaned back, but their feet remained planted to the ground like nails. No retreat, only attack. A relentless, endless barrage of blows. Bam 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 bam. Ora 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 ora. Muda 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 muda. Kaha. I really wish I could fight you at your full strength. Kaido was ecstatic. Usually he faced either monsters far above him or cowards, but today he was finally getting a satisfying fight. This feedback, this pain, this spirit. He couldn't get enough. Let's fight until death. The intensity escalated further, even causing Shiki, watching from the sidelines, to click his tongue in awe. To think she can still unleash this kind of fighting spirit while injured, even suppressing that horned brat. At this rate, does this woman even want to live? Tsukumo Yuki was of course not foolish enough to self-destruct against a strong enemy. She was about to disprove Shiki's assumption with her actions. In just over 3 minutes, they must have exchanged thousands upon thousands of punches. Tsukumo Yuki's defense was far below the average for this world. Her vision was blurring, Kaido's figure multiplying before her eyes, and her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Yet her senses were growing sharper. Almost there. That feeling is about to come. If I can't control this cursed energy manually, I'll bet on sheer quantity. Finally, they clashed fists once more. Shiki's brow furrowed. What is she doing? In his perception, this woman's danger level had almost doubled in an instant. Here it comes. Tsukumo Yuki's face was covered in blood, her grin ferocious like a Rakshasa from hell. The fist she threw began to distort space, black lightning crackling around her knuckles. Black flash. Boom. The moment her fist met Kaido's, the explosive increase in power detonated between them like a nuclear bomb. Kaido's hand bones shattered, shock visible on his face. Goth. His massive body was sent flying back 100 meters by the sudden surge of force, carving a horrifying trench in the earth. Impossible. He lay on the ground, momentarily unconscious, unable to get up. Tsukumo Yuki instantly channeled the surging cursed energy into her reverse curse technique. All of Tsukumo Yuki's wounds healed instantly. She held her punching stance, feeling the sudden surge of cursed energy within her. Almost there, just one more black flash. Then my cursed energy will be enough to unleash a full-power domain expansion again. In a flash, she dashed towards Kaido, who was just regaining consciousness. She turned her fist into a knife hand, preparing to deliver the killing blow. But at that moment, the ground began to surge like a tide. Thump, 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 thumped. Massive rocks rose like waves from all directions, sealing off every one of her attack routes. Tsukumo Yuki shattered one stone wall with a punch, but more boulders immediately filled the gap. Whooshed! A massive slash descended from the sky, which she barely managed to block with her phoenix blade. Shiki frowned. Sure enough, after unleashing that black attack, her wounds had healed. Hey, this boring duel is over. He violently interrupted the fight. I have a feeling I can't just let you brat keep going. It wasn't just because of the terrifying potential Tsukumo Yuki had shown. It was also because he sensed a highly unpleasant presence rapidly approaching from afar. Garp. Damn, they needed to move faster. Shiki soared into the sky and waved his hand, causing the entire sea to surge into a colossal tsunami. A wave over a kilometer high crashed down. The entire sea, under the control of his float fruit, tore free from the ocean bed, and a colossal wave over 1,000 meters high rose from the harbor, blotting out the sky and the sun. The shadow enveloped the entire island. Schools of fish swirled in terror within the water, and the fishing boats dragged into the wave crashed against its wall. Have you lost your mind? Shurji, there are still so many people on this island. Jishiju Yuji roared, her figure directly swallowed by the shadow of the massive seawater. Gahaha, what do I care? I'm a pirate. The golden lion floated high above, waving his hand, and the tsunami crashed straight down. Gahaha, this strike will wash the entire island away. Bastard. Jishiju Yuji gathered all the cursed energy she had just recovered into her fingertips and charged toward the seaside. Mohajimya. A repulsive force field exploded from her fingertips, forcibly blasting the towering tsunami away, transforming it into a deluge of rain that swept back toward the sky. But this time Shurji was prepared. Before the seawater could approach within 10 meters of him, it was all blocked by an invisible air shield. The impact force, powerful enough to shatter a tsunami and span over 1,000 meters, only lifted his body a few dozen meters higher. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jishiju Yuji flashed back, hoisted the unconscious Gai Lin onto her shoulder, then turned to Lan Si Luo, ready to lift him as well, and run toward the island. She could tell that the opponent's actions had suddenly become urgent. It seemed something was forcing the Golden Lion to speed up. Was the old man finally arriving? 1 hour or half an hour? For now she could only grit her teeth and hold on, truly unsure how much longer she could last. Thousands of slashes rained down wildly from the sky, the sword, she plowing crisscrossing ravines into the ground. She dodged with difficulty, barely parrying the most lethal strikes with the Phoenix wheel, and finally, with a flash, she hoisted Lan Si Luo as well. You two are so heavy. She gritted her teeth and kept escaping, but just as her escape path was about to pass a raised mound of earth. In the sky, Ganjue, who should have been on his last breath, suddenly opened his eyes. His face completely devoid of skin and a bloody mess, turned toward the fleeing figure on the ground, and a hoarse, strange laugh squeezed out of his throat. Gahaha. Fate truly wants me to kill you, Jishiju Yuji. His sudden eruption made even Shurji, who was about to dive down, pause for a moment. Have you gone mad? Shurji Fu is buried there, right? I planted a huge booger inside him earlier. Ganjue coughed, blood, the muscles on his face twitching with every word. I knew burying it on the surface wasn't safe. I can still sense his presence. I originally planned to blow both Fu and that stinking woman to pieces when they got close. But I didn't expect that guy to be so useless. A person like him doesn't deserve to be your nemesis, Shurji. Truly, heaven helps me. Ganjue's faceless face caused him excruciating pain whenever he made an expression. But even now he still stared fixedly at the ground, holding on even as he was about to faint. Gahaha, you really are a thorough bastard. Shurji laughed and cursed, swinging his dual blades repeatedly, sending several slashes downward. The sword chi brushed past Jishiju Yuji, forcing her to speed up and rush toward that mound. Jishiju Yuji gasped for breath. She was almost far away. But the more she ran, the more her brows furrowed. Something was wrong. The opponent's attacks were problematic, fierce yet as if deliberately leaving a gap. Why? She was still pondering, but just as she passed that mound. Gahaha, let me help. Shurji suddenly exerted his strength, and the ground exploded with a roar. Fu's corpse burst out of the earth, its eyeless sockets staring fixedly at Jishiju Yuji. Her pupils contracted sharply. An immense palpitation made her react with a near-muscular reflex. She instantly threw Gai Luan and Lan Si Luo away in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. The mound exploded. The violent blast and shockwave carrying Fu's remains like an armor-piercing grenade blasted Jishiju Yuji's entire body into a bloody mess. This was already the umpteenth time she had suffered severe full-body injuries since the battle began. The intense pain that once required gritting her teeth to endure now seemed almost ordinary. She only needed to use reverse curse technique again to easily heal her entire body. But this time she suddenly felt so tired. The massive shockwave shook her brain and internal organs. The blast left her nearly rolling her eyes back with hot white steam emanating from her mouth, nose, and ears. She crashed to the ground, and the first wave of seawater she had blasted away now fell back down. Seawater dripped over her body like rain. It was like a person being flayed alive suddenly sprinkled with icy salt, cold and stinging. Jishiju Yuji, what should you say at this moment? She looked up at the sky, raindrops falling into her eyes as she no longer had the strength to blink. Reverse curse technique activated again, slowly repairing her body. Shurji watched Jishiju Yuji drenched by the rain made of seawater, yet still recovering her wounds, and said without surprise, "You're indeed not a devil fruit user. What exactly is this ability?" Jishiju Yuji still lay half dead on the ground without answering. "Forget it, you won't answer me anyway. I'll study it myself later." Shurji was about to reach out when Ganjue, his face covered in dried blood scabs, suddenly spoke. He was agitated, his blood scabs cracking, spitting out saliva and debris. "Shurji, sell her to me. I want this woman, then I'll torture her mercilessly." "Get lost, this is a person I've taken a fancy to." Shurji glared at Ganjue and was about to retort. Suddenly, a blood-red conqueror's haki surged toward them. Although it couldn't affect a powerhouse of his level, at all a moment of surprise was enough. Jishiju Yuji suddenly rose, the phoenix wheel in her hand already transformed into a spear shooting into the sky with the terrifying kinetic energy of 1,000 times its mass. Swoosh! Shurji instinctively crossed his blades in front of him while earth and stones surged around him, forming layers of shields to block. But the next moment the spear passed his side, pierced through part of the stone shields, and with undiminished power directly impaled the heads of Ganjue and Wang Ji, who were behind him, to the side. Ganjue's head was pierced, leaving a bloody hole, and the blood splattered onto Shurji's face. Hoo. Moments later, Ganjue's brain matter mixed with blood flowed down, blown into a thin line of blood by the fierce wind. The strong wind blew through his brain, turning into an eerie whistle. Jishiju Yuji. He widened his remaining eye, then lowered his head. He was dead, and Wang Ji, who was still unconscious, had no chance to wake again. He too died, the pirate pope perishing without anyone's notice. Shurji wiped the blood off his face in a daze, feeling that his dignity as a great pirate was being outrageously insulted. "You bastard." His entire body instantly turned red, with rage veins bulging on his forehead, turning into a red lion. "Go eat shit. You worthless piece of trash who can't even protect his comrades." Jishiju Yuji, running fast, caught the falling phoenix wheel and flipped a middle finger at the sky. Then, relying on the repulsive force of a low power, Mohijimiya, she swiftly returned to the coast. Even with her haki exhausted and cursed energy nearly drained, she still had to bully. She was the immortal Jishiju Yuji. Kid, you've really pissed me off." Enraged, Shiki bit down on his cigar and snapped it in two. With a sweep of his twin blades, he cried, "Slash wave." Two colossal slashes, one after the other, descended with devastating force. The first enormous slash cleaved through the coastline, severing the ground beneath Tsukumo Yuki's feet and isolating it as a solitary island. The second slash she could have dodged, but she was horrified to see her own warship suddenly appear on that very stretch of coast directly in the path of the attack. How could this happen? She had already sidestepped, but she rushed back, desperately trying to deflect the slash with her own body. Yet she was too slow. Boom! The warship was split in two, fuel and flames gushing from the severed edges as it slowly sank into the depths. The immense shockwave hurled Tsukumo Yuki through the air. Whoosh! Shiki dove down instantly, his sword slashing across Tsukumo Yuki's back. Rip! The force of the blow sent her flying like a skipping stone, bouncing twice across the sea surface before crashing heavily into the water. The cold seawater enveloped her, the wound on her back burning with searing pain. Blood spread through the water like a crimson flower. Biting her tongue to force herself awake, she used the momentum to dive straight to the seabed. But Shiki gripped the sea itself, lifting a massive cube of water from the surface, with Tsukumo Yuki trapped inside. Lion's Thousand-Cut Valley. Tsukumo Yuki kicked her legs and leaped out of the water cube, only to be met by a barrage of 1,000 slashes that carved the water beneath her into countless blocks. Dodging the assault by a hair's breadth, she launched herself at Shiki, using Moonwalk. But in a single exchange, die. Clang. She was sent flying by Shiki's furious blade. A deep gash appeared across her chest from her left shoulder to her right waist, so deep the bone was visible. Her body tumbled backward like a broken kite, a spray of blood missed from her lips. To prevent her from diving back into the sea, Shiki spread his hand wide. Go! All the wreckage of the warships shot toward her like missiles, tracing arcs through the air and converging on Tsukumo Yuki from every direction. Gather! Shiki made a clenched fist gesture. The debris clustered around Tsukumo Yuki, bending metal and folding wood. They wound around her limbs and torso, as if alive, trying to cocoon her. She struggled, smashing through the iron plates and timber, but her strength was nearly spent, and she could not stop the onslaught. Then, as if by fate, the star-shaped devil fruit along with the shattered box crashed into her under Shiki's control. A rope even looped around and bound the fruit right before her face. The strange alluring aroma wafted again, and Tsukumo Yuki's eyes widened. Fruit rope you. The situation was hopeless. Her only outcomes were death or imprisonment. Damn it. With her last ounce of strength, she freed one hand from the wreckage and grabbed the golden 5-pointed star fruit. I really didn't want it to come to this. Crunch. The fruit entered her mouth, a nauseating taste mixed with sweet fragrance hit her nose, but she ignored everything and swallowed it all. At that moment, Shiki completed his sealing of Tsukumo Yuki. The shattered fragments formed a ball floating on the sea, then compressed, violently shrinking to half its size. Her head poked out from a hole at the top of the metal sphere. Her hair was disheveled, her face stained with blood, her eyes closed, as if unconscious. Shiki's face darkened as he flew to the ball, staring at the unconscious Tsukumo Yuki. His breathing grew heavier as he suppressed the urge to cut her down. Such damage could not kill that woman, but it was enough to subdue her. The outcome of this expedition was too heavy for the Rocks pirates. But for him. Shiki suddenly froze. He rubbed his chin, his eyes darting. Wait, isn't this a huge haul for me? Gahaha. Right, why should I be angry over those bastards? The woman who amused and infuriated me is now mine, and I can take this island when I return. Gahaha. While he laughed and let his guard down, tiny golden 5-pointed stars like fireflies swam along the inner wall of the metal ball. They surged from Tsukumo Yuki's body, filling every inch of space. A black hole was being nurtured, leaving a hollow space in the center. Half of Tsukumo Yuki's body vanished, transforming into a swarm of glittering golden stars. She waited for the right moment to detonate the black hole and take Shiki down. What luck! This was a Logia-type fruit, as she wouldn't die from self-destruction. Shiki lifted the metal ball and flew higher, preparing to leave with his prize. Tsukumo Yuki felt herself being carried into the sky. Almost there, just a little longer. The blast needed to be strong enough to kill him, but not harm the island's inhabitants. She suppressed her killing intent, suppressed her thoughts, and waited for the moment. But suddenly Shiki seemed to sense something amiss. His flight slowed, his brow furrowed as he looked down at her in the ball. Woman, you're still awake, aren't you? You're not planning to ambush me, are you? He moved the ball containing Tsukumo Yuki away from himself. He noticed. Then detonate. Tsukumo Yuki's eyes snapped open, her pupils now 2 golden 5-pointed stars. She stared at the golden lion about to unleash the black hole. Suddenly, Ice Age. A cold, furious voice rang out from the sea. Giant ice spikes erupted from the ocean surface, thrusting toward the sky. At the same time, another familiar aura approached rapidly, a voice seething with rage. Bastard Shiki. Where are you taking my disciple? Garp leaped up the ice spikes while Kazan stood on the frozen sea below. Old man Kazan. Garp. Tsukumo Yuki and Shiki both exclaimed in shock. Fist bone meteor. Garp's furious punch shattered Shiki's hastily constructed defenses and struck him square in the head. Boom. Shiki was sent flying by the immense force like a meteor, crashing onto the island and buried deep in the rubble. Debris and dust shot skyward, clouding half the harbor. Are you alright, girl? Garp abandoned the pursuit and asked urgently, sensing that Tsukumo Yuki's life force was barely a thread. I'm fine, won't die. Tsukumo Yuki quickly dispelled the black hole, her body turning into starlight and escaping the ball hovering in the air. Now she didn't have to gamble on whether she'd be injured by the explosion. But she was exhausted. The little stamina she'd regained from the fruit was all spent on crafting the black hole. Girl, when did you eat a fruit? Garp asked. That's not important. Old man Kazan, go kill them. Don't worry about me. Tsukumo Yuki urged urgently. There's an unconscious Rocks pirate member on the island. Her eyelids drooped before she could finish. The exhaustion of prolonged, intense combat flooded over her upon seeing familiar faces. She no longer had the strength to float and fell straight down. Garp caught her with moonwalk, hoisting her onto his shoulder and landed on the frozen sea. Era to see Tsukumo so battered. What kind of battle did she go through on that island? Kazan frowned, gazing at the unrecognizable island in the distance. If he remembered correctly, the island had a large mountain in the center, but now it was leveled to a plain. Just then both Kazan and Garp saw 2 humanoid figures flying off the island. Looks like Tsukumo's wish won't come true. Hope she doesn't scold me when she wakes up. Kazan scratched his head. One was definitely Shiki, the other must be the Rocks pirate she mentioned. Truly fearsome enemies, the Rocks pirates. The so-called strongest crew. Tsukumo Yuki, you're truly admirable. Let's go, Kazan. We'll check the island first. Carrying Tsukumo Yuki, Garp and Kazan left the dog-headed warship and landed. As soon as they set foot, they were stunned by the carnage. The island could no longer be called an island. The central mountain had vanished, replaced by a vitrified charred plain. The air reeked of burnt rock, evaporated seawater, and blood. At the severed edge of the mountain, dark red magma still oozed slowly, meeting the sea and raising thick white steam. Garen, covered in wounds, was dragging an unconscious stranger toward the shoreline. When he saw Tsukumo Yuki on Garp's back, he finally relaxed and collapsed. Before falling, he muttered a faint "boss." Garp's expression was complicated. His observation haki told him that not a single civilian body lay on this battlefield. All the residents were safe on the other side of the island. Foolish disciple, why did you go this far? How could you disregard your own body like this? New World Economic News Agency. In an office cluttered with newspapers, ink, and photographs, a group of reporters were noisily arguing around a table. Cackle, cackle, cackle. BRR, BRR, BRR. The office was filled with the ringing of den den mushi while albatrosses flew in through the windows, dropping freshly developed photos onto the tables and floor. Everyone was eagerly reading the information brought back by the albatrosses and contacting informants, all to uncover everything that had happened on that island. Hey, look at this. A young female reporter pulled out a photo in shock. The image showed an island reduced to rubble. The central mountain had vanished, replaced by a scorched, vitrified plain dotted with countless craters. Is this Donner's Island? Another reporter took the photo, hands trembling. I remember that island had a mountain thousands of meters high in the middle, didn't it? It was level. The duck reporter said succinctly. According to an informant, it was leveled by that starry tyrant. No, starry goddess. In a single blow. A single blow. The office fell silent for a moment. Then an even more heated discussion erupted. A single blow leveled a mountain. Is that something a human can do? Only legendary pirates could manage that, right? What's the deal with this Tsukumo Yuki? Wasn't there a report before about her fighting Rayleigh and Gabon from the Roger Pirates? Do you remember that article, eh? President Morgans wrote it himself, saying she was a Navy rising star who fought Rayleigh and Gabon to a draw. We thought it was just wordplay back then, but now it seems the president knew the truth all along. The president is awesome. The president is awesome. The president is awesome. Just as they were filled with awe for their president, an even louder cry rang out. A man clutching a battle report from an informant suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. Holy shit. Is this real? Look at this. Everyone turned to see the content and the accompanying photos brought by the albatross, and their jaws dropped. What? The three legendary pirates of the Rocks Pirates. Pirate Mentor Wangji, Smuggler Pirate Ganjue, and Extreme Silver Axe Xiong. Dead. The photo showed Tsukumo Yuki with her hands forming seals facing off against the three. She stood opposite them, hands clasped in a seal. Her golden hair whipped wildly in the sea breeze, and the cloak of justice behind her blazed like a white flame. Silver Axe had left no intact corpse, only a shapeless sludge in the rubble. Another photo showed the gruesome corpses of the three. The heads of Wang Ji and Ganjue were pierced through, blood spurting from their severed necks, forming two twisted streams in the wind. Silver Axe had not even left a complete corpse. He was reduced to a pile of shredded flesh. Moreover, two other figures made the newsroom members gasp for breath with excitement. Extreme Shiki. One of the true legendary pirates, a high-ranking officer of the Rocks Pirates. And there was another unknown figure with horns on his head, unconscious in the rubble. Wakegarp was there too. As more photos and revelations poured in, the events on Donner's Island gradually unfolded before the reporters. This is explosive. So much happened in one night. I can't write enough, there's no way to finish. Latest intel. 3 killed, 2 escaped. How long has it been since this seesaw top-tier powerhouses clash like this? So thrilling, so thrilling. I want to kill myself for not witnessing this level of battle. My brain is trembling. Probe more, probe more. Some placed a coffee cup on the fax machine to answer a phone, others shouted louder, while covering one ear and typing furiously on a typewriter, sparks flying from the keys. The entire room bustled as if set on fire. Slap. A hand slammed onto a whiteboard, making the photos on it tremble. A reporter had drafted the headline. Everyone, how about this headline? Navy prodigy Tsukumo Yuki battles Rocks Pirates on Donner's Island, achieves astonishing results. No. A bespectacled reporter shoved the proof aside, pointing at the headline, his hair standing on end with excitement. Damn it, can you even write news? This has zero punch. Sensationalism, out of context quotes, and polarization. You don't know the 3 essentials. How did you get hired? At least start with a shocking you know. Then what do you suggest? The rookie reporter retorted. What do I suggest? The veteran reporter snatched the pen and scribbled a line. Shocking. The nightmare of the Rocks Pirates. Navy monster Tsukumo Yuki single-handedly kills 3 commanders. Legendary pirate Shiki flees with his subordinates. That's more like it. So vivid. Another veteran reporter leaned and smacked his lips and said, interesting, but still lacking. Are you picking a fight, you bastard? Just as they were about to argue, the office door was kicked open. The president of the New World Economic News Agency, the future news king Morgan, stepped out. President, move aside. From now on I'll write all news related to that woman myself. The reporters parted to make way. Morgans walked to the table, picked up the headline drafts one by one, and shook his head. Tsukumo Yuki, you're working so hard to create news. I, the news king, can't let myself down. After today your name will echo across the world. He tossed all the drafts into the air, and the papers scattered like snow. He grabbed a pen, bent over the paper, and wrote with flourish. All the reporters curiously gathered around. Then, gasps of shock. SSS. P. President. Isn't this headline too exaggerated? A reporter asked with a trembling voice. Exaggerated. Morgans grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth, his hand never stopping. I'm writing the truth. What is news? News is throwing a pebble into a lake and making everyone think it's a cataclysm. But, no buts. Morgans waved his hand, put down the brush, and said decisively, this is it. Typeset print, and by tomorrow morning, I want this name known across the entire sea. He turned to leave, stopped at the door, and looked back at the photo on the table. A fierce, beautiful capture of Tsukumo Yuki. Tsukumo Yuki, will you be the one to ignite the sea? Cackle, cackle, cackle. The smoke of Donner's Island had not yet cleared, but countless newsbirds were already circling over the harbor. In port cities around the world, newsboys' cries rang out. Extra! Extra! Navy's absolute menace, Starry Tyrant crushes the Rocks pirates. Kills 3 commanders with ease. The news spread like a tsunami across the world. From Beehive Island in the New World to the snowy plains of the North Blue, from the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford to the conference hall of Holy Land Mary Geos. On every merchant ship, every naval vessel, and every pirate ship in the Grand Line, the same name was being discussed. Bang! St. Saturn slammed his hand on the table. The teacup jumped, rolled to the edge, and shattered. Forget how this result came about. Why was he learning of this news through a newspaper? Where were those CP0 dogs who feed on this house? They had been sent out days ago, and not a single reply. Kong and Sengoku, already aware through internal channels, had their last doubts erased. The Navy would do whatever it took to protect this promising talent. Sakazuki, sweeping through the North Blue, received the news just after punching through a pirate's chest. He looked at the blood-stained battle report in the newspaper, and for a moment his nose tingled. He looked up at the sky, eyes brimming with tears. Sengoku stared at the newspaper, his expression a mix of relief and anger. Damn girl, you're even more reckless than Garp. Everyone saw the same newspaper, its front page featuring a photo of a blood-golden starry sea and a blood-soaked harbor. The headline, personally pinned by Morgans, was shocking. Navy's absolute menace rookie. Secret ultimate weapon. Starry Tyrant, Tsukumo Yuki. The shocking battle on Donner's Island. The report detailed the battle that shook the entire sea. A 16-year-old Navy Rear Admiral alone against 5 core officers of the Rocks pirates single-handedly killed Wang, Ji Silver Axe, and Ganjue, and scared off Shiki and Kaido. The accompanying photo, taken from a great distance by a daring albatross, showed a tsunami reversing, a starry sky descending, and a golden-haired figure suspended in the center of the battlefield facing Wang, Ji, Ganjue, and Silver Axe. Her long hair blazed like fire against the backlight. That photo became the best-selling image worldwide that day. On a certain stretch of the Grand Line aboard the Oro Jackson, Roger sat cross-legged at the bow, holding the newspaper, staring at it for a full 10 seconds. Incidentally, his beard had been knocked off by Garp in their last fight. Ha ha ha. A bunch of weaklings, the Rocks pirates. He laughed heartily, the sound startling seagulls into flight. Rayleigh, Gabon, come look at this. What's got you laughing so hard, Roger? Gabon emerged from the cabin, a jug of sake in hand, looking puzzled. That girl who tricked you last time pulled off something huge. Last time. Gabon was confused at first, then his face darkened, and he nearly crushed the sake jug. That Navy brat, I wasn't tricked. She fought dirty. Even now, the memory of that day and the subsequent news made his liver ache with rage. Rayleigh took the newspaper, scanned it, and his eyes widened slightly behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Incredible that such a thing happened. What the hell is it? Gabon irritably leaned over, then his eyes also widened. What a... Single-handedly killed Wang, Ji Ganjue, and Silver Axe, knocked out Kaido, and scared off Shiki. Hey, it's only been half a month. Even if she rode a tsunami, her strength couldn't have grown this fast. Is this a joke article? No. Rayleigh shook his head, looking at the images. This news agency's language can be a bit extreme, but everything they report is true. He put down the newspaper and gazed at the distant horizon, his eyes deep. Before long, we might have to face an enemy even more dangerous than Garp. Beehive Island, the base of the Rocks pirates. Apart from expressing anger at the challenge to the crew, everyone else felt virtually nothing about the deaths of the 3. Under questioning, Kaido fully corroborated the newspaper's facts and even said the report was too modest. He deeply admired this woman who surpassed him in every aspect, including fighting style and brutality. Mama, Charlotte Linlin laughed. A woman this powerful has appeared on the sea. TSK. She has beauty that rivals my own. Gloriosa didn't care about what she had done as she stared at Tsukumo Yuki's poster, touched her own face, and felt a hint of jealousy. Whitebeard laughed heartily at Shiki, who sat in a corner reading the newspaper, nearly red-hot with rage. Gururara. Shiki, you look pathetic. You want to die, Newgate? Shiki leaped to his feet, drawing his twin swords with a swish, eyes bloodshot, ready to fight Whitebeard to the death. His golden hair bristled like an enraged lion. But a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Shiki froze. He gritted his teeth, reluctantly sheathed his swords, but still glared fiercely at Whitebeard. Shiki, Rock spoke. Huh. The smuggling business on that island. The ultimate buyer was the world government, wasn't it? I don't know. I followed Ganjue's ship secretly to find that island. But there were indeed world government dogs on the island. After saying that, Shiki went to vent his anger on Newgate. This time Rox didn't stop him. He looked at the woman in the newspaper and her deeds, and the first thing he felt was not anger. His strange observation. Haki sensed a peculiar fate. Between this woman and himself there seemed to be an invisible thread connecting them. At the same time he felt the good fortune that had eluded him was returning, but with it came even more terrifying danger. He looked at Tsukumo Yuki's face in the newspaper and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, whatever, let danger come if it must. I am Rox. His laughter echoed through the hall, carrying a pride that looked down on the world. Rox, have you lost your mind? The rest of the crew looked at him in confusion. Cough. Cough. Shut up. Don't question the captain. You're not our boss, bastard. For days had passed since that battle. The reconstruction efforts on Dauntless Island were in full swing. The towering mountain that once hindered the islanders' passage had been leveled to the ground, and upon that plain they were building their new homes. They told everyone they met, praised the starry sky goddess. Gangs and pirates had vanished. Fishing, construction, and the food industry flourished as never before. All the islanders had finally ushered in their own golden age. This bustling energy drifted through the window to the ears of the starry sky goddess herself. Tsukumo Yuki blinked her eyes awake from her bed, then suddenly sat up straight and looked around. Where is this? She wore a pristine silky nightgown that hung loosely on her frame, revealing delicate collarbones and slender shoulders. Her body felt soft and languid like a cat just roused from slumber. A single strand of slightly tousled golden hair clung to the corner of her lips. She stared blankly at her surroundings. The room was empty with only unfamiliar walls and a faint scent of medicine in the air. From outside the window came the sound of hammers striking wood and various faint shouts. My mouth is so dry. Water. Water. She mumbled, then flopped her head back and collapsed heavily onto the bed. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, leaving only half her face visible. The blanket is so warm. This second sleep is so comfortable. The soft sound of her breathing once again filled the room. Just as Tsukumo Yuki was drifting back to sleep, a spatial door suddenly opened beside her bed. Lancelot, his body wrapped in bandages and dressed in a tailcoat, stepped through carrying a glass of water. He silently watched the slumbering Tsukumo Yuki, recalling the harrowing experiences of the past few days, and smiled with a shake of his head. Aside from meeting Lady Yuki, he wouldn't want to relive any of those other events for a lifetime. Oh, and also meeting that perverted dragon. Mr. Galen. Just as he was about to gently place the water by his lady's bedside, Tsukumo Yuki suddenly opened her large eyes. Those bronze-colored pupils, still hazy with the moisture of waking, stared straight at him. Lancelot. She sat up, the blanket sliding from her shoulders, revealing the collar of her white nightgown. She tilted her head, her expression still a bit dazed. My lady, you are finally awake. Lancelot's face lit up with joy as he handed her the water. Tsukumo Yuki took it silently and drank it all in one go. I'm alive again. It feels so good not to have a headache. She handed the empty glass back to Lancelot and stretched widely her bones, letting out a series of crisp cracks. How long was I out? For days. Oh my, a new record. The lively sounds drifted through the window, and Tsukumo Yuki could feel the vibrant energy outside. She slipped on her slippers and walked to the window. So lively. She leaned on the windowsill, resting her chin on the back of her hands, watching everything below, a slight smile unconsciously curving on her lips. Lancelot once again reached through a spatial door, retrieving a cup of hot coffee and an ultra-deluxe sandwich, and walked over. Thanks to you, my lady, they can enjoy such peaceful days. In the hearts of the islanders, your status has already surpassed the sun in the sky. Haha, did you go learn some flattery techniques from Galen? Tsukumo Yuki glanced back with a smile, sunlight falling on her profile, dyeing her golden hair a warm yellow. She cheerfully took the coffee and sandwich, clearly quite pleased with the recent praise. No, my words are truly from the heart. The islanders are even more enthusiastic than I am. Is that so? Then I'll be very happy. She smiled and waved her hand, taking a large bite of the sandwich. The crispness of the bread, the juiciness of the roasted meat, the freshness of the lettuce, and the richness of the sauce. All the flavors exploded in her mouth. She had a slightly surprised look on her face. So yummy. She took another bite, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Chew. This tasted from that fruit stall uncle's place, right? Yes, my lady. My former subordinate, who was quite exasperated, had information for me back then that mentioned your fondness for their sandwiches. Lancelot smiled and gave a slight bow. That owner has since changed professions and now makes sandwiches exclusively. The shop is called Goddess Sandwich. Haha, what kind of name is that? So weird. Tsukumo Yuki laughed. It gives me a feeling that's both unexpected and reassuring. Lancelot refilled the empty coffee cup, his movements as elegant as if he were serving in a high-end restaurant. Indeed, because you once praised his skill, Goddess Sandwich has now become one of the most popular shops on Dauntless Island. The owner greatly admires you, my lady. He refuses to sell his secret recipe to anyone, and even those wishing to become apprentices must go through rigorous selection. The owner's exact words. Lancelot cleared his throat, imitating the voice of a rough, burly man. To not besmirch this craft, and to ensure the starry sky goddess can always enjoy the most delicious sandwich, strict training is a must. Puffed. Tsukumo Yuki nearly spat out her sandwich. She quickly covered her mouth and after swallowing laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Ha ha ha. How wonderful. I love places with such simple honest folk. She wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a piece of bread, her gaze filled with a smile, drifting towards the distance beyond the window. Seeds casually sown can sometimes bloom into unexpectedly beautiful flowers. She saw the little girl she had saved before who was now helping her parents carry things to build their house, a bright smile on her face. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But one day everyone will come to like and praise Tsukumo Yuki. A future like that should be more reassuring than the present. Lancelot looked at Tsukumo Yuki's back and replied with a smile. He too was looking forward to that kind of future. The room fell silent for a moment, filled only with the lively sounds from outside the window and the sound of Tsukumo Yuki eating. Chew. Then Tsukumo Yuki spoke. Lancelot, were Shiki and Kaido ever caught in the end? Those two pirates you mentioned got away. Is that so? What a pity. That damn lion can fly, so his escape isn't entirely surprising. Tsukumo Yuki stuffed the last piece of sandwich into her mouth in one go and clapped her hands. Forget it, no loss. I'll go deal with them myself someday. Old man, where are Kazan and the others now? Those two should be patrolling the island at the moment. Your deeds have become famous and some troublemakers might come to see the commotion. They've been maintaining order these past few days. Alright, I'll go take a stroll around the island myself. A single sandwich isn't enough to fill my stomach. My lady, the cafeteria has prepared a meal. Save it for dinner. Right now I want to eat street snacks until I'm full. Lancelot took a light step and stood in the doorway, blocking her path. Tsukumo Yuki looked at him puzzled. What's up? If that's the case, this is merely a subordinate suggestion. Please change into some casual clothes and wear a mask for your outing. As he spoke, he retrieved a pure white mask from a spatial door. The mask was exquisite, painted with golden patterns of stars and moons. Sure, I don't mind. I'm not used to wearing skirts anyway, it always feels a bit chilly down there. Tsukumo Yuki took the mask, turning it over and over in her hands. But why the mask? Well, you see, if you wish to observe the people while quietly filling your stomach, I'd ask that you grant this request. Is it really that excessive? Tsukumo Yuki silently took the mask. What about my clothes? I remember the ones I brought were on the warship, but that ship was destroyed. Don't worry, my lady. I always handle things reliably. Lancelot snapped his fingers. Snap. The wardrobe was made of redwood, exquisitely carved with patterns of stars and waves. The wardrobe doors swung open, revealing hundreds upon hundreds of clothes of every style imaginable. There were stylish black trench coats, sharp modified marine uniforms, casual shirts and trousers, flowing long dresses, cute Lolita dresses, and very sexy leather jackets. Each piece looked exceptionally refined and quite designer with different colors and styles, but all without exception featured small star patterns embroidered in the details. Wow, wow, wow. What are all these? Tsukumo Yuki's eyes widened slightly as she walked to the wardrobe and reached out to touch the fabric of a black trench coat. It was smooth and thick, clearly made of high-quality material, and it was a custom-made piece. Lancelot wore a complex, yet proud expression. The nurse who cared for you back then mentioned this issue to us. Mr. Garp suddenly had a brilliant idea and made it public. And so the entire island's population went into a frenzy. After obtaining your measurements, they all spontaneously began making clothes for you. It became so popular that the People's Council decided to turn this activity into a festival held once a year, named the Sacred Garment Festival. All the clothes in this wardrobe were handmade by the islanders. Wow, awesome. Tsukumo Yuki looked at the huge pile of clothes and couldn't help but utter her most sincere praise. Just how many other special things have come into being on this island because of me, eh? Lancelot adjusted his non-existent glasses and replied with a smile. To be honest, quite a few.